Betrayal encountered. A chance to live anew. Once again entering the world's foremost game, Epoch, he awakens an infinite resurrection talent. With each death, he is rewarded. As Dongfeng faces his demise, he suddenly realizes that he appears to be invincible. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Dual 10-star talents. Cough, cough. In a rented room in the coastal city of Huaxia, Dongfeng abruptly opens his eyes, sits upright, and gasps for air, freeing himself from the sensation akin to drowning. Surveying the familiar surroundings, he is momentarily stunned, then hastily turns to glance at the calendar on the table. April 1st, 2078. Humanity will enter a new era through Epoch. Multiple game studios are heavily recruiting professional players. Qualified candidates will receive free helmets. Limited release of a 9-star virtual helmet. The 10-star hidden helmet ignites a national treasure hunting craze. A 1-star helmet sells for $50,000. Experts claim that skipping just one meal a day will allow you to purchase one soon. Epoch unveiled. Huaxia cultivation. Western magic. A clash of East and West. As he reads the headlines, Dongfeng's eyes gleam red, and he bursts into laughter, his joy echoing through the room. In the next moment, he quickly dresses and rushes out of his home towards a nearby market, memories of his previous life flooding back. Upon entering Epoch, players receive 2 talents. One is an initial talent that reveals their past experiences and rewards, while the other is a talent that comes with the helmet. Talent levels range from 1 to 10 stars, with the chance of drawing a 9-star talent from a 1-star helmet being a mere 0.01. In contrast, a 9-star helmet has a 0.1 chance of yielding a 9-star talent. Only a 10-star helmet guarantees a 10-star talent, which is not available for public sale and can only be redeemed with a code hidden by the Epoch company in obscure corners. A popular saying in Epoch was, if your combined talents are less than 5 stars, not even a dog would want you. Unfortunately, in his previous life, Dongfeng's own talent was merely 3 stars, and the helmet's talent was just 1 star. Due to his low talents, Dongfeng lived a miserable existence, laboring tirelessly for meager rewards, watching as the gap between him and mainstream players widened. Finally, he gritted his teeth and paid a breach of contract fee to escape from his previous employer, successfully liberating himself. After leaving that company, opportunities arose for Dongfeng, and he acquired a 9-star artifact in a secret realm. However, excitement can lead to folly. Ecstatic, Dongfeng shared the news with his childhood friend, Lei Peng, intending for them to prosper together. To his dismay, Lei Peng turned around and sold the information to his former employer. Initially, they offered to buy the artifact at a low price, but after Dongfeng refused, they maliciously branded him a traitor, launching a frenzied pursuit in the game. Recalling the pain of his previous life, Dongfeng clenches his fists, quickening his pace once more. Did I recall that the game's first body refining master, Citadali, shared on the forum the location of a 10-star helmet. Right in this market, I hope he hasn't arrived yet. There are only 12 10-star helmets worldwide, and only 4 in Huaxia. Obtaining one will provide me the means to confront that company. 5 minutes later, Dongfeng arrives at the coastal market, heading straight for a watermelon stall in the northwest corner. The stall owner, noticing a customer, quickly stands up. Feel free to choose. All are good melons, genuine quality. Ignoring the owner, Dongfeng deftly grabs a nearby watermelon knife, scanning the area before decisively slicing into the most unassuming hand grenade watermelon in the corner. Crack, hey, you little brat. How dare you chop my melon? Looking for trouble, are you? The owner's eyes widen in shock, but Dongfeng bursts into laughter, swiftly seizing the halved watermelon and scanning his phone to pay 100 yuan. He'll take this one. No need to weigh it. 100 is enough, right? Dongfeng turns to leave with the watermelon in his arms. Upon hearing the notification of payment, the owner's face lights up with joy, while other vendors gaze at Dongfeng as if he were a fool from the 21st century. Oh my, such skill, young man. Don't rush off. Why not chop a few more? Hey lad, want to try chopping a durian? The feel is even better. Come to me. Only 50 per chop. It'll guide you, and you'll be satisfied. Dongfeng carefully sets down the watermelon and extracts a red card from the pulp, largely concealed within the fruit. To the untrained eye, it would be nearly invisible. The card bears minimal information, primarily the Epoch logo and a series of 20 digits. The Dongfeng opens his phone, navigates to the Epoch official website, and inputs the 20-digit code on the helmet redemption page. Congratulations! You have successfully discovered a 10-star helmet. Please provide your shipping address and bind your identity information. The helmet will be delivered within 12 hours. After meticulously checking his address and identity information multiple times, Dongfeng finally hits the confirm button. Having completed this, he prepares to lie down and calm his thoughts when a sudden knock at the door interrupts him. Dongfeng's heart stirs, a cold smile creeping onto his face. I almost forgot he'd be coming today. In the next moment, Dongfeng stows away the card, and opens the door to find a slender man stepping inside. Fengzi, I contacted someone from that company. They've agreed to give us a test opportunity. Let's go. This is our chance to soar. The man exclaims excitedly. Lei Peng, you go ahead. They'll sit this one out. I have some matters to attend to and will enter Epoch later. Dongfeng replies, biting into a piece of watermelon. Lei Peng is momentarily taken aback, then anxiously insists, not going? How will you buy a helmet? Fengzi, don't say I didn't warn you in a game like Epoch. Being late, even by half a day, is a tremendous loss. The company offers excellent terms. I know I can get a helmet, and it'll enter as soon as possible. You should go on ahead. Don't delay the company's assessment. Dongfeng reassures him. Make it quick. I'm looking forward to us dominating the game together. After a brief exchange, Lei Peng leaves, casually taking half a watermelon with him. Dongfeng smirks and lies on his bed, pondering his future strategy in the game. My advantages first, the 10-star talent second, my extensive knowledge from frequenting forums and understanding various hidden quests third, my awareness of many bosses. Weaknesses. In Epoch, players from Huaxia enter a cultivation world, where they must choose between refining chi or body, and based on their innate roots, they join different sects, akin to class changes in previous games. In my past life, I was an earth root chi refiner this time. They'll assess my talent before making such decisions that if I recall correctly, there are 3 hidden quests in the novice village. 10 hours later, a knock at the door interrupts Dongfeng's thoughts. Upon opening it, he finds a burly man in a black suit staring straight at him. Name, the man demands. Dongfeng, and you are delivery department for the Epoch helmets. Place your hand here for fingerprint identification. All right. Ding, verification successful. With a crisp confirmation sound, the man hands Dongfeng a black suitcase. Here are your helmet and accompanying equipment, along with instructions. Please sign here if everything is in order. Thank you for your efforts. With 8 hours remaining until Epoch's launch, Dongfeng packs his belongings and promptly vacates his rental. With 3 hours remaining, Dongfeng traversed various locations in Binhai City, ultimately renting a 1-bedroom apartment on the outskirts. As the countdown reached the 1-hour mark, Dongfeng confirmed that he would not be disturbed. He tidied his belongings and adjusted his helmet. The 10-star helmet is truly exceptional, he mused, gazing at the gleaming silver headpiece that boasted built-in ventilation, perfectly conforming to his head upon wearing it. With 30 minutes to go, Dongfeng entered the game. Although it had not yet launched, he could create his character in advance and acquire talents. Esteemed Mr. Dongfeng, welcome to the Epoch world. The system will automatically scan your facial features and brain, subsequently generating your in-game avatar and extracting your talents. Upon entering the game, Dongfeng looked around, discovering himself seated cross-legged in the vast expanse of a universe, a melodious prompt resonating in his ears. As the stars began to slowly rotate around him, he felt waves of dizziness wash over his head. I never imagined I would witness this scene again. I recall being utterly mesmerized by it for over 10 minutes in my previous life. Dongfeng chuckled softly. Scanning complete, avatar generated. Please name your in-game character. East wind breaks. Name confirmed. Extracting helmet talents. Extraction complete. Congratulations, you have acquired the 10-star talent, Dominance of Thunder. Dominance of Thunder, 10-star talent. You possess the power of thunder. Your spiritual root transformed into a thunder root. Each normal attack carries the force of thunder, which will amplify with your cultivation level. However, this domineering power requires subordinates, not friends. All active skill effects are reduced by 50, while all passive skill effects are enhanced by 1,000. At this revelation, Dongfeng's eyes sparkled. The thunder root was among the rarest of spiritual roots, a treasure that even 1 in a million might not possess. Initiating extraction of player's initial talent. Congratulations, you have obtained the 10-star talent, Infinite Resurrection. Infinite Resurrection 10-star talent. You are either forgotten by the underworld or your name has been stricken by the Great Sage. You possess the ability to resurrect infinitely upon death. You incur no losses. The first 3 deaths each day will yield substantial rewards based on the manner of death. Should your death count exceed 3 in a day, subsequent deaths will grant a 5 chance of receiving random rewards. This talent can evolve. Congratulations, player, on achieving the dual 10-star talent accomplishment, permanently increasing hidden attribute drop rates by 20. As he absorbed the system's announcement, Dongfeng's pupils constricted. The Epoch had officially commenced. Chapter 2, Hidden Tasks. The first death. Is this the era? Incredible. It's just like the real world. Make way. Don't crowd. There are thousands of novice villages in Huaxia. The fact that we all spawn in the same novice village is a testament to our fateful connection. Show some respect to the new century's 6th warrior. Let me exit the village first. Who do you think you are? Just look at your shabby appearance. It's evident you're no good, and you dare criticize me? You flaunt your title of Master of Processing like it's an honor. Who knows where to accept novice tasks? I need to develop. I wish to cultivate immortality. I aspire to ascend to the heavens. The village chief has a task to hunt wild boars. Is there anyone looking to team up? The reward for this task is a foundational technique. From what I understand, one must acquire this technique to begin their cultivation journey. Within a novice village encircled by towering mountains, shouts resonated throughout the land as countless players jostled together, creating a bustling sea of humanity. Dongfeng found himself amidst the throng, not hurrying to search for tasks, but rather opening his character panel to examine his attributes. Name, Dongfeng Pa. Cultivation level, Mortal, 0-100. Spiritual root, Thunder. Chi storage capacity, maximum 100-240. Initial Chi, 100. Defeating enemies, utilizing spirit stones, and practicing will yield Chi rewards. Chi serves two primary purposes. 1. Releasing skills. 2. Players may convert Chi into cultivation level through practice, thus enhancing their cultivation rank. Every 3 points of Chi can be converted into 1 point of cultivation. Chi absorption efficiency, 0. The amount of Chi that can be automatically absorbed from the surrounding environment per minute. Absorption ceases once the storage capacity is reached, but can be enhanced through cultivation techniques or equipping magical artifacts. Chi conversion efficiency, 14, while in cultivation state. 14 points of Chi can be converted into cultivation per minute. This can be improved through magical artifacts, elixirs, techniques, and breakthroughs. Health, 80. Attack, 10-30. Normal attacks inflict an additional 30 thunder damage. Defense, 8. Constitution, 8. Affects health, defensive capabilities, etc. Wisdom, 14. Affects maximum Chi capacity, potency of ranged magical attacks. Chi conversion efficiency, etc. Strength, 10. Affects attack, melee damage, etc. Agility, 10. Affects strike speed, movement speed, etc. Resistance, Thunder, 20. Immunity to 20 points of damage from Thunder attribute attacks. Skills, none. Techniques, none. Talent, Dominance of Thunder, 10 stars. Infinite Resurrection, 10 stars. After glancing at his attributes, Dongfeng nodded slightly. There were no significant changes in his stats compared to his previous life. Everything remained the same. In this era, to level up or advance in cultivation, one must first increase their Chi, then convert Chi into cultivation. However, the cultivation function can only be unlocked after fully comprehending the foundational technique. Currently, other players are focused on swiftly completing novice tasks to acquire the basic cultivation technique. While in the next moment, Dongfeng began to move. Yet, rather than heading towards the village exit, he turned and ventured deeper into the village. 10 minutes later, there were few players remaining beside him, and he had reached the innermost part of the village. In a previous life forum, it was said that this location was the very one. Dongfeng arrived at a broken wall. Glancing around before discovering a white lotus jade pendant beneath several shards of stone, stained with dried blood. The bloodied lotus jade pendant, a relic of someone, which, when worn, enhances wisdom by 2 points. This is the very item, one of the 3 hidden quests in the novice village, and the only limited quest. Among the thousands of novice villages in Huaxia, only 10 individuals can uncover this. Once the 10th person finds it, all other jade pendants in the novice villages will vanish. After securing the pendant, Dongfeng made his way towards the western part of the village. Meanwhile, an increasing number of players flooded outside the village, engaging in combat with level 1 wild boars, with dozens of players chasing a single wild boar becoming a common sight. Hut, hut, hut. Arriving at the entrance of a blacksmith shop in the west, Dongfeng gently knocked on the door. Shortly after, a robust woman wielding a massive hammer emerged. Do you need to forge a weapon? She inquired, wiping the sweat from her brow. I found a pendant. Do you recognize it? Dongfeng replied as he revealed the blood-stained pendant. Upon seeing the pendant, the woman was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reddening as she snatched the pendant from him. Where did you find this? This belonged to my husband. He was the original owner of this blacksmith shop. A year ago, during the beast attack on the village, alas, met a tragic end, leaving no trace behind. The woman delicately cleaned the pendant. Hearing this, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I am now the blacksmith of the village. You may call me Shangguan Yu. If you need any weapons forged in the future, feel free to come to me. No charge. This item is also for you, a weapon I just completed as a token of my appreciation." With that, Shangguan Yu retrieved a long blade, radiating a crimson glow from behind her. Flame blade, common weapon. 2 stars, a weapon forged from fire essence iron. Capable of glowing even in the night. Wielding it will banish your fear of darkness. When equipped, attack power increases by 10 points, and upon striking an enemy, There is a 20% chance to inflict burning damage. Minimum equipment cultivation, mortal. Seeing this, Dongfeng accepted the long blade without hesitation. In the new era, novices typically receive a 1-star iron sword as their initial weapon, but its attributes are inferior, rendering it incomparable to the flame blade. After placing the weapon in his backpack, Dongfeng did not take his leave, but instead continued, I am curious about which beast harmed your husband. I can avenge him. Shang Guanyu was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. That beast has attained some cultivation. Your strength is insufficient. I cannot allow you to walk into certain death. Please believe in me. Grant me the opportunity to uphold justice. Rest assured, I possess the talent for cultivation, and I will act within my means, ensuring no issues arise. You have the talent for cultivation? Thus, it is a two-headed pig demon, elusive in its movements. After observing for a while, I discovered that it occasionally appears in the gentle breeze plains outside the village. This demon has cultivated certain spells, making it a formidable opponent that even cultivators would find difficult to confront alone. As a mere mortal, you seem to lack any profound techniques. My husband perished in battle for the village, and the village chief mentioned that I could voice any request to him. I am aware that he possesses a commendable technique. Here is my handkerchief. Present this handkerchief to him, and he should be willing to impart that technique to you. Shang Guanyu handed a handkerchief to Dongfeng. Shang Guanyu's handkerchief, a token from Shang Guanyu. When carried, it enhances blacksmithing proficiency by an additional 10. Ding! Hidden quest acquired. Shang Guanyu's obsession. Upon reading the quest description, Dongfeng chuckled softly, bidding farewell to Shang Guanyu, and then hastened towards the village chief's direction. As anticipated, the forum had indicated that this hidden quest yields the greatest rewards when undertaken at the mortal level. Should one enter the Qi refining stage or seek out the village chief for foundational cultivation techniques first, the quest would merely activate without granting the handkerchief, thus missing the opportunity to acquire that renowned technique deemed invincible for beginners. Arriving at the village entrance, Dongfeng noticed that only a few players remained gathered around the village chief. He approached the village chief directly and presented the handkerchief. Young hero, I am Li Yue, the village chief of Qingfeng village. How is it that you possess Shangwan's handkerchief? The old chief's expression changed upon seeing the handkerchief, and Dongfeng quietly recounted the events that transpired. Upon hearing this, Li Yue sighed and said, in the past, I have wronged the entire village. Since you possess the heart to eliminate demons, I shall assist you, as a means of slightly atoning for my past mistakes. After this moment of reflection, Li Yue produced a yellowed technique, and Dongfeng, quick-witted, swiftly stored away. He understood that other players had received only blue, 1-star foundational techniques, and thus this yellow technique was best kept concealed. Qingfeng technique, 9-star common and ancestral technique of the village chief of Qingfeng village. Rumored to have been left behind by an immortal who passed through during tribulation. While it may not lead one to instant immortality, it can certainly expedite your journey. Total tier, level 1. Maximum Qi reservoir capacity permanently increased by 1,000. Qi absorption efficiency permanently enhanced by 20 points. Qi transformation efficiency permanently enhanced by 20 points. Technique attributes. Permanent enhancements of 10 points to bone structure, wisdom, strength, and agility. Technique effect. All enhancement effects of the technique are permanent. Even if the technique is changed, the enhanced attributes will remain. Equipment requirements. Mortal realm. No prior cultivation of other techniques. Current comprehension progress. 0. The cultivation function will activate upon reaching 100 comprehension points. Indeed, these attributes are remarkable. All enhancement effects are tenfold compared to that foundational technique. Moreover, unlike the foundational technique, which loses its effects upon replacement, this Qingfeng technique offers permanent enhancements. Dongfeng cheered internally, then proceeded to equip the technique. Unlike other equipment, once a technique is equipped, comprehension progress can only be gained through defeating monsters or moments of enlightenment. The effects of the technique will only take effect once the comprehension progress reaches 100. In the next moment, Dongfeng casually accepted a novice quest from Li Yue, bypassing the level 1 wild boars to take on the task of slaying 3-level wild wolves. Departing from the novice village, Dongfeng traversed numerous players dancing with wild boars and arrived at the Qingfeng plain. Due to the occasional appearance of level 2 wild dogs in the area, the player count was sparse, with only a few guild members and some players who fancied themselves skilled. Cautiously leveling up, just as Dongfeng was preparing to meticulously search for the elusive two-headed pig demon, a commotion caught his attention. Annihilation. Don't think our dream creation guild fears you. We discovered this two-headed pig demon first. Its first kill belongs to me. I can assure you that if you leave now, I will guarantee the second one for you. Ha! Link, do you think we are foolish? Although the main team members of our Annihilation Studio are scattered across thousands of novice villages, so are you. As long as we exist, you will always remain behind. Moreover, this two-headed pig demon is at the 5th level of Chi refinement. Even with a siege tactic, you must at least reach the 2nd level of Chi refinement, which will take no less than half a day. You cannot attack now, so there is no reason for you to block our path. Move aside, Moonshadow. Since you say so, why not make a bet? Let us see who reaches the 2nd level of Chi refinement first. The loser will willingly concede the first kill. Deal. Allow us to show you why Annihilation is a guild you can never surpass. Hearing the argument, Dongfeng turned his head and was astonished to find 2 factions confronting each other, each comprised of around 20 individuals. Behind them lay a sleeping two-headed pig demon which, even while lying down, towered a height above a person, exhaling waves of heat with each breath. One faction bore the prefix of Annihilation, while the other was Dream Creation. No player dared approach the area where both factions stood. What a twist of fate. I never expected Annihilation to have such a considerable presence in this novice village. Dongfeng smirked, then confidently approached the two-headed wild boar. Link, you've let your guard down. Allow me to show you something splendid. This is a 2-star magic sword I just looted, equipped with fireball attack. Let us see what you can compare with this. You. Moonshadow of Annihilation's expression shifted as he was about to respond, only to notice a figure had approached the two-headed pig demon. Hey, get away. How dare you touch Annihilation's possessions? Are you looking for death? Nonsense. This belongs to our Dream Creation. What do you think you're doing? Under the furious gazes of both guild members, Dongfeng stood before the two-headed pig demon, then reached out and flicked its forehead. Smack! The sound was crisp. It was a good head. Amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, Dongfeng earnestly proclaimed, Roar. The two-headed pig demon suddenly awoke, letting out an enraged roar, and swiftly crushed Dongfeng with a hoof. It then looked up, resolutely deciding to unleash its wrath upon both Annihilation and Dream Creation. Feeling the tremors of the earth and the impending aura of death, Moonshadow, Link, and the others all turned pale. Goodness, we have grievances, but there are rightful owners. Are you a tiger, pursuing us? When will you stop with the rhymes? Are you preparing for your graduate exams? Run. Hurry up. I cannot afford to lose my first chance here. In this game, death guarantees the highest quality loot. Ding. Infinite resurrection activated. First death of the day. Cause of death. Slain by the two-headed pig demon. Rewards issued. Permanent increase of 2 points in bone strength, 20 points in defense, 10 points in fire resistance. Pig demon armor, 7-star common artifact, and the passive skill manual, double-headed attack. Chapter 3. A second chance. A single punch took it down. Damn it. Find that person named East Windbreak. I need to have a word with him. Why must he drag us into his suicidal tendencies? What should we do now? Brother Lin? But what if that pig demon goes berserk again? Don't worry. That fool has already died once. He surely won't dare to go back. I refuse to believe there can be another fool. I will grab the magic sword and level up while you keep watch. In the resurrection area of the novice village, Chuanming Link charged fiercely towards the location of the two-headed pig demon, while at the same time, Dongfeng assessed his spoils from his first death. Pig demon armor, 7-star common artifact armor engraved with a pig's head on the chest, to wear it is to prove your bravery. When equipped, it increases defense by 30 points, bone strength by 10 points, strength by 10 points, and enhances aura absorption efficiency by 5. There's a 50 chance to rebound 10 damage upon being attacked. Minimum equipment cultivation requirement, Chi refinement and body refinement stage 1. Passive skill manual, double-headed attack. Each normal attack has a 10 chance to double damage. After reviewing his gains, Dongfeng promptly utilized the skill manual. Ding. Mastered the passive skill double-headed attack. The talent Thunderous Dominance activated, enhancing double-headed attack to a 100 chance to double damage with each normal attack. Hearing the system's prompt, Dongfeng cheered, then whistled as he made his way towards the two-headed pig demon. Near the two-headed pig demon, Chuanming and Annihilation found themselves in a standoff once more. With Chuanming Link's magic sword now in the hands of Moonshadow. Moonshadow, return my magic sword. Are all of you from Annihilation so shameless? What a joke. How can you prove this is your sword? Is your name written on it? Believe it or not, I actually marked it. Check the hilt. I carved a character into it. By what right do you mark your name on my sword? You. As he gazed at the smirking Moonshadow, Link clenched his fists, preparing to explode. In the next moment, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed another figure approaching the two-headed pig demon. Seeing this, Link's heart trembled as he realized the figure bore the name East Wind Break. Damn it. A second chance, is it? Retreat. Link's pupils constricted, and he shouted urgently. In the next moment, Link led the Chuangming studio to retreat swiftly, while the members of the Annihilation studio stood with their backs turned to the pig demon, completely unaware that Ji Dongfeng had already arrived at the demon's side. I thought the Chuangming guild was formidable, but seems they scatter at the slightest intimidation. Moonshadow sneered. It's not that. Brother Moonshadow's presence is simply too overpowering. Indeed, that aura is something most cannot match. Listening to the shouts of those around him, the proud Yingyue couldn't help but smile, preparing to command his companions to commence their training nearby. Suddenly, a laugh echoed from behind him. Pig brother, it's time to rise. Startled, Yingyue turned abruptly, only to be horrified to see Ji Dongfeng delivering a swift kick to the face of the two-headed pig demon. With a roar, the two-headed pig demon jolted awake, its expression morphing into one of shock as it stared at Ji Dongfeng, remaining frozen for a full 2 seconds before angrily stomping down. In that instant, Ji Dongfeng transformed into a flash of white light and vanished. The two-headed pig demon lifted its head, its crimson eyes fixated intensely on the now dazed Yingyue and his companions. Dongfeng, even a fool like you can play games now? Run, Yingyue shouted in desperation, turning to flee in disarray. 3 minutes later, the Yingyue guild suffered total annihilation, while Chuangming Link hastily retreated with their magic sword, distancing themselves from the two-headed pig demon. Outside the resurrection point in Qingfeng village, Yingyue took a deep breath and bellowed, "Search. Find out where Dongfeng is. He wants to die. I'll hunt him down until he dares not leave the novice village." Meanwhile, Ji Dongfeng, with a broad smile, hid in a corner, tallying his spoils from his second demise. Ding! Infinite resurrection activated. Second death today. Cause of death. Slain by the two-headed pig demon. Reward issued. Permanent increase of 2 points in strength, 10 points in defense, and 15 points in fire resistance. Obtained. Stupefying gauntlets of the pig demon. 5-star common artifact. Active skill manual. Heavy tread. Stupefying gauntlets of the pig demon. 5-star common artifact. Wearing this blood-red gauntlet signifies you as the first to shock the pig demon. When equipped, attack power increases by 20 points, agility by 5 points. Upon hitting a target, reduces the target's agility by 10 points, up to a maximum of 3 stacks, lasting for 1 minute. Minimum equipment requirement. Mortal. Active skill manual. Heavy tread. Who says weight and agility cannot coexist? A common skill that consumes 5 points of spirit energy to execute a heavy tread, followed by a leap with a maximum distance of 8 meters, granting an additional 10 points to attack power for the next strike. Ding. Mastered the skill Heavy Tread. Talent Thunder's Dominance activated. Altering Heavy Tread to consume 5 points of spirit energy for 1 heavy tread, followed by a leap with a maximum distance of 4 meters, granting an additional 5 points to attack power for the next strike. Listening to the system's announcement, Ji Dongfeng couldn't help but smirk, while Thunder's dominance was formidable. It came with a significant cost. Having already died twice today, he had one opportunity left, but if his memory served him well, a major event would unfold in the novice village in 10 hours. He decided to save it for then and first deal with the wild wolves. Moments later, Ji Dongfeng donned the stupefying gauntlets and meandered out of the novice village. However, just as he exited the village gate, a crowd surrounded him. Looking up, he realized it was Yingyue and 9 of his guild members, with many other players in the distance drawn to the commotion, eager to observe. "Is there something you need?" Ji Dongfeng smiled faintly, concealing his hands behind his back. As his words fell, Yingyue waved his hand, showing no intention of engaging in further conversation. "Attack!" The members of the Annihilation Guild shouted in unison and charged forward. "You are welcome to make the first move," Ji Dongfeng remarked with a faint smile. Ji Yuan did not disapprove of battles among players. However, the party that initiated the attack would face doubled penalties if they were countered and killed. In the next moment, Ji Dongfeng swiftly revealed his gauntlets and delivered a powerful punch to the face of a burly man at the forefront of the charge. At the instant of contact between the gauntlet and the man's visage, a surge of thunder coursed through the gauntlet and into the burly figure. 72. 60. Bolstered by his equipment, the might of thunder, and the dual-headed assault, the punch sent the man vanishing in a flash of light. And Ji Dongfeng received an alert. Kill confirmed on a mortal target. Qi increased by 30. Comprehension of Qingfeng's strike enhanced by 10. Upon witnessing this, the members of Annihilation, including Yueying, stood frozen in shock, while several henchmen, mid-swing with their novice iron swords, halted abruptly in midair. The surrounding players erupted in exclamations of astonishment. "What the hell?" A deity. What kind of damage is this? One Punch Man. Instant kill. East Wind Break. This is not East Wind Break. This is shattering my Dao heart. He is merely a mortal realm player. How can he inflict such damage? Yue was the first to regain her composure and quickly turned her gaze to Ji Dongfeng's gauntlets. It's those gauntlets. They must be a treasure. Someone seize those gauntlets for me. Whoever gets them will have their pay doubled. She bellowed. Upon hearing this, the remaining members' eyes gleamed with determination, and they gritted their teeth. Charging forward once more, Ji Dongfeng, observing their advance, let out a cold laugh. The muscle memory forged from his past life still lingered. Despite the numerical advantage of the Annihilation Guild, he perceived no threat in their attacks. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Ji Dongfeng danced through the crowd like a butterfly among flowers, evading all strikes from the Annihilation Studio, while each of his punches dispatched an opponent. 74, 60, 70, 60. Kill confirmed on a mortal target. Chi increased by 25. Comprehension of Qing Feng's strike enhanced by 10. Kill confirmed on a mortal target. Chi increased by 20. Comprehension of Qing Feng strike enhanced by 10. Kill confirmed on a mortal target. Chi is maxed out. Comprehension of Qing Feng strike enhanced by 10. With a resounding crash, he dealt with the last member of Annihilation and exhaled deeply, raising his gaze towards the pale-faced Yue, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. At that moment, the atmosphere was thick with silence, yet a palpable tension hung in the air. You bastard. Just you wait. Annihilation trembled with rage, then unexpectedly unleashed a skill. His legs enveloped by a gust of wind as he turned to flee. Ji Dongfeng, witnessing this, sneered as expected of a major guild. You managed to acquire a skill in such a short time. However, I still require a mere 10 for my technique's progress. Rebound step. Boom! Ji Dongfeng stomped down fiercely, creating a shallow crater beneath him. In the next instant, he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, closing the distance of 4 meters in the blink of an eye, arriving behind Yue Ying. Thud! To the astonishment of all, Ji Dongfeng's fist struck the back of Yue Ying's heart. 80, 60. 2 astonishing numbers flashed by, and before the moonlit figure could utter a single cry, it transformed into white light and vanished. The slaying of a mortal target resulted in a 5-point increase in spiritual energy, while the comprehension of the clear breeze technique surged by 10 points. With the comprehension reaching 100, the effects of the technique activated, unlocking the cultivation function. Players were advised to cultivate in safe locations, as one would be unable to rise swiftly to confront foes while in a state of cultivation. Listening to the system's notifications, Ji Dongfeng felt a delightful, tingling sensation coursing through his entire being. Once this feeling subsided, he was enveloped in a profound sense of power, experiencing a holistic enhancement in all aspects of his physique. In the next moment, Ji Dongfeng glanced around, noticing the astonished faces of the onlookers still fixated on him. While further away, many were hastily moving about, adorned with the prefixes of various guilds. Ignoring the reactions of the crowd, he made his way towards the wild wolf forest adjacent to the clear breeze plain, where level 3 wild wolves roamed, devoid of any players. Upon entering the forest, Ji Dongfeng refrained from launching an immediate assault on the wolves and instead took a moment to review his attributes. Name, Dongfeng Pe. Cultivation level, Mortal, 0-100. Spiritual root, Thunder. Maximum spiritual energy storage in Dantian, 300-1340. Spiritual energy absorption efficiency, 20. Spiritual energy conversion efficiency, 224. Life, 200. Attack, 4,230. Normal attacks inflict an additional 30 lightning damage. Defense, 50. Root bone, 20. Wisdom, 24. Strength, 22. Agility, 25. Resistance, lightning 20, fire 25. Skills, double strike, passive. Heavy step. Technique, clear breeze technique. Talent, tyranny of thunder, 10 stars. Infinite resurrection, 10 stars. Gazing at his attributes, Ji Dongfeng couldn't help but marvel at this moment. His stats were nothing short of extraordinary within the novice village. I recall there exists a hallowed ground capable of providing cultivation bonuses. I shall level up first, he mused, casting his gaze towards the shadowy depths of the forest. As Ji Dongfeng ventured deeper into the woods, Chuanming Link approached the entrance of the wild wolf forest with his team, cautiously hunting wild boars nearby. We shall complete the quests here, and after acquiring the technique, we will focus on enhancing its comprehension. I must unlock the cultivation function swiftly. Tonight, I intend to hold the Chuanming captain's weekly meeting, and I must advance my cultivation level ahead of the other captains, Link stated firmly. While you all hunt monsters, keep a vigilant eye out for Dongfeng Pe. I have my sights set on his gauntlets. With the law sword and Xiaoyu by my side, dealing with him should pose no challenge. This will be the key to our surpassing the Annihilation Guild. Understood. Chapter 4. Breakthrough in Cultivation. Master Bai, stop the scraping. Bang. Having slain a level 3 wild wolf, Ji Dongfeng's spiritual energy increased by 30, completing 61 of Li Youwei's commission task. Outside the wild wolf forest, Ji Dongfeng continued to delve deeper, dispatching the wild wolves that lunged at him. Compared to wild boars, wild wolves were swifter, with higher attacks. Yet, they were also more fragile, allowing Ji Dongfeng to effortlessly defeat them with a single punch. The creatures of the epic are categorized into various realms. Mortal realm, Qi refinement, spirit cultivation, Dan formation, transformation, demon general, demon king, and the legendary shimmering demon sovereign. Among these, the mortal realm consists of only 3 levels, while each subsequent realm is divided into 9 levels. With my current strength, I can likely vanquish a Qi refinement level 1 foe, but anything beyond that present a challenge. Just as Ji Dongfeng embarked on the left path, 2 wild wolves leaped from the adjacent thicket, flanking him on either side. Upon defeating a level 3 mortal realm wolf, my spiritual energy surged by 30, and Li Youwei's commission progress reached 7100. Alas, the ability to learn butchery skills is only attainable upon entering a town. Otherwise, the wolf pelts would have been quite valuable. Ji Dongfeng murmured to himself, preparing to forge ahead when, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a glimmer emanating from the corpse of one of the wolves. A treasure drop? Ji Dongfeng felt a stir of excitement as he retrieved a wrist guard. Wolf Fury Wrist Guard. 2-star mortal artifact, a wrist guard adorned with a wolf's head, its greatest asset being its striking appearance. When equipped, it enhances defense by 5 points and agility by 1 point, with a 10% chance of inflicting bleeding damage on close-range attacks. Minimum equipment requirement. Mortal. A minor gem. It seems the increased drop rate of 20% proves beneficial. Ji Dongfeng chuckled softly before promptly choosing to equip it. In his previous life, the abysmally low drop rates of the epic plagued all players. Only the upper echelons of grand guilds could rapidly amass equipment through sheer numbers. For ordinary players, acquiring 2 or 3 pieces of gear after slaying 100 monsters was already a stroke of luck. In his last life, Ji Dongfeng didn't obtain his first 2-star mortal artifact until reaching Qi refinement level 2. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Ji Dongfeng delved deeper, having slain over 20 wild wolves, leading him to a clearing. These 20 wolves had bestowed upon him 2 pieces of equipment. Wolf's Head Blade, 2-star mortal artifact, a large blade etched with a wolf's head, which at least appears imposing. When equipped, it increases attack power by 8 points and agility by 1 point, with a 5% chance of receiving a wolf howl enhancement upon hitting an enemy, boosting the next attack's power by 5 points. Minimum equipment requirement. Mortal. Gentle Breeze Necklace. 1-star mortal artifact, a necklace ubiquitous in every household of Gentle Breeze Village. Serving as a memento. When equipped, it enhances defense by 3 points and wisdom by 1 point. Minimum equipment requirement. Mortal. Donning the Gentle Breeze Necklace. Ji Dongfeng began to scrutinize the clearing before him. He observed that the area was strewn with numerous purple petals, resembling a circular formation at first glance. Stepping into the center of the clearing, he sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, maintaining this posture. Moments later, a figure suddenly descended from a nearby ancient tree. A dagger aimed directly at Ji Dongfeng. This individual, slight in stature and appearing to be under 20, bore a visage of unwavering determination. Just as the dagger was about to strike Ji Dongfeng, he abruptly opened his eyes and seized the assailant's wrist. The dagger faltered, unable to advance an inch. "You." The assailant's expression shifted dramatically, attempting to break free, but discovering they could not move at all. "Finally, you have chosen to reveal yourself. Teacher Dongfeng's class is now in session. Allow me to impart a small piece of knowledge. In an era, the number of wild creatures in a region increases with the rise in population. The number of wolves along this path is rather excessive. However, your patience in awaiting my simulated cultivation is commendable. As a reward, I grant you a single strike." With a light chuckle, Ji Dongfeng swiftly dispatched the aimless assassin with a punch. The target was vanquished, and his spiritual energy was now at full capacity. Ji Dongfeng collected the equipment dropped by the lifeless assassin. Shadow Dagger, 3-star mortal weapon, a killer concealed in the shadows, with only thoughts of slaughter remaining. Upon equipping, attack power increases by 15 points, agility by 3 points, and grants the skill of stealth. Minimum equipment requirement. Mortal Golden Spiritual Root. Indeed, As one of the 9 renowned assassin cultivators from my previous life, obtaining such equipment at the outset is no small feat. Dongfeng stored the equipment away and resumed his posture, truly initiating his cultivation function. Ding! The system detects that the player's location is the mortal-level spiritual land of fragrant flowers. Upon entering cultivation mode, the spiritual land enhances the player's spiritual energy absorption efficiency by 10 points and the conversion efficiency by 10 points. This spiritual land lasts for 30 minutes, and if the player achieves a breakthrough during cultivation, the reward for the breakthrough are doubled. This effect is only applicable to cultivators below the 9th layer of Qi refinement and can be used only once, disappearing permanently thereafter. Indeed, this is one of the 3 spiritual lands accessible to mortals near the novice village. Although it is a one-time use, its effects are remarkably pronounced. Ding! Entering cultivation mode. Remaining spiritual energy, 1350, with a conversion of 325 spiritual energy per minute. Ding! Cultivation level increased by 108, absorbing 30 spiritual energy. Remaining spiritual energy, 13475. Ding! Cultivation level increased by 108. Hearing the series of notifications from the system, Dongfeng could not help but marvel at the clear breeze, which indeed lives up to its reputation as a novice artifact. The speed of cultivation enhancement has increased tenfold compared to basic techniques. After 9 minutes, Dongfeng's cultivation level reached 100. Ding! Cultivation level increased to 100, satisfying the breakthrough requirements. Please select the direction of your breakthrough. Once chosen, it cannot be altered. Qi refinement. Upon breakthrough, it becomes the first layer of Qi refinement, with an increase of 10 points in all attributes and an additional increase of 5 points in wisdom. With each breakthrough in the Qi refinement stage, aside from 5 points of free attributes, wisdom increases by an additional 2 points, allowing for the learning of Qi refinement spells and techniques. Body refinement. Upon breakthrough, it becomes the first layer of body refinement, with an increase of 10 points in all attributes and an additional increase of 5 points in root bones. With each breakthrough in the body refinement stage, aside from 5 points of free attributes, root bones increase by an additional 2 points, allowing for the learning of body refinement spells and techniques. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Dongfeng pondered for a moment and decisively chose body refinement. Although he possessed greater experience in Qi refinement, he understood that a 50 reduction in the effectiveness of active skills would be a fatal blow to a Qi refinement cultivator reliant on various active skills. Conversely, many skills of a body refinement cultivator are passive. In this lifetime, I shall deliver 1 punch for each minor foe. Having made his choice, a gentle breeze swirled through the open space, and Dongfeng distinctly felt a surge of power erupting from within. This power flowed through his limbs and meridians, awakening the latent energy within his body. Boom! The surge of power lasted for 2 to 3 minutes, until a muffled sound emanated from within his body. Dongfeng felt as if his meridians had been instantaneously unblocked, granting him an unparalleled sense of euphoria. Congratulations, player, you have become a body refinement cultivator. Maximum spiritual energy reserve increased by 100 points, all attributes enhanced by 10 points, and bone quality elevated by an additional 5 points. The dominance of thunder has activated, increasing thunder damage by 10 points. Ding! The fragrant flower array is now in effect. Breakthrough rewards are doubled, with maximum spiritual energy reserve augmented by 200 points. All attributes boosted by 20 points, bone quality raised by an extra 10 points, and thunder damage elevated by 20 points. Hearing the notification, Dongfeng burst into laughter. In his previous life, when someone discovered this place, they were already at the first layer of Qi refinement. Even with a breakthrough, the improvement was negligible. Only those transitioning from a mortal state to either Qi refinement or body refinement at the first layer could truly maximize their benefits. As he spoke, Dongfeng glanced at his personal information. Name, Dongfeng Pe. Cultivation, body refinement stage 1, 0, 500. Spiritual root, thunder. Spiritual energy reserve, maximum capacity of 13501750. Spiritual energy absorption efficiency, 20. Spiritual energy conversion efficiency, 245. Life, 500. Attack, 6,250. Normal attacks carry an additional 50 thunder damage. Defense, 88. Bone quality, 50. Wisdom, 45. Strength, 42. Agility, 46. Resistance, thunder 20, fire 25. Skills, dual head attack, passive, heavy step. Cultivation method, gentle breeze technique. Talent, thunder dominance, 10 stars. Infinite resurrection, 10 stars. From a fundamental attribute perspective, he was nearly on par with players at the 4th layer of body refinement, equipped with various gear Dongfeng used. Roar. At that moment, just as Dongfeng was preparing to continue his cultivation with the fragrant flower array, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Upon hearing this roar, Dongfeng swiftly turned his head and was astonished to see a white wolf, twice the size of an average wild wolf, charging towards him. An elite white wolf. A 2nd layer, Qi refinement beast. He had laughed too heartily, nearly forgetting that an elite monster would regularly spawn here. What a perfect opportunity for practice. Dongfeng clenched his fists, fearless, and actively advanced towards the white wolf. Boom! In an instant, they collided. Dongfeng's punch struck the wolf's head while the beast's claws landed on his shoulder. Dongfeng had no intention of evading, eager to test his current defensive capabilities. 13. 84. 100. After a single exchange, Dongfeng felt as if he had been lightly scraped, while the white wolf's health bar plummeted by more than half. Roar. The white wolf turned, its face a mask of shock as it gazed at Dongfeng, momentarily stunned, seemingly pondering the nature of the creature before it. Without granting it much time, Dongfeng unleashed his heavy step, closing the distance to the white wolf. Sensing the murderous intent, the white wolf quickly reacted, its tail whipping around as the fur transformed into a mass of sharp spikes that shot towards Dongfeng. Due to the close proximity, he had no time to evade. However, although the spikes were numerous, their individual attack power was not particularly formidable. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. In a fleeting moment, a barrage of ones emerged, leaving the white wolf seemingly petrified, frozen in place, its eyes wide open as if witnessing a ghost. Masterby, I shall deem you the most formidable. Dongfeng scoffed coldly, then unleashed a powerful punch. 84. 100. With a chime, the elite white wolf was slain, granting a surge of 200 spiritual energy and 100 spirit stones. As 2 numbers flashed before him, the white wolf collapsed, and 3 shimmering items materialized, 2 glowing white, denoting common goods, and 1 green, signifying a spiritual item. Active skill manual. White wolf arrow. The essence lies in the element of surprise. Engage in ambush. This common skill allows the expenditure of 30 points of spiritual energy to transform 10 strands of one's hair into arrows, each possessing an attack power equivalent to 30 of the base attack. Minimum cultivation requirement, Qi refinement and body refinement, level 1. White wolf ring, 5-star common artifact embodying slaughter and bloodshed. The fur of the white wolf is destined to turn crimson. Once equipped, it enhances attack power and defense by 10 points, agility by 5 points, if the target is afflicted with a bleeding effect upon attack. The bleeding damage doubles, and the duration is extended by 1 minute. Minimum equipment cultivation requirement. Mortal. Fortune Stone. Spiritual item upon use. It grants 1 encounter within the Qi refinement and body refinement realm. Players must heed, as epical encounters carry the risk of death. Remarkably, it is a Fortune Stone. In his previous life, such an item only materialized when the average player cultivation reached levels 8 or 9 in Qi refinement. Dongfeng recalled that someone had once bid up to 3 million for it, but regrettably, the white wolf had not dropped the accompanying set. Holding the circular fortune stone emanating a green glow, Dongfeng felt an ephemeral sense of unreality. He believed that if he were to present this stone, a large guild would surely offer a fortune, allowing him to lead an entirely different life. However, this thought lingered for merely 2 or 3 seconds before Dongfeng resolved to keep the fortune stone for himself. He aimed to think further ahead. What is 1 fortune stone? With enhanced strength, acquiring 10 or 20 would pose no challenge. Chapter 5. Unbreakable Defense. The Grasshopper Pursuit. With a hum, the fragrant flower array gradually dissipated, and Dongfeng exited his cultivation state. In the next moment, he began to traverse the outskirts of the wolf forest. As no other players vied for the spoils, his efficiency in slaying monsters soared. Within merely 20 minutes, he completed the task of defeating 100 wild wolves. Yet, the drop rate this time was not particularly high, yielding only 3 pieces of equipment and 1 medicinal pill, alongside 200 spirit stones, each shattering to provide 10 points of spiritual energy. Gentle Breeze Ring. 1-star common artifact, a ring ubiquitous in every household of Breeze Village, akin to the Gentle Breeze necklace. Serving as a keepsake. Once equipped, it enhances attack power by 3 points and strength by 1 point. Minimum equipment requirement. Mortal. Wolfskin Boots. 2-star common artifact. Donning these transforms one into a wolf. Once equipped, agility is enhanced by 2 points, and spiritual energy consumption is reduced by 20 when using evasive skills. Minimum equipment requirement. Mortal. Wolf Fang Dagger. 2-star common artifact. The white fangs of the wolf speak of a bloody past. Equipped with an enhancement of 10 points to attack power. One can disregard 10 points of an enemy's defense upon striking. The minimum requirement for this equipment. Mortal Golden Spiritual Root. After adorning himself with a ring and wolfskin boots, Dongfeng began to tally the equipment he had yet to acquire. In terms of accessories, he had 2 rings and a necklace, but still required a helmet, arm guards, leg armor, and a belt. 5 minutes later, Dongfeng arrived at the exit of the wolf forest. Just as he returned to the Qingfeng plain, he was surrounded by more than 20 individuals. Initially, he suspected it was the Oblivion Guild returning for another confrontation, but upon closer inspection, he discovered it was members of the Dream Creation Guild. Is there something you need? Dongfeng inquired with a smile. In his previous life, he had little interaction with the Dream Creation Guild. The most memorable incident was when the guild leader, Dream Zero, purchased a fortuitous stone at the foundation level for 3 million, setting the record for the highest price paid for such an item. Upon hearing this, Dream Link smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over Dongfeng's impressive equipment, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes, though it was quickly concealed. Brother Dongfeng, you are indeed formidable, able to traverse the wolf forest with such ease, unlike us who can only contend with wild boars and dogs outside. I admire you, Dream Link exclaimed. My time is rather precious. If you intend to make a move, I would appreciate it if you could expedite the process, Dongfeng replied nonchalantly. Dream Link, taken aback by his response, quickly clarified, Brother Dongfeng, you misunderstand. You know we are sworn enemies of Oblivion. Your defeat of them makes you our ally. I am here to discuss a partnership with a friend. Partnership? Dongfeng echoed. Indeed, join us in the Dream Creation Guild. You can dictate your terms. Our leader has stated that with your prowess, you would be appointed captain upon joining. Above captain, there are only the vice president and the president. You are the captain? Dongfeng questioned. Indeed, though my team is currently scattered across various novice villages. Otherwise, I would command hundreds, Dream Link replied with a hint of pride. Sorry, but I'm not interested, Dongfeng retorted dismissively. Dream Link's expression darkened at this. Are you unwilling to grant me this courtesy? Why should I grant you any courtesy when we are not well acquainted? If you join Dream Creation, we will be familiar, Dream Link insisted. As captains, why should I owe you any courtesy? That is inconsequential. We can deliberate about your joining at a later time. However, I have another proposition. I am willing to purchase all the equipment you possess for 100,000. Equipment for newcomers depreciates rapidly, and 100,000 is a fair offer. The funds can be transferred directly to your bank account. Dream Link inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising anger. What if I refuse to sell? Dongfeng inquired with a grin. Dream Link's eyes narrowed. If you refuse to sell, our relationship will shift. You have already offended Oblivion. I advise you not to further antagonize us at Dream Creation. As I understand, there are 3 major guilds in Qingfeng Village, and by offending 2, I fear you may not reach the town. Seeking death is a daily occurrence, and today seems particularly rife with it, Dongfeng remarked with a hint of exasperation. I recognize your strength, but do not equate us with that group of wastrels from Oblivion. As the words fell, the members of the Dream Creation swiftly encircled him. Dongfeng was on the verge of taking action when a player named Dream Little suddenly hurled a skill at him. A talent skill. Path of slowdown. Dongfeng's expression shifted slightly, feeling as though he were ensnared. He could move, yet his pace was agonizingly sluggish. Do not struggle. This is my talent, capable of reducing your speed by 90. Although it lasts only 30 seconds, it suffices. Dream Little You proclaimed with pride. In the next instant, a multitude of Dream Creation players brandished their weapons and launched an assault. However, when they saw the numbers springing forth from Dongfeng, their hearts collectively jolted. 0, 0, 0, 0. Unable to breach his defense. How could this be possible? My weapon has an additional 10 attack points. Are you cheating? My talent allows me to ignore 10 defense. Are you a reincarnation of a turtle? In an uproar, the members of Dream Creation shouted in outrage, while onlookers stood frozen in astonishment. Is he even human? One veteran couldn't help but wail, voicing the collective sentiment. With a countdown of 20 seconds. Could you muster some effort? Haven't you eaten? Dongfeng, choosing not to move, crossed his arms and stood impatiently. Upon hearing this, Link's eyes reddened, gritting his teeth. He unsheathed his magic sword. Do not get too complacent. What if your defense is high? In this realm, magical attacks can bypass most defenses. Let's see how you withstand my magical orb attack. Link bellowed, then unleashed the skill inherent to his sword. Under the gaze of the crowd, A fireball the size of a human head thundered down upon Ji Dongfeng, who, to everyone's shock, received yet another large number, 0, still unable to breach his defense. With the emergence of this number, a profound silence enveloped the scene, and the members of the dream creation stared at one another, ultimately turning their gaze towards Link. Captain, shall we continue fighting? What do you think? Ji Dongfeng replied with a smile. Run. At Ji Dongfeng's words, Link wasted no time, clutching his magic sword. He turned to flee. With 10 seconds remaining, you may run for now, Ji Dongfeng remarked. In a single day, he had humiliated 2 major guilds. A premonition stirred within him that this individual was destined for fame. I see trouble brewing. Despite his current triumph, he has offended both Oblivion and Dream Creation, 2 of the top 5 guilds in the country. Should they take this seriously, he might find himself in dire straits. As Link and the others from Dream Creation fled in disarray, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves, many sharing Ji Dongfeng's exploits on forums. In a blink, Ji Dongfeng broke free from his bindings. Bang! Heavy step, heavy step, heavy step, thud. Amidst the astonished gazes, Ji Dongfeng executed heavy step consecutively, resembling a bouncing cannonball. Almost as soon as one foot touched the ground, he leaped forward again, creating shallow craters beneath him, swiftly closing in on Link and the others from Dream Creation. What the hell? This grasshopper-like pursuit. Is his energy limitless? How generous can he be? From this moment onward, I shall refer to him as the Grasshopper Slayer. With a resounding thud upon catching up, Ji Dongfeng wasted no time and began delivering powerful punches to the children. I will hold him back. Captain Flea, Chuangming Xiaoyu exclaimed, witnessing her companions fall one after another. Gritting her teeth, she turned to embrace Ji Dongfeng. Yet, before she could extend her arms, Ji Dongfeng's fist had already connected with her face. Incompetent fool! What have you been holding back? Link shouted in despair as he observed the scene unfold. Following a flurry of punches, only Link remained of the Chuangming Guild. Please, do not kill me. I can offer you numerous advantages. I can provide anything you desire. He pleaded anxiously, having painstakingly mastered the foundational techniques and accumulated sufficient spiritual energy for a breakthrough. If he were to fall here, especially after initiating the attack, he would lose all his energy, significantly hindering his progress. With no hesitation, Ji Dongfeng landed a decisive blow, depleting Link's health entirely, and casually picked up the fallen magic sword, which was the sole piece of equipment dropped by the members of the Chuangming Guild. Flame magic sword common grade. 2 stars. Is it a sword? Is it a source of fire? When equipped, it increases attack power by 10 points and grants the ability to release a magic sphere, costing 10 points of spiritual energy, dealing 20 points of damage. Minimum requirement to equip, Mortal Fire Elemental Root. Placing the sword into his bag, Ji Dongfeng whistled as he made his way towards Qingfeng Village, parting the crowd with ease. Upon reaching the entrance of Qingfeng Village, he was about to submit a quest when a figure approached him. Chapter 6, The Second Hidden Quest. Explosive set. Return my dagger. At the entrance of Qingfeng Village, Liao Wuxing took the initiative to confront Ji Dongfeng. Observing Liao Wuxing's serious expression, Ji Dongfeng chuckled softly and retrieved the shadow dagger from his bag. You attempted to kill me, only to be countered. Now you come with such audacity to reclaim your belongings? Indeed, Liao Wuxing nodded earnestly. Why did you attempt to assassinate me? Because you are formidable, powerful individuals are my targets for challenge. Will you attempt to assassinate me again? Yes. At this, Ji Dongfeng's lips twitched slightly as he replied, I can return the dagger to you, but you must assist me in retrieving something. What is it? Come find me when you reach the first level of body refinement, Ji Dongfeng stated, handing the dagger to Liao Wuxing. Liao Wuxing was momentarily taken aback, then curiously inquired, how did you know I intended to practice body refinement? Aren't you afraid I might simply take the dagger and flee? I guessed. If you did run away, it would still be worthwhile to discern someone's character through a common weapon. Ji Dongfeng chuckled. Liao Wuxing regarded Ji Dongfeng for a moment before nodding in agreement. I will come find you. Watching Liao Wuxing's retreating figure, Ji Dongfeng smiled knowingly. In his previous life, Liao Wuxing had established one of the top 3 cultivation bounty alliances in the era, emphasizing integrity, so Ji Dongfeng naturally trusted him. Old village chief, I have come to submit my quest. Approaching the Yue, Ji Dongfeng chose to complete the task. Indeed, young hero, your prowess is remarkable. It is indeed remarkable to possess such abilities. We are deeply grateful to the gallant hero for ridding our Qingfeng village of its calamities. Li Yue expressed his heartfelt appreciation. Qingfeng armor, 2-star common item. This armor is exclusive to the village chief's household in Qingfeng village, suitable for flaunting within the village. When equipped, it enhances defense by 10 points and agility by 2 points. Additionally, if health falls below 50, defense is further increased by 10 points. Minimum equipment requirement: mortal. Among all the rewards, what Ji Dongfeng values most is his contribution to Qingfeng Village. For it not only allows him to exchange with the village chief for a pass to the town, but also directly influences a hidden quest he intends to undertake next. Old village chief, please do not stand on ceremony. I have heard that the serpents in the depths of the wolf forest can be quite troublesome. Shall I assist you in dealing with them? Truly, you are a brave and chivalrous soul. On behalf of the citizens of Qingfeng Village, I thank you. Ding. Quest accepted. Eliminate the serpents. Eliminate the serpents. Numerous venomous snakes have gathered outside Qingfeng Village. To eradicate them, you must be more cunning than they. Slay 100 Qingfeng venomous snakes. Qi refinement level 1. Rewards: 400 spirit stones, 20 points of Qingfeng Village contribution, 10 anti-venom pills, common item, and a basic skill package. The novice village offers numerous quests, yet only certain tasks from the old village chief and hidden quests can enhance contribution points. For Ji Dongfeng, the ordinary quests offer little value. The final rewards are even inferior to cultivating a place. After accepting the quest, Ji Dongfeng did not exit the village but instead ventured deeper into its heart, soon arriving at an area bustling with players setting up stalls. At this moment, Qingfeng Village was teeming with players, categorized into 3 types. The first group wandered in search of hidden quests or fortuitous encounters. The second group meditated to cultivate their skills, some having amassed sufficient qi after completing internal training, while others lingered on the edge of despair, unable to secure wild boars. And the third group comprised those selling goods, often fortunate enough to obtain equipment to sell promptly. Exceptional 2-star longsword. First come, first served, only for spirit stones. You can take it for just 100 spirit stones. 1-star common ring. Though it's only 1 star, accessories are notoriously hard to find. Just 50 spirit stones. A discerning buyer. 2-star armor. Wear it, and you shall be as formidable as Dongfeng. Only 100 spirit stones or 10,000 coins. Listening to the clamorous calls around him, Ji Dongfeng couldn't help but twitch his lips. He was astonished to realize that his reputation in the novice village had reached such heights. As he advanced, many players noticed him and quickly stepped aside. Some hesitated, contemplating whether to approach and curry favor. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ji Dongfeng entered the village's sole tavern, the bustling tavern. Though named the bustling tavern, at that moment, it was the quietest place in all of Qingfeng Village, for the tavern solely sold alcoholic beverages. While these drinks could provide certain attribute enhancements, they were time-limited and priced above 100 spirit stones, making it a place few were willing to frequent for leisure. Upon noticing a customer, the stout proprietor behind the counter glanced up briefly before returning to his accounts. 100 spirit stones for a jar of wine. If you cannot afford it, please step outside. Hearing this, Ji Dongfeng chuckled lightly and remarked, I wonder if the innkeeper has any interest in snake gall liquor? The plump innkeeper, taken aback at first, swiftly raised his head to scrutinize Ji Dongfeng. My tavern offers a plethora of spirits, yet we currently lack snake gall liquor. Do you possess any? I do not, but I have recently accepted a task from the village chief to exterminate a snake horde. Acquiring some snake gall should pose no challenge. With your expertise, I believe that upon obtaining the gall, the liquor shall naturally follow. Indeed, you speak the truth. Very well. I require only 10 snake galls. Should you procure them, you may select any beverage from my establishment. The plump innkeeper proclaimed. Ding. You have accepted the hidden quest, snake gall liquor. Task: acquire 10 snake galls. Reward: 30 contribution points to Qingfeng Village and 1 barrel of any beverage from the bustling tavern. With the second hidden task from the novice village in hand, Ji Dongfeng departed, making his way towards the wild wolf forest once more. However, he did not hasten into the depths of the forest in search of snakes, but rather returned to the vicinity of the fragrant flower array, calculating that the white wolf was nearing its respawn time. As an elite monster, the white wolf had a swift respawn rate, yet it only manifested 3 times daily. Ji Dongfeng was not inclined to leave today as opportunity for others. Masterby, come forth for a massage. Ji Dongfeng called out loudly, taking a deep breath as he arrived in an open space. Roar! In the next moment, the white wolf appeared, letting out an angry howl directed at Ji Dongfeng, before commencing its path of massage. After 2 exchanges, Ji Dongfeng delivered a decisive blow, vanquishing the white wolf, which promptly released 2 beams of white light. Passive skill manual: Swift Shadow grants you a slight edge in speed over others, albeit only marginally. A common skill: it permanently enhances agility by 1 point and increases movement, sword riding, speed by 5, with a skill available for learning only once. Wolf Spirit Boots. 7-star common artifact. The white wolf possesses spirit, and it shall protect the strong. Once equipped, defense increases by 20 points, agility by 10 points, and spiritual energy conversion efficiency by 5 points. When employing evasive maneuvers, there's a 20 chance to double the effect, while the consumption of spiritual energy is reduced by 50. Minimum equipment refinement level. Chi refining and body refining level 1. This item is part of the Wolf Spirit set, currently at a progress of 12. Upon completion, it may activate random additional effects. Gazing at the two items that had emerged, Ji Dongfeng's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but marvel at his extraordinary luck. In a previous life, someone had calculated the approximate drop rates for various sets, and as the soul set in the novice village, the Wolf Spirit set had a drop rate of 12. Moreover, apart from the White Wolf, only the Gold Wolf King, known as the Nightmare of Novices, could also drop it. This led to the White Wolf's respawn location being monopolized by major guilds for an extended period, a situation that didn't ease until most players had reached the late stage of Foundation establishment. In the next moment, Ji Dongfeng replaced his wolfskin boots with the Wolf Spirit Boots and utilized the Swift Shadow manual. Ding! You have mastered the passive skill Swift Shadow. The innate talent of Thunder's dominance takes effect, enhancing Swift Shadow's benefits to a permanent agility increase of 10 points and a permanent movement, sword riding, speed increase of 50. Traveling from here to the location of the Snake Horde would require some time. Thus, it would be wise to first break through to the second level of body refining. By then, the White Wolf would likely have respawned. Ji Dongfeng calculated for a moment before settling into a cross-legged position, commencing his cultivation. The lingering aura of the White Wolf still pervaded the area, deterring ordinary wolves from approaching. Ding! Cultivation level increased by 98, absorbed 25 spiritual energy, remaining energy, 455. Ding! As Ji Dongfeng rapidly cultivated, members of the Annihilation Guild and Dream Creation Guild congregated once more. Chapter 7. Second Layer of Body Refinement. No need to dwell on it. At the resurrection point of Qingfeng Village, players who had just revived, moments ago clamoring to start afresh, now swiftly departed in silence. The reason was the gathering of members from the Annihilation and Dream Creation Guilds near the resurrection point, their faces radiating a fierce aura. You were taken out in one punch? Hee. Lost your magic sword, didn't you? What are you so happy about? Aren't you in the same boat? Observing the sorrowful expression on Link's face, Yueying remarked, this cannot continue. If word gets out that our two guilds are being dominated by a solitary player, neither of us can remain in the guild any longer. What do you suggest we do? We can neither fight nor flee, and we have already lost a significant amount of spiritual energy. I believe we should focus on leveling up first. Once we break through to the Chi refinement stage, we might still have a chance, Link replied. I can't swallow this humiliation. I need to talk to someone from the Sea Guild. Sea? That S1 approach. But I advise you to store your equipment in a safe place first. The people from Sea are hot-headed and prone to engage in fights over the slightest provocation. Equipment? What a joke. Do you think after dying 3 times, I still have any gear on me? My losses are too great. I must eliminate Dongfeng to make up for it. I wish you luck. Meanwhile, Ji Dongfeng sat cross-legged in the clearing until he heard the system notification. Breakthrough successful. Congratulations on advancing to the second layer of body refinement. Maximum spiritual energy capacity increased by 100, gained 5 free attribute points, root bone enhanced by 2 points, and the effect of Thunder Tyranny activated, increasing thunder damage by 5 points. Roar. Before Ji Dongfeng could fully savor the exhilarating sensation of his breakthrough, a wolf howl echoed nearby. Master Bai, you seem to have timed your arrival perfectly. Ji Dongfeng chuckled lightly, standing up and preparing to call out, but upon glancing through the trees, he noticed 2 individuals had joined the White Wolf, a man and a woman. The man was robust, adorned with the auspicious 4-character insignia atop his head, while the woman was petite, undeniably beautiful. The man brandished a long sword, engaging the White Wolf in combat, while the woman remained in the rear, utilizing her magic sword to attack. Noticing their names, Ji Dongfeng felt a stir of intrigue, choosing to observe quietly from the sidelines as the duo focused entirely on the White Wolf, oblivious to his presence. 96. Brother Shi, what are you doing? Hold it back. The woman exclaimed in alarm. Seeing the situation unfold, she relentlessly launched ranged attacks with her magic sword. Unlike Link's magic sword, the one in her hands released ice orbs that inflicted a slowing effect upon impact. 12. 10. Under the woman's assault, the White Wolf's movements grew increasingly sluggish. Brother Shi, I'm running low on spiritual energy. Don't worry, May. The beast's pace began to slow, and the next moment was entrusted to me. Talent. Magnification. With a resounding roar, my figure rapidly expanded, transforming into a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall. Boom! In the next instant, just as I was poised to charge at the white wolf, its tail quivered, and it launched its attack, with its fur transforming into lethal spikes that surged towards me in an instant. 15. 15. In the blink of an eye, a series of numbers erupted above my head. Even with the significant defensive boost from my transformation, my health bar plummeted instantaneously. This is bad. Beautiful sister, you must flee. This relentless barrage forced me to retreat continuously, while the white wolf closed in, baring its vicious fangs, moving with such swiftness that I barely had time to use my elixir. Witnessing this, the lovely woman's expression shifted dramatically, and she turned to escape. Master Bai, we meet again. In the next moment, I was completely flustered when suddenly a voice called out beside me. Hearing the shout, the beautiful woman turned around and was astonished to see a figure emerge from the side, kicking the white wolf away. Heavy stomp. Boom! With a furious shout, Dongfeng swiftly caught up to the white wolf, which had not yet regained its footing, and delivered a flurry of punches. 104. 110. 2 consecutive numbers floated up as the white wolf, with a look of resentment, cast one last glance at Dongfeng before succumbing, releasing 2 beams of white light. Ding! Elite white wolf slain, spirit energy increased by 100 and received 50 spirit stones. Dongfeng, noticing the astonished expressions of the two, disregarded them and stepped forward to collect the items. The incomplete inner core of the white wolf, a nearly perfected inner core, which upon use has a 50 chance to permanently enhance a random attribute by 1 point, and a 50 chance to incur a negative state of demonic deviation. Wolf Fang Twin Swords, 4-star mundane weapon crafted from wolf fangs, requiring careful maintenance to prevent decay. When equipped, attack power increases by 20 points, agility by 3 points. After hitting an enemy, attack power increases by an additional 2 points for 30 seconds, stacking up to 3 layers. Minimum cultivation requirement. Mortal. As Dongfeng collected the dropped items, the beautiful woman immediately jumped up, exclaiming, "Wait! Bring out the items. We've already worn down its health significantly. Those items belong to us too. Beautiful sister, let it go. If it weren't for this brother, I would have been finished," I quickly interjected. But what? Are you unable to meet even this small request? If Ade were in this novice village, he would never allow me to endure such humiliation. I would not let you suffer either. I'm stronger than Ade. But enough with the buts. If you continue to dwell on this, you are no man. Upon hearing this, my face flushed, and just as I was about to respond, I noticed Dongfeng had somehow arrived beside us. Ahem, this brother, I cautiously addressed him. Upon hearing this, Dongfeng offered a faint smile and remarked, "My friend, allow me to propose a straightforward solution." "What solution?" Shi Qiang eagerly inquired. Bang! In the next moment, under the astonished gaze of Shi Qiang, Dongfeng struck a punch towards the unsuspecting Mei Liangyang, who had not even had time to react. 134. 110. The 2 numbers flashed in succession, and Mei Liangyang was transformed into a fleeting white light, leaving behind only 2 glowing remnants of white and green. Outside the resurrection point of Qingfeng village, a piercing cry reverberated through the air. "Ah, damn it! My treasure! I will kill you! I will kill you!" Yinmi Yuing, who was contemplating how to engage with the Sihai Guild, cast an impatient glance at the woman beside her, who was jumping up and down in a fit of rage. "What are you shouting about? You're disrupting my thoughts." Upon hearing this, Mei Liangyang was about to retort, but upon noticing the word annihilation above the heads of Yueying and her companions, a charming smile instantly graced her face. "Dear brothers and sisters of the Annihilation Guild, a scoundrel is bullying your little sister. If you could help me seek vengeance, I would gladly offer you some of my prized possessions. It would be even better if you could take me along to level up. I'm willing to do anything." Yueying chuckled lightly and replied, "You are quite forward. What is the name of the one who bullied you?" Dongfeng Ball. Get lost. Chapter 8. The remarkable use of snake gallbladder within the wild wolf forest. "You." Shi Qiang glared furiously at Dongfeng. "What do you mean you? You may speak later," Dongfeng retorted dismissively, directly picking up the items dropped by Mei Liangyang. Frost Blade, 2-star common artifact. Is it a sword? Is it a snowball? Upon equipping, it enhances attack power by 10 points and grants the Ice Ball skill, which consumes 10 points of spiritual energy to unleash an ice ball, dealing 20 points of damage. Minimum cultivation requirement. Mortal Water Spirit Root. Spirit Guidance Stone, spirit item, when placed in the backpack, it indicates the direction of nearby special enemies within the Qi refinement and body refinement realms. Observing the spirit guidance stone, which resembled a compass, Ji Dongfeng displayed a look of realization. Seeing this, Ji Dongfeng smiled and said, "Here's the deal. Given that you two dare to level up here without having broken through, I will take this item and offer you a piece of advice." "What advice?" "Keep your distance from Mei Liangyang. She has no intention of staying by your side, so do not invest all your resources in her." Impossible. The advice had been given, and with that, Ji Dongfeng turned and made his way deeper into the forest. As he ventured further, Ji Dongfeng ignored the passing wild wolves and headed straight for the area where the venomous snakes congregated. Hiss! A few minutes later, Ji Dongfeng arrived in a grove of purple trees, and before he could thoroughly observe his surroundings, he heard a series of hissing sounds nearby. Following the sound, he discovered 3 1-meter-long purple venomous snakes encircling him. First layer of Qi refinement. Qingfeng poisonous snake. Observing the long knife flashing with red light, the 3 snakes hesitated, daring not to come too close. As Ji Dongfeng observed the situation, he let out a cold laugh and charged forward, sweeping his long knife with precision, striking down 3 venomous snakes. The numbers erupted, 122, 110, 122. In quick succession, the health bars of the 3 serpents were completely depleted. Ding! You have slain the Qingfeng venomous snake, gaining 30 spirit energy. Ding! Ding! You have slain the Qingfeng venomous snake, gaining 30 spirit energy, and received 1 snake gall. Hearing the notifications, Ji Dongfeng's eyes brightened, and he hastily opened his backpack. Snake gall, a rare supplement. Young man, are you at the age to consume this? Upon usage, it permanently enhances spirit absorption efficiency and spirit conversion efficiency by 1 point each. Each individual may use up to 10 portions. And this item is restricted for use by individuals at or below the 5th layer of Qi refinement and body refinement. Using the snake gall was another objective for Ji Dongfeng in accepting the hidden task of the snake gall wine. After consuming the snake gall, Ji Dongfeng plunged back into the throng of venomous snakes, wielding his blazing knife. Based on his calculations, an average of 45 venomous snakes would yield 1 snake gall. In addition to the 10 he intended to consume himself, he needed another 10 for the tavern keeper. After collecting 20 snake galls, he anticipated he would need to slay approximately 100 venomous snakes to complete Li You's task. With the fiery enhancement of the blazing knife, the venomous snakes dared not approach, let alone launch an attack, allowing Ji Dongfeng to reap his rewards effortlessly, often taking the lives of 3 to 4 snakes with each strike. The challenge of finding more snakes became his sole concern. Meanwhile, outside Qingfeng village, a group of players became envious. "Bro, calm down. I'm Link, the captain of the Dream Creation Guild. I'm not here to steal your items. I wish to negotiate fairly. I'll give you a straight price of 100,000 for that item. What do you say?" A young man named Mo Ran, slightly flustered, responded, "I haven't taken anything." "That's quite the fabrication. We all saw you pick up a purple orb." A member of the Dream Creation Guild shouted. Link smiled slightly and said, "To be more direct, would you prefer to improve your life with 100,000 or face death and offend our guild?" I believe this choice is not difficult. As his words echoed, the members of the Dream Creation Guild swiftly surrounded him. "You guys, don't think I'm afraid of you. If I weren't the only one here in this novice village." Mo Ran stammered, retreating. Before he could finish, Link, somewhat annoyed, waved his hand dismissively. In the next moment, the members of the Dream Creation Guild charged forward with furious shouts, prompting the remaining players to swiftly distance themselves. Some clever ones rushed off to inform other guilds like Annihilation of the unfolding events, while most players could only sigh, realizing not everyone possesses the prowess of Dongfeng Pa. Ding! You have slain the Qingfeng venomous snake. Your spirit energy is now full, and you have gained 1 snake gall. The progress for the snake gall wine commission task reached 1010. The completion rate for Li You's commission task reached 100100. Both conversion and absorption efficiency were enhanced by 10 points, allowing him to cultivate to the 3rd layer of body refinement before confronting the 2-headed pig demon. As Ji Dongfeng contemplated his forthcoming plans, he meticulously examined the treasures bestowed upon him by the 100 venomous serpents. Venomous boots, 3-star common artifact, these purple boots provide a unique sensation. When equipped, they enhance defense by 10 points and agility by 4 points, with a 20 chance that the first attack following a swift maneuver inflicts a random toxin. Minimum cultivation requirement, mortal. Serpent's Eye Helmet, 5-star common artifact, this helm grants you the keen insight of a viper. When donned, It increases defense by 20 points, boosts toxin resistance by 10 points, and automatically reveals basic information about hostile targets. Minimum cultivation requirement. Mortal. Antidote pill. Common item when consumed. It grants immunity to toxins for a duration of 5 minutes. Passive skill manual. Venomous Fang upon striking an enemy. There's a 5 chance to inflict a random toxin that lasts for 10 seconds. Toxin effects are stackable, and the duration refreshes upon stacking the same type. The drop rate is truly abysmal, Dongfeng remarked after glancing at his acquisitions. In the next moment, he activated the manual and donned a helmet. Ding! You have mastered the passive skill Venomous Fang. The talent Thunderous Dominance takes effect, enhancing the Venomous Fang effect to a 50 chance to inflict a random toxin upon hitting an enemy, lasting for 100 seconds. Toxin effects are stackable, and the duration refreshes upon stacking the same type. Master Bai, I have returned. Have you thought of me? Chapter 9. Assembling the set. Celestial quality items. Bang, bang, ding. Elite White Wolf slain, spiritual energy fully replenished, and you have obtained 50 spirit stones. After vanquishing the Elite White Wolf for the 4th time, Dongfeng picked up 2 luminous orbs dropped by the creature. Pack of Wolf's Horn. Common item, a one-time use item that summons 5 wolves to assist in battle, with the pack's level being 1 lower than that of the user. Wolf Spirit Ring. 7-star common artifact, the White Wolf possesses a spirit that reveres the strong. When equipped, it boosts attack power by 20 points, defense by 10 points, and increases spirit energy conversion efficiency by 5 points. Upon entering a cultivation state, there's a 5 chance that each enhancement in cultivation will double the value. Minimum cultivation requirement. First layer of Chi refinement and body refinement. This piece is part of the Wolf Spirit set, currently at 22 completion. With the set now complete, the set effect is activated. Attack power increases by 20 points, with an additional 30 boost against wolf-type beasts and a 10 chance of a critical hit, which deals double damage. I am indeed the chosen one, Dongfeng declared earnestly, subsequently replacing the Qingfeng ring with the Wolf Spirit ring. Name, Dongfeng Cultivation Level. Second layer of body refinement, 0-800 spirit root. Thunder spirit energy capacity. Maximum reserves, 1850 spirit energy absorption efficiency, 35 spirit energy conversion efficiency, 445 life, 620 attack, 12,255. Normal attacks inflict an additional 55 thunder damage, defense, 190 root bone, 62 wisdom, 45 strength, 52 agility, 71 free attribute points, 5 resistances, thunder 20, fire 25, poison 10 skills, double-headed assault, passive, heavy tread, swift shadow, passive, venomous fang, passive cultivation method, Qingfeng technique talents, thunderous dominance, 10-star, infinite resurrection, 10-star. With a glance at his attributes, Dongfeng hummed a tune as he made his way towards Qingfeng village. He was not in a hurry to allocate his free attribute points, for each point in the epic was invaluable and required careful consideration. Upon leaving the Wild Wolf Forest, Dongfeng observed his surroundings and noted that a significant number of players were already engaged in monster hunting nearby, with many discussing whether to venture into the Wild Wolf Forest. Calculating the time, he realized that some fortunate or capable players had likely mastered their skills by now, and the most elite among them might have already broken through to the first level of Qi refinement or body refinement. The distance I've created is still insufficient, Dongfeng murmured to himself. Upon spotting Dongfeng, numerous players ceased their activities in unison. Wow, it's Dongfeng the Grasshopper. He's alive. Who is he? He just emerged from the Wild Wolf Forest. This guy must have been engrossed in monster hunting. I've never even heard of Dongfeng the Grasshopper. He single-handedly decimated the Dream Creation and Annihilation guilds. Indeed, I heard the members of the Annihilation Guild were enraged. They get furious just at the mention of Dongfeng. Is he really that formidable? Look at his equipment. He must be cheating. Feeling the fervent gazes of those around him, Dongfeng's mouth twitched slightly, as he was quite sensitive about the moniker Dongfeng the Grasshopper. Just as he was preparing to leave hastily, a figure approached him, and many players displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Dongfeng turned to see a young man, approximately 17 or 18, named Mo Ran. He was reasonably handsome, yet his eyes were red, as if he had just wept. What item? Dongfeng inquired. A celestial grade item, usable only at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. It can open a treasure realm. That's all I could discern. Mo Ran replied. Hearing this, Dongfeng's eyes lit up, and he grasped Mo Ran's hands firmly. Young brother, you're too modest. The moment I saw you, I knew you were someone worth befriending. Upholding justice is my duty. Rest assured, I shall educate them. Once ought to suffice, but if not, I shall educate them twice. I won't ask for 100,000, 3,000 for one education, and 100,000 for three, Dongfeng stated earnestly. I have a feeling this calculation doesn't add up. Mo. Rand expressed his bewilderment. He had merely sought to vent his frustrations by approaching Dongfeng, never expecting such a swift agreement. Thank you. One education will suffice. I'll transfer the 100,000 to you shortly, Mo. Rand said, somewhat uneasily. No rush. We'll conduct a hand-to-hand exchange. Just wait for me at the entrance of Qingfeng village, Dongfeng replied with a smile. As he finished speaking, Dongfeng turned to the onlookers. Have you seen where the Dream Creation Guild is? He asked loudly. Wow, Dongfeng the Grasshopper is speaking to me. Ahem. It seems they're hunting wild dogs to the west of Qingfeng village. That area has the highest monster spawn rate, but it's currently occupied by the Dream Creation Guild. After a brief exchange, Dongfeng headed straight towards the western edge of Qingfeng village, followed hastily by a few inquisitive players. However, they soon realized, with a sense of helplessness, that even without employing his agility techniques, Dongfeng was effortlessly outpacing them. Truly, his speed was astonishing. In a certain plain to the west of Qingfeng village, members of the Dream Creation Guild were methodically hunting wild dogs, while Link sat in the center, engrossed in his training. Captain, I just looted a 2-star pair of boots. I'll give them to you shortly. Captain, are you really not worried about Yami disrupting us? That's a celestial grade item. They came at us with great fervor just moments ago. Fear not, Captain. My spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Leave the final wild dog kills to me. As Link rose, donning the newly acquired equipment from his comrades, he was suddenly startled by a shout nearby. Not good. Dongfeng is coming. Upon hearing the name Dongfeng, Link's legs turned to jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground, while the other members of Dream Creation huddled together, bracing for confrontation. Where is he? That scoundrel, where is he? Link shouted. Right here, Dongfeng replied with a grin, stepping closer to Link and the others. Dongfeng ball. What do you intend to do? Link barked, instinctively taking a couple of steps back. Oh, nothing much. I merely heard you acquired something valuable and wanted to see it for myself. Why are you so tense? I'm not here to kill you. Upon hearing the assurance of not being killed, Link felt a slight relief. You won't lay a hand on me? Am I such a brutish person? I promise. I will only take, not slay. Hand over the item. You. I have nothing of value. You must be mistaken. Link's expression changed abruptly as he hurriedly replied. Dongfeng smirked. How stingy. Here's the deal. I'll kill you once, and if you truly possess nothing of worth, I shall give you something in return. What could that be? In the next moment, Dongfeng retrieved the flame magic sword from his backpack. The flame magic sword. It's quite formidable. Imbued with the fireball skill, Link trembled at the sight, his fists clenched tight. You scoundrel. That was mine to begin with. Do you truly think I'm a soft target? Dongfeng smiled slightly. Look at you. How can you resort to such foul language? Whether I am a soft target will be determined by a little squeeze, don't you think? Heavy tread. Bang. With that declaration, Dongfeng executed the heavy tread technique, forcefully pushing through the members of the Dream Creation Guild and closing in on the pale-faced Link. No. Chapter 10. Insights into Training. I want that jar of wine. Bang. 160. 110. 10. With a single punch, 3 numbers erupted from Link's form, and he instantly transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. Seeing this, Dongfeng felt a stir within. The last number was purple, indicating the activation of his venomous Fong passive ability. He picked up the 2 glowing orbs, one white and one purple, that Link had dropped and let out a long sigh. I'm a merciful person. I told you, I only take, not kill. Why must you force my hand? Wouldn't you agree with me? Dongfeng turned his head to glance at the bewildered members of the Dream Creation Guild and chuckled. Indeed, everything you say is absolutely correct. Ahem, truly it is. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Please feel free. As his words echoed, the members of the Dream Creation Guild hurriedly made their way towards Qingfeng village, fully aware that lingering here would only exacerbate the losses for their guild. Observing their retreat, Dongfeng let out a cold laugh, his gaze fixating on the 2 items that Lin had unveiled. Illusory Void Stone, celestial grade upon usage. It allows entry into a secret realm for refining chi and body, which requires 3 individuals to enter together. Minimum cultivation requirement, chi refinement, level 3. Hound's Howl Boots, 2-star mundane item. The howls of hounds can instigate confusion. When equipped, defense is increased by 5 points, agility by 1 point, and while using evasive maneuvers. A phantom of a wild dog appears, launching a random attack on nearby enemies, with a fixed attack power of 5 points. The phantom dissipates post-attack. Minimum equipment requirement. Mortal. In his previous life, Lin Ke had ventured into the illusory void with the captain of the Four Seas Guild, and it was precisely through this illusion that Yue Ying's strength surged, ultimately leading to her becoming the vice president of Annihilation. Take a look at this item, Ji Dongfeng remarked. Indeed, have you truly given Lin Ke a sound thrashing? Well, I suggest you leave this item with me for now. As you can see, it requires a cultivation level of at least 3 in Qi refinement to use, and it necessitates 3 individuals to activate. You won't reach that level in the near future, and keeping it on you will only invite further trouble from Annihilation. Ji Dongfeng stated. Mo Ran pondered for a moment before replying. All right, brother, I trust you. Just take me with you when you enter. I will transfer 100,000 to you immediately. That 1 T be necessary. Before Ji Dongfeng could finish, Mo Ran interjected, brother, please don't refuse. This is my promise to you. Moreover, I isn't a lot. It's just my pocket money for a week. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng's mouth twitched twice, unable to suppress a look of exasperation at Mo Ran. Ding, please note, Mo Ran has transferred 100,000 yuan to your personal bank card. Please check. All right, I need to level up now. I'll be around, brother. Feel free to call me if you need anything. In the next moment, Mo Ran vanished in a flash, leaving Ji Dongfeng with a smirk as he muttered, is this what the foolish son of a wealthy family looks like? Why do I not recall this name at all? Ding, mission completed. Exterminate the serpent plague. Rewards: 400 spirit stones, 20 contribution points for Qingfeng village, 10 detoxification pills, mundane grade, and 1 basic skill package. You, young hero, are truly a benefactor of our Qingfeng village. You have done so much for us, and I wish to express my gratitude. I have some fine items here that you can exchange with your contribution points, including a special item prepared just for you, Li Yue said with immense gratitude. As his words fell, a translucent light screen materialized before Ji Dongfeng, a sight he was not surprised by, for once contribution points exceeded 30. Li Yue would present the exchange interface. Above the luminous curtain, there lay 2 or 3 dozen items available for exchange, the majority consisting of elixirs or low-tier mundane equipment. However, 2 particular items captured Ji Dongfeng's attention. The first was the pass token for Xiaoyao Town. Possession of this token was necessary to enter Xiaoyao Town, the true starting point of an adventurer's journey in the realm of cultivation. It required 30 contribution points for redemption. The second was the cultivation insights of the Qingfeng practitioner, a tome containing the cultivation experiences of a tribulation-level practitioner, a treasured heirloom passed down by the village chief, intended solely for those fortunate enough to have cultivated the Qingfeng technique. Redemption of this item required 100 contribution points. These 2 items were precisely what Ji Dongfeng needed most. In his previous life, a forum had noted that only 2 individuals had successfully acquired the Qingfeng technique. However, due to the necessity of the token, and the fact that the cumulative contribution points from all ordinary tasks in Qingfeng village totaled only 60, even with the additional 50 points from Shangguanyu, it was impossible to redeem both the token and the insights simultaneously without discovering and completing a hidden quest, an endeavor deemed exceedingly challenging. Ultimately, only one individual managed to redeem the insights, a certain Shurpatian, who subsequently vanished, leaving the true value of the insights shrouded in mystery. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Dongfeng decided to first exchange for the token, and then accepted the last available task from Li Yue that could provide contribution points. Ding! Task accepted. Raucous monkeys. Raucous monkeys. In the deepest part of the wolf forest, the monkeys serve as the last line of defense guarding the forest's exit. They possess both strength and intelligence, necessitating a thorough beating. The task required the elimination of 100 Qingfeng monkeys, body refinement stage level 4. Rewards included 20 contribution points for Qingfeng village, 500 spirit stones, 1 furious monkey warhammer, and a random movement technique manual. After bidding farewell to Li Yue, Ji Dongfeng swiftly made his way to the bustling tavern, which at that moment remained rather quiet, with only 1 player outside vociferously cursing. An overpriced tavern. Whoever enters this place is a fool. At the very instant those words left his lips, Ji Dongfeng stepped inside. The next moment, he turned, locking eyes with the player known as the big shopkeeper. Both remained silent, yet to the big shopkeeper, this silence was deafening. Damn it, Dongfeng Pa. Ahem. Did you not hear what I said? Let me repeat. Whoever enters this tavern is a great hero, the big shopkeeper shouted without a hint of embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng merely curled his lip in disdain, ignoring the big shopkeeper as he approached the corpulent tavern keeper. Sir, here are 10 snake gallbladders. Oh, young hero, You truly accomplished it. Splendid. I can finally savor the taste of snake gallbladder wine. I want to let your efforts go unrewarded. You may choose any barrel of wine from my collection. Ding. Task snake gallbladder wine completed. Rewards. 30 contribution points for Dongfeng village. And 1 barrel of any wine from the bustling tavern. Hearing this, Dongfeng grinned, his gaze immediately settling on a barrel of wine positioned behind the plump tavern keeper. Sir, I desire that barrel. The tavern keeper's expression shifted to one of reluctance. Young hero, it is not that I am miserly. That barrel of wine was reserved long ago by an old friend who has yet to collect it. Perhaps you might choose another barrel? I even have fine wines capable of enhancing your cultivation. I have set my sights on this particular jar. Shopkeeper, you must not go back on your word. You stated that I could choose freely. How about this? You inform me of your old friend's whereabouts, for he has not come to collect for quite some time. I shall deliver it to him, and then we can share this jar of wine, sparing you any difficulty. Upon hearing this, the portly shopkeeper pondered for a moment before reluctantly replying, Very well, he indeed has not visited in quite a while, and I am somewhat concerned for him. He resides beside a precipice deep within the wild wolf forest. I would appreciate it if you could deliver this jar of wine to him. Should he refuse you entry, simply inform him that it was shopkeeper Wang who sent you. Not a problem. I assure you it will be delivered. Dongfeng replied with a grin. For this jar of wine was the key item to unlocking the third hidden quest. Love Forget Wine. Common item, a standard spirit that requires an extraordinary individual to savor. Consuming it enhances one's attack power by 20 points for a duration of 10 minutes, with a maximum of 10 consumptions. In the next moment, Dongfeng departed from the tavern, as the shopkeeper approached him with a beaming smile. Brother Dongfeng, how about we discuss a business deal? Chapter 11. The Shopkeeper. The plans of the Annihilation Guild. In the realm of the game, some yearn for fervent battles, while others aspire to rise above the masses, and some pursue immense wealth. Gazing at the smiling shopkeeper, Dongfeng's mind was flooded with memories of his illustrious exploits. In his previous life, from the launch of the Epoch to Dongfeng's departure from the Annihilation Guild, the shopkeeper's cultivation level remained stagnant at the Qi refinement stage, while the guards surrounding him had all attained the late Golden Core stage, with even a top-tier player at the nascent Soul stage by his side. The equipment, techniques, and resources required for their breakthroughs were all provided by the shopkeeper's Little Money Association. Indeed, the name of this association was Little Money, one of the 3 major associations of Epoch, a presence that even the grand guilds like Annihilation dared not offend lightly. The shopkeeper never resorted to coercive tactics, yet he possessed an uncanny ability to uncover various business opportunities. Every transaction he handled was devoid of loss, earning the Little Money Association the reputation of a venture that never falters. Who would have imagined that this individual also resided in my novice village? Dongfeng mused. Why did you berate the tavern keeper just now? Dongfeng inquired. I did not do so haphazardly. I came prepared. I am testing the emotional system of these shopkeepers in Epoch. I need to ascertain whether my tone or actions elicit varying emotions from them. For instance, after scolding the tavern keeper, I want to know if he will refuse to sell to me or increase his prices upon my next visit. To be frank, before your arrival, I had already praised him 7 or 8 times and scolded him 3 or 4 times, only to find that his attitude remained relatively unchanged. However, I cannot yet determine whether he is simply aloof or if his emotional system is not particularly rich. I must experiment with other shopkeepers, the shopkeeper stated earnestly. Dongfeng, perplexed, remarked, while others are diligently honing their skills, are you not worried about falling behind? Ah, my dear leader, you do not understand. My greatest passion in life is to accumulate wealth, to amass a great fortune. Little money is simply the most splendid thing. Upon entering this era, I aspire to become the most prominent merchant within it. At times, even a modest sum can serve as a manifestation of one's cultivation. While other players toil diligently to enhance their skills, I shall regard them as potential guardians for my future endeavors. The chief merchant chuckled. Dongfeng smiled lightly and remarked, How intriguing. Am I to be your future protector? Not all. You are my friend, as I have already addressed you as my superior. Shall I elaborate on the business proposition I just mentioned? Go ahead. I request permission to sell weapons and equipment in your name. I shall share 50% of the profits with you, and if the equipment is provided by you, I will grant you 100% of the proceeds, asking for nothing in return. The chief merchant proclaimed. Why would you do such a thing? By leveraging your reputation. I aim to elevate the standing of my modest merchant association. If I assert that these are items you have used or acquired, their market value will undoubtedly rise. However, there is one condition. The weapons and equipment you provide must be of at least 2-star quality. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng chuckled and replied, "Since you are aware of my standing, you must also recognize my connections with several major guilds. Are you not concerned they might cause you trouble for assisting me? Business thrives on amicable relations. Who would dare to cross a merchant? Moreover, I have no intention of leaving Qingfeng village in the immediate future, so they cannot act against me." The chief merchant responded with a grin. "Then why not approach a larger guild, such as Annihilation? Their reputation far exceeds mine." Observing the chief merchant's confident demeanor, Ji Dongfeng smiled faintly. In his previous life, the chief merchant had employed a similar strategy, albeit he had sought notoriety through violence then. Unexpectedly, this time he had turned to Ji Dongfeng. "Agreed, let us proceed with the transaction. I will first offer you the weapons and equipment I no longer require," Ji Dongfeng stated. The chief merchant paused, momentarily taken aback, and exclaimed, "You agree? Are you not concerned I might deceive you? I possess a keen judgment of character, and these items hold little value for me," Ji Dongfeng replied. "From now on, I shall call you my superior. I truly appreciate your forthrightness. The feeling of being trusted is simply exquisite. Alas, the friend function is only available upon entering a town. Otherwise, I would certainly swear brotherhood with you," the chief merchant exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, before promptly initiating the trade request with Ji Dongfeng. Ji Dongfeng began placing the surplus weapons and equipment from his inventory into the trade interface. "These wolfskin boots are impressive. They should fetch a good price. A wolf's head blade. What fine weapon. A flame magic sword. Could this be the very sword of Link? And a frost magic sword alongside poisonous boots. Superior. How many items do you possess, my superior? Wait, there's more. A 4-star pair of dual swords. The Hound S bark boots. You are nothing short of a deity." As Ji Dongfeng continued to present the items one by one, the chief merchant's expression gradually became uncontainable. By the end, he was staring wide-eyed, shouting in disbelief. "Calm yourself. Here, there are a total of 7 pieces of equipment. 5 2-star, 1 3-star, and 1 4-star. I require only spirit stones. You may determine the pricing," Ji Dongfeng declared. Upon hearing this, the chief merchant took a deep breath, striving to suppress his astonishment. "Rest assured, my superior, I promise not to let you down." The innkeeper patted his chest and swiftly dashed towards the heart of Qingfeng village, where the trading district was located. Observing this, Ji Dongfeng casually sought a quiet corner to enter a state of cultivation, to face the 2-headed pig demon or to complete the 3rd hidden quest. One needed at least a cultivation level of 3 in body refining. Ding! Cultivation increased by 148, absorbed 35 units of spiritual energy, remaining spiritual energy 18405. Ding! Concurrently, as Ji Dongfeng advanced in his cultivation, Lin Ku and Yu Ying gathered once more, this time accompanied by the team leader of the Four Seas Guild. Sihai Yunjie. Sihai Yungu was a robust man in his 30s, possessing a name of artistic flair, but bearing the appearance of a burly figure with a scruffy beard. Lin Giskiviko. Are you utterly useless? You couldn't even guard the item? Why didn't you find someone to keep it in the village? Going out of the village is akin to gifting it to Dongfeng. Puh. Yu Ying shouted furiously. Upon hearing this, Lin Ku smirked and replied, "Spare me your sarcasm. Who could have anticipated that Dongfeng would know I held this item?" In response, Yu Ying said solemnly, "Let us focus on our cultivation for now. I am on the verge of breaking through to the Qi refinement stage. In this realm, leveling up in the early stages is particularly arduous. Even Dongfeng cannot achieve a breakthrough to the 2nd level of Qi refinement at this moment. The gap between mortals and the 1st level of Qi refinement is vast. Once most of us reach the 1st level, we will have a better chance of dealing with him. I'm also dispatching people to gather weapons and equipment from the market. Casual players cannot compete with our large guild. Let him revel in his arrogance for a while. Indeed, and besides, isn't that item only usable at the 3rd level of Qi refinement? Dongfeng won't be able to use it in the short term. So we have ample time to prepare." Sihai Yungun nodded in agreement. Lin Ku, feeling somewhat reluctant, said, "Then let us enhance our strength first. Fortunately, I converted my spiritual energy into cultivation beforehand, so this death hasn't cost me much spiritual energy. But what if he encounters us in the wild and seeks trouble? You can't beat him, but can't you run? I truly can't outrun him. He is a master at hunting down grasshoppers. Then we should station people around to keep watch. If he is spotted, we'll retreat immediately. This is so frustrating. It used to be others guarding against me. What did we start guarding against a casual player?" After a brief exchange, Yu Ying and Yun Gu departed with their companions. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Ku felt a pang of unease and called out, "Hey, you two aren't secretly contacting Dongfeng, and planning to enter that secret realm with him, are you?" Cough, cough. How could that be? You're overthinking it. Haha, definitely not. As he observed the two hastening their pace, Lin Ku's lips twitched. Those two rascals. Chapter 12, Body Refining Level 3. Action. Breakthrough successful. Congratulations on advancing to Body Refining Level 3. Your maximum spiritual energy reserve has increased by 100. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Your root bone has improved by 2 points, and the power of thunder has been activated, increasing thunder damage by 5 points. With the system's notification echoing in his ears, Dongfeng exhaled deeply, disengaged from his cultivation state, and gradually stood up. With 10 freedom attribute points remaining, Dongfeng found himself struggling to recall the details of the two-headed pig demon. He decided to take a quick look before determining where to allocate these points. And there was also an unused basic skill package. Dongfeng murmured to himself. Ding! The basic skill package has been opened. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the active skill manual, Crushing Heaven Fist. Active skill manual, Crushing Heaven Fist. If the heavens do not permit me, then with a single punch, I shall shatter the sky. One must at least possess such audacity. A common skill. It allows the expenditure of 40 spirit points to swiftly unleash 3 punches towards the front. The first punch inflicts damage equal to 100 of attack power, the second punch 120, and the third punch 140. After use, a cooldown of 1 minute is required. If I were to learn it myself, the attack power would diminish to 50, 60, and 70. What a loss. A truly lamentable loss. Best to hold on to it for now. In the next moment, Dongfeng did not rush to leave the village, but instead made his way to the trading area at the village center, the liveliest spot in Qingfeng village. Before he could approach, the boisterous voice of the head shopkeeper rang out. Step right up. The Little Money Association is officially open for business. These are weapons and equipment once wielded by the game's premier expert, Dongfeng. Exquisite goods. Don them. And you too may bask in the aura of greatness. Reasonable prices. Miss this chance, and you shall regret it for a lifetime. Only the finest. Only for the fated. This is the creed of our Little Money Association. And here's a secret for all you fortunate souls. Dongfeng may very well join our Little Money Association. As the head shopkeeper's voice echoed, a throng of players surged forward. Even those manning nearby stalls closed up to join the spectacle. How audacious! Ye Dongfeng chuckled lightly, preparing to step forward, only to notice 5 members of the Oblivion Guild racing from a distance. Dongfeng posed weapons and equipment. How bold to sell his belongings. One of them exclaimed, that sword looks remarkably familiar. It truly seems to belong to Dongfeng. Boy, what is your connection to Dongfeng? Upon seeing the 5 members of the Oblivion Guild, the crowd of players parted, for although the guild's reputation had suffered due to Dongfeng, they still commanded respect that ordinary players dared not challenge. The head shopkeeper smiled slightly and called out, did I not just say? He may indeed join my Little Money Association. Everyone heard that, right? The Oblivion Guild members themselves have confirmed that these are Dongfeng-posed belongings. This is a testament to our Little Money Association's integrity. The members of the Oblivion Guild exchanged glances, initially taken aback, before surrounding the head shopkeeper with fury. Are you daring to exploit us? Have you not heard of the Oblivion Guild? Of course I have. The guild that was annihilated by Dongfeng, right? I have indeed heard of it, the head shopkeeper replied, his face serious. I offer you a chance. Give me 500 spirit stones and surrender all these weapons and equipment. These items rightfully belong to the Oblivion Guild. Hand them over, and you shall earn our friendship, and we will protect you in the future. Upon hearing the words, the master pondered for a moment before shaking his head and replying. I have calculated that if I were to accept the friendship of your Oblivion Guild, you would need to add an additional 10,000 spirit stones, with the cost of these weapons and equipment being separate. How intriguing. I never anticipated encountering so many fearless souls on the very first day of the server opening. Do you believe we shall allow you to exit the novice village? I had no intention of leaving the novice village myself. Very well. Just wait. How dare you claim that Dongfeng is the greatest master? Just wait and see how he falls to our Oblivion Guild. As the master was about to respond, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Come. Let me see who wishes to extinguish me. At this moment, the expressions of all players shifted dramatically, and the 5 members of the Oblivion Guild turned pale, hastily looking back to find Dongfeng standing behind them, his face adorned with a smile. What the hell? It's Dongfeng. Ahem. Isn't this the #1 master in the game, brother Dongfeng? What a coincidence. The leader of the Oblivion players stammered, forcing a smile. Upon hearing this, Dongfeng touched his ear and remarked, I believe I just heard someone say they wanted to eliminate me. You must have misheard. We were saying it would be a beautiful occasion. We assure you, it will brighten your mood. Ahem, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Please, no need to see us off, and do not follow. With that, the 5 members of the Oblivion Guild swiftly distanced themselves from Dongfeng. Witnessing this, many players gazed at Dongfeng with astonishment. What on earth? The Oblivion Guild has never acted this way before. Don't you see who it is? It's Dongfeng. I've heard that the members of the Oblivion Guild in Qingfeng Village, though few, have been wiped out thrice, and each time it was related to Dongfeng. Disregarding the surrounding murmurs, Dongfeng approached the master directly. Boss, what brings you here? I can handle them alone, the master exclaimed, somewhat surprised. I have a common grade skill book. White Wolf Arrow, which is an active skill. It exchanges for passive skills instead of spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the master's eyes brightened, and he excitedly rubbed his hands together. An active skill. This is a valuable item. Rest assured, boss. I will trade it promptly. After a brief exchange, Dongfeng departed the trading area amidst the awestruck gazes of the crowd. Just as he left, the gathered players quickly surrounded the master, eager to examine Dongfeng Po's equipment. Let me touch Dongfeng Po's gear. Don't just look, let me feel it. Keep your hands off. Whose hand just brushed against me? Everyone, mind your manners. In the distance, the 5 members of the Oblivion Guild observed this scene with a grim demeanor. What should we do? If this master does not leave the novice village, we truly have no means to deal with him. After departing from Qingfeng Village, Dongfeng made his way to the location of the 2-headed pig demon. Due to the Oblivion and Dream Creation Guild's repeated annihilations here, no players dared to approach the pig demon, with most only daring to hunt wild boars from a distance. As Dongfeng approached the pig demon, players in the distance perked up, pausing their actions to see what he intended to do, while some astute players rushed off to inform the Oblivion and Dream Creation Guilds. What does Dongfeng Po intend to do? Is he looking for trouble again? He is now fully equipped. Is he not concerned about the possibility of his gear being destroyed? Who knows? He has earned himself the nickname East Madman. So his actions are hardly surprising. I can't shake the feeling that he intends to tackle this challenge. Are you out of your mind? That 2-headed boar demon is at the 5th level of Chi refinement. Even if East Madman is formidable, he is likely only at the 1st level of Chi refinement. Charging it head-on is utterly absurd. If he manages to defeat it, I will acknowledge him as my elder brother on the spot. You may wish to do so, but he must also be willing to accept you. In that case, I will devour this wild boar raw. Wild boar? Just trying to trick me into providing food and drink, are you? Amidst the chatter among the players, Dongfeng began to utilize the helmet's capabilities to observe the information regarding the 2-headed boar demon. 2-headed boar demon, boss, level 5, Chi refinement, an exceedingly slothful beast. Do not attempt to awaken it, as that would be a grave error. Basic information, health 2500, attack power 300, boss attacks ignore a portion of defense, defense 100. While resistances and skills are not visible, I have fought it numerous times alongside Annihilation in my previous life, so it should not pose a significant problem. Dongfeng took a deep breath and stepped forward. Chapter 13, Securing the First Kill. What? Dongfeng has once again approached the 2-headed boar demon at the wild dog gathering place near Qingfeng Village. Link's expression changed upon hearing his subordinate's report. Indeed, it seems he is preparing to take action against that 2-headed boar demon. Link furrowed his brow. Has he lost his mind? Wait, that's not right. He is employing the same trick again. He intends to lure us in and then provoke that boar demon to attack us. Huh. Dongfeng Po, your cunning little schemes have been seen through by me. Link scoffed. Those around him perked up at his words. The captain is brilliant. It must be so. Fortunately, the captain has seen through his ploy. Otherwise, we would have fallen for it again. Let's continue leveling up. Our utmost priority is for everyone to break through to the 1st level of Chi refinement. Yes. Meanwhile, Annihilation and various other guilds had also caught wind of Dongfeng's renewed interest in the 2-headed boar demon. To exercise caution, Annihilation dispatched a member to keep watch, while other guilds, lacking such concerns, sent numerous members to witness the spectacle, all the while reminding themselves to maintain distance to avoid attracting the boar demon's attention. Among these individuals were members of the 4 Seas Guild, including the esteemed Yungu. At this moment, Yungu had already achieved the 1st level of Chi refinement and had gathered most of his equipment. Confident in his abilities, he was among the first to rush to the scene upon hearing the news, nearing the location of the 2-headed boar demon. Captain, do you think that madman Dongfeng Po intends to lure Annihilation over? A 4 Seas player inquired. Annihilation is not that foolish, nor is Dongfeng. He must have ulterior motives, for it is impossible for him to defeat. What? Yungu scoffed derisively, but when he beheld the 2-headed boar demon, his expression shifted dramatically, and his exclamation echoed through the air. Dongfeng's fist struck the head of the two-headed boar demon, instantly revealing 3 clear numbers: 66, 120, 10. After a decisive punch, Dongfeng swiftly retreated, evading the charge of the two-headed pig demon. Throughout this exchange, the purple numbers 10 flickered repeatedly above the beast. Observing Dongfeng's agile maneuvers against the demon, Sihai Yunji's pupils quivered. I can't be mistaken, can I? The pig demon's health has already dropped by 30. Yunj stammered in disbelief. With a heavy step, bang, taking advantage of the brief moment when the pig demon halted after its charge, Dongfeng executed a swift maneuver to the side and delivered a forceful punch to the creature. 76, 120, 10. Gazing at the numbers, Dongfeng let out a resigned sigh. He had allocated all 10 attribute points to strength, yet his kill speed was still slower than anticipated. Roaring in fury, the two-headed pig demon unleashed a thunderous howl, its mouth gaping wide as streams of flames erupted like a barrage, hurtling towards Dongfeng. Prepared for this, Dongfeng swiftly employed his heavy steps again. Ding! The wolf spirit boots activated, doubling his agility's effect while reducing energy consumption by 50. 192. Critical hit. 120. 10. 66. Goodness. The Grasshopper Slayer has evolved. How far did he just leap? Is he even human? Are we playing the same game? He must be cheating. Or has he successfully achieved immortality? This is madness. Such damage is beyond what an ordinary player should inflict. And throughout the entire encounter, that pig demon never touched him. Is he truly going for a flawless victory? Look closely. His reaction speed is astonishing. It's as if he knows every skill of the demon. The official site hasn't released this information, has it? Why does it feel like he possesses an intimate knowledge of this beast? East Windbreak. I would dare to call him the game's top expert. It's terrifying. Why have I never heard of this name in other games? What happened to that brother who wanted to eat the wild boar raw? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Dongfeng deftly maneuvered around the pig demon, focusing on defense and counterattacks, while the demon's health plummeted below 30. Simultaneously, Link and Yueying received the news and rushed over at full speed. Unable to fathom that Dongfeng could indeed breach the demon's defenses, seemingly on the verge of achieving the first kill. Damn it, what kind of power does East Windbreak possess? Has he truly broken through to the second level of Qi refinement? Even at that level, it's impossible for one person to defeat a 5th level Qi refinement opponent. This first kill must not be claimed by a solo player. Notify all guild members. Everyone, come over. Bang. After Dongfeng delivered another punch, the pig demon's health dipped below 500, and the members of the 3 major guilds from Annihilation and Chuangming had all arrived. Now's the time. Everyone attack. Sihai Yunj shouted furiously. Annihilation. Kill. The first kill is ours. Annihilation Yueying charged forward with great agility. Chuangming, all of you, let us seize the first kill. Link from Chuangming roared, leading the guild into battle near the pig demon. Roar. At this moment, the pig demon let out a furious roar, its skin turning a deep crimson, and one of its heads shook violently, the blood-red eyes signifying its descent into sheer madness. Meanwhile, the members of the 3 major guilds were engulfed in a frenzy, oblivious to the changes in the pig demon and failing to notice that Dongfeng was not in a hurry. Instead, he had deliberately distanced himself from the creature. Observing the actions of the 3 guilds, surrounding players could not suppress their disdainful outbursts, branding them as thieves and brigands, mocking the 3 guilds as shameless rogues. It was expected. They were notorious for such antics. Yet, surely Dongfeng would not succumb to their antics? Why was he so far away? Could it be fear? If the 3 guilds were to seize the first kill, it would be a tremendous loss. This could very well be the first kill of the era. The rewards would be unimaginably bountiful. Even enduring a lifetime of scorn would be worth it, under the watchful gaze of the crowd. All members of the 3 guilds rushed towards the two-headed pig demon, their weapons striking down upon it. But upon witnessing the numbers displayed above the pig demon, the expressions of the guild members shifted dramatically. Impossible. When players attacked monsters, even with insufficient attack power, there would always be a force damage of at least 1 point. How could it be 0? Unless the monster was in a special state. Wait, this pig demon is peculiar, Link shouted in alarm, abruptly looking up, only to discover that one of the pig demon's heads had turned a purplish red. Moonshadow, noticing this, narrowed her eyes and urgently called out, "This is wrong. Retreat." Boom. As soon as Moonshadow's warning fell, one of the pig demon's heads exploded violently, the blast radius engulfing all members of the 3 guilds. In an instant, astonishing crimson numbers soared into the air, and beams of white light, symbolizing death, flickered wildly, while clusters of light, representing weapons and gear, scattered across the ground. Witnessing this, all surrounding players were left dumbfounded, while Dongfeng executed a powerful leap, charging towards the nearly defeated two-headed pig demon. At this moment, the demon was left with only one head. Its health dwindled to a mere 100 points, lying on the ground with a mournful gaze fixed on Dongfeng. Pig brother. Impressive. Luckily, I anticipated your devastating self-detonation upon entering a near-death state. The first kill is mine. Dongfeng chuckled, then delivered a punch that obliterated the pig demon's health bar. After the punch, an array of colorful light clusters burst forth, and the system's notification echoed in the ears of all players. Chapter 14. Sacred Equipment. First kill announcement. On the plains of Qingfeng, a throng of players gazed in awe at Dongfeng, surrounded by a multitude of glowing spheres. Some admired him, others envied him, while a few continued to gnaw on the wild boar, and some even drooled at the sight, yet none dared to approach. After all, amidst the dazzling spheres of light, Dongfeng appeared as a war god. Global announcement of the era. Player Dongfeng Pe from the Huaxiao region becomes the first player worldwide to defeat a high-level monster, earning the unique title of Hunting Pioneer. Rewards: 30 free attribute points, 1 unique martial arts gift box, 1 talent star-up stone, 1 celestial adventure stone. The thunderous system notification abruptly shattered the silence of the scene. What? It is, in fact, the world's first kill. Is this reward not a tad terrifying? 30 points of free attribute points. Moreover, a unique skill and title. Not to mention those 2 gemstones. I dare say Dongfeng Pe might as well kick the two-headed pig demon aside and claim this for himself. Do not entertain foolish ideas. We might still manage to defeat the two-headed pig demon with a concerted effort. Do you wish to jeopardize our survival by leaving Dongfeng here? Brother, stop gnawing on the pig. Meanwhile, Dongfeng whistled as he collected the spoils of war. First, he examined the equipment dropped by the 3 major guilds. With nearly 80 players involved, they yielded 32 pieces of gear, most of which were mere common artifacts of 2 or even 1 star. Only 3 pieces stood out as commendable. Angry Hound Belt, 4-star common artifact with interlocking canines and a menacing aura. It demands a ferocious demeanor. Once equipped, it enhances defense by 20 points and allows for the embedding of 1 spirit crystal, a gem infused with the essence of heaven and earth, capable of augmenting various effects. Increasing spirit absorption efficiency by 5 points. Minimum equipment requirement: Mortal. Swift Wind Greaves, 5-star common artifact run, Young One. Once worn, it boosts defense by 20 points, agility by 5 points, and adds an additional 10 to movement speed. However, when casting agility skills, spirit consumption increases by 10, while the effectiveness of the skill is enhanced by 50. Minimum equipment requirement: Mortal. It can be asserted that the explosion of the two-headed pig demon obliterated 80% of the revenues accumulated by the 3 guilds since the inception of the game. After stowing all the equipment into his backpack, Dongfeng began to scrutinize the 5 orbs of light dropped by the two-headed pig demon. Among these orbs, 2 were white, 1 blue, 1 purple, and 1 yellow. In the Epoch, the quality levels of equipment and items are categorized by color: white for common, green for spiritual, blue for precious, purple for celestial, yellow for sacred, orange for divine, and red for esteemed. Each quality is further divided from 1 star to 9 stars. Although 9-star esteemed items may also appear in the mortal realm, the odds are exceedingly slim. In my previous life, I recall the two-headed pig demon only dropping celestial items. I did not anticipate the emergence of a sacred item this time. Is it due to the global first kill? Dongfeng pondered. Pig Demon Bracers, 8-star common artifact, a symbol of the ultimate pig killer. Upon equipping, it increases defense by 40 points, attack by 10 points, root by 5 points, and strength by 10 points. Upon striking an enemy, it reduces their defense by 15 points, stacking up to 3 layers, with effects lasting for 5 minutes. Minimum equipment requirement: Chi Refinement and Body Refinement at level 2. Heavy Arm Guards, 9-star common artifact. These arm guards necessitate a certain degree of strength to wield, emphasizing both weight and might. Once donned, they bolster defense by 60 points and root by 15 points. When attacked, they automatically release a small rock formation, a portable formation that follows the player. When positioned within its center, the player's defense is enhanced by 20 points, consuming 0.5 spirit per second. The player may infuse more spiritual energy to expand the formation's coverage. For every meter increased, the spirit consumption per second rises by 1. Minimum equipment requirement: Chi Refinement and Body Refinement at level 2, with strength not below 40 points. Stellar Ring, 4-star instrument of chi refinement and body training in the path of cultivation. The resplendent starry river conceals profound secrets within. Once donned, it enhances attack power by 50 points, defense by 50 points, and all attributes by 5 points. The conversion of spiritual energy is augmented, with absorption efficiency increased by 5. Upon entering a state of meditation, a starry array materializes beneath the body, enhancing the probability of achieving enlightenment by 5. Enlightenment state doubles the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption and conversion, as well as the rate of cultivation progress. If the equipped technique has not been fully comprehended, one's understanding progresses by 1 every minute. Minimum cultivation requirement for equipping. Chi refinement and body training level 2. Heavenly spirit pill. Celestial grade. The essence of the heavens and the myriad laws must be comprehended one by one. Upon consumption, it permanently increases the probability of entering an enlightenment state by 1. Blood-shrouded armor-piercing gauntlets. 1-star sacred artifact of chi refinement and body training. This masterpiece, crafted by the renowned blacksmith Zhuge Ming, was once the favored weapon of the young master of the Huatian sect. Lost after the sect's annihilation. Once equipped, it elevates attack power by 150 points, vitality by 300 points, strength by 20 points, bone quality by 20 points, and elemental resistance by 30 points. It grants immunity to bleeding and poisoning. When gaining comprehension of techniques below the foundation establishment stage, the enhancement is doubled. Upon the first successful strike against an enemy, it inflicts the armor-piercing state, ignoring 80 points of defense, and switching targets refreshes this state. Minimum cultivation requirement for equipping. Chi refinement and body training level 7. As Dongfeng gazed at the dazzling array of equipment in his inventory while advancing towards Qingfeng village, he updated his gear, causing the surrounding players to quickly part ways. After consuming the heavenly spirit pill and donning the fierce dog belt, gale leg armor, and heavy arm guards, he replaced the Qingfeng necklace with a nightshade necklace, swapped the wolf fury bracers for the pig demon bracers, and exchanged the white wolf ring for the stellar ring. My attributes seem rather extravagant, he mused. After equipping the items, he opened his character information interface. Name, Dongfeng Pa. Title, Vanguard of Slaughter. Unique title, increases drop rate by 10. Cultivation, body refinement stage level 3, 01200. Spiritual root, Thunder. Spiritual energy reserve, maximum capacity of 20102010 in the Dantian. Spiritual energy absorption efficiency, 45. Spiritual energy conversion efficiency, 501. Life, 890. Attack, 20,760. Normal attacks inflict an additional 60 thunder damage. Defense, 409. Bone quality, 89. Wisdom, 51. Strength, 77. Agility, 80. Free attribute points, 30. Resistances, Thunder 20, Fire 25. Poison 10. Enlightenment probability, 1. Skills, Dual head attack, passive. Heavy tread, Swift shadow, passive. Venomous bite, passive. Techniques, Qingfeng force. Talents, Thunder S dominance, 10 stars. Infinite resurrection, 10 stars. No wonder that in the previous life, the prowess of Moonshadow escalated so rapidly, ultimately ascending to the position of Vice President of Annihilation. Even if not achieving the world's first kill, the equipment reward from a novice village's first kill would suffice to elevate his strength by several tiers. I cannot afford to relax. The accumulation of gear within large guilds is astonishing. Once they are equipped or experience a stroke of luck, the gap between us will swiftly diminish. I must maintain my lead, pressing them so hard that they can scarcely breathe, until I am capable of obliterating them in a single strike. Dongfeng murmured, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, just as Dongfeng was preparing to examine the other rewards for the first kill, a notification from the system interrupted him. The helmet has detected a player named Leipung attempting to call your mobile device. Would you like to answer the call using the helmet's built-in functionality? At this, Dongfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Answer. Windy, have you logged into the game? Is your title still East Windbreak? The moment the call connected, Leipung's excited voice erupted from the other end. Yes, Dongfeng replied with a cold smirk. In this life, he intended to take the initiative, rising from where he had fallen and sending Leipung soaring. Leipung, the phrase East Wind Break will become your eternal nightmare. Just wait. I will lure the snake out of its hole and crush its head. Wow, you secured the first kill. Which novice village are you in? How did you manage that? Just better luck than some fools. Stop being modest. Brother, my future depends entirely on you. I'll inform the president of Annihilation right now. Join Annihilation. Given your current standing, becoming a captain should be a piece of cake. Hearing this, Dongfeng sneered and replied, "Join Annihilation as a captain? Absolutely. The entire Annihilation Guild is discussing you. Your status would surely be significant if you joined. If I were to join, you who recommended me would also reap considerable benefits, wouldn't you? Hey, we're brothers. Anything I gain, I'll share with you, right? Which novice village are you in? I'll talk to the president and arrange for someone to pick you up. No need. I've already wiped out the Annihilation Guild in this novice village 4 times. My relationship with them is one of life and death." As these words fell, Epoch fell into a brief silence. "Is what you said true?" "Of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask the president of Annihilation about someone named Moonshadow." "Epoch, are you willing to leave Annihilation and join me in dealing with him? This is a trivial matter. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" Trivial matter, Windy. Let me think about it. I have a few things to attend to here. I'll contact you again." In the next moment, Epoch abruptly hung up the call. Dongfeng sneered, opening the built-in browser of the game and navigating to a website named World's Wonders. This site allows one to appreciate distant landscapes, showcasing surveillance footage from major districts across various cities. After a brief search, Dongfeng quickly located the surveillance footage of the street where his previous rented apartment was situated. Chapter 15. The Immortal Tome of Body Refinement. Link's request. Fortuitous Stone. Immortal grade upon use. Grants 1 encounter of body refining and chi cultivation. Talent Ascension Stone. Respect grade upon use. It randomly enhances 1 talent star level. If the star level is already maxed, it amplifies the talent effects. Unique Technique Gift Box. Divine grade upon use. It randomly grants a unique divine technique suitable for the current realm. This technique is unparalleled globally. As in the previous life, all items related to talents in the Epoch are predominantly of divine or respect grade. Dongfeng glanced at his backpack and promptly utilized the Ascension Stone and the Technique Gift Box. The talent Dominance of Thunder reached its maximum star level, enhancing its effects. The effects of all active skills of Dominance of Thunder were reduced from 50 to 30. Upon opening the gift box, the player received the technique 10,000 Methods of Body Refinement. 10,000 Methods of Body Refinement. 1 star divine. Unique a cultivation method bestowed by the Sovereign of Mountains and Rivers, verified through strength, named by disciples as 10,000 Methods of Body Refinement. It is extremely dominant. Throughout history, the true practitioners who succeeded are few and far between. As time flows, all disciples have perished, leaving only 1 volume of divine scripture, with no trace of other techniques remaining. Total levels, 9. Current level, 0. Effects at level 1. Permanently increases chi absorption efficiency by 50 points. Permanently increases chi conversion efficiency by 50 points. Permanently increases life by 500 points and defense by 100 points. Technique accompanying effects. 1. All enhancement effects of the technique are permanent, retaining enhanced attributes even if the technique is changed. 2. For every 2 points of strength gained, the bone foundation automatically increases by 1 point, without consuming free attribute points. 3. Raising the level will unlock additional accompanying effects. Technique equipment requirement. Body refinement realm. Current comprehension progress. 0 level 0. The method of comprehension varies at each level. The current level's comprehension method requires receiving 100,000 points of damage, with every 1,000 points of damage, increasing comprehension progress by 1. Wow, is this truly the unique divine technique? I recall in my last life, even after obtaining that 9-star treasure, the strongest techniques in the cultivation world were merely 9-star divine techniques, not even reaching the holy grade. However, the comprehension requirements are quite stringent. In the next moment, Dongfeng exchanged 10,000 Methods of Body Refinement for Gentle Breeze technique, pondering how he should endure the damage as he made his way to Gentle Breeze Village. Meanwhile, the global forum of the Epoch was in an uproar. Huaxia region. Who knows who this Dongfeng Po is? Is he a professional player or a guild bigwig? I'm still fighting over wild dogs. How could he achieve the first kill? Is the gap between people so vast? Offering a handsome reward for information on Dongfeng Po. The Wushuang Guild invites Dongfeng Po to join us. The position of vice president is ready. 1 million annual salary can be offered at any time. Don't dream. The big guilds in the country have already set their sights on such a person. He didn't just kill a 2-headed pig demon, did he? That one should be the lowest level. What cultivation level is Dongfeng Po? Level 5, Chi Refinement. There are barely any players at level 1 Chi Refinement. Did he spawn a pile of spirit stones? Don't get excited. Dongfeng Po is in our novice village. I know his situation. His current nickname is Dongfeng Grasshopper. Dongfeng Madman. If anyone wants to know more about his deeds, I'll pay 50. EU-US region. The first kill was unexpectedly seized by players from Huaxia. What on earth is our guild doing? As far as I know, the magical realm is far easier to conquer than the realm of cultivation over in Huaxia. Isn't that so? Indeed. Let us all maintain our composure. We represent a free and progressive civilization and should exhibit the utmost calm. Let the Huaxia players revel in their moment of glory for when the world battlefield opens. We shall reveal the true terror of the magical world. In the other regions, players from India lamented the loss of the first kill to Huaxia, expressing regret for not choosing to join the realm of cultivation. Players from Japan scoffed, asserting that the Western magical world was undeniably superior, with Huaxia merely benefiting from its larger population. Meanwhile, players from Han Country voiced their frustration, questioning why they were forced to choose between either the cultivation or magical worlds when their nation boasts the longest history. They argued that they deserved their own gaming realm, with players from other countries joining them instead. In Dongfeng village, members of the three major guilds who had been obliterated by the player named Shuangming gathered with grim expressions. The area within 100 meters was devoid of any players. If anger could manifest as thunder, the entire village would have been reduced to ashes. What should we do now? Our guild leader is already inquiring about where Dongfeng Pa is in the novice village. I hardly dare to inform him of the events that transpired, Lin Ke said solemnly. Our guild leader is already aware. I must log off immediately to explain the situation to him. You two discuss amongst yourselves. Who would have thought that the three of our guilds would convene over a solitary player? Yueying sighed bitterly, his face pale. Upon hearing this, Yunji's mouth moved, and his pent-up frustration transformed into a long sigh. Lin Ke, you should proactively inform your guild leader of the situation. The moment the global announcement rang out, Dongfeng Po's standing among the higher-ups shifted dramatically. How to address this is no longer within the purview of the three of us captains. I too must log off temporarily to clarify matters. Seeing this, Lin Ke took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said, You all go level up. Strive to break through to the first layer of Qi refinement as soon as possible. Captain, what about you? I will seek out Dongfeng Pa. Within Qingfeng village, Ji Dongfeng found the overly exuberant shopkeeper, trading away all the equipment in his backpack. Just the same, only spirit stones. Sell these, and then give me the spirit stones together. The shopkeeper exclaimed, Boss, you're unbeatable. I adore you. Get lost. Spare me such nauseating flattery. Rest assured, I promise to sell at exorbitant prices. I guarantee to exploit to the fullest. Surrounding players? The shopkeeper cleared his throat. Fellow adventurers, fear not. My little money trading company ensures fair pricing. I misspoke earlier. I admit my fault. I hereby declare that all weapons and equipment here are discounted by 100 spirit stones. Everyone, be generous. Come take a look. As his words fell, the eyes of the players gleamed with excitement. Just as Ji Dongfeng was about to turn a quest, he was suddenly blocked by a figure. What is this? Have you lost your wits and intend to resort to violence in the novice village? Ji Dongfeng gazed at the pale-faced Lin Ke, a smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke lowered his head and spoke, Dongfeng Pa, I apologize. I realize my errors. I wish to mend the relationship between the Dream Creation Guild and yourself. I do not seek your membership in Dream Creation. I only implore you for an opportunity to repair our connection, allowing for potential collaboration in the future. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng was momentarily taken aback, then regarded Lin Ke intently. At that moment, Lin Ke's eyes glimmered with a hint of redness, suggesting that expressing such sentiments required considerable resolve. Why take such a risk? Are you concerned that you will be blamed by your guild? Lin Ke let out a bitter laugh and replied, It is not so simple. The president of the Dream Creation Guild is my brother, and he is under pressure from the upper echelons of the Tianchuan group, which established the guild. In previous games, Dream Creation has been overshadowed by Oblivion, leading to my brother's precarious position. The two vice presidents harbor their own ambitions. Should I jeopardize any potential collaboration between us, they would undoubtedly seize that opportunity to undermine my brother. While this incident may not currently threaten his position, as your influence within the game grows, it will be repeatedly brought up until you are willing to reconcile with Dream Creation. However, I am acutely aware that the price for mending relations then will far exceed what is required now. My brother raised me, and even if there is the slightest possibility, I do not wish to become a burden to him. Lin Ke lifted his gaze to Ji Dongfeng, the last vestiges of hesitation dissipating from his eyes. In his previous life, Ji Dongfeng had minimal interaction with the members of Dream Creation, primarily engaging in fierce battles over resources. Initially, Oblivion and Dream Creation had exchanged victories, but 1 month before Ji Dongfeng departed from Oblivion, Dream Creation abruptly announced a change in leadership. From that point onward, Oblivion decisively suppressed Dream Creation, emerging as the paramount guild of the era. Reflecting on this, Dongfeng remarked, "To be honest, I did not anticipate you would come to discuss these matters with me. Yet, as you are aware, I have sustained significant losses. It seems we have been the ones losing all along," Lin Ku countered. "You do not comprehend. I refer to the losses on a psychological level. My fragile and vulnerable spirit has endured too many malicious attacks. How about this? Grant me some compensation for my emotional distress. A mere 10,000 spirit stones and 3 passive skill tomes." Lin Ku was momentarily stunned, then cautiously responded, "Is that all? You do not desire any cash or similar items? Vulgar. Utterly pedestrian. Am I such a mundane individual? Furthermore, money is something we will have ample opportunities to acquire together in the future. There is no rush. However, let me clarify, I do not intend to befriend you. I merely seek to engage in some form of collaboration. Should anyone from Dream Creation provoke me again, rest assured, I shall deal with anyone who dares to provoke you." Lin Ku assured him, "I will gather these items and deliver them to you promptly." Chapter 16. Heartfelt Gourd. The Deer Calls. Ding. Task completion. The Obsession of Shangguan Yu. Reward. 1,000 Spirit Stones. Contribution to Qingfeng Village. 50 points. 1-star magic artifact Heartfelt Gourd. Shangguan Yu's Blacksmith Experience Book. A random unique passive tome. Soul Forging. And 1 opportunity to select a weapon or equipment from Shangguan's blacksmith shop. The Book of Blacksmithing by Shangguan Yu. Common item. This tome chronicles Shangguan Yu's blacksmithing experiences. Utilizing this item grants an enhancement of 1,000 points to one's blacksmithing profession, with the prerequisite of mastering the blacksmithing skill. Heartfelt Gourd. 1-star common artifact, a towering red gourd adorned with peculiar engravings, inviting a connection to its essence. When equipped, it automatically converts 2 points of cultivation experience per minute in a non-combat state, without the need to enter a meditative state. This process ceases once spiritual energy is depleted. In combat, the gourd can be thrown to absorb the enemy's spiritual energy, drawing in 1 point per second, with a maximum capacity of 1,000 points to be stored and prioritized during cultivation. Minimum requirement for equipping: Chi Refinement and Body Refinement at level 1. Unique Passive Skill Manual. Soul of Forging. When forging or enhancing weapons and artifacts, the success rate increases by 10 when the dominance of thunder is activated. The effect of the Soul of Forging amplifies the success rate to 100. At the entrance of the blacksmith shop, Shangguan Yu gazed at Dongfeng with palpable excitement. And Dongfeng, equally exhilarated, equipped the artifact to learn the skill. "I cannot believe you truly accomplished this. Thank you. Now the spirit of my late husband can find solace," Shangguan Yu said, her eyes glimmering with emotion. Dongfeng, upon hearing this, promptly replied, "As a cultivator, it is my duty to assist. Oh, how I wish there had been cultivators here back then. How splendid it would have been. Alas, that accursed Wanling sect." Dongfeng felt a stir of curiosity and inquired, "Wanling sect?" He was certain that in his previous life, he had never heard of this sect. "Never mind. It is all in the past. Benefactor, your kindness is immeasurable. Please, come in and select a weapon at your leisure," Shangguan Yu suggested. "Respectfully, I have already made my choice. That very hammer you hold," Dongfeng replied with a smile. Shangguan Yu was taken aback, then glanced down at the worn iron hammer in her grasp. "This? Benefactor, this is merely a blacksmith's hammer, hardly a weapon. It may not serve you well. Nevertheless, I desire this one, to keep as a memento. Very well, if you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out," Shangguan Yu said as she handed the hammer to Dongfeng. After a brief exchange, Dongfeng bid farewell to Shangguan Yu and examined the details of the hammer. Shangguan Yu's hammer. Common item, a hammer solely for blacksmithing, inscribed with the characters of Shangguan. Upon learning the blacksmithing skill, it can be utilized to forge and enhance weapons and artifacts. Indeed, this seemingly ordinary hammer will prove invaluable once I reach the town. Who would have imagined that an unassuming female blacksmith from a small village was once a disciple of the foremost sect in the realm of alchemy? Dongfeng mused as he stored the hammer and prepared to venture into the depths of the wild wolf forest to encounter the Qingfeng monkey. However, just as Dongfeng reached the village's entrance, Liao Wuxing approached him with a lackluster demeanor. "Have you reached level 1 in body refinement?" Dongfeng inquired. "Yes. What do you need me to retrieve?" Liao Wuxing asked. Beyond Qingfeng village lies the vast expanse of Qingfeng Plain, to the north of which sprawls the wild wolf forest, while the west is home to the graveyard of wild dogs. Deep within this burial ground stands a solitary grave, beside which lies a buried orb. You are to procure this orb for me, but I must caution you. The area is rife with vicious canines of the second tier of body refinement or chi cultivation, and there may be even more formidable elite creatures lurking about, all of whom possess keen senses and can easily overwhelm the unwary. Understood. Are you not curious how I came to possess this knowledge? Uninspired by the inquiry, I shook my head and replied, I do not indulge in matters that do not pique my interest. My sole focus is to retrieve this orb for you, so that I may resume my assassination endeavors. Off you go, and I wish you success. With a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, Dongfeng dismissed the conversation and hastened towards the wild wolf forest. As he traversed Qingfeng Plain, he could feel countless fervent gazes fixated upon him. Initially uncomfortable, he gradually acclimated, only turning to glare when he overheard the mention of grasshoppers. Just as he was about to enter the wild wolf forest, a sudden realization struck him. His previously dormant spiritual guiding stone had sprung to life. Curious, he halted and examined the stone, which now pointed towards the northeastern section of the forest. The guiding stone reacts solely to elite creatures, and the only elite creature nearby was the elite white wolf, but it would not respawn today. After a moment of contemplation, Dongfeng ventured directly into the forest. Upon entering, he discovered that the northeastern direction offered no clear path, only a dense thicket of ancient trees, with gaps barely wide enough for a single individual to pass through. It appeared he would have to take an unconventional route. Without hesitation, Dongfeng plunged into the ancient grove, advancing towards the northeast amidst the howls of wild wolves. To be precise, he was navigating through the narrow gaps. By the heavens, these crevices are exceedingly constricting. Dongfeng struggled through the spaces between the ancient trees, and upon looking up, he realized he was completely surrounded by them. Without the guiding stone, he would surely have lost his way. After persevering through the narrow passages for 5 or 6 minutes, Dongfeng gritted his teeth and stepped through a gap, only to find himself standing at the edge of a precipice. Before him lay a radiant rainbow bridge extending into the clouds, its destination obscured from view. However, on this side of the bridge stood an anxious snow-white fawn, one hoof already poised atop the shimmering path. Celestial spirit deer, elite, chi refinement level 1, an exceedingly rare spirit deer, said to traverse between the divine mountains and the mundane world. It is imbued with treasures and immense opportunities. Basic information: health 100, attack power 10, defense power 10. Gazing at the flustered spirit deer, Dongfeng was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. I had not anticipated encountering a spirit deer. It is extraordinarily fragile, easily vanquished even by players of mortal rank, and it is known to yield numerous valuable items. Its only advantage lies in its swiftness. In my previous life, every appearance of such a creature would incite chaotic chases among various guilds. Yet, this rainbow bridge is a first for me. Go on, little deer, step on a bridge. I wish to discover what this enchanting path entails. Dongfeng waved his hand at the spirit deer, striving to muster the most amiable smile he could. The spirit deer, noticing this, blinked its eyes, gazing intently at Dongfeng for a moment, before cautiously stepping onto the colorful bridge. As the spirit deer trod upon the bridge, it moved with grace. Upon reaching midair, the bridge transformed into a vibrant cloud, supporting the spirit deer as it slowly drifted towards the horizon. Through the mist, one could faintly discern a towering mountain at the edge of the sky. Suddenly, a call of yo-yo resonated in Dongfeng's ears, prompting him to look up and discover that the spirit deer had nodded at him. A chime echoed, announcing, "Congratulations, player has received the blessing of the spirit deer." The blessing included an enhancement of 1,000 points to his cultivation, a permanent increase of 10 in drop rates, and the ability to automatically summon the spirit deer for protection upon entering the Divine Mountain. Did the Divine Mountain truly exist? In his previous life, players had largely dismissed it as mere legend. Dongfeng murmured to himself, followed by a chuckle. He had not anticipated such a reward from releasing the spirit deer. However, his laughter abruptly ceased the moment he turned away, just as Dongfeng endeavored to conceal his thoughts. The leaders of the 3 major guilds of dream creation in Qingfeng Village logged off, each heading to their respective guild headquarters. Chapter 17. Into the Forest. Commanded by Chu Xueqing. In the northwest area of Huaxia Dragon City, at the heart of a bustling commercial district, a striking 40-story building stood out, crowned by a colossal golden trophy inscribed with the characters Annihilation, epitomizing a blend of grandeur and simplicity. The structure, from the 1st to the 30th floor, was filled with numerous cubicles where players donned virtual helmets, engaged in battle. The 31st to 39th floors housed offices for high-level staff and technicians, while the 40th floor contained the office and gaming room of the guild leader, Chu Xueqing. Zhao Ying. Are you saying that you have completely offended the player who achieved the first kill of the era, and that this individual possesses the strength to annihilate your team multiple times? In the central office on the 40th floor, a tall, middle-aged woman clad in a sleek black suit spoke, gently swirling her wine glass, while a middle-aged man stood before her, visibly anxious. Despite her soft tone, it sent chills down the man's spine. This Dongfeng Pa is truly uncanny. Even the top solitary experts in the country are likely still at the first level of chi refinement. Yet this Dongfeng Pa, emerging from nowhere, has managed to single-handedly defeat me. I initially approached him merely for his equipment, as we often did in other games, but I did not anticipate. Zhao Ying nervously began. Upon hearing this, Chu Xueqing raised her gaze to Zhao Ying, then slowly tilted her hand, pouring the wine over his head. Zhao Ying trembled, refraining from uttering another word. Just because it has been done before does not mean you were right this time. As the leader of the Annihilation Guild, you should understand that if you cannot win someone over, you must find a way to eliminate them. I give you 24 hours, regardless of the means, be it online or offline, to either recruit him into Annihilation or ensure he exits the era, or at the very least, make it impossible for him to re-enter in the near future. In summary, it is imperative to extinguish this potential threat in its infancy. Failure to do so will undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Chu Xueqing gently patted Zhao Ying's face, her tone gradually turning frigid. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying quickly nodded and tentatively inquired, "President, do we have any means to ascertain the true identity of Dongfeng Pa, or at least discover his whereabouts?" "That is unattainable. The Epoch is unlike other games. You must devise your own solutions," came the response. Just as Zhao Ying was about to speak, a knock echoed at the door. Guomin, a bodyguard, entered, announcing, "President, there is a player named Leipeng from the gold farming team who claims to know Dongfeng Po's true identity and his residence." Chu Xueqing chuckled lightly and remarked, "Captain Zhao, it seems fortune smiles upon you." Nearby Huaxia, a man dressed in casual attire, gazed solemnly at the vast ocean. Flanked by a man and a woman, both grinning, yet harboring a glint of mockery in their eyes. "Lin Tian, several guild members just shared some news with me. It appears your brother has thoroughly offended that first kill player," the woman chuckled, although the identity of this player remained unknown. Securing a first kill signifies their worthiness as a potential ally, perhaps even one who could ascend to the pinnacle of Epic. You are well aware of the future value such individuals hold, and your brother has crossed him, making explanations to the higher-ups rather challenging. The man beside her concurred. By the way, I recall you advising your brother to cultivate a rapport with Dongfeng Pa, even offering him a captaincy. It seems your brother has been rather disobedient." The woman continued. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian turned to face them, adjusting his black-rimmed glasses with a flick of his finger. "Sun Xiaoming, Tian Li, listen closely. Dongfeng Pa is indeed formidable, yet the future value remains uncertain," Lin Tian stated. The woman chuckled lightly, preparing to respond when a furious roar interrupted. "I have not offended Dongfeng Pa. Not only have I not offended him, but he has also agreed to cooperate with us." With this proclamation, Sun Xiaoming and Tian Li's expressions shifted, and they turned to see a young man, bearing a resemblance to Lin Tian, rushing towards them with palpable excitement. "Lin Ku, what nonsense are you spouting? We are well aware of the situation. Your words will only exacerbate your transgressions." Sun Xiaoming scoffed. "Sun Xiaoming, I warn you, do not ascribe the term transgression to my brother," Lin Tian interjected, his countenance darkening, his eyes flashing with cold intensity. "As long as you are present, how intriguing. Lin Kiskiviko, prove it to us. If what you claim is true, then Lin Tian, I concede your earlier assertion. The future value is indeed uncertain," Tian Li remarked with a smile. With that, Tian Li and Sun Xiaoming turned and departed. "Are you seeking out Dongfeng again?" Lin Tian queried. Lin Ku, grinning, replied, "Brother, I need a bit of financial support. I owe Dongfeng some obligations." Meanwhile, the upper echelons of various large guilds across Huaxia busied themselves, faced with a singular dilemma: how to approach the enigmatic Dongfeng. Within the game, Ji Dongfeng concluded his journey through Gaiyang and ventured deep into the heart of the Wild Wolf Forest. Advancing further would lead him into the territory of the Qingfeng monkeys, renowned for their astonishing strength and speed, as well as their ability to evade and summon reinforcements. A swift resolution was imperative, he murmured. At that moment, as Ji Dongfeng prepared to delve deeper, the system alerted him to an incoming call from Leipeng. Observing the surveillance footage, everything appeared normal. Upon answering the call, Leipeng's laughter resonated instantly. "Fengzi, I made up my mind. I want to team up with you. I believe following you holds more promise than sticking with Annihilation." "Oh, are you certain?" "Absolutely. You are capable of being the first to secure a kill. You are destined to become the strongest. Alright, then detach yourself from the Annihilation Guild. Sure, I'll come find you shortly. Don't go anywhere. I need to have a good chat with you. Okay, I will continue hunting monsters. Call me when you arrive. I can't hear the doorbell in the game. Understood. As he ended the call, Dongfeng cast a glance at the surveillance and then smirked, striding into the depths of the forest. The next moment, the cries of monkeys echoed through the woods. Outside Qingfeng village, the members of the Annihilation Guild, led by Yue, regrouped. Captain, I've been keeping an eye on things. Dongfeng has entered the wild wolf forest. Listen up. The Annihilation Guild is about to settle things with Dongfeng. Those interested are welcome to join us. I will show you what it means to be the top guild. With that declaration, Yue led the Annihilation Guild with fervor toward the wild wolf forest, calling out loudly to attract the attention of other players. Newly logged in Link, hearing the commotion, quickly gathered his team to follow. In the blink of an eye, the area outside the wild wolf forest was teeming with players. Chapter 18. The Will of the Monkey's Staff. An opportunity? 294. 120. 10. Ding. The Qingfeng monkey has been slain. Spiritual energy is full. Task progress. 80 out of 100. Deep within the wild wolf forest, Dongfeng felled a snow-white monkey with a single punch. Above him, the heart intent gourd rotated slowly, absorbing the spiritual energy from the surrounding foes. While beneath his feet lay a heavy armament coupled with a small rock formation. Despite the beast's attacks circumventing a portion of player defenses, Dongfeng's defenses were already exceedingly high, further enhanced by the rock formation. As he continued to battle, he opted to forego defense altogether, diving into the throng of monkeys with a flurry of punches, achieving remarkable efficiency in his monster-slaying endeavors. The beasts of the body refinement realm were tough-skinned and robust, yet lacked significant magical offensive capabilities. However, Dongfeng remained vigilant, aware that encounters with beasts of Qi refinement level 6 and above required greater caution. In the next moment, Dongfeng looked up to find the surrounding monkeys gazing at him with expressions of astonishment, hesitating to approach. What are you afraid of? Are you not male monkeys? If you have the guts, come and fight me. Dongfeng scoffed, shouting provocatively. Reacting to his taunt, the nearby Qingfeng monkeys displayed varied responses. Some charged forward with fierce cries, while others shook their heads repeatedly, retreating in fear. Bang! As Dongfeng prepared to confront his adversaries, he suddenly noticed a multitude of monkeys commencing to gather stones for a long-range assault, their aim remarkably precise. Even though the stones failed to breach his defenses, the discomfort simulated by the impact was still palpable. An ambush! You dare to play dirty? He exclaimed. Very well. Just wait. I shall deal with you first. With a heavy stomp, he activated the wolf spirit boots, enhancing his agility and reducing the energy expenditure by 50%. Hearing the notification, Dongfeng's eyes gleamed with determination as he lunged forward, covering over 10 meters in an instant and arriving before a monkey. Empowered by the effects of the Thunderous Dominance and Gale Leg Armor, and further amplified by the wolf spirit boots, his heavy stomp now achieved an astonishing effect of 200. Caught off guard by Dongfeng's sudden advance, the Clear Wind monkey failed to react in time, allowing Dongfeng to deliver a decisive punch. 322. 120. The notification chimed. Clear Wind monkey slain. Energy fully replenished. Mission progress at 81-100. With a single blow, he effortlessly dispatched the creature and collected the green orbit dropped. After vanquishing so many monkeys, Dongfeng had obtained 9 pieces of weaponry, though all were merely 3-star mundane artifacts, lacking the attributes and effects to rival his current gear. However, he had finally acquired his first spiritual weapon. Monkey's Intense Staff, 3-star spiritual weapon, a symbol of the Monkey Clan's recognition of humanity. Wielding this staff allows one to join their ranks, potentially yielding unexpected rewards. This special equipment offers no attribute enhancements, sealing the wielder's attack power at 1 point. Monkey-type beasts perceive you as kin, enabling training and sparring with them, with a chance to enhance your attributes. Minimum cultivation requirement, body refinement level 1. Upon examining this equipment, Dongfeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had never encountered such an item in his previous life. Fascinating. It seems that the variety and function of epical weapons and equipment are far more intricate than I had previously realized. In the next moment, Dongfeng donned a monkey's intense staff, and the previously agitated monkeys around him fell into a serene calm, with some even offering him fruits as a gesture of goodwill. Monkey fruit, common item, the favorite delicacy of the Clear Wind monkeys. Consuming it gradually restores energy, replenishing 20 points per minute for a duration of 30 minutes. My apologies. Dear friends, I must first complete my mission. Once I select 19 fortunate individuals. We shall forge a true friendship. 10 minutes later, amidst the furious curses of the monkeys, Dongfeng made his way towards the entrance of the wolf forest, having procured 12 pieces of weaponry from 100 monkeys, of which only the monkey's intense staff was of any use, while the remaining items would be entrusted to the shopkeeper for sale. He pondered the shopkeeper's sales performance, noting that less than 6 hours remained before the significant event in the novice village. If memory served him right, to activate that opportunity, he needed to amass 30,000 spiritual stones beforehand. I must exert myself further. Otherwise, I risk disappointing Lin Ku once again, Dongfeng mused. Meanwhile, outside the wolf forest, the Shadow of Annihilation stood at the entrance with guild members, surrounded by a throng of players in the plains, all eyes fixated on her, oblivious to the nearby wild monsters. Is the Annihilation Guild seeking to trouble the madman Dongfeng once more? Is the phenomenon of total annihilation truly addictive? It appears to me that they have come to reconcile. Otherwise, I would feast upon this wild dog. Is it a habit to deceive for sustenance? Numerous guilds, both large and small, have gathered. How fortunate we are to be born in this novice village. I dare say other novice villages lack such vibrant festivities. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Zuami's expression radiated excitement. Everyone, summon your spirits. Whether we can restore the illustrious reputation of annihilation hinges upon us. Indeed, Zuami, what exactly do you intend to do? Upon hearing this, Zuami turned to see Link approaching with members of the Dream Creation Guild. Did I not just state our aim is to revive the prestige of annihilation? We intend to settle matters with East Windbreaking. Link, you merely need to observe. Perhaps I can assist your dream creation in venting some frustrations, Zuami replied with a smug smile. Link replied solemnly. There is no longer any enmity between us and East Windbreaking. Your intervention is unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Zuami and several onlookers from various guilds exchanged glances, while Sihai Yunj wore a contemplative expression. No enmity? Link, has your mind been befuddled by your recent demise? Zuami scoffed, just as Link prepared to respond. A sudden gasp echoed in his ears. Turning around, he was astonished to see Dongfeng emerge from the forest. Upon noticing the throng gathered before him, Dongfeng appeared momentarily taken aback. Oh, such a grand occasion? Are you all here to welcome me? He chuckled, waving at the crowd. What is that gourd? It cannot be a magical artifact, can it? What on earth? A magical artifact? Aren't those the rarest items to acquire in this game? Is East Wind Breaking truly capable of such a feat? I cannot bear to gaze any longer. This game is unplayable. Seeing this, Link gritted his teeth and swiftly approached East Wind Breaking. Exercise caution. The Annihilation Guild seems to have devised a plan against you. Link warned, his voice unrestrained. At this, a chorus of gasps erupted around them, while Zuanmi and Yunja's expressions shifted dramatically. Link is indeed decisive. It seems Dream Creation genuinely values their brother from East Windbreaking. Control your drool and cease staring at his gourd, Zuanmi remarked coldly after casting a glance at Link. East Windbreaking, while we have had our disagreements, our guild leader has decided to extend an opportunity for you to join Annihilation. Should you accept, Annihilation will present an enticing offer, Zuanmi announced. Taking a couple of steps forward, her voice ringing clear. At her words, gasps reverberated like thunder. Annihilation seeks to invite East Windbreaking. Annihilation has humbled itself. Pay attention to Zuami's tone. Annihilation has not truly bowed down. They remain perched atop their pedestal. Indeed, she spoke of providing an opportunity. With East Windbreaking's temperament, there is no conceivable way he would accept such an offer. At this juncture, Dongfeng burst into laughter, his mirth causing Zuami's heart to quail. An opportunity, you say? I shall grant you an opportunity. Willingly reveal the equipment you possess, both on your person and within your bags, and I may allow you to depart. Dongfeng remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yuang also broke into a grin. Ah, Dongfeng Pa, I knew you would make such a choice. Everyone has witnessed it. It is not that we of the Annihilation Guild denied Dongfeng Pa an opportunity. Rather, it is Dongfeng Pa who fails to recognize his fortune. Observe closely. Let this serve as a testament to why the Annihilation Guild reigns as the foremost guild. Yuang proclaimed loudly, then turned to one of the Annihilation members beside her. Upon noticing her gaze, the individual promptly chose to log off. Dongfeng glanced at the surveillance monitor, noticing that Leipeng had received a phone call, and thereafter began knocking on the door of the rental apartment. Regrettably, you have missed your chance. I hope you will be more discerning in the future and comprehend who it is you should not provoke, Yuang stated with a smile. Dongfeng replied, you too have squandered an opportunity. At that moment, Leipeng's call came through. Fengzi, open the door. I've been knocking for ages. Let us have a proper discussion. Dongfeng responded coldly. Leipeng, you have forfeited the singular opportunity one could have provided you. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. If you wish to continue playing in this era, then run within the game, run as far as you can, to a place where I cannot find you. Otherwise, I shall pursue you to the brink of despair, until you abandon this game entirely. He then abruptly ended the call. In the surveillance footage, Leipeng stared at the phone screen, his expression shifting dramatically. After a moment of stunned silence, his face contorted with rage as he kicked open the door of the rental apartment. He must be inside. Search! Leipeng bellowed. As his words faded, a throng of henchmen surged into the apartment, while Dongfeng switched off the monitor and turned to the increasingly anxious Yue. Are you curious as to why I have yet to log off and remain standing here? Dongfeng inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yueying's pupils constricted, a look of perplexity crossing her face, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. What is this? Annihilation. What are you making us witness? Are we to observe you in a daze? Engage in battle? Will you? Are you perhaps concealing some grand strategy? Is there not a skill in the game that has an exceptionally lengthy wind-up time? Yet, one must initiate that wind-up. Have you ever seen a skill that can be unleashed without moving or speaking? Who can enlighten me on what they are doing? Are they merely staring each other down? Is Annihilation attempting to stare Dongfeng Po to death? As the surrounding crowds, clamoring intensified, Yueying's discomfort grew. At that moment, a phone call suddenly came in. After listening to the content on the other end, Yueying's expression shifted dramatically. Outside the rental apartment, Leipeng stood pale-faced, surrounded by a throng of henchmen. Leipeng, where is he? Should I continue searching? Shall I call Dongfeng again? Do not delay me. No. Chapter 19. What has the Annihilation Guild truly done? Upon the Clearwind Plains, Yueying and Dongfeng exchanged fierce glares, caught in a stalemate, neither advancing nor retreating, the tension of awkward silence expanding around them. Acutely aware of the peculiar gazes from other players, Yueying of Annihilation wore a grave expression, a torrent of fury within him with no outlet for release. Utterly unable to fathom that Leipeng's endeavor had been in vain. Are you devoid of sense, Annihilation? Do you blindly trust the words of any random fool? Dongfeng chuckled. Captain, what shall we do now? With so many eyes upon us, it seems we are rather cornered. Upon hearing this, Moonshadow clenched his fists and whispered fiercely, silence. Obey my command. Prepare to log off collectively shortly. But wouldn't that be too embarrassing? If this continues, we will suffer both humiliation and a loss of spiritual energy. Observing the murmuring of the Annihilation Guild, the surrounding players wore expressions of confusion. Brother, am I mistaken, or has the Annihilation Guild truly done nothing at all? Were they not supposed to show us something impressive? Perhaps the impressive thing refers to their sheer audacity? Noticing the expressions of the Annihilation Guild members, Dongfeng's intuition peaked, and he quickly discerned their intentions. Hey, you're not actually planning to log off, are you? I've made myself quite clear. You have already missed your last opportunity. Logging off is permissible, but first, you must taste defeat. Dongfeng sneered, then abruptly unleashed a powerful strike, charging forward while his gourd soared behind him, extracting 1 point of spiritual energy from each member of the Annihilation Guild, forcibly plunging them all into a state of combat. Ding! You are now in combat status and cannot log off. Please exit combat mode before attempting to log off. Seeing this, Moonshadow's expression shifted dramatically. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Dongfeng, his pupils quivering in response. You scoundrel! Everyone, strategic retreat! Moonshadow bellowed. Yet, before he could turn, Dongfeng leaped in front of him. Bang! 364. 120. Without uttering another word, Dongfeng delivered a single blow that completely depleted Moonshadow's health. Heavy tread. Marvelous. Well done. What a strike. Truly a friend of our Dream Creation Guild. Truly my good brother. Link exclaimed, leading the applause, and the members of the Dream Creation Guild hurriedly joined in the cheers. Meanwhile, the expressions of the onlooking players grew even more perplexed. What exactly has the Annihilation Guild accomplished? Are they not still being dispatched by Dongfeng's punches, one after another? The question of what the Annihilation Guild had done became one of the hottest topics on the Huaxia District Forum that day. Picking up 2 pieces of equipment dropped by the Annihilation Guild, Dongfeng glanced casually at them. Both were 2-star ordinary items. These 2 pieces of equipment are for you, he said, looking at Link. Taken aback at first, Link's face soon broke into a joyful grin as he bounded over to Dongfeng. Ahem, brother. From now on, I shall call you brother. Can you really give me this equipment? Link laughed, completely setting aside the pride of his large guild. Do you not want it? Of course I do. This is a 2-star weapon. Link quickly accepted the items. Everyone disperse. Don't linger here. Make haste to level up. Ji Dongfeng called out, then started walking towards Qingfeng village, with Link hastening to follow like a devoted younger brother. Watching Ji Dongfeng's retreating figure, the crowd expressed their admiration. He even cares about us. How heartwarming. Let us disperse. Let us disperse. My goal today is to reach level 2 of Qi refinement. I want to sleep until I achieve this goal. Let us go, let us go. But can someone please convince this brother to stop chasing wild dogs? On the road to Qingfeng village, Link nervously rubbed his hands, entirely devoid of his former composure. Why are you so anxious? I won't harm you. Rest assured. I will not forget my promises. Our past is behind us, Ji Dongfeng remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Link hastily replied, Brother, the spirit stones and passive skill manuals will likely take some time to gather. I've already sent someone to collect them in the novice village. Well, don't call me brother. Our relationship is merely acquaintances, and I harbor no fondness for the large guilds, Ji Dongfeng stated directly. All right, brother. Stop following me. You should focus on leveling up. After all, you are part of a renowned guild in the country, and not even having reached the Qi refinement stage is quite embarrassing. That was due to your actions. Ahem. No matter. We will go level up immediately. If you need anything, just call for me. Boss. I just witnessed a few members of the Annihilation Guild log off right after respawning. How did the sales go? Hee, come, let me show you my capabilities. In the next moment, the shopkeeper requested a trade with Ji Dongfeng and promptly laid out 15,000 spirit stones along with a passive skill manual. All the weapons and equipment have been sold and the manuals exchanged. As I mentioned, as long as your reputation is sufficiently loud, my small money trading house will have no trouble selling its wares. The shopkeeper said, beaming with pride. Ji Dongfeng glanced at the passive skill manual. Passive skill manual. Wisdom root enhances your wisdom root, but only to a slight extent. Common skill. Upon learning, the insight probability is permanently increased by 1. Minimum learning requirement. Mortal. Upon reading the skill description, Ji Dongfeng's expression shifted. If items related to talent in the era were the most precious, then those associated with insight would undoubtedly rank as the second or even third most valuable. In his previous life, a fruit that enhanced the insight probability by 0.5 had caused great turmoil among guilds, with many factions clashing fiercely over it, ultimately resulting in it being claimed by the president of the Annihilation Guild. Is it possible that such a skill is being traded? It seemed like a Nav-VE fool who had not played many games, named Ziqianjiang, had no intention of trading but was coerced by a companion named Meilianjiang, who had taken a fancy to the skill. She insisted on the exchange, believing that a mere 1 probability was too insignificant, preferring a more active skill instead. The shopkeeper chuckled. Thank you for your reward. No need for that. I already mentioned that all profits from the weapons and equipment you provided belong to you. On the surface, it appears I did not earn any spirit stones this time, but in reality, I have gained significantly. Boss, keep striving to amplify your reputation. While Annihilation is absent, I will focus on leveling up. Although I am not particularly keen on it, I must at least break through to the first layer of Qi refinement. Oh, what a hassle, the shopkeeper hurriedly added. Is haggling over prices not a hassle? Yet this is? Ye Dongfeng left. This is the fundamental quality of merchant. You wouldn't understand, boss. Why not take some spirit stones? That way, you won't have to slay monsters to gather Qi. Absolutely not. This is a matter of principle. Those spirit stones belong to you, boss. If I were to take any, it would merely be a loan. Borrowing is the most costly endeavor in this world. It's simply not worth it. As the words fell, the chief steward made his way directly towards the Qingfeng plain, while Ji Dongfeng observed his silhouette, lost in thought. The effect of the Thunder Tyrant activated, permanently enhancing the insight probability by 10. Upon mastering the skill, Ji Dongfeng promptly sought out Li Yuwei to complete his quest. Ding. Quest Raucous Monkeys completed. Rewards: 20 contribution points to Qingfeng Village, 500 spirit stones, 1 Furious Ape Warhammer, and the Agility Manual Step on Qingsong. Furious Ape Warhammer, 6-star common weapon, a weapon exclusive to the village chief's home in Qingfeng Village, engraved with the image of a monkey. Purportedly forged by the first-generation blacksmith of Qingfeng Village. Equipping it enhances attack power by 30 points and strength by 5 points. Upon striking a target, there's a 5 chance to stun the opponent. The greater the disparity in strength, the longer the stun duration. Minimum equipment cultivation requirement: Qi refining and body refinement. Level 1. Active skill manual. Step on Qingsong. Just as there exists a method for horizontal movement, it is only logical to have one for vertical movement as well. Those capable of sword flight may disregard this statement. A common skill that allows the expenditure of 10 spirit points to perform a double jump in midair, reaching a maximum height of 5 meters. The Warhammer would likely be obtainable by several players by tomorrow, making it one of the finest weapons accessible to ordinary players in a novice village. It reminded Dongfeng of the previous life when he first entered the town, where the streets were filled with individuals wielding massive hammers, regardless of gender, resembling blacksmiths. Dongfeng chuckled softly, exchanging his gauntlets for the Warhammer, though he had no intention of selling the gauntlets, as their additional effects remained quite useful. With the Thunder Tyrant's effect in play, the step on Ching Song's skill transformed, allowing a double jump that could reach heights of up to 35 meters at the cost of 10 spirit points. The gourd continually elevated its cultivation level and was on the verge of a breakthrough. This skill was timely, as Dongfeng turned to gaze at a massive stone situated in the center of the clearing behind him. This stone towered at 10 meters, its surface exceedingly smooth, devoid of any inscriptions or patterns, standing out starkly in the clearing, yet drew no attention. However, prior to this, it seemed his contribution points were sufficient to exchange for the cultivation insights. Chapter 20. The collective high jump incident in Qingfeng Village. The benefactor has made an immense contribution to our village. This item has been passed down through my ancestors, and as an ordinary person, it serves me no purpose. It is fated to be with you, dear benefactor. Within Qingfeng Village, Dongfeng expended 100 contribution points to redeem the cultivation insights of the Qingfeng cultivator. Qingfeng cultivator's insights. Documenting the experiences of Qingfeng cultivators. This singular volume exists solely within the realm of cultivation, encapsulating the profound and intricate paths of the primordial way. Acquiring it would undoubtedly save one from many detours and prepare for potential calamities in the future. It requires the Qingfeng strength to utilize. Once used, the effect of Qingfeng strength will be doubled, and subsequent training effects in the game will manifest at a rate of 10 in reality. Gazing at the description of the cultivation insights, Dongfeng furrowed his brow slightly. While he could comprehend the doubling effect, the meaning of 10 manifestation in reality perplexed him. Did it imply that the training effects within the game would also be effective in the real world? How could that be? Surely the Qingfeng cultivator could not be a charlatan, Dongfeng murmured. Ding! The effects of the gentle breeze have doubled, permanently enhancing the maximum reserve of spiritual energy in the Dantian by 2,000. The efficiency of spiritual energy absorption and transformation is permanently increased by 40 points, along with a permanent enhancement of 20 points to bone structure, wisdom, strength, and agility. The cultivation array on the stone is the giant stone array, which can also provide additional boosts during breakthroughs. Let us ascend and see. Dongfeng took a deep breath and began to stretch his limbs. As the most prominent figure in Qingfeng Village, every movement of Dongfeng drew the attention of other players. What is the Annihilation Squad expert doing? It seems he is stretching. Could he be preparing for a fight in Qingfeng Village? Annihilation doesn't seem to be around. Doesn't look like it. Should we try doing the same? Perhaps this is the secret behind his immense power. Sounds reasonable. In the blink of an eye, over 100 players appeared behind Dongfeng, all intently observing his every movement as they attempted to replicate it perfectly. Back bend. Quickly. Next is knee bends. Why does this feel like the sixth set of radio calisthenics? Wait, is that the fledgling eagle taking flight? Hold on. He's charging. In the astonished gaze of the surrounding players, Dongfeng suddenly accelerated towards the giant stone. Upon reaching it, he stomped his foot, striving to maximize his jump height. Step on a green pine. At the pinnacle of his leap, Dongfeng roared, executing the step on a green pine, propelling himself even higher into the air. However, he was somewhat dismayed to find that this time, the additional effects of the wolf spirit boots did not activate. Thud! As he landed, Dongfeng wore a contemplative expression. In the game, my character's jump height after a full sprint can reach 2 meters. With a step on the green pine, it can achieve 35 meters. And with the Gale leg armor enhancing it by 50, the total could reach 525 meters. Without triggering the wolf spirit boots, the maximum jump height would be 725 meters. Who would have thought I'd need to solve math problems in a game? Yet it seems I might not need a sprint. Perhaps a jump from standstill will suffice. Here we go. Oh, wolf spirit boots. I hope you're aware of what is coming. Dongfeng glanced back and noticed a group of players staring intently at him. Unfazed, he waved at them and turned once more to face the giant stone. Did Dongfeng just jump again in midair? Left foot on a right foot? It must be some kind of technique. I'm just curious about what he is doing. Should we also follow suit? Yes, we must do it. This could trigger some kind of opportunity. In the next moment, some bolder players approached the giant stone. As soon as Dongfeng leaped, they immediately followed suit, albeit the only difference being that Dongfeng could perform a mid-air double jump, while they could only land first. Goodness, is my luck really this poor today? I refuse to believe it. Seeing that the effect of the wolf spirit boots had yet to trigger, Dongfeng's expression darkened. He decided to disregard the other players and began jumping in place. 1, 2, 3. Jump! 1, 2, 3. Is this some sort of ritual? Look. ISNT, that Dongfeng the grasshopper. Wow, he is jumping so high. He has truly become a grasshopper. I understand now. Has the East Wind broken established some kind of grasshopper guild? Is this a form of alliance ceremony? It makes sense otherwise. I truly cannot fathom the purpose of a group of people jumping in place. After leaping 7 or 8 times, Dongfeng once again unleashed the spring pine step. With a chime, the wolf spirit boots activated, doubling his agility and reducing the consumption of spiritual energy by 50. Upon hearing the system's notification, Dongfeng was nearly moved to tears. In the next moment, he soared into the air, leaping over 10 meters and landing gracefully upon a massive rock. This was not mere jumping, this was a flight. The elegance of his movement would surely earn him a score of 90 in a high jump competition. This hardly resembled a grasshopper. It looked more like a flying flea. As Dongfeng touched down on the rock, a radiant glow emanated from its summit, gradually revealing a yellow magic array. Ding! Player has met the activation conditions. Charisma of leap, jumping from the ground to the air above the rock solely based on one's own strength. Activating the giant rock magic array. Without a moment's hesitation, Dongfeng settled into a cross-legged position, entering a state of cultivation. The instant he did so, a magic array sparkling with starlight materialized before him. Dongfeng took no heed. This was merely the auxiliary effect of the galaxy ring. However, to his astonishment, the next moment, the galaxy array and the giant rock array began to merge, accompanied by a blinding burst of light. The two arrays coalesced into one, transforming into a red magic array adorned with intricate patterns, from which 7 small meteors emerged, swirling around Dongfeng. Ding! Player's location detected as a mortal-level spiritual land, giant rock array. Upon entering cultivation, the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption and conversion is increased by 5 points. The array can sustain for 30 minutes, and if the player breaks through during cultivation, their defense will permanently increase by 10 points. After usage, the array requires 12 hours to absorb the essence of heaven and earth before it can be reactivated. Ding! The galaxy array and the giant rock array have combined to form the spirit-level 7 directions meteor array. Upon entering cultivation, the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption and conversion is increased by 20 points. Comprehension probability is enhanced by 3. And every 5 minutes of cultivation allows the absorption of 1 meteor's power, granting a random enhancement. The array can last for a maximum of 40 minutes. If comprehension occurs during cultivation, its duration extends from 5 to 10 minutes. If a breakthrough occurs during cultivation, 1 random skill quality will be enhanced. After 40 minutes, the giant rock array will permanently vanish. Listening to the cascade of system notifications, Dongfeng found himself momentarily dazed. In his previous life, he had never heard of magic arrays merging. After a brief moment of astonishment, he focused all his attention on cultivation. Ding! Entering cultivation state. Remaining spiritual energy, 2,140. Conversion rate, 911 spiritual energy per minute. Ding! Cultivation level increased by 303. Absorbed spiritual energy, 85. Remaining spiritual energy, 21339. Ding! Effect of the wolf spirit ring activated. Cultivation increase value doubled, resulting in an elevation of 606. Meanwhile, the majority of players from Qingfeng village were drawn to the commotion surrounding the colossal rock in layers. Their collective gaze fixated on Dongfeng, who was in a meditative state. Their expressions reflected a blend of astonishment, admiration, and confusion. What is this phenomenon? What are the 7 spheres surrounding Dongfeng? It seems that only Dongfeng is engaged in the pursuit of immortality, while we are mere mortals. Let's not delude ourselves. In comparison to him, we scarcely qualify as common folk. I even suspect that his lofty leaps are merely a display for us. Before the server launch, I believe I saw something on the official website referring to this as a formation. I wish I hadn't looked. It feels as if a single glance could lead to an explosion. Ding! Cultivation has risen to 1200. Capacity reached. Breakthrough successful. Congratulations to the player for advancing to the 4th layer of body refinement, entering the mid-stage of body refinement. Breakthrough rewards include enhanced attributes. With a maximum spiritual energy capacity increased by 200, 6 points of free attribute points gained, and an additional 4 points to root bone. The dominance of thunder has activated, boosting thunder damage by 10 points. The 7-star meteor formation is now in effect, upgrading the skill Heavy Step to a spiritual level. Heavy Step, spiritual level skill, allowing the consumption of 20 points of spiritual energy to execute a single heavy step, which grants 2 subsequent leaps with a maximum distance of 16 meters. During these leaps, if a hostile target appears within a 4-meter radius, one may choose to teleport directly in front of that target. The dominance of thunder modifies the heavy step, allowing the consumption of 20 points of spiritual energy for a single heavy step, enabling 2 leaps with a maximum distance of 112 meters. During these leaps, if a hostile target appears within a 28-meter range, one may teleport directly in front of that target. Did a flash of light just emanate from him? Has he truly broken through? Report. Is he not exploiting some cheat? What is the extent of his cultivation? How can a breakthrough occur as effortlessly as drinking water? My goodness, come and behold this celestial being. Thankfully, the Annihilation Guild is absent. Otherwise, they might face another complete annihilation and frustration. Wait, a meteor has penetrated into Dongfeng's body. What is this? Ding. 5 minutes of cultivation completed, granting 1 meteoric power enhancement, increasing comprehension probability by 5. Lasting for 5 minutes. Ding. Cultivation increased by 303. Spiritual energy absorbed, 85. Remaining spiritual energy, 21034. Ding. Congratulations on entering the state of enlightenment. This state lasts for 10 minutes, during which the absorption and transformation efficiency of spiritual energy is doubled. When cultivation increases, the values are also doubled. The comprehension progress of the myriad methods of body refinement increases by 1 per minute. Ding. Cultivation increased by 1214. Spiritual energy absorbed, 170. Remaining spiritual energy, 20,912. Comprehension of the myriad methods of body refinement increases by 1. With the sound of the system's notifications, a crimson beam of light shot forth from Dongfeng's crown, soaring into the heavens. What on earth is happening? Is he about to ascend to immortality? It feels as if the very crown of his head is being lifted. I've seen this on the official website. This is enlightenment. Each player has only 1 chance to trigger this. Are you certain it's 1? This certainly does not appear to be the case. Does this game even have customer service? Just let him ascend already. Indeed, I cannot comprehend the realm of the fortunate. Chapter 21. The scandal and praise of Qingfeng Village. In the central square of Qingfeng Village, a multitude of players congregated, their exclamations echoing incessantly. As the members of various guilds observed Dongfeng's remarkable state, they hastily relayed the information to their superiors. Simultaneously, numerous players recorded the event and uploaded it to the forum. In an instant, a fervent discussion regarding Dongfeng erupted anew within the realm of the Epoch. Huaxia District Forum. A hefty reward is offered for Dongfeng's contact information. The footage of Dongfeng Po's training has been unveiled for the first time. Is it truly possible to attain such a state on the very first day of the server's opening? The view count for the Dongfeng Po training video has swiftly surpassed 10 million. High-ranking members of various guilds have convened emergency meetings to deliberate on the matter. Ji Yuan's Xiaoyao Sheng has crafted a leaderboard. Dongfeng outshines numerous professional players in the domestic gaming industry, securing the top position on the Epic Power Rankings. The upper echelon of the Annihilation Guild has urgently logged off. In the 40th floor of the Annihilation Guild headquarters, Chu Xueqing occupied a prominent seat, flanked by the guild's vice presidents, while captains stood attentively by her side. Zhao Ying and Lei Peng, filled with trepidation, stood at the center. You all have witnessed the video. Do you possess any solutions regarding Dongfeng? Chu Xueqing inquired coldly. I am currently investigating all rental situations in Binhai City over the past few days. However, the influx of people is overwhelming and many rentals are private. The agencies we have invested in have yet to yield any results. Zhao Ying replied cautiously. President, I have a plan. I can reach out to some of Dongfeng's university classmates and persuade them to arrange a meeting with him. Lai Bing stammered. Upon hearing this, Chu Xueqing narrowed her eyes slightly. So, you're saying that you are powerless against him in the game? Lei Peng, I grant you one final opportunity. Should you fail again, I assure you, I will not fail. I shall contact him at once. I promise to resolve this matter with Dongfeng. Lei Peng declared hastily before turning to leave. A bald man beside Chu Xueqing remarked, can he be trusted? He claims to be childhood friends with Dongfeng. But is someone who could betray even a childhood friend truly reliable? He is merely a tool to be utilized. Do not place too much faith in him. Zhao Ying. Accompany Lei Peng. I do not concern myself with the process. I demand results. Remember, you have less than 22 hours. At this, Zhao Ying trembled, his face ashen, and nodded. Chun Feng, continue to monitor the elite team's progression, especially that fellow Hao Yin. He possesses the strongest talent and is a key asset for the guild. If Zhao Ying and the others fail to deal with Ji Dongfeng, we may have to rely on Hao Yin to confront him in the game. What is his current cultivation level? The bald man responded. He is at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level. With all equipment exceeding 3 stars in mortal quality, and he even possesses a piece of celestial-grade Qi refinement gear. I dare say, should he encounter Ji Dongfeng now, victory would be assured. Very well, urge him to hasten. Have there been any discoveries regarding the hidden quest? Not yet. However, the expert team is currently analyzing the data, and we are gathering intelligence from various sources. We should soon have some leads. Once a lead emerges, promptly inform the elite team, particularly Hao Tian and his squad, urging them to act without delay. Zhao Ying, you previously mentioned that Ji Dongfeng possesses a celestial artifact? Zhao Ying responded quickly, confirming, indeed, it is the Void Illusion Realm, capable of unlocking a 3-person dungeon for acquiring treasures. However, all 3 participants must possess a cultivation level of at least 3 in body refinement or Qi refinement. Thus, Ji Dongfeng cannot enter the secret realm in the near future. As all team leaders departed, Chu Xueqing appeared contemplative. She decided to contact President Xiao of the Sihai Guild. Meanwhile, in Qingfeng Village, a radiant glow enveloped Ji Dongfeng. His cultivation level steadily ascending. Ding! Cultivation increased by 1214. Absorbed spirit energy, 170. Remaining spirit energy, 20, 302. The comprehension of the celestial physique was elevated to level 5. Ding! After a full 10 minutes of cultivation, he gained 1 meteoric power enhancement, rendering further spirit energy consumption unnecessary for 5 minutes. Ding! Cultivation duration reached 15 minutes. Acquiring another meteoric power boost, with permanent fire resistance increased by 5 points. 15 minutes later, the red glow dissipated and the state of enlightenment concluded, leaving only 4 meteors surrounding Ji Dongfeng. Witnessing this, the nearby players collectively exhaled in relief, their minds racing with the thought of what might transpire should Ji Dongfeng continue to break through. They could scarcely fathom restraining their expletives. The official website claimed that enlightenment lasts only 5 minutes, yet he had surpassed 10. The site also asserted that every individual in the era possesses boundless potential. It seemed all possibilities were consolidated in Ji Dongfeng. Shall we not watch any longer? With this time, we might as well slay a few wild monsters. Perhaps an entire set of equipment will drop. An entire set of equipment? Wake up, brother. After a brief exchange, many players resolved to depart. However, just as they turned, they were startled by a cacophony of near-screaming shouts. As he entered enlightenment again, at the sound of this exclamation, the crowd shuddered, turning to discover, to their astonishment, that a brilliant red light once more surged from Ji Dongfeng's head. He had entered a state of enlightenment again, perched atop a massive stone. Ji Dongfeng reveled in the hungry gazes of the surrounding players, grinning mischievously. Ahem, my apologies, merely fortunate, everyone disperse. It's just enlightenment, something everyone will experience. Nothing worth watching, he declared earnestly. As his words echoed, a brief silence fell over the crowd, soon replaced by a chorus of furious invectives. You customer service. You. Damn it, mother. In that moment, Ji Dongfeng was introduced to a plethora of colorful curses from across the nation. Ding. After 20 minutes of cultivation, he received another meteoric power enhancement, increasing the absorption and conversion efficiency of spirit energy for all players within a 100-meter radius by 10 points. For each player entering a cultivation state within this area, he would earn 1 spirit stone, lasting 5 minutes. Hearing this notification, Ji Dongfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he called out, Everyone, stay calm. I understand that sharing joy is far superior to solitary enjoyment. I possess an extraordinary artifact, which, upon activation, allows me to sacrifice a portion of my spiritual essence to enhance the absorption and conversion efficiency of other spiritual energy. However, this boon is fleeting, lasting merely 5 minutes. Initially, I hesitated to utilize it, but now, for the sake of my companions in this splendid world, I shall. If anyone wishes to cultivate, feel free to do so within a radius of 100 meters around me. Do not hold back. As an exemplary youth of the new world, thriving in all aspects of intellect, morality, physique, aesthetics, and labor, sacrificing a bit of my spiritual energy is a trivial matter. The well-being of everyone is paramount. Upon hearing this, the surrounding players were momentarily taken aback, then swiftly fell into a sprinting stance, darting forward. Excuse me. Just how developed is your posterior that it occupies so much space? Truly, the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption and conversion has indeed improved. Brother Dongfeng, you are a good soul. I must extol you with the most exquisite words in existence. Enough. You are just cursing the loudest. In the art of comedic dialogue, you are merely listing names. Nonsense. I was praising the ancestral lineage of Brother Dongfeng. What does it mean to have a grand vision? What defines excellence? Dongfeng. From this moment forth, I shall regard you as my elder brother. At this instant, Ji Dongfeng became acquainted with a multitude of commendatory phrases from across the nation. Ding. After 25 minutes of cultivation, you have received 1 meteoric power enhancement, permanently increasing spiritual energy absorption efficiency by 5 points. As the second moment of enlightenment concluded, the surrounding players discovered their absorption and conversion efficiency had returned to normal. Nevertheless, they continued to sing Ji Dongfeng's praises, with many opting to persist in their cultivation, hoping to bask in his fortuitous aura. Ji Dongfeng also seized the opportunity to amass 541 spirit stones, drawing closer to his goal of 30,000 stones. While Ji Dongfeng ignited a fervor for cultivation in the novice village, members of the Annihilation Guild re-emerged, although this time, Moonshadow was absent. Upon arriving at the open space and witnessing Ji Dongfeng, who was surrounded by admirers, the members of the Annihilation Guild felt a surge of envy. This cannot stand. We must devise a way to disrupt his cultivation. A player named Annihilation Battle Song gritted his teeth and declared, temporarily assuming the role of leader in Moonshadow's absence. This is a novice village. We cannot take direct action against him. At this, Battle Song sneered and replied, "Who said we need to resort to violence? Besides, are you mad to confront him directly? Our goal is to disturb him, to unsettle him, to make him so flustered that he loses his desire to cultivate. Can you hurl insults? Can you throw pebbles? We can overwhelm him on a psychological level. Let's not forget the guild leader's command. We must use every means to obstruct him. Stay close to me. This time, we shall not falter in our momentum." After a brief exchange, Annihilation Battle Song led the group towards the boulder, causing the nearby players to change their expressions dramatically. A few players who had been cultivating immediately ceased their practice and positioned themselves in front of Battle Song and his companions. "Annihilation Guild, what do you intend to do?" Battle Song's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated that these ordinary players would dare to block his path. "Do you know who we are, the Annihilation Guild, and still dare to obstruct us? Do you wish to remain in the novice village?" Battle Song bellowed. "Huh, what are you laughing at? Come fort. If we cannot deal with Dongfeng, we certainly can handle you." Upon a colossal stone, Ji Dongfeng chuckled coldly, declaring, "Annihilation Guild, with each step you take forward, I shall obliterate you once more." Such words. Are we not merely seeking a closer glimpse of the formation? You continue your cultivation. We shall not intrude any longer. We shall take our leave. Retreating to a corner, the members of Annihilation Battle Song exchanged glances. Battle Song, where's the promised momentum? I did not wish for this. I merely felt tense at Dongfeng's words, and I inadvertently advanced a few steps. This could be considered a form of provocation. Ding. The duration of cultivation has reached 30 minutes, granting 1 meteoric force boost. Root bone permanently enhanced by 2 points. Ding. After 35 minutes of cultivation, another meteoric force boost is acquired, with earth resistance permanently increased by 5 points. With merely 5 minutes remaining, the current cultivation level stands at 2,912, having entered the mid-stages of body refinement level 4. The requirement for a breakthrough will surge to 3,000, just in time to possibly achieve another breakthrough before the formation vanishes. Chapter 22. A single strike secures victory. The dungeon is activated. Ding. Cultivation has risen by 303. Ding. Cultivation is now at maximum. Breakthrough successful. Congratulations, player, for advancing to body refinement level 5, with a maximum spiritual energy reserve increased by 200 points and gaining 6 free attribute points, alongside an additional 4 points to root bone. The Thunderous Dominance effect is now active, increasing thunder damage by 10 points. The 7 stars meteor formation is now in effect, elevating the twin-headed attack to a spiritual skill. Twin-headed attack, spiritual skill, with each normal attack possessing a 10% chance to double damage, a 5% increase in critical strike chance, and a 1% increase in double critical strike chance. Double critical strike refers to a critical strike followed by another critical strike. With Thunderous Dominance activated, the twin-headed attack effect now grants a 100% chance to double damage on each normal attack, a 50% increase in critical strike chance, and a 10% increase in double critical strike chance. Oh no, this truly transforms him into One Punch Man. Ji Dongfeng murmured. Meanwhile, the surrounding players were utterly stunned. Am I seeing things? How has he broken through again? It matters not. I have grown accustomed to it. Whatever occurs with him is entirely normal. Do not mention another breakthrough. I would accept it even if he were to leap high while achieving enlightenment. I am weary. Let be destroyed. 2 minutes later, the 7 stars meteor formation dissipated, and Ji Dongfeng concluded his cultivation state, turning his gaze to his personal information. Name, Dongfeng, Title, Hunting Vanguard, unique title. Drop rate increased by 10. Cultivation, Body Refinement Stage 5, 635-5000. Spiritual Root, Thunder. Maximum Spiritual Energy Reserve, 2402-53510. Spiritual Energy Absorption Efficiency, 70. Spiritual Energy Conversion Efficiency, 711. Life, 1090. Attack, 23,280. Normal attacks inflict an additional 80 thunder damage. Defense, 429. Root Bone, 109. Wisdom, 61. Strength, 92. Agility, 85. Free Attribute Points, 42. Resistances, Thunder 20. Fire 30, Poison 10, Earth 5. Enlightenment Chance, 11. Skills, Twin-Headed Attack, Passive, Heavy Tread, Swift Shadow, Passive, Venomous Bite, Passive, Soul of Forging, Passive, Enlightened Mind, Passive. Pine Step Agility. Technique, Myriad Methods to Forge the Body, Comprehension Progress, 20. Talent, Tyranny of Thunder, 10 stars. Infinite Resurrection, 10 stars. In the next moment, Ji Dongfeng executed a graceful leap from the towering boulder, and as he landed, the great stone crumbled into a cascade of debris. Upon witnessing this, Ji Dongfeng's expression shifted. He understood that the disappearance of the Boulder S formation rendered it devoid of purpose. This revelation was not to be shared lightly. Ahem, my apologies. I may have exerted too much force, Ji Dongfeng remarked with a smile. Ah, Brother Dongfeng, you are far too modest. This is not merely overexertion. It is sheer dominance. Unleash it, came an enthusiastic reply. If you ever consider establishing a guild, do let me know. I shall be the first to join. My 2 talents combined grant me 8 stars. I have 5 stars. 5 stars? What a triviality. Those with dual talents falling short of 5 stars are hardly better than dogs. Amidst the spirited banter, Ji Dongfeng navigated his way out of Qingfeng village. With 4.5 hours until nightfall, he estimated the system would soon disseminate an announcement, leaving him ample time to seek out the Grand Manager. As he pondered where to find the Grand Manager, a figure approached him. Ji Dongfeng looked up to see a robust young man, wielding a large blade, exuding a wild charisma despite his handsome features. Are you from the Four Seas Guild? Ji Dongfeng inquired, scrutinizing the newcomer. Indeed, I have come to challenge you. I wish to gauge the extent of our differences. The young man, Si-Hai Shengping, declared earnestly. Is your captain from the Yun Gu team aware of your visit? Yi Dongfeng chuckled. Not at all. I sneaked out to find you. Therefore, you must accept my challenge. Challenging is fine, but what if you lose? I don't know. I am certain I will lose this time. I merely wish to see how vast our differences are. Then I shall strive to catch up and surpass you. Si-Hai Shengping replied. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng chuckled softly and was about to respond when he was interrupted by Link's shout. Martial arts maniac! Stay away from my boss. Or did you dare to test the might of a mere Qi refining stage 1 cultivator? As he spoke, Link, accompanied by members of the Dream Creation Guild, dashed over to Ji Dongfeng and Si-Hai Shengping. Boss, no need to pay attention to this lunatic. He simply enjoys stirring up trouble, Link remarked. I am not causing trouble. I am issuing a challenge. You must accept. Si-Hai Shengping insisted. Link's expression darkened as he flicked the newly acquired sword in his hand. You refuse to heed warnings, do you? Boss, you need not concern yourself. I shall handle this. I have just made a breakthrough, and this will be perfect for practice. Listen well, lad. You want to even surpass me, let alone challenge the boss. Link grinned. Si-Hai Shengping regarded Link for a moment, then declared very well, whoever's health bar drops below 30 first loses. Agreed, but be cautious. A single strike from me could leave your health bar perilously low, Link replied with a chuckle. In the next moment, Link, seemingly eager to showcase his prowess before Ji Dongfeng, charged toward Si-Hai Shengping. 2 minutes later, he exclaimed, Come on. Let me witness the true strength of Dongfeng Mantis. With his health bar still at 100, Si-Hai Shengping brandished his long sword, exuding an air of ferocity. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng inhaled deeply and produced a massive hammer. First, do not refer to me as Mantis. Second, I will not compensate for your spirit energy. I will accept your weapon and equipment, Ji Dongfeng declared. What? Si-Hai Shengping was taken aback. Re-attack. Bang. In the blink of an eye, as Si-Hai Shengping gazed in astonishment, Ji Dongfeng, who had leapt forward a moment ago, suddenly appeared right before him. Before he could even react, the hammer came crashing down. 808. Critical hit. 160. Accompanied by the two crimson numbers, Sihai Sheng Ping vanished in a flash of white light, leaving only his long sword behind. Swift Wind Long Sword, Refined Qi, Body Refinement Realm. 4-star mundane weapon. The youth wielding the long sword transforms into a swift wind to experience the baptism of blood rain. Upon equipping, attack power increases by 20 points. Strength increases by 5 points. For each successful hit on the enemy, attack speed increases by 10 for 1 minute, stacking up to 3 times. Minimum requirement for equipping, Mortal. What a fine blade. Ji Dongfeng accepted the Swift Wind Long Sword and turned to find Link and the others staring at him in astonishment. Boss, I must be imagining things. Did you just deal 808 points of damage? Is this even human? Huh, it's divine. What our captain means is that you are a deity. Xiao Yu quickly interjected. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng smirked and replied, Enough. You've already reached the first layer of Qi refinement, yet you still lack skill. Cough. That madman of a martial artist is not following the code. He came to deceive and ambush. Captain, it seems you were the one to strike first. Silence. Cough. Boss, I have gathered 10,000 spirit stones. I will trade them to you immediately. The passive technique is somewhat rare, and I am still searching for it. As soon as I find it, I will deliver it to you. Just as Link and the others surrounded Ji Dongfeng, a shadow lurked in the darkness, fixated on Ji Dongfeng. The hammer he wielded demonstrated a remarkable ability to teleport, and his striking speed was exceptionally swift, indicating a high level of agility. That damage must have triggered a critical hit. In the next moment, the figure turned and hurried away, making its way to the outskirts of the wolf forest, where Sihai Yungu was currently leading guild members in a hunt for wild wolves. Captain, yes, has Sheng Ping that fool finished a challenge? Indeed, as we anticipated. He was taken down in a single blow. He will likely come looking for an excuse, claiming he lost his sword. I have also analyzed the strength of Dongfeng Per. Upon hearing this, Sihai Yungu dispatched a wolf with a single stroke of his sword, and then turned to inquire, What do you think? How should I report to the guild leader? Should we agree to Annihilation's proposal? Based on my analysis, the current strength of Dongfeng has likely surpassed other players in the novice village by 2 to 3 tiers. Even the advanced combatants cultivated within our guild would not stand a chance against him. I mean, collectively, they would not be his match. So I believe we should advise the guild leader to decline the proposal. Upon hearing the words, Sihai Yun sighed and remarked, I hope the president will take heed. However, as for Chu Shuetching, let's set that aside and continue leveling up. I aim to break through to the second layer of Qi refinement today. You all must strive to reach the first layer. Yes. In the next moment, Sihai Shengping came running over. Captain, I just saw 2 wild boars fighting, and I dropped my knife while watching. Sihai Yunja's lips twitched slightly, ready to respond, when suddenly the system prompt echoed in his ears. Ding! Attention, all global players. The first dungeon of the era, Monster Invasion, will open in 5 minutes. All players who have reached the first layer of body refinement or Qi refinement, or are level 1 apprentices of mage or sword mage, may enter the dungeon. This is a 5-person dungeon. Players will be ranked globally based on completion time. The dungeon lasts for 6 hours. Each player may enter the dungeon a maximum of 3 times. Please note, this is a global dungeon. Every hour, a global tally will be conducted, and the top 3 teams based on completion time will earn points for their respective countries. After 6 hours, the country with the highest total points will receive divine rewards. The player with the highest contribution in that country will receive an exclusive reward. Chapter 23, the 5-person team. Entering the dungeon. With the emergence of the system prompt, the emotions of the era players were instantly ignited. Indeed, there's a global dungeon. It appeared so swiftly. Wow, I was just about to break through. Competing with players worldwide sounds intriguing. But where do we enter this dungeon? Simultaneously, various guilds in Huaxia sprang into action. Members of the larger guilds are often the first to reach the first layer of Qi and body refinement. So they needed to form groups quickly to seize the opportunity to enter the dungeon, with one exception being a novice village. Outside Qingfeng village, the members of the Annihilation Guild were disheartenedly battling wild dogs, having suffered multiple team wipes, leaving them some distance from achieving the first layer of Qi and body refinement. Upon hearing the system prompt, the likes of Song Gu were cursing while fighting, filled with trepidation. What were we so afraid of? What a question. Aren't you afraid of Ji Dongfeng suddenly appearing? I've heard he can even teleport now. Sihai Yunj, equally helpless, was battling wild wolves. At this moment, only he and 2 other members of the Sihai Guild met the level requirements. Captain, why don't you all enter the dungeon first? We can handle the wild wolves ourselves. Among the three major guilds, the most elated at this moment was the Dream Creation Guild, led by Link. At this time, Link was closely following Dongfeng, almost clinging to his leg. Boss, my goodness, you must take your little brothers into the dungeon. And don't forget Xiaoyu. We've both broken through, Link exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Hearing this, Dongfeng's lips twitched slightly as he kicked Link away, but Link immediately followed suit. Xiaoyu and I are sticking with the boss. You all keep training. Break through as soon as possible. Yes, calm down, everyone. The entrance to the dungeon should be nearby. Let's head there first, Dongfeng stated. Indeed. In the next moment, Dongfeng led Link and the others directly towards the location of the dungeon entrance, as recalled in his memory. The Epoch dungeons are categorized into system dungeons and world dungeons. System dungeons are global instances with time constraints, whereas world dungeons are fixed instances encountered upon arriving in a town. It is imperative to secure the exclusive rewards from the first system dungeon. After a brief interlude of 2 to 3 minutes, Dongfeng and his companions arrived at the Qingfeng Plain. Upon lifting their gaze, they discovered a towering obsidian tree at the very center of the plain, its height reaching several dozen meters. A chilling hollow could be seen within the trunk, faintly revealing a magical array. At this moment, a considerable number of players had congregated around the giant tree, predominantly casual players whose cultivation had met the necessary requirements. Thanks to Dongfeng's deliberate deceleration of the three major guilds, which inadvertently granted other players ample opportunity to develop. As soon as they laid eyes on Dongfeng, the crowd erupted with excitement and rushed towards him. Great God, shall we form a party? I possess a wood spirit root and a healing skill. Great God, my talent enhances my teammates' defense. I am of the earth spirit root, perfectly capable of serving as a tank. Step aside. I have a 6-star talent that allows me to summon. Great God, take me along. Iguarante Swift Monster Clearing Bache. I am the fire spirit root. I wield a magic sword capable of ranged attacks. Great God. Everyone, please make way. Cultivating immortality relies on opportunity. It cannot be forced. Hey, who grabbed me? Witnessing this, Link and Xiaoyu instinctively cleared a path for Dongfeng, escorting him to the base of the giant tree. Dongfeng looked up at the towering tree, and its information materialized before him. The corrupted nether giant tree serves as one of the conduits to the 9 heavens of the immortal realm. Of the 999 nether giant trees seen within the 9 heavens, they all stem from the ancient nether tree, whose main body remains unseen and untouchable. Yet, where the tree flourishes, pests abound. The branches of the ancient nether tree are countless, some leading to tainted and malevolent realms due to fortuitous circumstances. This is the description from the immortal realm, while the magical realm possesses an entirely different backdrop. The scenes and adversaries within the 2 world dungeons differ, yet their difficulty levels are relatively comparable. In his past life, this dungeon was not deemed overly challenging, though there were 3 critical points to heed. Luoshenku, step forth. Dongfeng called out, spotting the player amidst the throng. Luoshenku, taken aback at first, pointed to himself. Are you calling me? Indeed, come here. Have you not achieved the first layer of body refinement? Dongfeng replied. Luoshenku regarded Dongfeng with a profound gaze before stepping forward, drawing the envious stares of the crowd. Have you acquired the items? Dongfeng inquired. Yes, I shall give them to you once we exit the dungeon, Luoshenku responded. Why did you summon me? I was planning to assassinate you, he added. Because your prowess is commendable, and you can assist in managing these 2 fools, Dongfeng remarked. Gesturing towards Link, Luoshenku followed his hand and was met with the sight of Link and Xiaoyu, who stood proudly, their faces brimming with delight, swaying their heads in joy. There's quite a bit of pressure, Luoshenku stated earnestly. As Dongfeng prepared to select another member, the surrounding players grew increasingly anxious, their shouts rising in fervor. Ziqianjiang, are you here? Dongfeng called out, hoping to invite the shopkeeper, though he knew the shopkeeper's level would undoubtedly fall short of the requirements. Just as he finished speaking, Ziqianjiang emerged from the crowd alongside Meilianjiang, looking utterly astonished, clearly not expecting Dongfeng to call for him, while Meilianjiang regarded Dongfeng with a complex expression. Would you join me? Dongfeng inquired, turning his gaze toward Ziqianjiang. Before Ziqianjiang could respond, Meilianjiang interjected, you can cast aside one of the remaining 3. Lin Ku's expression darkened upon hearing this. Who do you think you are? If you want my brother Shichi's help, you must let me accompany you, Meilianjiang retorted. Dongfeng chose to disregard her outburst and maintain his focus on Ziqianjiang. I am extending an invitation to you. I require your answer. Ziqianjiang, scratching his head, replied, I'm sorry, but I must stay with Meili. What is there to be sorry about? Shichi, can't you aspire to greater things? Their loss, Meili Anjiang exclaimed. Ji Dongfeng shook his head, choosing to ignore Ziki Anjiang and addressing the others instead. Is there anyone here by the name of Guikajingling? I am here. Excuse me, coming through, sorry. A petite young woman awkwardly squeezed her way through the throng of players. The crowd, bemused, regarded Ji Dongfeng with puzzled expressions, unable to comprehend why he would select such a seemingly fragile player. Are you adept in enhancement skills? Ji Dongfeng inquired. Guikajingling hesitated before cautiously replying, yes. My talents are indeed related to enhancement skills. How did you know? Never mind that. Are you willing to join my team? Ji Dongfeng smiled. Upon hearing this, Guikajingling eagerly nodded and swiftly made her way to stand behind Ji Dongfeng. Don't worry, sister. I'll have your back. Lin Giskiviko exclaimed. Now fully committed to Ji Dongfeng, convinced that every decision he made was sound, while the unenthusiastic Guikajingling had become someone he deemed worthy of friendship. Apologies, everyone, but my team is full. Please form your own groups, and perhaps we can collaborate another time. After a few brief exchanges, the players sighed, with a handful vocally criticizing Ji Dongfeng for his lack of discernment, while most quickly turned their attention to forming new teams. All right, let us head in. Guikajingling, once we enter, your sole task will be to provide us with enhancement effects, particularly defensive ones. Liao Wushengku, you'll be in charge of support. Xiaoyu, save your talents for the final dungeon. I'll take on the role of tank and damage dealer, and Lin Ku, ensure your own safety, Ji Dongfeng instructed. Don't worry, boss. I'll make sure the mission is accomplished, but I think I can contribute more, Lin Ku replied. After giving his instructions, Ji Dongfeng led Lin Ku and the others into the teleportation array of the Great Tree. It stinks. Guikajingling could not help but cover her nose. Getting accustomed is key, Ji Dongfeng remarked, having just heard the system prompt. Here, what we must do is act swiftly and steadily, while being eccentric and unleashing our enhancement skills. Understood. In the next moment, the peculiar sprite extracted a stack of talismans from its pouch. With a gentle tap of its finger, the talismans transformed into radiant light, penetrating the bodies of Ji Dongfeng and his companions. Ding! You have received the tenacity boost, increasing defense by 10 for 10 minutes. Ding! You have received the breaking army boost, increasing attack power by 10 for 10 minutes. Ding! You have received the resistance boost, enhancing elemental resistance by 5 points for 10 minutes. As the notifications resounded, Ji Dongfeng remained unfazed, while Link and Xiaoyu exchanged astonished glances at the peculiar sprite, their expressions reflecting surprise even in their typically indifferent demeanor. My heavens, such a multitude of enhancement talismans. Sister, where did you procure them in bulk? How many do you have left? I still have a whole backpack full. This is the first time I've heard of such a quantity. Interested in joining Dream Creation? Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng lightly tapped Link's head, instructing, let us move, stay close to me. Liao Wushengku, ensure their safety, or wait until I've dealt with the enemies ahead before joining in. By yourself? Yes, it's not a significant issue. Chapter 24. 2 for speed, 3 for stability. Within the depths of the demon cave, Ji Dongfeng led the way, flanked by Link, Xiaoyu, and the peculiar sprite in the center, while Liao Wushengku trailed behind like a shadow, vigilant of their surroundings. The Chaos Serpent, body refinement level 1, a venomous serpent formed from the confluence of demonic and tainted energies, exuding a repugnant odor. Monsters within global dungeons cannot have their basic information viewed. Upon witnessing the swarm of serpents, the peculiar sprite's expression shifted, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, while Link and Xiaoyu were eager to engage, having encountered far more grotesque creatures as players of a grand guild. To them, these serpents appeared as mere resources for spiritual energy and equipment. Stay alert. I will handle this momentarily. Watch the rear, Ji Dongfeng commanded. Before Link and the others could respond, Ji Dongfeng charged forward. Seeing this, the peculiar sprite's expression morphed into one of concern, quickly transforming into shock. Ji Dongfeng switched to his Gale Blade, executing a heavy stomp and plunging into the throng of serpents. He swung his blade vigorously, while the spirit vine hovered above, absorbing spiritual energy and drawing the attention of all the chaos serpents. 400, 160, 800, critical hit, 160. Ding! You have slain a chaos serpent, earning 100 spirit stones. All members of your party gain 10 points of spiritual energy. Ding! You have slain a chaos serpent. All members of your party gain 10 points of spiritual energy. With a cascade of notifications, Ji Dongfeng's strike extinguished the lives of 5 surrounding chaos serpents, activating the Gale Blade's bonus effect, which increased attack speed by 30. Thanks to the spirit vine, the furthest chaos serpents were also drawn in, all rushing towards Dongfeng, who remained steadfast, wielding his blade and reaping the serpents in successive waves. At this moment, the chaotic serpents surged forth like moths drawn to a flame, hastening their charge. Yet before they could reach Dongfeng, they were met with annihilation. This was precisely why Dongfeng refrained from wielding his blazing longsword. He required these chaotic serpents to approach him, enabling him to conclude the battle in the briefest span of time. Goodness, what distinguishes this from a war god? Link exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. This arduous cultivation game feels as though our leader has transformed it into a mindless slaughter fest, Xiaoyu remarked. I can't shake the feeling that the three of us are somewhat superfluous, the peculiar sprite cautiously observed. With a hiss, Liao Wu Shengxiu pondered the significance of his existence when a sudden cacophony of hissing erupted behind him. Startled, he turned to discover several chaotic serpents encircling him. You three, maintain your defenses, Liao Wu Shengxiu instructed, brandishing his dagger as he charged forward. Although his damage output of 114 was not as extravagant as Dongfeng's, Liao Wu Shengxiu adeptly drew the ire of all the chaotic serpents towards himself, skillfully dodging and whittling down their health bars. I can't help but feel that the three of us are a bit unnecessary, the peculiar sprite remarked earnestly. What do you mean by unnecessary, sister? Allow me to impart a truth. When a strong ally is present, one should take the opportunity to rest. Go, boss. You can do it. Liao Wu Shengxiu, fight on. Hearing this, the peculiar sprite turned to find Link and Xiaoyu seated cross-legged, engaged in cultivation while simultaneously cheering for Dongfeng and Liao Wu Shengxiu. In the clearing, due to the chaotic serpent's reckless assaults, Dongfeng cleared all of them in merely 2 minutes, while Liao Wu Shengxiu dealt with the foes behind him. 6 items have dropped, 1 treasure, 1 spirit item, and 4 mundane items, which we shall divide after exiting the dungeon. Dongfeng announced as he gathered the spoils from the chaotic serpents. Liao Wu Shengxiu, somewhat disillusioned, remarked, Yet I have nothing. Link concluded his meditation, patting Liao Wu Shengxiu on the shoulder. Do not compare yourself to the boss. The realm of the fortunate is beyond our comprehension. In the next moment, Dongfeng led the group onward, swiftly arriving at the second clearing, where the enemy transformed into a crimson-hued octopus spider, still numbering 100. These spiders were even larger than the chaotic serpents. Venomous Mist Spider, Chi Refining Level 1, a spider capable of releasing various random toxic mists, capable of killing silently. Its basic information is concealed within the global dungeon. Liao Wu Shengxiu, let us charge together. This time, we should be free of threats behind us. Be cautious of these spiders. They may spray toxic mist from a distance, so avoid it. Dongfeng instructed. As his words fell, Dongfeng and Liao Wu Shengxiu surged forward, while the peculiar sprite anxiously observed them. The moment their buffs faded, she would immediately replenish them, while Link and Xiaoyu expertly settled into their cultivation routine, cheering them on. Under the influence of the Heart's Gourd, all the spiders soon fell into a state of agitation. The spiders near Dongfeng and his companion unleashed clouds of black poisonous mist. With a heavy step, Dongfeng swiftly evaded the attack, but one astute spider directed its venomous spray toward his landing spot. Little did this spider anticipate that Dongfeng, mid-leap, would suddenly vanish, reappearing before it in an instant, striking it down with a single blow. 430, 160, ding, poisonous spider slain. The entire team receives an increase of 10 points in spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the disenchanted Liao Wuxing adeptly dodged, dealing approximately 130 damage with each attack. A series of 3 dagger thrusts could easily dispatch a spider. Well done. Our leader is magnificent, exclaimed a teammate. Captain, shouldn't we also contribute? With our attributes. Are you suggesting we just create chaos? Liao Wuxing replied. Did you not hear the leader say we must be both swift and steady? They handle the speed, while we ensure stability. Our priority now is to enhance our strength before we can assist our leader. Due to the need to evade poisonous mist attacks, Dongfeng and his companion took 5 minutes to eliminate all the spiders. Dongfeng collected 8 dropped items and led the team onward. Just as Dongfeng's group delved deeper, another player, Yami Haoyan, was commanding the elite team of the Annihilation Guild to clear the Chaos Serpents in a different dungeon. Hasten your pace. Maintain aggro. Do not attract distant monsters. Yami Haoyan directed, his sword of magic dancing in his hand as he unleashed a succession of fireballs, swiftly eliminating 2 Chaos Serpents. Brother Tian, we should be able to finish off these serpents in about 5 or 6 minutes. A burly man wielding a massive hammer exclaimed excitedly. We can still speed up. Brother Tion, our pace is surely the fastest. I refuse to believe any other team can surpass us, not even that east wind break. A woman wielding dual swords chimed in, her attacks causing the Chaos Serpents to slow dramatically in both movement and attack. Indeed, this dungeon tests the team's overall strength. Even if East Windbreak is formidable, I doubt his power surpasses yours, Brother Tion. Lei Hao, do you agree with me? A woman, extracting several pills from her bag, remarked. Hearing this, a middle-aged man conjuring blue lightning to strike the Chaos Serpents merely nodded in silence. All right, let's resolve this battle swiftly and pay no heed to East Windbreak, Yami Haotian instructed. In another part of the dungeon, Ji Dongfeng led his companions to a third clearing, where 3 fiery red monkeys with sharp fangs aimlessly roamed, occasionally kicking nearby skulls around. Flame demon monkeys, body refinement level 2-3 monkeys trapped in this place, long affected by demonic energy, have lost their sanity, charging recklessly at any enemy they perceive. Global dungeon monsters. Basic information cannot be accessed. Remain here, Ji Dongfeng instructed. These 3 demon monkeys share a singular purpose and will attack the same target in unison. 2 will focus on defense, while 1 will lead the offense, boasting formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Rest assured, boss, we shall remain utterly still. Link vowed, thumping his chest with confidence. Lu Wuxing, casting a deep glance at Ji Dongfeng, chose to remain silent. At that moment, the peculiar sprite once again bestowed a boon upon the group, while Ji Dongfeng charged forth, seamlessly transitioning his weapon to the primate wolf staff. Chapter 25, Venomous Thorn Wolf Demon, Double Critical Hit. In the third clearing of the demon cave, the 3 fiery demon monkeys paused, momentarily taken aback by Ji Dongfeng's advance, before resuming their play with the skull, as though he were invisible. Observing this, Link and the others found themselves momentarily bewildered. Were these demon monkeys not inclined to attack? It seemed unlikely, given their fierce appearance. It must be due to that staff, Lu Wuxing pondered aloud, approaching the trio of fiery demon monkeys. Ji Dongfeng tentatively reached out to touch one, only to be met with an impatient swat of its hand. Bang! 342, 160. With a single strike, Ji Dongfeng reduced the health bar of one fiery demon monkey by half, leaving it momentarily dazed and reeling. Roar! The other 2 monkeys, witnessing this, immediately sprang into action, howling as they lunged at Ji Dongfeng with remarkable speed, capable of leaping 3 to 4 meters in a single bound. Yet, Ji Dongfeng's weapon switching was even swifter. As they approached, the 2 demon monkeys hesitated, casting a puzzled glance at Ji Dongfeng before returning to their tussle with the skull. Ding! Fiery demon monkey slain. 300 spirit stones acquired. All team members receive 100 spirit points. Roar! Take this. From a distance, Link and the others gazed in disbelief at Ji Dongfeng's frenzied weapon switches. This must be what it means to play with monkeys, they mused. The boss is truly remarkable. Others would likely tread carefully in such a situation. Yet he treats it as a mere game. Lu Wuxing, when did you also enter a training state? He remarked. The gap between us is vast. I must seize every moment to catch up. 1 minute later, Ji Dongfeng dispatched the final demon monkey with a single blow, collecting the 3 treasures it dropped. Rising, Link and the others soon noticed Ji Dongfeng rummaging through the heap of skulls. What's the boss up to? They wondered. Perhaps it's some peculiar obsession? After a thorough search, Ji Dongfeng emerged with a darkened skull that resembled a wolf's head, notably larger than that of an ordinary wolf. Wolf King Skull. After the demise of the Wolf King, the Wolf Clan places its skull in their sacred ground. This may be one of the few remnants left behind. Stored in your bag, it reduces damage dealt by wolf-type demon beasts by 10. Retracting the skull of the Wolf King, Ji Dongfeng led Link and the others deeper into the abyss. Link and his companions, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, refrained from asking unnecessary questions, understanding that if there were vital information to be shared, Ji Dongfeng would impart it willingly. Suddenly, after taking but a few steps, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind laden with the unmistakable scent of blood. Be cautious. We are nearing the finale of this dungeon. Ye Dongfeng intoned gravely. When the time comes, heed my command and remain vigilant. Understood. Link and the others responded promptly, a sense of unease creeping into their hearts, perhaps out of concern for hindering their leader's progress. As they advanced, the metallic tang of blood intensified, and the frequency of the roars grew ever more ominous. A minute later, they traversed a narrow passage, and the scene before them shifted dramatically. Before Ji Dongfeng and his team sprawled a vast chamber adorned with myriad stone pillars. At its center, A towering blood-red wolf, standing at an imposing 7 to 8 meters, hunched over the carcass of a wild wolf, its crimson eyes ablaze with madness. The creature's body bristled with vicious barbs, each capable of piercing through an opponent's defenses, while beneath the spines lay a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Venomous spiked wolf demon, refined body, level 3, influenced by the venom of the poison sovereign. It has sprouted predatory spines that sustain themselves by absorbing the flesh of other wolves. These spines unnaturally augment the demon's strength, rendering it utterly feral. Its gaze fixated solely on slaughter. To defeat, it is to liberate it. Monsters within global dungeons cannot have their basic information assessed. This is a form of enhancement. Dongfeng urged calmly. Though it appears fearsome, its true strength does not exceed that of the two-headed pig demon I previously vanquished. The only challenge lies in its tough hide and the need to be wary of its abilities. Remember, you are not to engage this creature directly. Focus on the summoned minions instead. Position yourselves near the stone pillars, for when I give the signal, you must immediately take cover. Yes, as his words faded. The peculiar elite once again employed a talisman, while Dongfeng ambled with indifference, flanking the venomous spiked wolf demon, roaring with fury at the intrusion. The wolf demon pivoted violently, charging towards Dongfeng with its maw agape, intent on devouring him whole. Observing this, Dongfeng smirked coldly and executed a powerful leap, employing 2 swift dashes to position himself beside the demon. Then, he activated a skill to evade the wolf's snapping jaws, vaulting above the creature. With both hands raised, he wielded his warhammer and descended with tremendous force, striking the wolf's skull with a resounding impact. Let me perform a cranial surgery. Bang. 394. Set bonus activated. Attack power against wolf-type beasts increased by an additional 30. 160. 5. Poison damage. Following the strike, the wolf demon's defenses momentarily faltered, allowing the indifferent one to dart behind it, delivering a flurry of 3 precise stabs with his dagger. 50. 49. 52. With each successive thrust, the wolf demon's mobility was notably hampered. Roar. In the next moment, the wolf demon let out a furious howl, its spines trembling wildly, and its cry was filled with anguish. Quickly, take cover behind the stone pillar, Dongfeng urgently shouted. Hearing his words, Link and the others hastily ducked away. Just as they found shelter, the spines on the wolf demon suddenly shot out with a resounding bang. The spines instantly filled the entire space. With a series of dull thuds, Link and the others' expressions changed. They could see cracks forming on the stone pillar before them, as the spines embedded themselves into it. If that had struck me, I would have been left with but a sliver of life, Link murmured. 748. Critical hit. 160. 5. 45. 10. Burning attack. Under the relentless assault from Dongfeng and the seemingly apathetic, the wolf demon's health swiftly plummeted below 60%. With a thunderous roar, the wolf demon made the entire cavern tremble. As its voice echoed, hordes of spiders and venomous snakes emerged from the crevices in the cave walls, their eyes crimson as they charged recklessly toward the wolf demon. The wolf demon, in turn, howled to the heavens, opening its maw as a powerful suction force emanated forth. Seeing this, Link and the others rushed out. Link and Xiaoyu engaged in close combat with their swords, while the odd sprite produced a fiery red talisman, which ignited and surged toward the nearest creature upon a gentle touch of its finger. Simultaneously, the seemingly indifferent began attacking the smaller monsters near the wolf demon, while Dongfeng continued his onslaught on the wolf demon. Despite the creature's enhanced defense in this state, it was immobilized, and Dongfeng's damage remained significant. 294. 160. Roaring in desperation, the wolf demon entered a frenzied state, lunging at Dongfeng with all its might, rampaging through the cavern as stone pillars collapsed in its wake, forcing Link and the others to continually evade. During this chaos, Dongfeng and the seemingly indifferent relentlessly attacked, reducing the wolf demon's health from 10 to 5. Stomp. Die for me, Dongfeng bellowed. Boom. 1,496. Double critical hit. 160. Before the wolf demon could unleash one final desperate attack, it let out a mournful wail and collapsed, for gleaming pieces of equipment bursting forth in an instant. Ding. You have slain the venomous spike wolf demon, earned 3,000 spirit stones, and the entire party's cultivation level increases by 100 points. Goodness. 4-digit damage. Goodness. Directly raising our cultivation. Goodness. Sacred item. Sacred item. Link exclaimed, his eyes shining with delight. Chapter 26. Celestial Skill. An unexpected connection. Within the demon lair, Ji Dongfeng sat beside the wolf demon's corpse. A total of 21 items from the dungeon sprawled before him. 8 mundane items, 6 spirit items, for treasure items, 2 celestial items, and 1 sacred item. Link and the others sat across from him, looking obediently attentive. Beside them was a teleportation array. Boss, before we discuss the distribution of loot, the treasures, shouldn't we hurry and exit? Isn't this dungeon timed? I believe with our current time, we should rank first in the world. Link said earnestly. There's no rush. This instance lasts for 6 hours, and each person is allowed to enter 3 times. It has only been approximately 25 minutes so far. Let us wait a little longer. The most crucial aspect is that if we can refresh our ranking with a better completion time, there will be rewards, Ji Dongfeng remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu blinked in confusion and asked, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that we can refresh our time twice and receive 2 rewards? Link inquired. What if, hypothetically, someone completes it faster than us? The cautious and quirky spirit asked. That's impossible, Ji Dongfeng replied with a smile. How do you know that refreshing our time will yield rewards? Liao Wuxing asked, seemingly disinterested. I'm just guessing. All right, your explanation is indeed convincing. Link clapped in approval. Let us wait another 20 minutes before heading out. First, we should distribute these items. I want to be polite. I'll choose first, Ji Dongfeng stated. In the next moment, he began examining the items before him, focusing particularly on the sacred and immortal artifacts. Fiery Wrath Helm. 1-star sacred artifact, a war helm of vibrant crimson. It speaks of the tragic past of battles within the realm of cultivation. It encapsulates the resentment and fury of body-refining cultivators, meant only for those of great strength. Upon equipping, it enhances defense by 150 points, vitality by 500 points, and bone quality by 20 points, while negating any reduction in defensive capabilities. Upon striking an enemy, it boosts 1's resistance to the 5 elements by 10 points. Stackable up to 3 layers, and grants the skill of Roar. Minimum cultivation requirement, body refinement level 6. Roar, an inherent skill that allows the user to expend spiritual energy to redirect the attacks of enemies within range towards themselves. Each point of spiritual energy can influence 1 enemy. When attacking affected enemies, the attack power is increased by 10, under the influence of Thunder's dominance. This effect is reduced to an increase of 7. Fragment of the active skill manual, Swift Wind 7-star Fist Technique, an immortal skill. Rumored to be a technique passed down from the Sacred Fire sect of the body refining sect in the cultivation world. It consists of 3 layers and 7 strikes. Known for their ferocity, with mastery capable of splitting mountains with a single punch. This fragment only records the 3 strikes of the first layer. Collecting other fragments may upgrade this skill. The effect of this fragment allows the user, upon equipping fist-type weapons and utilizing their martial arts, to expend 150 spiritual energy to unleash the skill, instantly launching 3 fist attacks against the target enemy, each inflicting a reduction of 20 in defense, attack, and movement speed. If all 3 strikes hit, they deal 400 damage and additionally stun the enemy for 12 seconds. Under the influence of Thunder's dominance, the additional effects and damage are reduced by 30. Cultivation requirement, body refinement realm. I'll take this helm and manual. The universal needle is for the quirky spirit, Ji Dongfeng declared. Upon hearing this, the quirky spirit was momentarily taken aback, then quickly replied, I can't accept it. I haven't done anything. Just being able to enter and gain a bit of spiritual energy cultivation is enough for me. Besides, there's the reward for ranking first. Sister, if the boss says you should take it, then you should. Look at this equipment. It's of no use to the rest of us. I would like to equip it. Unless I practice another internal skill, Link chimed in. The quirky spirit, upon hearing this, was about to utter more. But Ji Dongfeng swiftly placed a myriad of needles into her hands. Next came a pair of agile body-refining boots, which he casually handed over. This one is for you. And for you, Link, a magical sword and a belt meant only for those in the Chi refinement realm. The 2 of you can sort through the allocation. He continued. Additionally, there are 20 spirit elevation pills that enhance the efficiency of spiritual energy conversion for a short duration. We could divide them equally. Hehe, Xiaoyu, the belt is for you. It's suited for water spiritual roots, which I have no use for. I now possess a treasure to equip. Link chuckled, while the seemingly disinterested character quickly donned the boots. Does this dungeon always yield such abundant treasures? Asked the disinterested one. Because we achieved the first kill, we are rewarded with such riches. Otherwise, receiving a celestial grade item would be remarkable. Though first kills in system dungeons are not publicly announced, Ji Dongfeng explained. Upon hearing this, the disinterested one gazed deeply at Ji Dongfeng and remarked, You seem to possess a wealth of knowledge that is absent from official sources. Ah, my knowledge is rather eclectic. Enough of that. I glanced at the mundane items. Nothing of use to me. You all can decide how to distribute them, while I shall take 2 spirit-grade items. Dongfeng stated. The Wolf Clan's imprint stone. Spirit-grade, a stone inscribed with the lore of the Wolf Clan. Its characters are arcane, requiring a fortunate individual to decipher them. The Spirit-breaking belt, Chi refinement and body refinement grade, 3 spirit artifact, a belt capable of dispelling illusions, rendering all falsehoods, including the depths of one's heart, transparent. When equipped, it enhances defense by 35 points, boosts bone quality by 10 points, and increases spiritual energy conversion efficiency by 10 points, while reducing the effectiveness of formations employed by adversaries in the Chi refinement and body refinement realms by 50. Minimum equipment requirement. Chi and body refinement realm, level 4. After exchanging the Anger Hound belt for the Spirit-breaking belt, Dongfeng helped Link and the others distribute the remaining spoils. Following their inaugural dungeon run, the 4 companions had successfully updated their gear. We shall wait 10 more minutes before heading out, then a brief rest, and return in half an hour, Dongfeng instructed. Understood. In the next moment, Link and the others began their meditation on the spot. Dongfeng intended to join them, but the system alerted him to an incoming call. Shen Feifei? Why is she contacting me? A flicker of curiosity crossed Dongfeng's mind as he answered the phone. In his previous life, Dongfeng had drifted through what was a relatively pleasant university experience, forgetting many events while vividly recalling others. Shen Feifei was a presence he was on the verge of forgetting. Though they were classmates, Shen Feifei had remained solitary throughout their 4 years, interacting only with her roommates and having no connections with others. After graduation, she vanished without a trace. Dongfeng could only recall one incident involving her, enduring hunger for 3 months in exchange for a large pear-shaped mobile phone, earning her the title of the campus's foremost freeloader. Hey, old classmate, do you remember me? The question from the other end, resembling a common opening line for scams, prompted Dongfeng to instinctively consider hanging up. Shen Feifei, it seems you haven't reached out since graduation. What is it? Dongfeng inquired. He had always believed that unusual happenings were often accompanied by hidden motives. It is indeed a rare occasion, yet I may not have much time recently. Look at you. Have you forgotten your old classmate? Just 1 meal, 1 tea take up too much of your time. Let us meet tomorrow noon. I shall send you the location directly. You must come, for not attending would be a slight against an old friend. I want to keep you. I still need to reach out to a few others. Let me think it over. After a brief exchange, Shen Feifei abruptly hung up the phone. Link, do you have any means to help me locate someone? Dongfeng inquired. Upon hearing this, Link replied, locate someone? This dream creation truly cannot assist with that, but I do have some methods for obliterating them. Who do you wish to find? I can help you gather some basic information. Please help me find someone named Shen Feifei, a classmate from university. I can only provide her phone number. It would suffice if you could ascertain whom she has been in contact with these past few days. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed, and Dongfeng, along with Link and others, stepped into the teleportation array. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the challenge. Time taken, 45 minutes and 3 seconds. Chapter 27, Rankings Revealed. Global players erupt. Beneath the shadow of the ghostly trees in the Qingfeng Plain, a cluster of players gathered, divided into 2 groups. Those who had just broken through to the first level of Chi refinement or body refinement, seeking to form teams, and those who had previously attempted the dungeon and met their demise. While one group was eager to try again, the other bore ashen faces. What are you doing? Aren't you skilled in defense? How could you not even withstand a spider? How can we output damage from the back? Is it our fault? How long do we hold out? Your attack power is so low. You deal damage so slowly. How are we supposed to withstand that? You still claim to possess great talent, but it seems to be all talk. How did you heal? Your healing skill can only restore a few dozen points at a time. How low is your intellect? Brother, your attack only inflicts 10 points of damage on that venomous snake. We truly cannot carry you. You should change teams. We have already squandered one opportunity. We must clear it next time. You should leave. Voices of dispute rose in a cacophony as player after player was expelled from their teams. When these members sought new groups, they found that others were unwilling to accept them. Only a few new teams, yet to enter the dungeon, were willing to take them in, considering their prior experience. In a corner beside the ancient tree, 5 individuals huddled together, 2 of whom were joyful and beautiful Yang Yang. What did you say? Say it again, if you dare. Beautiful Yang Yang exclaimed, her eyes wide with fury. I said, get lost. And you, joyful Yang Yang, if you insist on bringing her along, then you too shall leave the team. If not for her, we would not have faced annihilation by those spiders. Exactly. I have never seen anyone stop mid-battle to pick up dropped gear. It was your reckless looting that led to our team's downfall. Upon hearing this, beautiful Yang Yang's expression darkened, and she retorted, "Blame me? It was your ineptitude. I managed to acquire a treasured item. A treasured item. Could you not have supplemented my damage? Help me draw aggro. Ah, your boyfriend certainly knows how to attract animosity, shielding you from countless spiders. Is it of any use? It is precisely because he took it upon himself to shield you that those spiders have turned their attention towards us." Hearing the furious shouts from the crowd, Joyful E quickly sheltered the lovely Yang Yang behind her. "My apologies, everyone, but we must withdraw for now," she murmured. "Joy, must you always be so accommodating? Why apologize? It is they who are incompetent." Yang Yang retorted, "Casting a fierte gloria Joyful. The expressions of the remaining three shifted, ready to interject, when suddenly they were met with a chorus of exclamations. Upon raising their heads, they were astounded to see Dongfeng and his companions emerging from the tree hollow. Had it only been 45 minutes? Goodness, did East Wind Grass fail? It must have, given how challenging those monsters are. Not to mention, there was still another one to face. To emerge in an hour would be remarkable. Surely, the individuals accompanying East Wind were utterly useless. If even East Wind could not succeed, just how daunting was this instance? Upon witnessing East Wind and his group, Yang Yang was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, serve you right. You refused to take us along. Had you included us, we would have surely cleared it. Deserved. Joy. Let us go find East Wind and grant him another chance. These individuals are not worth our time." With that, Yang Yang pivoted and departed, leaving the three fuming in her wake. Stepping out of the tree hollow, Dongfeng glanced at a colossal floating scroll beside the dark tree, which at that moment was entirely blank. "This scroll refreshes every hour. We shall observe the gap between the second place and ourselves, and then ascertain how long it will take us to conquer the next round." Dongfeng remarked softly. "Indeed, I shall log off for a while," Liao Wuxinko added. As his voice faded, his figure gradually vanished from sight, a spectacle witnessed by other players. Perhaps East Wind Grass possesses formidable strength, as one would expect. Given the limitation of 3 attempts, and having already failed once, East Wind must be disheartened. Initially, we had hoped he would vindicate us casual players, but it now seems rather bleak. Perhaps the final victory will belong to a major guild, as long as they are players from our Huaxia region. It matters not whether they belong to a grand guild. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Link's expression darkened, preparing to erupt, but Dongfeng restrained him. "Let us take a moment to recuperate. Once the scroll refreshes, they will naturally fall silent," Dongfeng advised. As he prepared to meditate, Yang Yang approached with joyful E. "Someone left in a huff, did they? Allow me to extend another opportunity. Let me join. With the two of us, you will undoubtedly clear next time. However, I have one condition. I wish to select all weapons, equipment, skills, and items first," Yang Yang said with a smile. At her words, Dongfeng raised an eyebrow, while Link and Xiao Yu regarded Yang Yang with incredulity. "Well, we actually wanted to explain. In truth, what is truth? I perceive your weaknesses. You chose to depart from your team, and we shall join instead," declared Meili Yang Yang with candor. "Sister, do you require the contact number for a mental wellness center? I have connections that can offer you a substantial discount," remarked Link. Xiao Yu, growing increasingly impatient, interjected, "I wish to break her bones." Dongfeng, however, chose to disregard Meili Yang Yang entirely, inciting her wrath as she erupted in furious exclamations. "You all, with your demeanor, you shall never achieve victory. Shizi, are you merely going to stand by while they speak of me? Do you not possess any manly spirit? Yet what is this yet? It is utterly futile. Let us depart. I shall relish witnessing their 3rd consecutive defeat." With that, Meili Yang Yang seized hold of Shichi Yang Yang and exited, selecting the next team she deemed worthy of their attention. Meanwhile, in another novice village, Yami Haoyan emerged from a tree hollow with 4 companions. "In the end, we took just 50 minutes, not exceeding an hour. Brother Tian, we shall undoubtedly secure 1st place in this initial round. Be grateful. Squeezing in under 45 minutes leaves little room for other players. I had some concerns about Dongfeng Pa, but now I can assert with confidence that whether he can even surpass the final wolf demon remains uncertain. However, is the equipment dropped by this wolf demon not somewhat lackluster? A mere celestial grade item, and not even one that Brother Tian will utilize. What a pity." Hearing this, Yami Haoyan responded, "Enough. Let's take the time to rest and thoroughly reflect on where we fell short. The second attempt must be quicker than the first, at least by 3 minutes. The first refresh is imminent." We must be mindful of how far behind the second-place team is and not afford them the chance to overtake us. Indeed, Brother Tion is ever so rigorous. In the next moment, Yami Haoyan directed the group to rest in place. In the blink of an eye, the dungeon's opening time reached 1 hour, and the system's notification echoed forth. Attention, all players. The rankings for the Monster Invasion Dungeon are about to undergo their first refresh. Following this refresh, the team representing the nation in first place shall earn 10 points. The second place will receive 8 points, and the third place will garner 6 points. Upon hearing the system's announcement, all players still outside the dungeon became invigorated, focusing their attention on the floating scroll. The scroll displayed only the top 10 teams, their respective nations, and completion times. At that moment, starting from the 10th position, teams began to manifest on the scroll one after another. The 10th place belonged to the Sea Guild. Truly, what a grand guild, completing the dungeon in 59 minutes and 18 seconds. The 9th position was occupied by players from the Sun Nation, with a time of 59 minutes and 10 seconds. 8th place was claimed by the first Magic Master team from the Charm Nation, audaciously naming themselves the first Magic Master, finishing in 58 minutes and 40 seconds. The 7th position was taken by the Yami Chungfeng team from the Huaxia Nation, with a time of 58 minutes and 21 seconds. No surprise, as the Yami Guild is formidable. Chungfeng appears to be among the top 5 players in the guild. 6th place was secured by the Slime Holy Light from the Slime Guild of the Charm Nation, finishing in 58 minutes and 3 seconds. I recognize this individual. He is the president of the Slime Guild. Remarkably, the 5th place was achieved by players from the Dream Knight Order of the European Nation, with a time of 58 minutes and 1 second. It appears that the most elite players in the game are maintaining scores around 58 points. I have ventured into that dungeon, and those who can complete it within an hour are truly skilled. The 4th place is held by the Dream Creation Guild from Huaxia, with a time of 56 minutes and 12 seconds. Such a pity. They were so close to the top 3. Just a little more, and they would have made it. As the anticipation builds, the name of the 3rd place slowly emerges, and upon seeing it, the members of the Annihilation Guild fall into silence. 3rd place, the Annihilation Haoyan team from Huaxia, with a time of 50 minutes and 3 seconds. Impossible. How can we only rank 3rd? Who is ahead of us? This must be a mistake. Damn it. Customer service, where are you? We should have been faster. Listening to the furious shouts of his teammates, Annihilation Haoyan's expression darkened, rage surging within his eyes. I shall see who dares to surpass me. Annihilation Haoyan coldly declared. Ranking 2nd is the Hog Dawson team from the Melee Nation, with a time of 48 minutes and 12 seconds. It is the president of the Hog Guild from Melee. How could they finish in under 50 minutes? Meanwhile, in the magical realm, before a castle, a golden-haired man gazes darkly at the floating leaderboard. How can this be? How could I only secure 2nd place? Who is in 1st? This question immediately arises in everyone's minds. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the information of the 1st place slowly reveals itself. 1st place, the East Wind Break team from Huaxia, with a time of 45 minutes and 3 seconds. At this moment, players worldwide feel their hearts skip a beat. Chapter 28. After this death, there is still one more chance. 1st place, the East Wind Break team from Huaxia, with a time of 45 minutes and 3 seconds. As the information materializes on the scroll, global players find it hard to believe, and the forums instantly erupt with posts. Yuexia Forum. Customer service, where are you? I nearly wiped out in the 1st level after 20 minutes. East Wind Break completed it in just 45 minutes. Is this reasonable? This is absurd. For the poster above, are you still asleep? What is your skill level compared to East Wind Break? I fail to understand your complaints. Shouldn't we celebrate East Wind Break's 1st place? If they can maintain this, we are in for heavenly rewards. Nonsense. How could a solitary player consistently hold the top spot? I assert that the European and American guilds have yet to unleash their true potential. Otherwise, they could easily break the 40-minute mark. Goodness, what era are we in where such individuals still exist? European and American Forum. My God, can anyone explain what is happening? How can it be East Wind Break again? Could it be that the dungeons in the Eastern gaming world are easier than ours? Quite possibly. I am from the Hog Guild, and I can assure you that our strength is undoubtedly the best in the world. There is something amiss here. Our Dream Fantasy Knights are no weaker than your Hog Guild. You can inquire in other games. We have never lost. I assert that the Dream Fantasy Knights are definitely concealing their true power. Just wait for the next refresh. Surpassing Eastern players will be a mere stroll in the park. Do not rush. After all, it is the first time entering the dungeon, and the players from the Grand Guild are quite cautious. Once we venture in again, with the prowess of Hog or Dream, We shall surely conquer it swiftly. Let's remain calm. This dungeon has only just begun, and it is the one who laughs last who truly emerges victorious. Outside Qingfeng village, Link gazed around at the players with a smug expression. What did you just say? Care to repeat that? As a modest and reserved young man of great merit, I was reluctant to address you earlier. Remember this. In the era before and after, one street, inquire and find out who is the father. On the path of cultivation through the ages, ask around and discover who is the uncle. Link chuckled, once again entering a whimsical state. Captain, I know who the father is and who the uncle is. Of course, it is I, the little brother of the boss. I can also be considered an uncle. Dongfeng rolled his eyes at Link's words and then turned his gaze to the national rankings that appeared on the scroll. First place, Huaxiao Nation with 16 points. Second place, Mei Nation with 8 points. Third place, vacant. The surrounding players fell silent, and Mei Liangyang stood amongst them, her complexion paling as she recalled her previous remarks, wishing she could sink into the ground. How is it possible? How did he clear it so quickly? Mei Liangyang murmured, her eyes filled with resentment. Seeing this, Ziqianjiang quickly interjected, Mei sister, we should search first. It's all your fault. Why can't your strength be a bit stronger? What about me? You can hardly articulate a coherent sentence. Just as many were preparing to muster their courage and step forward, the disinterested figure reappeared beside Dongfeng. Alas, in an instant, the Qingfeng plain reverberated with a chorus of sighs akin to mountain cries and ocean waves. Upon hearing this, Liao Wushinku first froze, then murmured, Is my appearance online truly a source of disappointment for so many? What is the situation? Dongfeng inquired. I have already begun the investigation. I expect to have news shortly, Liao Wushinku replied. Dongfeng nodded in acknowledgement and was preparing to lead the team back into the dungeon when Link shot him a knowing glance. Upon turning, Dongfeng noticed 5 figures racing towards them from a distance, members of the Annihilation Guild. They had been diligently leveling up, even neglecting the forums, all in a bid to enter the dungeon as soon as possible. Hurry, we are already an hour behind. We must enter swiftly, brothers. Display the spirit of the Annihilation Guild. Let them witness what true cooperation and synergy look like. A few pieces of equipment also dropped earlier. This dungeon should not be too challenging. Meanwhile, Mei Liangyang noticed the figures from the Annihilation Guild, her eyes brightening as she dashed away from Ziqianjiang towards them. Mei sister. Ziqianjiang's expression changed drastically as he called out urgently, Stay away from me. I want to join Annihilation. Oh, members of Annihilation Guild, take me with you. I am quite strong. I promise not to hold you back. Mei Liangyang called out sweetly. As the leader of the Annihilation Battle Song observed the scene, his brow furrowed slightly, preparing to speak. However, the next moment, he raised his head and was startled to discover a familiar figure among the crowd, beaming at him. Dongfeng Pa, why is he not in the dungeon? A gasp echoed in the hearts of Annihilation Battle Song and his companions, who then came to a halt in unison. Mei Liangyang, witnessing this, assumed her words had moved them, and her face broke into a joyful expression as she rushed to stand beside Annihilation Battle Song. Which brother from the Annihilation Guild is willing to give up their position for me? On the other side, Dongfeng chuckled, gradually rising to his feet, locking eyes with Annihilation Battle Song. Run! Annihilation Battle Song shouted. In the next moment, without a hint of hesitation, the 5 members of Annihilation Battle Song turned and began to flee, their speed exceeding that of their approach. Mei Liangyang, perplexed, stood frozen in place, bewildered by the unfolding events. Mei, be careful. Hearing the cheerful shout, Mei Liangyang abruptly turned her head, only to be horrified to find Dongfeng had mysteriously appeared behind her. Dongfeng paid no heed to Mei Liangyang, gripping his war hammer tightly, his gaze fixed on the fleeing 5 members of Annihilation Battle Song, with Mei Liangyang unfortunately positioned directly in his pursuit path. Bang! Dongfeng, ignoring Mei Liangyang, struck her with his seemingly nonchalant war hammer, landing a precise blow on her head. 640. Critical hit. 160. Following the 2 numbers, Mei Liangyang transformed into a beam of white light, simultaneously dropping an item. Is there someone here? My apologies. I was too focused on the chase to notice. Dongfeng shouted, leaping forward while collecting the dropped equipment. Other players remarked, Are you serious about apologizing while gathering equipment? Sensing the murderous intent behind them, Annihilation Battle Song and his companions displayed expressions of terror. Dongfeng Pa, why are you pursuing us? We have not offended you this time. Annihilation Battle Song cried out. I warned you last time at the boulder. If you take another step forward, I will annihilate you. Dongfeng sneered. Did you think I didn't see you sneakily advance 2 steps? Come on, let's finish this. With a cold smile, Dongfeng executed his heavy stomp skill, instantly appearing behind Annihilation Battle Song. You are so petty. You really are a grudge holder. Hey, quite cultured of you. Congratulations, you answered correctly. You Dongfeng Belovet. Sweeping his war hammer with force. 620. Critical hit. 160. 380. 160. With this blow, he unleashed momentum, authority, and claimed the 5 pieces of equipment from the Annihilation Guild players. As the 5 beams of white light flickered away, the nearby players were not overly shocked. They had grown accustomed to such occurrences. 1 hammer for 5. Remember this, everyone. Let's see if Dongfeng can break a record next time. Someone remarked. It seems that Grasshopper just jumped even further. His talent might be high jumps and long jumps. Poor Annihilation. Why did you have to venture into Dongfeng's territory? It simply shouldn't have happened. The Annihilation Guild in this novice village seems utterly doomed. On the other side, Link gazed from afar at the scene of annihilation. A chill of apprehension washing over him. He harbored no doubt that had he not made the decision to seek peace, he might very well have been among those who fell victim to the merciless strike. I am indeed a benefactor of the Dream Creation Guild. Gathering the fallen gear, Dongfeng cast a glance and found it filled with mere 3- and 4-star common artifacts. While decent for an ordinary player, to Dongfeng, their sole value lay in being sold to the Grand Steward for spirit stones. In the next moment, Dongfeng approached the nether tree, and halfway there, Qiqiang came over cheerfully. Dongfeng Pa, you have gone too far. Is it excessive for her to abandon you for annihilation? Dongfeng replied with a smile. At his words, Qiqiang's expression shifted. Remember what I told you in the Qingfeng forest. If one day you regret it, you can come to me for a chat. Dongfeng walked beside Qiqiang and gently patted his shoulder. As his words lingered, Dongfeng continued on his path, while Qiqiang suddenly turned around. If she wishes to join Annihilation, I shall join as well. I am aware of your connection with them, and the next time we meet, I will challenge you in the name of the Annihilation Guild. Qiqiang declared, gritting her teeth. Whatever, I'll just prepare more equipment before you challenge me. Dongfeng waved his hand nonchalantly. Returning to the side of the nether tree, Dongfeng briefly instructed Link and the others, then once more led them into the tree hollow, initiating the second dungeon. Simultaneously, the Dream Illusion Knights and the Hog Guild readied themselves, with members from both guilds even purchasing numerous equipment items at high prices, all in hopes of claiming first place in the second dungeon. Everyone listen. Equip the items we just collected and prepare the tools. This time we're going in. Adopt a rapid clear strategy. Annihilation Hao Yin spoke with a grim expression. Brother Tion, isn't this a bit too risky? Indeed, with these new weapons and gear, we should be able to save considerable time. No, what I desire is not merely to save time. I seek to crush Dongfeng Po with overwhelming superiority. Chapter 29, Epiphany in the Demon Cave. Electric Grasshopper. Inside the Demon Cave, Dongfeng led Link and the others deeper. Thanks to the enhanced equipment, when they encountered the Chaotic Serpent and the Toxic Mist Spider once more, Link, Xiao Yu, and the Peculiar Spirit were able to inflict considerable damage. Compared to other teams, they need not concern themselves with positioning or inadvertently drawing aggro, as Dongfeng attracted attention up front, allowing them to unleash their full offensive, clearing a path through the Chaotic Serpent and Toxic Mist Spider. Dongfeng and his companions arrived once again at the location of the Blazing Ape. This time, Dongfeng dazzled them anew, showcasing his prowess as a master of weapon switching. Never before had dungeon runs felt this effortless, and with his spirit energy fully replenished. It seemed today might be the day to challenge the second tier of Qi refinement. Link exclaimed excitedly. Next, we are about to face the real challenge. I need not elaborate on how to fight. Dongfeng instructed. Understood. In the next moment, Dongfeng charged indirectly. As before, the wolf demon focused all its attention on him, leaving the rear vulnerable to ambush by Lu Wushinku. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu utilized her innate talents to slow down the wolf demon, while Link, the peculiar sprite, dealt damage from the edges. Armed with the experience from their first encounter, the synergy among the 5 had improved significantly, except for Link, who, in his overzealousness, narrowly escaped a full health depletion from a brush with the wolf demon. The entire process unfolded without incident. In a mere 5 to 6 minutes, Dongfeng concluded the battle with 2 consecutive critical hits. Ding! You have slain the poisonous Spike Wolf Demon, earning 2,000 Spirit Stones. All players in the team gain 100 points in cultivation, with the system's notification echoing. Dongfeng organized all the loot from the second dungeon run and laid it out. This one took just 18 minutes. We might as well sit here for 20 Lu Wushenku remarked. Indeed, the rewards this time are clearly inferior to the last, yielding only 7 common items, for spirit items, 2 treasure items, and 1 immortal item. Without a single sacred item, Ji Dongfeng noted. Such as the expected normal yield from the first dungeon, Lu Wushenku replied. Ji Dongfeng nodded in agreement, and began selecting the equipment and items he required. The falling butterfly star rain necklace, 3-star immortal artifact in the heavens above. There resides the mysterious goddess who once summoned earthly butterflies. These butterflies descend into the tranquil valleys, bringing forth a star rain that solidifies into this chain. Upon equipping, it enhances defense by 80 points, increases wisdom by 25 points, and improves spirit absorption and conversion efficiency by 20. When a critical hit is triggered against an enemy, the target accumulates a layer of butterfly mark, and at 3 layers, a fiery meteor will descend upon the target. The Deep Fire Alchemy Furnace, treasure item and alchemy furnace used by the Master of Alchemy in his early years, possessing boundless utility during the refining process. Using this furnace, the minimum quality of elixirs is elevated to spirit grade. The chance of producing treasure-grade elixirs increases by 30, the chance of producing immortal-grade elixirs rises by 10, and the chance of producing sacred-grade elixirs is 1. Each batch yields an additional 20 elixirs. The Thunder Bracelets, 2-star spirit artifact U, are the embodiment of thunder. It is advised not to wear during thunderstorms. Upon equipping, it enhances defense by 20 points, attack power by 50 points, and strength by 20 points. Before attacking, one can expend 10 spirit points to infuse the weapon with thunderous energy, which, upon hitting the target, inflicts an additional 10 points of lightning damage, doubled for thunder spirit damage, for 3 consecutive strikes. Minimum cultivation requirement, 4 layers of chi refinement and body refinement. The moment Ji Dongfeng donned the thunder bracelets, tiny arcs of electricity began to dance around his wrists. Wow, boss, you can conduct electricity now? Link exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. The effects that come with the equipment will certainly make the next dungeon run much easier, Ji Dongfeng replied with a smile, reflecting on his fortunate luck. In the Epoch of existence, numerous equipment, artifacts, and techniques possess specific requirements pertaining to spiritual roots. While this may not be overtly apparent during the novice phase, once one enters a town and joins a sect, the significance of spiritual roots becomes increasingly pronounced. In the mid to late stages, the same skill, when cultivated by players with varying spiritual roots, yields disparate results. Though the Thunder root is undeniably potent, the equipment and techniques associated with it are relatively scarce. Once preparations are complete, let us engage in cultivation here for a while. Do not forget to utilize the Spirit Elevation Pill obtained previously. Ding! Upon consuming the Spirit Elevation Pill, the efficiency of spiritual energy conversion is enhanced by 10 points for a duration of 10 minutes. After ingesting the pill, Ji Dongfeng and his 4 companions commence cultivation on the spot. Ding! Entering cultivation mode, remaining spiritual energy stands at 3,510, with a conversion rate of 1084 spiritual energy per minute. Ding! Cultivation level increases by 361, absorbing 90 spiritual energy, remaining energy now at 34916. Ding! The Wolf Spirit Ring is activated, enhancing cultivation by 722. Ding! Congratulations on entering a state of epiphany. In this state, the absorption and conversion efficiency of spiritual energy doubles. When cultivation levels increase, the values are also doubled. For uncomprehended techniques, comprehension progress increases by 1 per minute. This state of epiphany lasts for 5 minutes. Ding! Cultivation level rises by 1445. Comprehension of the myriad techniques reaches an increase of 1. Hearing the system notifications, Ji Dongfeng pauses momentarily, then glances helplessly at the brilliant red light emanating from above his head. What on earth is this? Could this be the legendary epiphany? Upon witnessing this, Link's expression changes dramatically, his face flushed by the light of epiphany. I never believed in the luck of the fortunate, but now I do. The initial chance of epiphany seems to be a mere 0. 1. Boss, could it be that your talent is an extraordinary epiphany? Truly a monster. The apathetic one cannot help but roll his eyes at Ji Dongfeng, while the peculiar spirit nods in agreement. It is not merely talent. It is because I am somewhat kinder than others, more tolerant, and a touch more handsome. Thus my fortune is slightly better. Remember, do good deeds and do not question the future. Ji Dongfeng states earnestly. Boss, you certainly did not say this while pursuing oblivion, remarks Link. Oh, how audacious you are. The apathetic one rolls his eyes skyward, ultimately deciding to shut his eyes to avoid the annoyance. In the blink of an eye, 20 minutes have passed, and to Link and the other slight relief, Ji Dongfeng does not trigger another epiphany. All right, Let us venture forth and ascertain whether my predictions hold true. The ranking refresh may yield rewards. As Ji Dongfeng speaks, he glances at his current cultivation level. Cultivation level, 1725. A mere 3275 remains to achieve a breakthrough. The difficulty of ascending epochs is indeed formidable, Ji Dongfeng muses to himself. In the next moment, Ji Dongfeng and his companions conclude their cultivation and exit the demon lair. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the challenge in 38 minutes and 52 seconds. Simultaneously, elite members of the Dreaming Knights, Hog, Oblivion, and other guilds are engaged in their final struggles. Within the Hog Guild, Hog Dawson tirelessly wields his staff against a red-eyed witch before him, while two teammates continuously cast enhancement spells upon him. The remaining two brandish large shields, positioned at the forefront, radiating light as they actively absorb damage from the red-eyed witch. Malediction! Meteor of heavenly fire! Die for me! With a fierce roar, Hodgson swung his wand violently, summoning an intricate array above the witch's head, followed by a meteor crashing down with a thunderous sound. The astonishing yellow number 752 appeared, and the witch let out a wail as her health was entirely depleted. The guild leader was invincible. The damage was overwhelmingly terrifying. Victory was assured. The time taken was undoubtedly less than 45 minutes, perhaps even under 44. This time, they would undoubtedly claim the top spot. Truly, the expensive curse artifact was formidable. Hodgson took a deep breath, collected the spoils that had fallen, and led the group out of the teleportation array. The Annihilation Elite Squad. Annihilation Haotian consumed 3 status-enhancing potions in quick succession. With a flick of his wrist, his long sword was enveloped in flames. Utilized the binding artifact. Annihilation Haotian bellowed. As his words echoed, the nearby members hurriedly produced various artifacts, which immediately rendered the wolf demon incapable of action or attack for a brief period. 3 fire sword lights. Annihilation Haotian shouted, channeling his strength as he pivoted and stepped forward, drawing power from the earth. He hurled his sword towards the wolf demon. In an instant, 3 fiery sword lights struck the wolf demon. 309, 321, 486. The 3 consecutive numbers sprang forth, and the wolf demon collapsed to the ground. Annihilation Haotian swiftly collected all the dropped items and turned to lead his team into the teleportation array. I refuse to believe I will lose this time. Outside Qingfeng village. Upon seeing Ji Dongfeng and his companions emerge from the tree hollow, the surrounding players were momentarily stunned. Then their expressions morphed into one of awe akin to that reserved for a monster. Had they grown considerably stronger? Goodness, look at that. Their equipment seems to have undergone a significant upgrade. And look at that electric grasshopper in their hands. It can discharge electricity. Chapter 30, The 5 Elements Body. The leaderboard has been refreshed once again. On the Qingfeng Plain, Link and his companions practiced in place, awaiting the second refresh of the scroll leaderboard. The head shopkeeper took the initiative to approach Ji Dongfeng, having already broken through to the first layer of Qi refinement. However, he did not intend to enter the dungeon, as he perceived this as a prime opportunity to earn some quick silver. This is new equipment, still the same, just needs spirit stones. Also, please keep an eye out for passive skill manuals. By the way, could you help me sell these detoxification pills? I believe many would be interested in acquiring them now. Ji Dongfeng traded his unused equipment and items to the head shopkeeper. As the head shopkeeper received the equipment, his smile grew even more radiant. Boss, rest assured, I will ensure you receive a great price. He replied cheerfully. Are you certain you don't wish to enter this dungeon? Ye Dongfeng inquired. I do not. The head shopkeeper replied. This game differs from others. The greatest rewards from dungeons are not experience, but rather weapons, equipment, and artifacts. With my current strength, no team would want me, and any team that would take me in would likely face annihilation, unless I were to accompany you, boss. However, following the leader into the fray yields little benefit for me. I can only scavenge the remnants. Even if I refrain from entering the dungeon, you would still entrust me with the task of managing these items. Thus, for me, entering would merely squander time, occupy a slot in your team, and create a debt of gratitude. It would be far more prudent to focus on amassing small fortunes outside, for this presents a splendid opportunity for trade, remarked the chief merchant with a smile. Observing this, Ji Dongfeng cast a glance at the chief merchant, feeling a measure of admiration for his unwavering composure, regardless of the circumstance. In the next moment, the chief merchant equipped his weapons and began selling near a cluster of players, actively seeking valuable items. Don't miss out. The Little Fortune Golden Commerce is still in operation. East Wind Breaker S armaments await you. These weapons, not only can you wear them, but even a mere touch might bestow upon you the good fortune of legendary enlightenment. Exceptional discounts during the dungeon period. All armaments are reduced by 50 spirit stones. Listening to the chief merchant's laughter, Dongfeng couldn't help but smile wryly. Just as he prepared to resume his training, a series of footsteps echoed from the tree hollow behind him. Turning around, he was taken aback to see the 5 members of the Annihilation Battle Song emerge, looking disheveled. Damn it, if it weren't for the loss of those items, we would have surely conquered those spiders. You lot should have protected me with all your might. Your defensive skills were deployed too late. Let us see if we can procure some antidotes. If spirit stones run low, we can transfer some. We should still be able to apply for additional funding. We must prepare thoroughly. We have 2 more opportunities to seize victory. Ultimately, it's all that damned East Wind Breaker's fault. Who do you think we should blame? In the next moment, upon hearing laughter nearby, the members of Annihilation Battle Song froze momentarily, then timidly raised their eyes to meet the beaming Dongfeng. Shall we use the remnants from the last total annihilation? Dongfeng jested, charging towards them. Run. The members of Annihilation Battle Song, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned and fled towards the recently activated teleportation array. As Dongfeng closed in, panic ensued, and they had no choice but to once again plunge into the abyss. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding players could not help but express their astonishment. The members of the Annihilation Guild, upon lifting the covers at night, are all haunted by East Wind Breaker. Perhaps they are all mere grasshoppers, sparking and crackling grasshoppers. Look, the 4 Seas Guild has emerged as well. Their expressions suggest they have faced defeat. I'm aware of the prowess of 4 Seas Yungu. I cannot believe they too have failed. Beneath the Yomi tree, 4 Seas Yungu, upon spotting Dongfeng, paused momentarily, then approached with a complex expression, followed closely by the other 4 members of the 4 Seas Guild, including Si-Hai Shangping. Seeing this, Dongfeng's brow furrowed slightly. He recalled that in his previous life, 4 Seas Yungu had successfully cleared the dungeon on their first attempt, albeit with considerable time expended. They had indeed garnered some rewards. It seems the butterfly effect of my reincarnation is gradually manifesting, Dongfeng mused to himself, before refocusing on his training. He harbored no significant enmity with the 4 Seas Guild, despite their previous attempt to seize the first kill, which had ended in their own annihilation. 10 minutes later, a player from the Dream Creation Guild approached Link and whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, Link's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed over to Dongfeng. Boss, I've obtained a passive skill manual, he exclaimed, handing a crimson tome to Dongfeng. Passive skill manual, body of the 5 elements, a common grade skill that enhances elemental resistance by 10 points. Upon entering combat, a random resistance will increase by an additional 10 points. Each player may utilize this skill a maximum of 3 times. Dongfeng's eyes brightened at the sight, and he promptly chose to activate the skill. The effect of Thunder's dominance transformed the body of the 5 elements, raising elemental resistance by 100 points. With a random resistance increase of 100 points upon entering combat. Well done, keep up the good work, Dongfeng remarked with a smile. Attention all players. The leaderboard for the Monster Invasion Dungeon is refreshing for the 2nd time. This round will compile the results of all teams that have cleared the dungeon up to now. If a team has cleared the dungeon multiple times, only their best score will be considered for the leaderboard. As the system announcement echoed, all players simultaneously gazed up at the floating scroll. Just like the last time, this round began revealing results from the 10th position. In 10th place was the Invincible Guild from China, with a time of 59 minutes and 01 seconds. Previously, they had offered a handsome sum to recruit Dongfeng, and it seems they possess some genuine strength. In 9th place was a player from Japan, who had a time of 58 minutes and 01 seconds. In 8th place was the Annihilation Wind, with a time of 57 minutes and 3 seconds. It was somewhat unfortunate. Although their time improved, their ranking fell. However, there was little to lament, as only the top 3 earned points. 7th place went to the Ganges Warriors from India, a name unfamiliar to many, with a time of 56 minutes and 55 seconds. Was this player still not out of the dungeon since the last refresh? In 6th place was the Dream Creation Guild from China, with a time of 56 minutes and 12 seconds. This score had dropped from 4th to 6th place. It seemed they had not entered the dungeon during the last hour. 5th place was claimed by the Slime Holy Light from the Charm Nation, with a time of 52 minutes and 8 seconds. 4th place went to the Dream Knight Brigade, with a time of 49 minutes and 12 seconds. A pity indeed. Breaking into the 50-minute mark only secured them 4th place. The top 3 were likely still those formidable teams. In 3rd place was Hog Dawson from the Charm Nation, with a time of 43 minutes and 56 seconds. How astonishing. With such a brief time, they had only managed to secure third place. As they surveyed the leaderboard, Hog Dawson's expression darkened. Rage simmered in his eyes, nearly boiling over. His teammates exchanged glances, equally incredulous at this outcome. Impossible. We VE compressed our time to the absolute limit. How can anyone be faster than us? I demand a review. I suspect the difficulty of the dungeons in the cultivation world differs from ours. To be merely third, this was unjust. Hearing his teammates' furious shouts, Hog Dawson inhaled deeply and coldly declared, "Everyone listen. Intensify the effort to gather weapons and equipment. Let us enhance our strength first, and we will enter the dungeon in the final hour. No matter what, I will claim the ultimate first place." While Hog Dawson raged, Annihilation Hao Ian and the others looked at the scroll with faces brimming with excitement. We will undoubtedly secure first place. Indeed, after investing so much effort, if we still fail to secure the first place, it is undoubtedly indicative of a flaw within this game. Calm yourselves. The second place contender has emerged, and the time for Dongfeng has yet to be revealed, suggesting he too has entered the instance a second time and has managed to shorten his time. Yami Hao Ian remarked, "Rest assured, Brother Tian, Dongfeng must have exerted himself to the utmost last time, at best reducing his time by a minute or two. How could we possibly? Absolutely impossible." The moment they beheld the second place, the smiles faded from the faces of Yanmi Hao Ian and his companions, with some emitting heart-wrenching cries. Second place, Yanmi Hao Ian's team. Huaxia Nation. Time, 42 minutes and 01 seconds. Gazing upon the words second place, Yanmi Hao Ian's pupils quivered. His countenance darkened, revealing a grimace of fury. "We have managed to shorten our time by a full 8 minutes. How can we only be in second place? This is suspicious. I will contact the Epoch customer service immediately to investigate." Dongfeng, what exactly did you do? Yami Hao Ian growled through clenched teeth, his gaze fixed intently upon the scroll, awaiting the announcement of the first place. Yet, upon seeing that line of information, Yami Hao Ian and his companions were left stunned. First place, Dongfeng's team. Huaxia Nation. Time, 38 minutes and 52 seconds. Have they truly squeezed into the 40-minute mark? Chapter 31, Divine Artifact. Flowing Flame Finger. What? 38 minutes? Have they truly breached the 40-minute mark? I'm not even sure if I could finish off the snakes and spiders in that time. As far as I know, after the chaotic serpent and the venomous spider, there's an even more formidable wave of monkeys before reaching the finale. How did they achieve this? Is Dongfeng's strength truly astonishing? Or are the remaining members of his team also extraordinary in their own right? I'm aware of Chuangming Link, who possesses some renown within the Chuangming Guild, and Chuangming Xiaoyu is his confidant, but I have never heard of the other two. The leaderboard has updated. In the second refresh, the Huaxia Nation S points increased by 18. The Megway S points increased by 6. The third place remains vacant. Without delving into other matters with Dongfeng per round, Huaxia should secure that divine blessing. Outside the yumming tree, Sihai Yunj and others gazed at Dongfeng from a distance, their expressions a mixture of complexity. "Captain, we should report the situation to the president. Dongfeng's influence has surpassed that of many major guilds. We can no longer adopt a casual attitude towards him. More alarmingly, I perceive no limitations in him, as if he is constantly growing stronger. Regardless of how he achieves this, a player of such caliber can only be described as terrifying," remarked a man named Sihai Ming solemnly. As his words fell, Sihai Yunj vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Link and his companions paid no heed to the astonished gazes around them, focusing entirely on the system notification that had just sounded. "Ding! Congratulations! Your team has set a new record for the fastest completion time, earning a reward of 1 cultivation pill, 1 equipment quality upgrade talisman, and 1 random skill chest. Cultivation pill. Upon use, it enhances your cultivation by 300 points. Equipment quality upgrade talisman. Upon use, it allows you to designate 1 piece of equipment from the Chi Refinement and Body Refinement realm to upgrade its quality by 1 level, with a maximum upgrade to Sacred Quality. Random skill chest. Upon use, one may acquire a random skill manual for the Chi Refinement and Body Refinement realm. However, the notification that graced Dongfeng's ear was distinct. Ding! Congratulations on leading your team to achieve the top rank in the leaderboard for the fastest completion time. Rewards include 1 Ascension Pill, 1 high-quality equipment upgrade talisman, and 1 random advanced skill chest. Ascension Pill. Upon use, it allows for an immediate breakthrough in cultivation, limited to those below the 9th layer of the Chi Refinement and Body Refinement realm. Each individual in the Body Refinement realm may utilize only 1 high-quality equipment upgrade talisman. Upon use, it allows for the designation of one piece of Chi Refinement and Body Refinement Realm equipment to be upgraded by one level, with a maximum upgrade to Divine Quality. Random Advanced Skill Chest. Upon use, one may receive a random skill manual for the Chi Refinement and Body Refinement Realm, with the lowest quality being Spirit Grade skills. To his astonishment, there truly was a refresh reward. Link could not help but whisper, his gaze towards Ji Dongfeng filled with admiration. "Captain, you should take all of these. They're your achievements," the quirky sprite said cautiously while eyeing Ji Dongfeng. "Ahem, yes, they should indeed go to the captain. But I just consumed that cultivation pill." Haha, Link quickly added. Hearing this, Ji Dongfeng replied, "I do not require it. You all keep it for yourselves. You have earned it. Quickly use the items and prepare for one final venture into the dungeon." "All right, Captain, will we receive these rewards again during our next refresh?" "Not necessarily. These rewards may be random, but they are assuredly valuable." In the next moment, Ji Dongfeng stored the Ascension Pill, saving it for when he reached the 8th layer of body refinement. He decided to utilize the talisman on the armor-piercing gauntlets, for the weaponry of the Epoch was deemed more precious than other equipment. Ding! Using the high-quality equipment upgrade talisman, the blood-cloaked armor-piercing gauntlets were upgraded to the Blood Demon Armor-Piercing Gauntlets, a 1-star artifact of the Chi Refinement and Body Refinement Realm. Blood Demon Armor-Piercing Gauntlets, a 1-star artifact of the Chi Refinement and Body Refinement Realm, the masterpiece of the renowned blacksmith Zhuge Ming, rumored to have once belonged to the esteemed weapon of the young master of the Huatian sect. After the sect's annihilation, the gauntlets were lost, but later acquired and enhanced by a mysterious craftsman, who gifted them to a young cultivator of enigmatic origins. Once equipped, they grant an increase of 200 points in attack power, 500 points in vitality, 40 points in strength, 30 points in bone quality, and 60 points in elemental resistance. They also confer immunity to bleeding and poisoning negative states, doubling the comprehension of techniques gained below the Foundation Establishment stage. Upon the first successful strike against an enemy, they inflict a state of armor piercing, ignoring 80 points of defense, and switching targets refreshes the armor piercing state. Furthermore, 10 of the damage inflicted is converted into a personal shield, which is consumed first when hit by enemy attacks. This shield can stack infinitely and persists until the end of combat. Minimum equipment cultivation requirement: Chi Refinement and Body Refinement 7th layer, with strength and bone quality not less than 80 points. Ding! Using the random advanced skill chest. Congratulations to the player for acquiring the Active Skill Manual, Flowing Flame Finger. Active Skill Manual, Flowing Flame Finger, a treasure grade skill, forged with fierce flames, capable of burning enemies in battle and igniting fires even in times of peace, an essential skill for any cultivator. Expending 10 points of spiritual energy allows one to conjure a flame upon a single fingertip, lasting for 3 minutes. This flame inflicts additional burning damage upon a successful melee attack against an adversary, dealing 510 points of damage per second for a duration of 3 seconds. Furthermore, it can target hostile entities within a range of 200 meters. For every additional 20 points of spiritual energy consumed, one can generate an extra flame upon another fingertip, thereby doubling the number of flames during both melee and ranged attacks, with a maximum of 4 additional flames possible. The cultivation requirement is a 3rd level of Chi Refinement with a Fire Spiritual Root. Upon reviewing the description of the Flowing Flame Finger, Ji Dongfeng scoffed. In the Epoch world, higher skill levels often necessitate more stringent cultivation requirements, most frequently in the form of spiritual root prerequisites. What a pity. But once we reach the town, I can auction it off. It's not a total loss, Ji Dongfeng murmured, then turned his gaze towards Link and the others. All right, let's prepare for our 3rd foray into the dungeon. This time, there will be no holding back. We shall expedite our efforts. Let us completely dispel any notions of other teams surpassing us, Ji Dongfeng declared with a grin. Yes, with this affirmation, Ji Dongfeng led Link and the others into the tree hollow for the 3rd time. This time, even the peculiar sprites wore confident smiles. Their prowess had significantly increased from the previous 2 dungeon runs, and they were resolute in demonstrating to the entire Epoch what the true disparity in power entailed. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Annihilation Guild, Chu Xueqing listened with a dark expression to the reports from her 2 vice presidents. The Epoch Intelligent Customer Service has confirmed that Dongfeng Po's progress through the dungeon has been entirely normal. Haotian plans to re-enter the dungeon in the last hour. He intends to utilize this time to hastily enhance his strength. According to our current feedback, he is confident he can reduce the completion time to around 37 minutes. But he requires the guild's robust support. Hearing this, Chu Xueqing replied, "Support him wholeheartedly. I have already stated that in Hao Ian's novice village, All other Annihilation members are at his service, and resources are to be allocated in his favor. My only demand is that the name Annihilation appears at the top of the rankings. Indeed, I now suspect that Dongfeng Po's success is significantly bolstered by the support of the Dream Creation Guild, especially since Lin Tian's brother is part of Dongfeng Po's team. The Dream Creation Guild would undoubtedly intervene. Dream Creation. Is Lin Tian so willing to forsake the prestige of a major guild and place his hopes of ascendance upon a solitary player? It matters not. The Four Seas Guild has already responded, agreeing to collaborate with us. Soon, it will be our turn to retaliate. What is the status of my 10-star helmet? The Epoch Guild has not disclosed any clues regarding the helmet. We can only offer a substantial bounty for unused exchange codes. We have located a middle-aged man who has yet to redeem his code, and results should be forthcoming. Expedite this matter, for the sake of the 10-star talent. I have already delayed far too long, even missing the first dungeon run. I cannot afford to miss out on anything more. By the way, just now, Laping reported that he has found Ji Dongfeng's university classmate, and the plan is progressing smoothly. Inform him that if he succeeds, I shall appoint him as the captain of Epoch. Understood. Within the Epoch Guild, Annihilation Hao Ian wore a grim expression as he engaged in a battle against the elite White Wolf. Captain, we have received a response from the Vice President. We will explore every means to enhance our strength, and the Guild will provide unwavering support. Arrange for others to swiftly procure skill weapons, armor, and elixirs. The priority is to acquire detoxification pills and those that bolster defensive capabilities. If anyone is reluctant to sell, then they shall face the consequences. Yes, Captain. The Vice President has also conveyed another message. The Seahai Guild has agreed to collaborate with us, providing support in the form of weapons, armor, and elixirs. Listen closely. All members of the squad, for the next 3 hours, regardless of the methods you employ, elevate your strength by at least 30. Otherwise, you shall no longer be worthy of remaining in the Annihilation Elite Team. In our contest with Dongfeng Po, the ultimate defeat will surely be theirs. Chapter 32. The Pearl of Misfortune. The first encounter with the Golden Wolf King. Ignite the flames. Within the abyss, Link unleashed his newly acquired fire skill, relentlessly assaulting the wolf demon. While beside him, Xiaoyu vigilantly monitored the situation, ready to release a healing spell at a moment's notice. As for Ji Dongfeng, Xiaoyu felt that even a fleeting glance at his health bar would be a sign of disrespect. On another front, the peculiar sprite was enveloped in a shimmering orb of light, which gradually restored her energy while simultaneously enhancing the movement speed of Ji Dongfeng and the others. Aside from Ji Dongfeng and the Indifferent One, the remaining 3 adeptly utilized their newly acquired skills. With a furious shout, Ji Dongfeng struck the wolf demon's head with a hammer, and a series of numbers instantly materialized above the creature. 1,776. Critical hit. 160. 20. Damage from Thunder Gauntlets. 10. Poison Fang damage. Simultaneously, a blue butterfly insignia gradually appeared above the wolf demon's head, yet before anyone could witness the full might of the fiery meteor, Ji Dongfeng delivered another hammer strike, completely depleting the wolf demon's health. With a howl of despair, the wolf demon collapsed, releasing 4 beams of light. I now suspect that no one in this era can withstand the captain's hammer strike, Link remarked. One day, I shall achieve that, the Indifferent One replied earnestly. Link rolled his eyes at the response. It's broad daylight. Stay alert. Let us divide the spoils and head out, Ji Dongfeng suggested with a smile. A total of 8 common items, 3 spirit grade items, 3 treasure grade items, and 1 immortal grade item were laid out. Meteor Summoning Array. Immortal grade, a one-time item that allows even non-immortals to experience the wrath of an immortal. Upon use, it summons 100 meteors within a 100 square meter radius for indiscriminate attacks. Utilizing this item requires the expenditure of 1,000 energy points. Wolf King's Guardian Greaves. 5-star treasure crafted from the pelt of the Wolf King, imbued with its essence. When equipped, it increases defensive power by 50 points, agility by 25 points, movement speed by 20, and enhances attack power against wolf-type demons by 20. It also grants the wearer protection from wolf spirits, reducing all damage taken by 50 during the execution of evasive maneuvers. Minimum cultivation requirement, Chi Refinement and Body Refinement, Level 2. After reviewing the fallen items, Ji Dongfeng ultimately selected 2 of them and exchanged the Swift Wind leg armor for the Wolf King's protective greaves. As for the Great Meteor Summoning Array, he needed to contemplate its optimal application. The remaining items comprised half weapons and armor, while the other half consisted of auxiliary potions and tools that were of no use to him. He suggested they be distributed among the others. A minute or 2 later, After Link and the others had completed their allocation, Dongfeng led everyone onto the teleportation array. A chime resonated, announcing, "Congratulations on successfully completing the challenge in 23 minutes and 01 seconds. It was still a bit slow. Boss, you mustn't mention that. It's likely to earn you a beating." Under the shade of the nether tree, as Dongfeng and his companions exited, the entire world fell into silence. Am I seeing things? Is that Dongfeng Pa? How long have they been inside? Over 20 minutes. Certainly not exceeding 25. I've been keeping track of the time. Could be that Dongfeng Pa failed? It must be so. Otherwise, they couldn't have exited so swiftly, unless it ended in a self-destructive manner. If I am correct, they must have been too hasty, attempting to shorten their time, resulting in a blunder. What a pity, yet their previous completion time was already remarkable. They should still maintain first place. Have you not considered that Dongfeng Pa might have genuinely completed it in just over 20 minutes? Nonsense. How could that be possible? If he could clear it that fast, I would swallow this wild boar whole. Wild boar, double the pleasure. Are you trying to deceive me again? Listening to the shouts of the crowd, Dongfeng Pa and his companions remained unfazed, while some observant individuals conveyed the news to the guilds like oblivion. All right, everyone can now pursue their own endeavors. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate, Dongfeng remarked with a smile. Thank you, the quirky sprite replied. Boss, we'll head off to train the guild members and farm for gear, then see if we can help the other members clear the dungeon as well. I will find the remaining items for you as soon as possible, Link added. After exchanging a few words, Link, Xiaoyu, and the quirky sprite each departed, while the indifferent one retrieved a red orb from his bag and handed it to Dongfeng. This is what you requested earlier. I was initially indifferent to your identity, but upon seeing this, I am compelled to ask, who are you? Dongfeng accepted the orb and glanced at it. Orb of Misfortune, rare item, a gem symbolizing calamity. Rumored to be a treasure originating from the demonic sect, containing immense energy and representing an ominous sign. When placed in the bag, it decreases drop rates by 10, enhances aura conversion efficiency by 60 points, increases the chance of sudden enlightenment during cultivation by 5, and randomly reduces a random attribute permanently by 1 point for every hour of cultivation. I am merely someone with a bit of fortune. Thank you. By the way, may I ask if you still wish to assassinate me? Dongfeng inquired with a smile. I do, but not at this moment. One day I will surpass you. The indifferent one replied. I shall await your arrival, Dongfeng responded. With that, the indifferent one turned and departed, while Dongfeng ventured deeper into the wolf forest. As he traversed the domain of wolves, venomous snakes, and monkeys, Dongfeng arrived at a crossroads. There 2 paths diverged. One led to a town, while the other meandered towards the territory of the Golden Wolf King. Continuing his journey, Dongfeng could distinctly sense the increasingly pungent scent of blood permeating the air. Bloodstains marred the trees on either side, and he even spotted the lifeless bodies of wild beasts hidden among the underbrush. Upon crossing a grove littered with bones, a towering wolf king, standing over 10 meters tall and radiating a golden glow, suddenly materialized before Dongfeng. The Golden Wolf King, at the 8th level of physical refinement. As their eyes met, the Wolf King narrowed its gaze slightly, preparing to lunge forward. Wait, I'm not here to challenge you. To be precise, I'm not here to challenge you right now, Dongfeng hastily exclaimed. This was another unique characteristic of the Epic game. In this world, creatures of higher levels possessed greater sentience, allowing players to communicate directly with them. In a previous life, he had even formed a brotherhood with fellow players. In Epoch, death was not an inevitability. Hearing Dongfeng's words, the Golden Wolf King cast him a glance and snorted disdainfully, ready to continue its assault. However, in the next moment, it noticed Dongfeng retrieving a Wolf King's skull from his backpack. Upon seeing the skull, the Wolf King's eyes turned crimson, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted. Roar! Yet at that moment, the Golden Wolf King seemed to lose its rationality, disregarding Dongfeng's words entirely as it lunged towards him. Its sharp claws raised high before striking down with ferocity. Damn it! Do you need to be hit before you can listen properly? Dongfeng scoffed, swiftly dodging the attack while brandishing a massive hammer. Chapter 33. The Weakness of the Golden Wolf King. The Hidden Path in the Forest. Stepping on a green pine. Deep within the forest of the demonic abyss, Dongfeng unleashed his technique, stepping on the green pine. Due to his heightened agility, he managed to leap onto the head of the Golden Wolf King. In that fleeting moment, he brought his heavy hammer crashing down. 250, 160, 20, 10. A flurry of damage notifications erupted, signifying the effects of poison and lightning coursing through the beast. Yet, despite the numbers dancing exuberantly. The health bar of the Golden Wolf King barely shifted, only declining slightly. This was one of the reasons the Golden Wolf King was dubbed the Nightmare of Novices, boasting a staggering 20,000 points of health. In a previous life, the Annihilation and 4Cs Guild had joined forces, with nearly 30 to 40 players besieging the Golden Wolf King for nearly half an hour before finally defeating it. Roar! In pain, the Golden Wolf King howled, its golden fur quivering violently. The poison afflicting it dissipated instantaneously, and its defensive capabilities surged dramatically. Indeed, it was tough-skinned and resilient. Dongfeng grimaced, straining to grasp the fur around the Wolf King's neck as he delivered blow after blow with his hammer. 150, 160, 20, 300, critical hit. Buzz. As Dongfeng struck vigorously, the Golden Wolf King suddenly began to shimmer with golden light. Noticing this, Dongfeng's expression shifted, and he promptly leaped off the Golden Wolf King's body, executing a series of heavy steps to swiftly conceal himself behind an ancient tree. Bang! In the next instant, Golden Wolf fur transformed into arrows, shooting in all directions. Compared to the elite White Wolf, the Golden Wolf King's fur assault had virtually no blind spots, with an overwhelming number exceeding 100. Had Dongfeng not sensed the danger in advance, there would have been no opportunity for evasion whatsoever. After the barrage, the Golden Wolf King let out a furious roar and charged towards Dongfeng's hiding spot. Observing this, Dongfeng sneered, calculating the time it would take for the Golden Wolf King to reach him. Howl! A breath later, the Golden Wolf King was upon Dongfeng, lunging directly at him. Now's the moment. Dongfeng executed the heavy step, using its initial leap to evade the oncoming attack. The Golden Wolf King brushed past him, and before it could turn around, Dongfeng utilized the second leap's teleportation ability to position himself behind the Golden Wolf King. Off you go. Dongfeng smirked, delivering a powerful strike to the blossoming spot on the Golden Wolf King's body. 2000. Weak point attack. Double critical hit. 320. Weak point attack. 40. Weak point attack. In this era, most creatures possess certain vulnerabilities, and targeting these weaknesses can yield substantial results, albeit identifying them requires considerable time. However, for Dongfeng, these concerns were trivial. Before reaching the nascent soul stage, he was well aware of all the weak points. Struck in a vulnerable area, the Golden Wolf King's pupils constricted, and with a wretched cry, it was sent flying by the blow. Yet, before it could regain its footing, Dongfeng executed the heavy step once more, reappearing behind it to deliver another crushing strike. 1000. Weak point attack. Critical hit. 320. Weak point attack. 40. Weak point attack. In the depths of the forest, the Golden Wolf King resembled a colossal golf ball, while Dongfeng wielded his heavy hammer like a club, repeatedly striking the Golden Wolf King, who tumbled and rolled as its health plummeted at a visibly alarming rate. The heavy step. This was yet another reason the Golden Wolf King was dubbed the Novice's Nightmare. Its instantaneous teleportation with no forewarning. Observing the scene, Dongfeng smirked, slowly approaching the Golden Wolf King, who had regained a semblance of composure, glaring fiercely at Dongfeng, determined to face him head-on. Hell, Wolf King, you can't stay seated forever. It's detrimental to your vulnerable spots. Shall we have a proper discussion now? If you're still unwilling to converse, I can continue. Dongfeng waved his hammer with a grin. Upon hearing this, the Golden Wolf King stared at Dongfeng for a moment before extending its claw to point at the ground before him. You wish for me to place the Wolf King's skull here? The Golden Wolf King nodded. No problem. I can offer you some additional items as well. These are treasures I have painstakingly collected, and I am indeed your best friend among the Wolf clan. Dongfeng replied earnestly. Upon hearing the words, the Golden Wolf King cast a sidelong glance at Dongfeng while protectively shielding his rear. In the next moment, Dongfeng produced the Wolf King's skull, the fragmented inner core of the White Wolf, and the stone of the Wolf clan's emblem from his backpack. The Golden Wolf King was momentarily taken aback, but soon his eyes sparkled with interest as he approached the stone of the Wolf clan's emblem instead of rushing towards the skull. Dongfeng chuckled softly and took a step forward. Observing this, the Golden Wolf King instinctively retreated 2 steps, using his enormous tail to shield himself. Do not be alarmed. Look at you. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to explain the significance of these items. Dongfeng remarked with a smirk. The Golden Wolf King, upon hearing this, gradually nodded in understanding. This skull was retrieved from a perilous dungeon teeming with ferocious beasts. I narrowly escaped with my life. The inner core of the White Wolf was seized from some individuals who shared a common trait, the inscription of annihilation atop their heads. Allow me to show you these 2 characters right here. You should keep an eye out for them and avenge the White Wolf. Dongfeng continued. As he spoke, the Golden Wolf King slowly approached the Wolf King's skull, extending his tongue to lick it, and with a gentle tap of his paw, the skull transformed into a radiant light and vanished, leaving behind a haunting echo of howls. Awoo! The Golden Wolf King echoed the howl, and in an instant, the entire forest trembled as a chorus of wolf howls resonated throughout. Could it be that a beast tide is about to erupt? Have you read too many novels? Where would such a beast tide come from? I suspect it is merely the arrival of spring. In the clearing, the Golden Wolf King nodded at Dongfeng and then devoured the fragmented inner core of the White Wolf. He pointed at the stone of the emblem. This item is meant specifically for you. I believe it may prove beneficial. Dongfeng replied with a smile. The Golden Wolf King, upon hearing this, gratefully nodded and cautiously stowed away the emblem stone. After being revived, a persistent player sought to acquire the skull, inner core, and emblem stone, only to discover that these 3 items were unique to each novice village, making them exceedingly difficult to collect. In despair, he resorted to posting about the matter on the forum, which sparked a minor frenzy of wolf hunting. Well, I did not give you these items for free. Do you have any intentions of utilizing them? Perhaps to open a secret passage? Dongfeng teased. The Golden Wolf King, taken aback, shook his head vigorously. Noticing this, Dongfeng's expression darkened. Still hoping for treatment, are we? Do you believe I won't disclose your weaknesses to all the cultivators? The Golden Wolf King's expression shifted dramatically, and in a flurry, he struck the ground 3 times with his paw. Gradually, a concealed passageway emerged among the nearby underbrush. Awoo! The Wolf King howled while gesturing towards Dongfeng in an inviting manner. Chapter 34. The Golden Wolf King's Collection. Ancient Skills. Captain, I've acquired a spirit grade, 8-star magic sword. In the forest, Annihilation Haoyin was independently hunting monkeys, completing a minor upgrade of equipment, while a member of the Annihilation Guild approached from afar, his face brimming with joy. Upon receiving the Sword of Law, Haoyin cast a glance and subsequently donned his new gear. Captain, we have just received news from the guild. Dongfeng has failed their 3rd attempt at the dungeon. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Yimi Haoyin sparkled with intrigue. Failed, you say? Indeed. They exited after just a little over 20 minutes on their 3rd entry. Our internal analysts believe they were likely too eager to achieve results, leading to their hasty miscalculation. So, their time is fixed at 38 minutes and 52 seconds. Relay this information to the other team members and urge them to hasten their pace. Understood. Also, gather more antidotes from that monkey and try throwing a stone at me once more. Meanwhile, within the Qingfeng novice village, Yimi Yueying logged back in, soon learning of the annihilation of Yinmi members by Dongfeng, who had subsequently been driven back into the abyss. Where's Dongfeng now? He failed his 3rd attempt at the dungeon and, upon exiting, immediately entered the wild wolf forest. He is yet to return. We have hired wandering players who will relay real-time updates on his whereabouts. Let's not concern ourselves with him for now. Although he appears to be a grasshopper at present, he will soon find himself like a grasshopper in autumn, unable to leave for long. Notify the members of the Yinmi Guild to assemble. We shall first enhance our strength. In the final hour, I will personally lead our strongest members into the dungeon, aiming to conquer it at least once. Yes, beneath the Yomi tree, Sihai Yunj logged in once more, his expression weighed down by gravity. After some time, he finally met with the guild leader, who had agreed to collaborate with Yinmi, focusing on strategies to counteract Dongfeng Pa. Sihai Ming sighed upon hearing this, stating, "This may very well be a misguided decision. Regardless, the higher-ups have made their choice, and we must comply. Prepare for another venture into the dungeon. We must ready ourselves for battle against Dongfeng Pa. This time, we shall proceed with caution, not seeking to ascend the rankings, but merely to complete the dungeon." Understood. Deep within the wild wolf forest, Dongfeng advanced through the hidden passage, with the Golden Wolf King trailing closely behind. Dongfeng had contemplated allowing the Golden Wolf King to lead, as this was his territory. However, the Golden Wolf King firmly refused, his tail never straying far from the flowering ground. If my sense of direction serves me correctly, we should be situated between the 2 paths we encountered earlier. Yet, it seems there are some formations concealed here. We can likely only traverse this hidden passage to access the treasure. Dongfeng murmured as he glanced around. After twisting and turning for over 100 meters, Dongfeng arrived at a clearing surrounded by towering trees. The clearing, though small, was littered with bones, forming a small mound, with 3 piles of items surrounding it. The first pile contained various possessions of the Wolf clan, upon which the Golden Wolf King placed the Stone of Imprint. The second pile was composed of various shimmering objects. After inspecting them, Ji Dongfeng noted that most were mere decorations, lacking any substantial utility. Golden Wolf King, why do you share a penchant with the Dragon Clan for glittering trinkets? Ji Dongfeng remarked with a smirk as he turned his gaze towards the final pile. The third pile appeared rather chaotic. However, it contained numerous weapons and equipment, as well as several techniques and secret manuals. Brother Wolf, may I carry away this entire heap? Ji Dongfeng exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Upon hearing this, the Golden Wolf King scratched his head with a paw, then pointed to the ground 3 times. Only 3 can be taken? Je Dongfeng questioned. I mean, is it possible for me to take them all? The Golden Wolf King shook his head vigorously, nudging the third pile of items with his paw, and then swept his tail to topple a nearby mound of bones. Are you suggesting that if I take too much, this place will collapse? Je Dongfeng inquired. Brother Wolf, you're not trying to deceive me, are you? He glanced at the Golden Wolf King's rear, noticing the gaze, quickly shielded it with his tail, shaking his head vigorously. All right, 3 it is. I shall choose, Ji Dongfeng stated, beginning to rummage through the pile while the Golden Wolf King busied himself with various glittering ornaments nearby. Most of these were mundane artifacts, likely remnants of cultivators who had perished at the hands of the Golden Wolf King, their strength presumably not formidable. After a thorough search, Ji Dongfeng emerged with 3 items. 1. Bone armor, 9-star spirit artifact crafted from the bones of a spirit beast at the pregnancy of Spirit Realm. This armor possesses formidable defensive capabilities, albeit seemingly limited to that attribute alone. When equipped, it enhances defense by 180 points and generates a bone shield in battle, which, though intangible, reduces damage by 30 when enemies' attacks pass through it. Minimum cultivation requirement, Chi and Body Refinement, level 5. 2. Ancient Passive Skill Manual, Way of Body Refinement, an ancient skill passed down from primordial sex. This globally limited skill cannot be upgraded or improved in quality, and its effects are unstable. Upon death, it is guaranteed to be forgotten. It is said to be a foundational method for ancient body refiners to strengthen their sinews and bones. For every point of any attribute enhanced with free attribute points, the root bone increases by 0.05 points without consuming free attribute points. This skill can only be learned once by players, and if forgotten upon death, cannot be relearned. Cultivation requirement, Body Refinement Cultivator. 3. Shadow, Spirit Crystal, precious item. This crystal, formed from the essence of heaven and earth, can be embedded in equipment to gain additional effects. It is crucial to ensure that the equipment is compatible for embedding. One must not force it. Additional effect, when utilizing movement techniques, expending an extra 200 points of spiritual energy allows the formation of a shadow clone, enabling immediate position exchange with the clone. Pleased with these 3 items, Ji Dongfeng nodded in satisfaction, relieved that the Shadow Spirit Crystal was entirely black. Otherwise, it would have been included among the second pile of ornaments. In the next moment, Ji Dongfeng stowed the crystal away and replaced his pig demon battle armor with the silver-white bone armor, while simultaneously activating the Way of Body Refinement. Ding! The effects of the Thunder's dominance took effect, transforming the Way of Body Refinement effect to increase any attribute by 1 point, with the root bone increasing by 0.5 points. It is unexpected that I have found the ancient skill so swiftly. In my previous life, the first ancient skill was discovered within the Golden Core instance. Although its effects are formidable, many regarded it as a mere novelty. Players who acquired this skill tended to exercise great caution, and over time, apart from a handful of overconfident strong players, the majority ceased to invest effort in seeking out ancient skills. However, in this life, the absence of death penalties suggests that I may not forget them. A trial death this evening will reveal the truth. I still have 1 death opportunity remaining today, murmured Ji Dongfeng. Very well, Brother Wolf, take care. I shall take my leave now. When I return next time, we shall be adversaries, Ji Dongfeng declared with a smile. Upon hearing this, the Golden Wolf King was momentarily taken aback before unleashing a furious roar at Ji Dongfeng. Witnessing this, Ji Dongfeng cast a final glance at the Golden Wolf King, causing it to plump down onto the ground in fright. It is time to fulfill the request of the portly shopkeeper. I am on my way for the 3rd hidden quest, Ji Dongfeng laughed. Chapter 35. I shall report him for cheating. Blast it. How have we failed again? Are you all utterly useless? You can't even manage the simplest task of aggro pulling. If it weren't for your reckless wandering attracting the ire of those spiders, would we have struggled to hold them back? Moreover, as the primary damage dealer, is your output not excessively low? Did you not claim before joining the team that your range damage was akin to cannon fire? Yet now, it resembles nothing more than a flickering ember. Is that broken fire sword of yours merely for warming the monsters? Indeed, and you blame us for failing to attract aggro. What your output? What your strength? The fact that you were crushed by Dongfeng is not without cause. You all, beneath the ancient tree of the netherworld. A group of players who had just emerged from a hollow began to quarrel vehemently, with 3 of them directing their ire at one individual. Feeling the wrath of the 3 players, Mei Li Yang's complexion flushed with indignation, while Shi Qi Yang remained silent at her side. Shi Zi, can you not show some ambition? Deal with them. Are you merely going to watch them insult me? Mei Li Yang shouted. At her words, the other 3 players' expressions shifted, instinctively taking 2 steps back, their eyes fixed warily on Shi Qi Yang. Togte harbut discontinentally Yang. They could not deny Shi Qi Yang's formidable prowess. Hearing this, Shi Qi Yang inhaled deeply and spoke solemnly. Mei, let us go find the Annihilation Guild and join them. There are still 3 hours left in this refresh. Ample time to enhance our strength further. Alternatively, I could cultivate to the 3rd stage of Qi refining. Overcoming the challenge within 38 minutes should be feasible, provided no other teams unexpectedly rise to prominence. The ultimate victory shall undoubtedly be mine, Xianmia Haoyan murmured, his countenance lightening somewhat. 5 minutes later, the system prompt echoed once more. Attention all players. The Monster Invasion leaderboard is undergoing its 3rd refresh. Players across the globe, with the exception of those in instances, turned their focus towards the leaderboard. 10th place remains occupied by the Wushuang Guild. The time has not changed, indicating they have not continued their challenge. This time, the leaderboard is unlikely to see significant fluctuations, as many strong players have but one opportunity left, thus most will enter the instance in their strongest forms during the final hour. 9th place has also been revealed. Indeed, it is still a player from the land of the rising sun. Their time remains unchanged. As the leaderboard refreshed, the rankings from 8th to 5th exhibited little change, with the only notable alteration being the Slime Sacred Light S-time improvement by 1 minute, yet it remains steadfast in 5th place. 4th place went to Hog Dawson from the Charming Nation, clocking in at 43 minutes and 56 seconds, mirroring their previous round's performance, indicating they had not advanced. It was the Dream Phantom Knights who ascended beyond them. In 3rd place was Annihilation of the Heavens from Huaxia, with a time of 42 minutes and 1 second. Also unchanged. How much time did the Dream Phantom Knights manage to gain? Observing the leaderboard, everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated the Dream Phantom Knights making such a breakout in the 3rd round. I had heard that the East Wind Break had failed in the 3rd round. Could the Dream Phantom Knights possibly surge to 1st place? It is plausible. Dream Phantom is a seasoned guild across various games, and if they were to truly exert their strength, they would be formidable. Before an ancient castle, a group of European players gazed in admiration at the Dream Phantom Knights, with their leader, known as Nightmare, standing at the center. As they scrutinized the leaderboard, the members of the Dream Phantom Knights erupted in cheers. Captain, your forbidden spell was not in vain. Though the cost was considerable, it assured our victory. A single forbidden spell had wiped out a wave of monsters. If we could unleash a few more forbidden spells, we could annihilate the remainder in an instant. What are you thinking? Had we not been fortunate enough to complete a hidden quest, we might not have obtained a single forbidden spell. Our time has already surpassed 33 minutes. We are bound to secure 1st place this time. Listening to the excited shouts of his team, Nightmare chuckled softly, saying, "Calm down, everyone. Let us not forget that we are the Dream Phantom Knights. Securing 1st place will soon become a commonplace occurrence. Captain, I still believe we should enter in the last hour. Perhaps we could shorten our time even further. Leon, the sooner we secure 1st, the sooner we will earn points. Do not forget, there is also a divine blessing at stake, and my intuition tells me that it is of great significance." After a brief exchange, the information for the 2nd place on the leaderboard emerged. It's here. Indeed, our time is 32 minutes and 52 seconds. We have broken the 33-minute barrier. Wait. Why are we in 2nd place? European players, upon witnessing the leaderboard, found themselves momentarily frozen, while the 5 members of the Dream Phantom Knights stood as if petrified, rendered speechless. How could time like 2nd place? Nightmare stared at the rankings, his smile completely faltering. So the 1st place still belonged to that East Windbreak. Impossible. How could they surpass us? The Huaxia players must be cheating. Without a doubt, they could not have achieved this otherwise. I will promptly report this to customer service. I will inform the captain of the situation. We, the Dream Phantom Knights, are not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, observing the leaderboard, Annihilation of the Heavens turned pale, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. In the next moment, Under annihilation of the heavens' gaze, the information for first place was revealed, causing an uproar among players worldwide. First place, East Wind Break Team, Huaxia, with a time of 23 minutes and 1 second. How could this be possible? Yami Haoyan's pupils contracted, and for a brief moment, he felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. At that instant, he realized that all his plans had transformed into mere jest. Deep down, he understood that achieving a time of 23 minutes was beyond the realm of possibility, unless he were to undertake an insane breakthrough. A feeling of helplessness, unprecedented in its intensity, spread from his heart throughout his entire being. Upon witnessing the completion time, exclamations of disbelief echoed around the globe. The forums erupted in a frenzy. Beyond the various national forums, the global forum commenced a barrage of comments. Madness. I'm utterly mad. 23 minutes. Surely, even with cheats, such speed is unattainable. Is the Eastern madman landing critical hits with every strike? Or has he acquired some extraordinarily powerful spell? I could comprehend a time under 30 minutes. But he has accelerated by a staggering 15 minutes. Is this reasonable? It is utterly unreasonable. What about that brother who claimed he would eat a pig? Please commence your performance. The Huaxia player is cheating. I must report this. Such a completion time is beyond the capacity of a normal player. Indeed, even if the top players from all the prestigious guilds in Europe were gathered into one team, they could barely achieve this result. Why does this Huaxia player possess such an advantage? I am the president of the Origin of Civilization Guild from the Cold Nation, and I hereby propose that all players unite to report Dongfeng. I cannot believe someone would dare to cheat on the very first day of the game's launch. This is an affront to the Epoch. Agreed. Agree, my foot. You claim to be the Origin of Civilization Guild, but you are merely a pit of civilization. You cannot bear to see others excel, can you? Spare us your intellect, which is as short and feeble as the history of your cold nation. Indeed, we believe in Dongfeng. Strength is strength. Huaxia player, a mistake is a mistake. You must have the courage to acknowledge your errors. Acknowledge what? Who dares to claim Dongfeng is cheating? Step forward. If it is proven that he is innocent, I shall confront each of you one by one. As global players clashed in heated debate, Dongfeng arrived at a cliff deep within the forest. Beside the precipice stood a rudimentary wooden cabin, enclosed by a wooden fence, with the door firmly shut. Just as Dongfeng was about to knock, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations! You have led your team to set a new record for the fastest completion time. Chapter 36, Cleansing Elixir, the third hidden quest. Ding! Congratulations! You have led your team to set a new record for the fastest completion time. Reward: 1 cleansing elixir and 1 exclusive equipment crafting token. Hearing the system's announcement, Dongfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although this reward was diminished, each item was invaluable. Cleansing Elixir, a coveted concoction for practitioners at the body refinement stage. It purges impurities from the body, restoring your desired physique. Upon use, vitality increases by 200 points, strength by 20 points, root bone by 20 points. And the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption and transformation is enhanced by 20. After entering the 100 meridians realm, the cultivation requirement for opening meridians is reduced by 10. Among the 3 ability enhancements available for breakthroughs in the minor realms of the 100 meridians, at least 1 spiritual grade ability will appear. Each player may use it only once, and the requirement for use is being a practitioner at the body refinement stage. Exclusive equipment crafting token. Do you wish to possess equipment that is uniquely yours? Take this and seek out Master Phone. He may just surprise you, or perhaps frighten you. To my astonishment, it is the Essence Cleansing Pill and the exclusive equipment crafting token. In my previous life, among 10,000 body refining practitioners, only 2 or 3 were fortunate enough to have used the Essence Cleansing Pill, and it appears that the exclusive equipment crafting token has only been dropped twice. In the last life, the only individuals in the Huaxia region who possessed exclusive equipment were the guild leader of the Annihilation Guild and the enigmatic figure known as Wu Xingxiu. The exclusive equipment does not occupy an equipment slot, allowing one to wear an additional item compared to other players. Dongfeng opened his backpack and beheld the red essence cleansing pill and the silver token within, his face lighting up with joy. In the next moment, he felt a wave of exhilarating sensations coursing through his body as every muscle began to tremble. With the quaking of his muscles, clusters of dark impurities emerged from within him, swiftly dissipating into the air. This transformation persisted for 3 to 4 minutes, and once everything settled, Dongfeng felt an overwhelming surge of strength. All fatigue vanished, leaving him invigorated. With a simple stretch, he could sense every cell rejoicing within him. touching his well-toned muscles. Dongfeng chuckled and murmured, "If I wished to attain such a physique in reality, it would require no less than 2.5 years of rigorous training." In the next moment, he approached the wooden fence of a cabin and gently knocked on the door. "Is anyone there? I come bearing wine on behalf of the innkeeper from Dongfeng village," he called out, his gaze fixed on the small door, prepared to employ his agility at a moment's notice. "Come in," came a voice tinged with weariness, and the door slowly creaked open, though the occupant remained unseen. Noticing this, Dongfeng retrieved a bottle of forgetting wine from his backpack, cradling it in his arms as he stepped closer to the cabin. "Elder, I am entering," he announced as he crossed the threshold. Inside, Dongfeng surveyed the surroundings and found that aside from a bed and a few tables and stools, the rest of the space was filled with empty wine jars. A burly man with a bushy beard sat on the bed, holding a half-empty wine jar in one hand and a chipped woodcutter's knife in the other. Indeed, this flavor bears the mark of that fat man's craftsmanship. "Place the wine here, and you may depart," the burly man slurred. "Ye Dongfeng," replied, "Elder. The plump innkeeper mentioned that you have yet to retrieve this jar of wine and expressed concern for your well-being. He sent me to inquire if you are facing any troubles and whether there is anything I can assist you with." The burly man, upon hearing this, cast a sidelong glance at Dongfeng and then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, how amusing! Truly amusing! Who would have thought that I, Wang Sandow, would one day be pitted by a junior in the body refining stage? Tell me, young man, can you soar through the skies? Or cleave mountains apart? Or perhaps ascend the tower of leisure and sever countless demons in twain?" Upon hearing this, Dongfeng's expression shifted slightly. In his previous life, he had only seen players entering the cabin and accepting quests through the forum, yet that player had not detailed the events that transpired within the cabin. At this moment, the younger generation cannot soar into the heavens, cannot cleave mountains, and is utterly oblivious to the whereabouts of the Tower of Carefree. "Yet I am aware that there is something weighing on your mind," esteemed elder, spoke Dongfeng. Upon hearing this, Wang Sandow erupted into a hearty laugh and downed the remaining half of his wine jar. "Indeed, there are matters that occupy my thoughts. Who among us is devoid of concerns? For those who cultivate immortality, fate is of paramount importance. Let us do this. Today, I shall ascertain the depth of our connection. If fate binds us, I shall share my innermost thoughts with you." Outside Dongfeng village lies a forsaken graveyard, where one of the tombs belongs to an old acquaintance of mine. Beneath the gravestone lies a token of remembrance from this deceased friend. I shall not divulge the location of the grave, nor the nature of the token. You must seek it out. I grant you 3 attempts. Should you succeed, it shall be proof of our destiny. If you fail, depart and do not trouble me again, declared Wang Sandow. With that, he grasped the bottle of forgetting wine and ceased to acknowledge Dongfeng. "Esteemed elder," Dongfeng called. "What brings you here still? Is this the item you seek?" As he spoke, he produced the pearl of misfortune. "Are you serious?" Wang Sandow exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld the pearl of misfortune in Dongfeng's hand. "I stumbled upon this beneath a gravestone, and my intuition tells me that this is precisely what you desire. Are you not a grave robber?" "Absolutely not. I discovered it purely by chance." Upon hearing this, Wang Sandow took the pearl of misfortune, staring intently at Dongfeng for a moment. "What an oddity. Could it be that you truly share a bond with me?" "That cannot be. All those fated to connect with me should have perished long ago." "Ye Dongfeng." In the next instant, Wang Sandow tucked away the pearl of misfortune and said, "Very well. I, Wang Sandow, am a man of my word. For the time being, I shall consider you my fated counterpart and share my innermost thoughts with you, treating it as idle chatter post-libation." "I am all ears," replied Dongfeng. "My name is Wang Sandow. In the realm of cultivation, some refer to me as the 3-Dao Hermit, while others call me the 3-Fool. I am indifferent to these titles, for they are mere names. In any case, those who call me 3-Fool have all met their end, and those who still do so are becoming increasingly rare. That does not sound indifferent at all. Do not interrupt. A decade ago, I passed through Dongfeng village and encountered a female cultivator preparing to undergo her tribulation. Known as Dongfeng Taoist, I took an instant disliking to her, and she, in turn, found me equally irksome. Thus, we clashed repeatedly, and to my surprise, she was quite formidable, matching me blow for blow. Frustrated by this stalemate, I resolved not to leave until I had bested her. You have quite the temper. Do not interrupt. Cultivators undergoing tribulation can break through swiftly or languish for 3 to 5 years without making any progress. The Dongfeng Taoist belonged to the latter category. I lost count of how many times we fought, yet I could not prevail, so I settled in the village. Eventually, We developed a relationship that transcended hostility. She became the only one to call me Three Fool whom I could not vanquish. This pearl of misfortune was a gift from her, intended to vex me. Truly, it was a childish gesture. 9 years ago, during the cataclysmic battle between celestial beings and demons, an inhabitant of the demonic sect traversed this region, only to be confronted by me and the Taoist of Qingfeng. After a fierce clash, the demonic forces were ultimately repelled. I shattered 2 of their blades with 3 strikes. Yet the Taoist of Qingfeng suffered grave injuries, leading to her failure in transcending tribulation and her soul being scattered. In her dying moments, she entrusted me with the care of Qingfeng village, revealing that she hailed from there. I vowed to honor her request, and since I had previously declared that I would not depart without defeating her, her soul's dispersal meant that I could never leave. However, I'd spoken in haste. A few years later, I learned of troubling news regarding the demonic sect and the reemergence of the blood-handed demon lord, who had wounded the Taoist of Qingfeng. I left this place with the intent of seeking vengeance for Qingfeng, only to discover that during my absence, Qingfeng village had been ravaged by a beast tide. Suffering catastrophic losses, I felt deep remorse for Qingfeng. Since then, I have remained here, haunted by her reproachful visage whenever I close my eyes, and have grown accustomed to drowning my sorrows in alcohol. With these words, Wang Sandao downed half a jar of liquor. Qingfeng was the last person with whom I had a fated connection in the realm of cultivation, and now you represent another. Young man, if you wish to assist, then cultivate diligently and help me locate the whereabouts of the blood-handed demon lord. Do you dare to accept this task? Dongfeng, moved by his words, promptly replied, I dare. Ding, you have accepted the hidden quest. Wang Sandao's deadly resolve. Wang Sandao's deadly resolve. A lingering grudge accumulated over many years, awaiting the return of the enemy. Assist Wang Sandao in discovering the location of the blood-handed demon lord. Rewards. Contribution points for Qingfeng village. 10. Wang Sandao's unique inheritance, and 1 of Wang Sandao's blades. Chapter 37. The grasshopper goes mad. Shun Feifei's call again. Stepping out of the wooden house, Dongfeng let out a sigh of relief. Having secured all 3 hidden quests in the novice village, and he realized that he didn't even need to go out of his way to fulfill Wang Sandao's commission. As he passed the location of the Golden Wolf King, Dongfeng greeted him, causing the Golden Wolf King to hurriedly shield his rear with his tail, while barking at Dongfeng. Brother Wolf, await my return this evening for a formal duel. If I strike too hard, I hope you'll understand. Yi Dongfeng chuckled. At the same time, as Dongfeng hastened towards Qingfeng village, at the headquarters of the Annihilation Guild, Chu Shiweching had received the redemption code for the Epic 10-star helmet. Upon completing the exchange, her expression remained exceedingly grim, as she had learned that Dongfeng had once again shattered the record for completion time, a feat that left the Annihilation Haoyan in despair. Inform Haoyan not to give up. What Dongfeng can achieve, we can achieve as well, and we can do it even better. Let the members of the Four Seas Guild exert their utmost effort to enhance their strength. Indeed, with Haoyan's talents and skills, combined with the training from Annihilation, he will surely surpass Dongfeng in the future. He merely lacks a touch of fortune at present. Dongfeng's luck seems excessively abundant. Tell Lei Peng that if his plan succeeds, I shall grant him a cash reward in addition to the captain's position, and if it is resolved before tonight, the cash will be doubled. Understood. Upon returning to Qingfeng village, Dongfeng first sought out the head shopkeeper to trade all unnecessary weapons and equipment. Please hold on to these spirit stones from the sale of these weapons and equipment for me, and use them to acquire passive skills, Dongfeng instructed. Absolutely. Are you aware of the overall level of players in the novice village? Dongfeng inquired. Indeed, I have consulted numerous players, as I need to consider which grade of equipment is most coveted. Presently, most have surpassed the first level of chi refinement or body refinement. Aside from the Annihilation Guild, members of other guilds and professional players have generally reached the 2nd level or are on the cusp of doing so, with a scant few elites attaining the 3rd level. Though they are quite rare. I see, Dongfeng replied, noting that the situation was similar to his previous life. Boss, have you seen the forum? You now have a fan base, the shopkeeper remarked with a chuckle. Dongfeng was initially taken aback, then puzzled. A fan base? His lips twitched slightly at the term, as he held a reserved stance towards this so-called fan club. I will keep an eye on them. By the way, you should pay attention to any elixirs that can enhance fire resistance. If you come across any, try to gather as many as possible, Dongfeng advised. Fire resistance? Why? The shopkeeper queried. Intuition tells me this will be crucial in the near future, Dongfeng replied with a smile. With that, he turned and departed, leaving the shopkeeper to ponder his retreating figure. Ji Dongfeng had intended to find a quiet spot to use the encounter stone. With over an hour remaining before the Bloodhand Demon Lord arrival, he had ample time for an adventure. However, upon reaching the entrance of Qingfeng village, he spotted Wu Shengxiu standing there. Looking for me? Ji Dongfeng approached and asked. The individuals you wish to inquire about have news. Shen Feifei just arrived in Binhai today and has been in contact with someone named Lei Peng, Wu Shengxiu informed him. Ji Dongfeng let out a cold laugh. As I suspected, are they the only ones? Lei Peng is accompanied by a few unsavory characters, Wu Shengxiu replied. Understood, thank you. What happened? Wu Shengxiu inquired. I recall you mentioning that you wouldn't ask about things that don't pique your interest. Are you intrigued by these two? Ji Dongfeng teased. I am more interested in you. Wu Shengxiu responded. By all means, do not. Shen Feifei has invited me to dinner tomorrow. She and Lei Peng have set a trap for me, but it matters not. I simply will not attend. Should you require assistance, feel free to reach out. I will likely be near the unmarked graveyard for some time. That location is indeed suitable for leveling up, although the drop rates seem lower. I merely find it a fitting place to practice my agility. To assassinate you, I must first be swifter than you. After a brief exchange, Wu Shengxiu turned to leave as Ji Dongfeng sought a tranquil spot to use the encounter stone. Just then, his helmet buzzed with a call from Shen Feifei. Old classmate, I've sent you the location for the gathering. It's at noon tomorrow. Don't forget. By the way, where are you staying? I'll send a car to pick you up. Ji Dongfeng chuckled coldly, fully aware that Lei Peng was eager to locate him. It appears Chu Xueqing has bestowed numerous benefits upon you, he mused internally. I'm feeling unwell, so I will not be attending tomorrow. Enjoy your meal and drinks. No worries, just a minor issue. I shall hang up for now. Please take care of yourself. It's truly unfortunate. I have prepared a surprise for you. Do you remember Grandma Lu from the Coastal Welfare Home? I managed to invite her as well. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng was momentarily taken aback, and then his expression darkened as an icy chill surged in his eyes. Ji Dongfeng, having lost both parents at a young age and raised by Grandma Lu in the welfare home, held her in the highest regard. Even during his most despondent moments in his previous life, he would always dress himself smartly to spend a weekend with her. Shen Feifei, well done. Since you have put in such effort, I will definitely come tomorrow. However, given Grandma Lu's age, let us not trouble her. I will visit her at the welfare home after dinner tomorrow, Ji Dongfeng stated coldly. That's wonderful. Old classmate, I have sent you the time and location. You must remember to come. After hanging up the phone, Ji Dongfeng clenched his fists tightly, then turned around and swiftly made his way towards the mass gravesite, his speed startling the nearby players. Wow, was that just Dongfeng the Grasshopper? It's him. He is incredibly fast. What's going on with him? He seems filled with murderous intent. I don't know, but I suspect someone is in for some trouble. Chapter 38, The Mass Grave. Elite Python. In the mass grave of Qingfeng village, players training and farming for equipment were relatively few. This was due to the ominous atmosphere, often accompanied by the sounds of wailing spirits and the ferocity of the wild monsters, which could reach the second layer of chi refinement and body refinement, often attacking in groups, making it easy to meet a swift demise. Be careful not to attract the nearby vicious dogs. It takes ages to farm just a couple of pieces of equipment in this dreadful place. Be grateful that it's less crowded here. The spiritual energy is abundant. Let us enhance our strength a bit more before tackling a dungeon. What just flew by? A few players, encircled by two vicious dogs and discussing dungeon strategies, suddenly noticed a shadow darting past them. They looked up in shock, only to see a figure that seemed entirely unconcerned about the multitude of ferocious dogs around, sprinting off into the distance, pursued by over 20 rampaging dogs. These wild monsters were pushing their speed to the limit, their expressions bordering on frantic, yet they could not catch up to the figure ahead. Is that the forward leap? It must be him. That movement is identical to that of a grasshopper. What is he up to, leading all those vicious dogs without a care? As Ji Dongfeng dashed forward with the pack of dogs in tow, the onlookers found the scene surreal. In the next moment, Ji Dongfeng caught a glimpse of Liao Wushengku's figure. Liao Wushengku, hearing the frantic barking of the dogs, turned and was surprised to find Ji Dongfeng standing before him. Are you training those vicious dogs? Liao Wushengku remarked, observing the pale-faced dogs trailing behind Ji Dongfeng. Ji Dongfeng, upon hearing this, turned around while equipping his warhammer. I have something to discuss with you. Please wait a moment. Keep pursuing. Chase, chase, chase. Ji Dongfeng let out a furious shout, once again executing a heavy stomp as he leaped into the midst of the pack of ferocious hounds, his warhammer sweeping in a wide arc. Bang! 744. 160. Ding! He vanquished a hound, his spiritual energy now at full capacity, earning 20 spirit stones. Ding! He struck down another hound. Ding! The warhammer swept around, and over 20 hounds burst apart in an astonishing explosion, with impressive numbers flashing forth, accompanied by 4 luminous orbs erupting as well. Dongfeng casually collected the dropped equipment and items, then approached the bewildered and disheartened Liao Wuxing. Meanwhile, the surrounding players stood frozen in place. Are we not playing the same game as this madman? Shouldn't these hounds be tough and resilient? In our presence, they are hounds, but before Dongfeng, they're nothing more than miniature poodles. And high drop rates at that. Liao Wuxing, observing Dongfeng's grim expression, inquired, "Is something amiss? Do you know anyone in Benhai? I must attend the banquet tomorrow." Dongfeng replied, "Yes. How many people do you need? How many can come?" "Thank you, how many?" Before Dongfeng could finish, Liao Wuxing interjected, "There's no need to elaborate. Consider it a favor for bringing me into the dungeon. This way, we owe each other nothing. And when I do decide to assassinate you, I will feel more at ease." "Have you seen any elite monsters while you've been here?" Dongfeng asked, casting a sidelong glance at Liao Wuxing. "Indeed, I encountered a black python, its level likely at the 5th stage of body refinement. Not only did I see it, but most players have as well. However, its defense is outrageously high. I was unable to breach its defense. It is arguably the 2nd most formidable beast near Qingfeng village, just after the 2-headed pig demon. The physical defense of that python is exceedingly formidable. Only special attacks can inflict damage upon it, such as flames or frost. I intend to confront it. Would you care to join me?" Dongfeng smiled. Upon hearing this, Liao Wuxing pondered for a moment before shaking his head, replying, "To witness your performance? A complete waste of time. I shall not go." Dongfeng, slightly pouting, noted Liao Wuxing's phone number and continued deeper into the graveyard. Along the way, Dongfeng encountered wolves of the 3rd stage of body refinement and foxes of the 4th stage of qi refinement. For Dongfeng at this moment, these beasts were mere trifles, easily dealt with in 1 or 2 strikes, holding little value. As he delved deeper into the cemetery, Dongfeng soon arrived at a clearing formed by heaps of white bones. At that moment, a 10-meter-long black python lay resting, its tongue flicking as tendrils of black venomous mist wafted into the air. Dongfeng did not rush to attack, but instead took a moment to tally his gains from the journey. He had acquired a total of 12 items, of which 3 held the most value. The Ghost Eye Fox's Inner Pill, an extraordinary complete inner pill from a beast, usable for alchemy or to be consumed directly, were sold at the auction house for a handsome price. When used, it permanently enhances spiritual energy absorption by 5 points. Only one such inner pill may be consumed by those in the Qi and body refinement realms. The agile armament of the wolf, 3-star spirit artifact wolves, tigers, and leopards are not to be feared. Rather, it is the seemingly honest and loyal wolf, tiger, or leopard that instills dread. When equipped, it enhances defense by 80 points, augments root bone by 20 points, increases toxin resistance by 20 points, and boosts movement speed by 20. Furthermore, when employing martial techniques, the efficacy of such techniques is elevated by 20. Minimum cultivation requirement, qi refinement and body refinement at the 3rd layer, with agility no less than 50. Solidifying essence pill, spirit grade, an essential remedy for cultivators embarking on their journeys. Upon consumption, it randomly enhances resistance by 5 points. Limited to those in the body refinement and qi refinement realms, with a maximum of 10 pills permissible within this boundary. After contemplation, Dongfeng promptly consumed both the inner elixir and the solidifying essence pill, simultaneously replacing the cumbersome armament with the agile armament, as the additional effects of the heavy armament remained useful and would not be traded away. Ding! Upon consuming the solidifying essence pill, fire resistance increased by 5 points. Within the body refinement realm, he may still consume 9 additional solidifying essence pills. Hearing the system's notification, Dongfeng opened his attribute panel. Name, Dongfeng Title, Vanguard of the Hunt. Unique title, increases drop rate by 10. Cultivation, body refinement stage 5, 19, 045, 000, spirit root. Lightning spirit energy reserve. Maximum capacity of 37, 403, 740 in the Dantian spirit energy absorption efficiency. 110 spirit energy conversion efficiency. 1, 234 life. 1, 540 attack. 30, 280. Normal attacks inflict an additional 80 lightning damage. Defense, 719 root bone. 134 wisdom. 84 strength. 122 agility. 105 free attribute points. 42 resistances. Lightning 20. Poison 30, fire 130, earth 105, water 100, metal 100, wood 100 comprehension rate. 11 skills. Dual-headed assault, passive. Heavy step, swift shadow, passive. Venomous fang, passive. Soul of forging, passive. Enlightened root, passive. Green pine step, martial technique. Body of the 5 elements, passive. Path of body refinement, ancient passive. Technique, all laws forge body immortal record. Comprehension progress 25. Talent, dominance of lightning, 10 stars. Infinite resurrection, 10 stars. Little serpent, I have arrived. Once I have vanquished you, this place shall serve perfectly for the use of the fortuitous stone. Dongfeng chuckled to himself and charged directly towards the elite python. Upon entering combat mode, a shield-like phantom forged of white bones gradually emerged around his divine body. The effect of the bone armor activates. Hearing the commotion, the elite python suddenly opened its eyes wide, its tail sweeping violently towards Dongfeng. Observing this, Dongfeng swiftly executed the green pine step. Ding! The effect of the wolf spirit boots is triggered, doubling the efficacy of his martial techniques. Ding! The effect of the agile armament of the wolf is activated, enhancing the martial technique effect by 20. Accompanied by 2 notification sounds, Dongfeng soared into the sky. By heavens! How high? Dongfeng exclaimed, raising his heavy hammer above his head, plummeting downwards, the hammer striking solidly atop the python's head. Bang! In an instant, 3 crimson numbers erupted from the python's body, and a butterfly mark materialized above its head. 174. Critical hit. 320. 40. Indeed, I was not mistaken. The physical defense is remarkably high. However, any attacks of a special nature that strike you will inflict double damage. Dongfeng chuckled lightly, swiftly changing his weapon from the war hammer to the gale blade. Hiss! The serpent, noticing this, violently swung its head, unleashing a cloud of toxic mist that enveloped its surroundings. Heavy step. Observing this, Dongfeng executed the heavy step to evade the mist. Although he successfully dodged, the toxic fog still cloaked the serpent as figure. Hiss! Allow me to demonstrate the reflexes honed in my previous life. Chapter 39, Storage Ring. A peculiar encounter. 154. Critical hit. 320. 40. In the desolate expanse of bones, the serpent was shrouded in toxic mist. Each time it protruded its head from the fog in an attempt to bite, Dongfeng promptly reacted, swiftly slicing down with the gale blade in rapid succession. Following the 3rd critical strike, 3 layers of butterfly marks shimmered with brilliance, and a meteor of fire plummeted from the heavens, directly striking the serpent and dispersing the surrounding toxic fog. Roar. 70, 50, 50. As the meteor descended, the serpent let out a wretched cry. While it was not afraid of the meteor's impact damage, the accompanying flame damage caused it to shriek in agony. Ultimately, the serpent, in its unwillingness, let out a final lament and collapsed amidst the raging flames. Ding! Elite serpent slain. Spirit energy is now full, and 500 spirit stones have been acquired. Accompanied by the system's notification, 4 orbs of light burst forth. Picking up the orbs, Dongfeng cast a glance. Toxic mist, spirit grade skill, a path to immortality. Some prefer to play openly, while others enjoy the shadows. It is not a matter of good or bad, merely a reflection of personality. Upon learning, one can release a cloud of toxic mist at the cost of 40 spirit energy. Enemies coming into contact with the mist will suffer continual damage of 25 points per second. The exact value is influenced by the target's toxin resistance, lasting for 10 seconds. The toxin damage can stack and will also inflict random negative effects on the enemy. Learning requirement. Minimum cultivation of Chi Refinement, Level 1. Serpent Skin Purple Gold Belt, Chi Refinement Body Refinement Stage. 1-star artifact, a belt crafted from serpent skin, shimmering with golden light under the sun, aiding you in becoming the most radiant presence. When equipped, defense increases by 70 points, strength by 25 points, toxin resistance by 30 points, and attacks inflict an additional 20 points of toxin damage, rendering all toxin attacks from targets of Chi Refinement and Body Refinement ineffective. Minimum equipment requirement, Body Refinement Chi Refinement Stage, Level 3. Serpent Ring, Common Storage Ring Practitioners. Are you still troubled by misplacing your belongings? Are you still concerned about where to store your items? The storage ring can be worn on any finger, does not occupy equipment space, contains 10 cubic meters of storage, and allows for remote absorption of objects within a 1-meter radius, though living creatures cannot be stored. Please note, there is a chance for the common storage ring to drop upon the player's demise. 1 Gaiyuanden. Gazing at his spoils, Dongfeng could not help but smile. Unexpectedly, he had obtained a storage ring. In my previous life, I never encountered such an item until the very end. It seems I truly struggled in my last existence. With a sigh of reflection, Dongfeng donned the serpent skin purple gold belt, equipped the storage ring, and consumed the second Guiyuandan. Ding! Upon consuming the Guiyuandan, one's resistance to gold increases by 5 points. In the realm of physical refinement, one may ingest up to 8 Guiyuandan. Ding! Utilizing the encounter stone, extraordinary occurrences are randomly generating in the vicinity. The generation is now complete. Accompanied by the system's notification, Dongfeng quickly surveyed his surroundings. The encounter stone is powerful yet treacherous. The most significant aspect is that the encounters manifest randomly in the vicinity, compelling players to seek them out, often leading to theft by others. This was precisely why Dongfeng sought a secluded spot to employ the encounter stone. As Dongfeng scanned the area, his gaze fell upon an inconspicuous solitary grave not far away, from which wisps of white smoke were billowing. A grave emitting white smoke? Dongfeng raised an eyebrow and began to approach the solitary grave. However, before he could reach it, a hand suddenly thrust forth from the tomb. Seeing this, Dongfeng exclaimed an involuntary curse, swiftly switching to a heavy weapon. What kind of demon or specter is this? He halted, his eyes fixated on the solitary grave. Cough! Cough! In the next moment, a woman clad in white emerged from the grave, her complexion ghastly pale, save for her blood-red eyes. Is someone there? The woman in white was momentarily taken aback upon noticing Dongfeng. Sister, are you human or a ghost? Dongfeng called out, utterly unprepared for such an encounter. A saying from the last century echoed in his mind. In the era of encounters, countless fortunes await. Meet a female ghost, and half your life may be forfeit. Had he known better, he would not have used the encounter stone near a mass grave, Dongfeng murmured. Hearing his shout, the woman in white blinked, then chuckled softly, saying, How intriguing. It has been many years since anyone spoke to me in such a manner. I could be human or a ghost. What would you prefer me to be? I hope you reveal your life bar to me, Dongfeng said earnestly. This was also the reason he had yet to make a move. He had not detected a life bar on the woman, which indicated one of two possibilities. Either her power far surpassed his, or she existed in a state of a deceased soul, incapable of attacking others while others were equally unable to harm her. At this moment, Dongfeng fervently wished for the latter. You are an amusing young man. I must congratulate you. I have a habit of seeking someone to stretch my limbs upon awakening, someone who is likely to perish, the woman in white replied with a smile. As her words fell, a smirk graced her lips, and in an instant, her figure flickered, appearing directly behind Dongfeng with such swiftness that even he could not react in time. What the heck? Am I to die for the third time today? Dongfeng's expression shifted dramatically as an overwhelming pressure immobilized him, leaving him powerless to do anything but watch as the woman's claw approached him. Sister, you really ought to trim your nails, Dongfeng shouted, filled with helplessness. This was the risk of death mentioned in the encounter stone's description. Encounters were not necessarily fortuitous. In his previous life, the Annihilation Guild leader had even set a record by activating the encounter stone 3 times in succession, resulting in 3 deaths. Just as the woman's claw was poised to strike Dongfeng, her expression suddenly changed, as if she had seen something terrifying, and she retreated 2 or 3 steps. You're a thunder spirit root. The woman's eyes widened in alarm, her complexion growing increasingly distressed. Upon hearing her words, Dongfeng felt a stir within his heart and inquired, Are you perhaps intimidated by cultivators possessing thunder roots? The woman gritted her teeth and retorted, What a stroke of misfortune, to encounter such foul entities right upon my arrival. Hey, do take a moment to assess who resembles a foul entity more, she added, waving her hand dismissively. Observing her reaction, Dongfeng chuckled and, rather than retreating, advanced toward her step by step. Do not approach, the woman exclaimed hastily. If you hand me something of considerable value, I shall depart. Upon hearing this, the woman swiftly employed her technique and fled into the distance. Dongfeng, undeterred, activated his heavy step technique and pursued her. Although the woman moved with remarkable speed, Dongfeng's technique endowed him with the ability to blink, allowing him to stick closely to her side like a stubborn adhesive plaster. Do not run. 2 items of superior quality, and I will cease my pursuit. What say you? A most reasonable trade. The woman's expression darkened further. Curse it. If only my strength were fully restored, you would be wise to vacate the premises. How dare you? A mere fledgling of the body refinement stage. Chase after me, she shouted in fury. Yet, are you not being pursued at this very moment? Dongfeng replied with a grin. The pair, one ahead and the other behind, raced toward the mass graveyard where players were engaged in battling the vicious hounds. Could you possibly cease running? Here's the deal. One superior item and one divine item. As a master of your caliber, you must possess numerous exquisite treasures. Even if I did, I would not part with them. In the mass graveyard, onlookers stood frozen in disbelief as they beheld Dongfeng bounding after the ethereal figure of the woman clad in white. Could someone elucidate what is transpiring here? Has Dongfeng become so formidable that he is chasing after a ghost? It feels less like a pursuit and more like Dongfeng is playfully jesting with her. Indeed, he truly is a master, engaging in extraordinary feats, leaping to slay foes, bounding to chase specters. What can he not accomplish? Yet is that truly a ghost? Even in the realm of cultivation, ghosts may not exist. At this juncture, a shiver ran through the crowd, and they gazed up at Dongfeng, who was in hot pursuit of the woman, their eyes filled with admiration. Will you not cease your flight? Let us converse amicably. I would even accept one superior item. Begone. On the outskirts of the wild wolf forest, the leader of the Annihilation Moonshadow was guiding his team in exterminating wild wolves, hoping to enhance their strength before entering the dungeon. The equipment we just acquired is quite commendable. I'll hold on to it. Another hour and a half of grinding, and we shall enter the dungeon, he remarked with a smile as he surveyed his inventory. Yes, Captain, but... Captain, someone is approaching. It's a woman. At this, the leader's countenance darkened, sensing that the Annihilation Guild had lost all prestige in this novice village. Now it seems anyone dares to approach us, he stated coldly, turning to see a woman in white racing toward them, prepared to issue orders to engage. He then noticed Dongfeng's silhouette trailing behind her. Upon reaching this point, the members of the Annihilation Guild all turned pale, their visages scarcely better than that of the woman in white. Splendid. Brothers, help me stop him. At these words, the members of the Annihilation Guild trembled, a silent cry echoing in their hearts. Who is your brother? Sister, why are you running in this direction? Mind your own business. Just get lost. Chapter 40. The Fourth Hidden Quest? Soul Requiem. Have you heard? The members of the Annihilation Guild have gone mad. They had just emerged from the resurrection point, and a group of them was laughing and crying on the spot, especially that Annihilation Moonshadow, dancing and cursing while simultaneously weeping. What is this? I heard that East Madman has gone even crazier. They say he chased after a female ghost, and witnesses claim that as he pursued her, he was laughing, leaving the ghost pale with fright. It said that while ordinary people are terrified of ghosts, the East Madman terrifies ghosts. Within the wild wolf forest, Dongfeng pursued the woman in white deeper into the woods, soon reaching the location of the Golden Wolf King. I warn you, if you continue to chase me, beware of being devoured by wolves, the woman in white said, her face displaying impatience. Upon hearing this, Dongfeng's heart stirred, and he replied, Sister, you seem quite familiar with this place. Eat him, or else I shall devour you. The woman in white coldly retorted. With that, she pressed forward, believing Dongfeng would not pass the trial of the Golden Wolf King. Sister, I seek nothing more than for you to impart your palm technique to me. Yet, the next moment, the woman in white felt Dongfeng closing in once more. Turning her head, she was astonished to find that the Golden Wolf King paid no heed to Dongfeng, instead curling up in a corner, its tail shielding its back, looking quite aggrieved. By heaven's grace, my brother wolf and I are good friends. How could I harm him? Upon hearing this, the expression on the woman's face grew increasingly grim, and she chose to disregard Dongfeng entirely, focusing her thoughts on pressing forward. Dongfeng raised an eyebrow at this, for ahead lay Wang Sandao's wooden cabin. The two pursued one another, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at Wang Sandao's abode. 3 madmen. Come out. There's one here who's even madder than you. Help me kill him, the woman in white shouted. At the sound of her call, Wang Sandao burst forth from the cabin, his expression changing dramatically upon seeing the woman and Dongfeng. Elder, do you know her? She owes me 2 precious treasures and a set of palm techniques. Dongfeng said earnestly. Never have I encountered someone as brazen as you, the woman in white exclaimed, her body trembling with anger. Wang Sandao glanced at her, then sighed, murmuring, how could it still not be subdued? In the next instant, Wang Sandao's hatchet quivered in his hand, flying to the feet of the woman in white, swiftly carving out a formation. As the formation completed, the woman in white found herself rooted in place, unable to move or speak. Dongfeng pondered for a moment and said, after listening to the elder's tale, I found myself unable to find peace, which led me to the mass grave. Wishing to pay homage to the esteemed Qingfeng, to my surprise, I witnessed a hand emerging from a solitary grave. After a brief exchange, Dongfeng succinctly recounted the events, omitting any mention of the fateful stone, yet emphasizing the mistreatment he endured from the woman and the demise of his good brother. Yimi Yueying. Thus, it seemed quite reasonable that the two esteemed items, along with a set of martial arts techniques, could be considered as compensation for his emotional distress. Upon hearing Ji Dongfeng's narrative, Wang Sandao gazed at him with a complex expression, his eyes flickering with a hint of astonishment. Could it be that you are indeed the one with whom I share a profound destiny? Are you truly endowed with the Thunder Spirit root? Certainly. Otherwise, I would not have been pursuing her so fervently. At this, Ji Dongfeng lifted his gaze to glance at the woman and inquired, "Is this the soul of the Qingfeng Taoist?" Indeed, Qingfeng possesses formidable strength, allowing her soul to maintain a humanoid form even while lingering in the mortal realm. And it has a corporeal essence. However, she retains only fragments of Qingfeng's memories and character. Being a spirit, she harbors a strong aversion to the fierce and dominating power of celestial thunder, which explains her fear of the Thunder Spirit root, Wang Sandao elucidated. "I am unaware of these circumstances, so I hope you will not hold it against me, esteemed elder," Ji Dongfeng replied, feeling a pang of uncertainty within. If his conjecture was correct, it was likely that the fateful stone had forcibly shattered Wang Sandao's seal. Wang Sandao shook his head, saying no. This might also be a destined connection. "Young one, I have another request to make of you. Please do tell, esteemed elder, to liberate this soul. Apart from seeking the blood hand, there exists another method, allowing this soul to accompany a practitioner of the Thunder Spirit root. The energy of thunder will gradually purify her demonic aura, facilitating her release. I had previously refrained from employing this method due to the extreme rarity of the Thunder Spirit root, which is akin to finding a needle in a haystack." Wang Sandao explained, "Are you suggesting that the soul of Qingfeng Taoist should remain by my side? Esteemed elder, it is not that I am unwilling. I simply cannot chase after her daily. Haha, I see you possess a storage ring. If you trust me, hand it over, and I shall craft a ring capable of accommodating her soul. Her spirit is robust, and, during the purification process, will emit some spiritual energy, which will greatly benefit your cultivation. I assure you, your gains will far surpass those of the two esteemed items and a set of martial arts techniques." Wang Sandao chuckled. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Without a moment's hesitation, he surrendered the python ring to Wang Sandao, fully aware that the blood hand would appear that very night. Yet, based on memories of his previous life, he knew Wang Sandao ultimately failed to retain the blood hand. "Very well. Return to me tomorrow morning." Ding. Hidden quest accepted. Soul resonation. Soul resonation. The soul of a departed friend and past emotions must all be resolved. Seek Wang Sandao in 10 hours. Reward: 1 esteemed storage ring. To his surprise, the hidden quests in the novice village were not limited to 3. Indeed, the triggering conditions for this quest were exceedingly stringent, and in his last life, it seemed no one had managed to undertake it. Ji Dongfeng mused. Huh. There seems to be some rubbish in this storage ring. Cough cough, it's merely some trinkets I picked up, esteemed elder. Simply return them to me. Upon reaching the location of the Golden Wolf King, Ji Dongfeng cast a casual glance before coming to a halt. Brother Wolf, your health regenerates rather slowly. Chapter 41, Golden Wolf King. Let us engage in a fair battle. As he observed the health bar of the Golden Wolf King restore to 30, Ji Dongfeng fell into contemplation, while the Golden Wolf King fixed its gaze upon him. Brother Wolf, I have had a change of heart. I believe it is time for a fair and honorable battle, Ji Dongfeng proclaimed, brandishing his warhammer with fervor. The Golden Wolf King responded with a perplexed expression. Without delay, Ji Dongfeng charged forward, hammer in hand. Rest assured, I shall not exploit your weaknesses this time. But let me make this clear. If I succeed, you must not turn against me when we meet again after your revival. He chuckled mischievously and executed a heavy step, teleporting right before the Golden Wolf King. Upon hearing that Ji Dongfeng would not target its vulnerabilities, the Golden Wolf King let out a fearsome howl, its fur shifting from golden to a regal purple gold, its aura surging dramatically. Witnessing this transformation, Ji Dongfeng erupted into laughter and swung his hammer down. 120, 160, 20, 20. A flurry of numbers appeared as he prepared to evade. Yet the Golden Wolf King's claws descended with astonishing swiftness, akin to a tempest. 70. The claws struck Ji Dongfeng, but after the reduction from his bone shield, the damage was relatively minimal. His agility remained insufficient. While his mind reacted, his body lagged slightly. Ji Dongfeng murmured to himself, then continued to execute heavy steps, dodging the Golden Wolf King's frenzied strikes. In the span of 3 or 4 breaths, the Golden Wolf King unleashed over 10 attacks, but But after acclimating to its speed, Dongfeng evaded them all. Roaring in frustration, the Golden Wolf King glimmered with radiant light. And suddenly another Golden Wolf King materialized beside it, both identical in appearance, size, and demeanor. A troublesome skill, the Phantom Clone, possessed no offensive capability but served to confound. Countless guilds had fallen prey to this ability in the past, for it was nearly impossible to discern the real Golden Wolf King with the naked eye. Both would require evasion, easily leading to disarray. Dongfeng whispered to himself, then retrieved an item from his backpack. The Horn of the Pack. In the next moment, accompanied by a wolf's howl, 5 white wolves of the 4th tier emerged behind Dongfeng, immediately charging toward one of the Golden Wolf Kings. Seeing this, Dongfeng grinned and similarly rushed toward that Golden Wolf King, disregarding the movements of the other. Brother Wolf, did you not anticipate this? Some items can automatically discern the true location of an enemy. To these 5 wolves, your clone bears no malice. Dongfeng called out, teleporting next to the bewildered Golden Wolf King, and delivered a hammer strike. 240. Critical hit. 160. 20. 30. Toxicity accumulating. Butterfly mark level 1. Simultaneously, the 5 white wolves began to savage the Golden Wolf King, each blow inflicting just over 10 points of damage, yet sufficient to vex the mighty creature. Roaring in anger, in the next moment, the Golden Wolf King let out a furious roar, striking down a white wolf with a single paw. It swiftly exchanged positions with its clone, yet it was unprepared for the remaining 4 white wolves to instantly shift their targets, followed closely by Dongfeng's assault. 240. Critical hit. 160. 20. 40. Poison accumulation. 2 layers of butterfly mark. 120. 160. 20. 50. Poison accumulation. After delivering 2 hammer strikes in quick succession, Dongfeng executed a high leap with the spring pine technique, evading the sweeping tail of the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King, reacting rapidly, extended its claw, aiming for Dongfeng, who was now airborne and unable to evade, and struck down heavily. The speed of the combos was indeed much more challenging than dealing with the 2-headed pig demon. Observing this, Dongfeng merely smirked, raising his war hammer to shield himself, attempting to mitigate some of the damage. Bang! 120. Critical hit. A single paw descended, slamming Dongfeng into the ground. Yet he had no time to feel the pain coursing through his body. He swiftly rose and activated the heavy step, striving to dodge the Golden Wolf King's relentless barrage of attacks. Buzz! During the onslaught, a white light flickered across the Golden Wolf King's form, dispelling all abnormal statuses, while simultaneously claiming the lives of 2 more white wolves. I evade. I dash. Brother Wolf, are you not tired? Dongfeng called out. Roar. The Golden Wolf King let out an unwilling roar, striving to accelerate its attack speed. However, even when its strikes occasionally grazed Dongfeng, they only inflicted a meager 30 points of damage. Wolf King's protective greaves. Wolf Spirit Protection activated. Damage received during the release of the movement technique reduced by 50. Under the combined protection of Wolf Spirit Protection and the Skeletal Shield, Dongfeng's movements grew bolder. Heavy step. Brother Wolf, I am here. Dongfeng's figure flickered around the Golden Wolf King, compelling the beast to disregard the remaining white wolves, thus allowing Dongfeng to continuously track the true form of the Golden Wolf King. After 1 or 2 minutes, the Golden Wolf King let out a weary roar, halting its assault, as such frenzied attacks were tremendously draining on its stamina. Phew, fortunately, my spiritual energy reserves are ample. Dongfeng sighed in relief, having already expended considerable spiritual energy in pursuit of the soul of the Clear Wind Taoist. Now, the continuous use of heavy step was also a significant drain on him. In the next instant, Dongfeng leaped beside the Golden Wolf King, which had now entered a weakened state, providing him the opportunity to counterattack. The Golden Wolf King, seeing this, roared once more and resumed its attack, yet both the speed and frequency of its strikes had considerably diminished, enabling Dongfeng to effortlessly dodge while retaliating. 240. Critical hit. 160. 20. 20. 3 layers of butterfly mark. With the butterfly mark fully stacked at 3 layers, a meteor descended from the heavens. 113. 20. 20. 20. The impact damage of the meteor and the subsequent series of fire damage left the Golden Wolf King howling in agony, while Dongfeng seized the moment to switch to the Gale Blade, temporarily setting aside all thoughts of defense, and unleashed a full-on assault. 480. Double critical hit. 160. 20. 40. Poison accumulation. 20. Fire damage. 1 layer of butterfly mark. 120. Like a flash of lightning, 3 swift strikes descended, and Ji Dongfeng reduced the Golden Wolf King's health to below 10. In that fleeting moment, as the health reached 10, Ji Dongfeng immediately ceased his assault, executing a heavy step to distance himself from the Golden Wolf King. Roar! In the next instant, the Golden Wolf King dispelled all abnormal statuses and began to rampage across the open ground. Its massive form was enough to shatter anyone daring to obstruct its path. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Dongfeng took refuge behind a colossal tree, quietly observing the Golden Wolf King's frenzy. 2 minutes later, the Golden Wolf King gradually came to a halt, trembling all over, its aura weakened to the utmost degree. Brother Wolf, until we meet again, Ji Dongfeng chuckled. The Golden Wolf King, upon hearing this, rolled its eyes at him. A minute later, the Golden Wolf King transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished, followed by the explosion of 6 luminous orbs radiating various colors. Chapter 42, Shadows of the Fist. Night falls. Ding! The Golden Wolf King has been slain, granting 1,500 points of spiritual energy and 3,000 spirit stones. Golden Wolf King's Guardian Boots, 1-star artifact of Qi refinement and body cultivation, a treasured heirloom of the Qingfeng Wolf clan. From the moment they are donned, one shall receive the protection of the Wolf clan. This guardianship, imbued with spirit, shall accompany you throughout your life, regardless of the existence of the heirloom. When equipped, defense increases by 220 points, root bone by 50 points, agility by 70 points, and spiritual energy conversion efficiency rises by 50. Permanently grants the following effects, effective upon wearing. Retaining effects even after removal, there's a 10 chance that any damage received from an attack will be nullified, and sword movement speed increases by 10. This equipment cannot be dropped upon player death, and if removed voluntarily, it will automatically break, becoming unwearable again. Minimum equipment cultivation requirement. Qi refinement and body cultivation at level 7, with damage dealt to the Golden Wolf King exceeding 10,000 points. Passive skill manual. Shadows of the Fist, a celestial skill created by Yi Firen, the foremost fist practitioner in the realm of cultivation, later modified by the Holy Fire sect. Upon reaching its zenith, with a single punch, 100 punches follow. When using fist gauntlet-type weapons, each punch can unleash 3 shadow punches, each inflicting 10 damage from a normal attack, with shadow punch damage capable of critical hits. This skill can be upgraded after being triggered 10,000 times. Training requirement. Body refinement at level 5. Agility elixir, spirit grade upon consumption. It permanently increases agility and intelligence by 2 points each. Limited to players in the body refinement and Qi refinement realms, with each player allowed to use it only once. Taoist robe of symbols. 8-star spirit artifact, a robe adorned with symbols. If one finds themselves in a dire situation, they may attempt to pull one off. Perhaps turning the tide. Can also be used in awkward situations when using the Great Hand. When equipped, defense increases by 100 points, health by 200 points, and intelligence by 30 points. It automatically generates 1 random symbol every hour, with a maximum capacity of 24. Using the symbol does not consume spiritual energy. Minimum equipment cultivation requirement. Qi refinement at level 4, intelligence not less than 60. Spirit Crystal Transformation Talisman. Spirit grade, a one-time item containing a magical talisman infused with the laws of heaven and earth. Upon use, it can transform one effect of a Qi refinement and body cultivation weapon equipment into an embeddable spirit crystal. Once transformed, the equipment will no longer retain that effect. Essence of the Wolf King's blood. Spirit grade, this precious essence, imbued with immense energy from a formidable beast, serves both for alchemical purposes and as a means to intimidate lesser creatures. Observing the treasures that the Golden Wolf King had relinquished, Ji Dongfeng nodded in satisfaction. Truly, the Wolf Brother is magnificent. In the next moment, Ji Dongfeng acquired a new skill and consumed a magical elixir. Ding! Agility increased by 2 points. Intelligence increased by 2 points. Ding! The dominance of thunder activated, allowing each punch to conjure 3 afterimages, each capable of inflicting 100 points of normal attack damage, with the potential for critical hits. Attention, all players. The leaderboard for the monster invasion has refreshed for the 4th time. Only 2 hours remain until the conclusion of this global instance. Upon hearing this announcement, players from around the world congregated once more before the leaderboard. Though their expressions lacked the fervent anticipation of before, many guilds had pinned their hopes on the final hour, and it was clear that the leaderboard would not experience significant fluctuations. After all, that madman pursuing the ghost was simply too formidable. Even if one charged in at full speed, there would be no way to defeat him in just 23 minutes. I would need to beg for half an hour just to meet my end at his hands. Let us examine the leaderboard. In 10th place, the Wushuang Guild made a brief challenge, advancing their time by approximately 20 seconds, yet they remained firmly in 10th. Under the gaze of numerous players, the information for the top 10 began to unveil, and, as many had speculated, the rankings showed little change. Yin, Mia Haotian held steady at 42 minutes and 1 second. The Dream Phantom Knights at 32 minutes and 52 seconds, and Dongfeng at 23 minutes and 1 second. No alterations among the top 3. It appeared that the ultimate victor would only be discernible in the final hour. To be precise, the outcome had already been determined. Following the update of the top 10, the national scores for the leading 3 also shifted. First place, Huaxia Nation, score 66. Second place, Euro Nation, score 16. Third place, Mei Nation, score 14. Upon witnessing these scores, players from around the globe began to quietly tally the results, causing a frenzy of activity on international forums. We have triumphed. In the final 2 rounds, even if the Euro Nation unleashed their full might to claim the top 3 spots, their maximum attainable score would be only 48 points. With the current scores, they could reach at most 64. We have secured first place. Indeed, Dongfeng is magnificent. Without him, the guilds of Yin Yesi Hai might not have achieved victory. Who knows what that divine blessing entails? Regardless of its nature, it undoubtedly benefits us. And let us not forget the global battlefield ahead. With this divine blessing, we shall advance ahead. Come forth, those who have been rendered speechless. I shall remember you. When the global battlefield arrives, I shall confront you with great vigor. Players from Mei Nation need not fear, for our Lord from Re Nation shall stand by your side. We, from Dahan Nation, shall also only stand on the side of righteousness. Why must a dog interject during human discourse? Ah, brother, your words are quite insulting to dogs. You all, on the forum, discussions inevitably devolved into a fierce exchange of insults, while Ji Dongfeng, journeying onward, glanced at the forum content, ultimately discovering that there remained a considerable number of players self-identifying as the grasshoppers gone mad. It appears that I shall need to find some time to convene with these lunatics. Such a refined individual as I should not be associated with such a name. Ji Dongfeng curled his lip and made his way to the entrance of Qingfeng Village. At that moment, the number of players in Qingfeng Village was rather sparse. Upon seeing Ji Dongfeng, many players exhibited excitement, though few dared to approach him. Ultimately, only one individual stepped forward. Mo Ran, how has your strength improved? Ji Dongfeng inquired with a smile as he regarded the approaching Mo Ran. Mo Ran nodded in response, saying, "That is good. Once you reach the 3rd level of Qi refinement, we shall enter the illusory realm together. However, if you wish to venture into the dungeon, it would be prudent to act swiftly." Mo Ran, upon hearing this, wore a look of confusion. "Do you see that patch of dark clouds in the distance?" Ji Dongfeng pointed toward the mass of dark clouds hovering above the wolf forest. "Is it not merely a sign of impending rain? I am rather keen to experience the authenticity of the rain within this age," Mo Ran replied. "That is no mere rain cloud. Now, let us proceed into the dungeon." Ji Dongfeng chuckled. After exchanging a few more words, Mo Ran hurried towards the nether tree, while Ji Dongfeng brandished his warhammer, standing resolutely at the entrance of Qingfeng Village. "Bloodhand, come forth. If you possess the strength, strike me down with a single blow." Chapter 43. Allow me to demonstrate. Beneath the nether tree, an increasing number of players gathered, forming lines as they entered and exited the tree's hollow. Some wore expressions of sheer exhilaration, while others were engulfed in deep frustration. I have been monitoring the forums, and thus far, it seems that the players capable of clearing this dungeon are a mere handful. I am eager to witness how Dongfeng accomplishes this. It seems rain is imminent. I must find a high place to experience the downpour. Are you not afraid of being struck by lightning? In this world, what is there to fear from lightning? Perhaps it will lead to an unexpected adventure. Many players noticed the dark clouds forming above, yet few took heed of the foreboding sight. At the entrance of Qingfeng Village, Ji Dongfeng stood with his warhammer, watching as the clouds edged closer. It approaches. In the next instant, Ji Dongfeng felt the ground beneath him begin to tremble subtly, and the expressions of the surrounding players shifted dramatically. "Wait, this is not an earthquake. Look to the distance. Goodness, run." As the players sensed the tremors, they momentarily froze, only to look up and gasp in horror at the sight of countless demonic beasts emerging beneath the dark clouds, gathering like a thick plume of smoke, racing towards Qingfeng Village. As they charged forth, the beasts from Qingfeng Plain and the wolf forest gradually joined them. Yet few players noticed the terror reflected in the eyes of these creatures, as if they were being driven by an unseen force. Is this a tide of demonic beasts? This is utterly outrageous. Run. Who can withstand this? Is the system playing tricks on us? I have accumulated so much spiritual energy and have yet to begin cultivating. At this sight, the players surrounding Qingfeng village turned in terror, fleeing deeper into the village, while those on Qingfeng Plain, even with their agility skills, could not escape in time, and were swiftly engulfed by the tide of demonic beasts. In an instant, Qingfeng Plain was shrouded in darkness, while flashes of white light flickered within the black haze. Damn it, another tide of demonic beasts. Village chief, this time we cannot hide any longer. Let the elderly women and children take refuge in the cellar. We shall confront them. In the next moment, Li Yuwei, accompanied by the sturdy men of the village, arrived at the village entrance. Observing the swiftly approaching tide of monstrous beasts, the expressions of the crowd grew somber, although a flicker of trepidation glimmered in their eyes. None dared to retreat a single step. Young hero, you should find a place to hide, Li Yuwei urged, noticing Ji Dongfeng standing motionless before them. Ji Dongfeng chuckled lightly and replied, as a cultivator, if I were to flee at the sight of such malevolent creatures threatening the realm, what right would I have to aspire to immortality? Today, I shall advance and retreat alongside Qingfeng village. Upon hearing these words, the villagers, including Li Yuwei, felt their eyes moisten, and many players who were frantically fleeing around them also changed their expressions. Well said, benefactor. If I survive this battle, I shall grant you a fortuitous opportunity, shouted Shang Wanyu, rushing over with a hammer in hand. Ji Dongfeng felt a surge of emotion and murmured, I did not expect such unforeseen rewards. This is what it means to be a true player. What do we have to fear? It is merely a game. We won't truly perish. At worst, we may lose some spirit energy and equipment. If all one knows is to turn and flee in a game, that is truly pathetic. Indeed, what East Madman just said is correct. All they do is run. How can one aspire to immortality? I shall not flee today. Ha ha. This is the spirit that a cultivation game should embody. I have some elixirs here. I shall distribute them freely. Though there may not be an opportunity to consume them later, they might help us slay more beasts. Together with Dongfeng, we rise and fall with Qingfeng village. Dongfeng is unafraid of losing equipment. Why should we be? I have an unused weapon. Who needs it? Rather than let it be lost, let's slay more beasts. I have some talismans. Listening to the cries of the players around him, Ji Dongfeng was momentarily taken aback. Turning to look, he was astonished to find an increasing number of players standing beside him, shielding the villagers of Qingfeng. Seeing this, Ji Dongfeng smiled gently. He anticipated that a mere utterance of his could yield such a profound effect. I have made a decision. From this day forth, I shall join the grasshoppers. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng's lips twitched as he resolved to forcibly rename this group. In the next moment, the tide of monstrous beasts surged toward Qingfeng village, but the dark clouds above them descended first, before the astonished gazes of the crowd. The ominous clouds transformed into a figure clad in a blood-red mask and a long black robe. At the instant this figure appeared, a golden light burst forth from the wild wolf forest, rapidly approaching with the swiftness of thunder. This is troublesome. How can such a cultivator be here? The man in black felt the murderous intent behind him and spoke coldly. What in the world is that? It's massive. Just hearing it speak sends chills down my spine. What are we afraid of? Look, it has a health bar above its head. Exactly. If it dares to reveal its health bar, we shall dare to strike. Wait, East Madman, what are you doing? The players of Qingfeng village trembled as they beheld the swiftly approaching figure in black, but before they could prepare themselves mentally, Ji Dongfeng boldly charged forward with his hammer. Brothers, allow me to demonstrate. As cultivators, we should not fear any adversary. With a thunderous roar, Ji Dongfeng unleashed a formidable stomp, charging directly towards the black-robed man. What the hell? Dongfeng, you dare to approach him with such audacity. I declare, from this moment forth, Dongfeng Pa shall be my idol, my revered brother in dreams. Why hesitate? Let us join Dongfeng Po in the fray. He is at the forefront. We cannot falter. Where did all these reckless cultivators come from? Get out of my way. The black-robed man, taken aback by Ji Dongfeng's advance, momentarily hesitated. With a casual flick of his hand, a surge of dark demonic energy hurtled towards Ji Dongfeng. Bang! 10,456. Damn it. At least let me test the field with a strike. In an instant, an astonishing number materialized around Ji Dongfeng, who then transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. His imposing figure, wielding the heavy hammer, remained etched in the minds of the players and villagers behind him, while some players noted that Dongfeng had not dropped any equipment. Bastard. Bloodhand. You shall pay. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted like a strike of heavenly thunder as Wang Sandao emerged from the golden light, wielding a hatchet with wild abandon. Thousands of murderous blade energies materialized, surging towards the black-robed man and the tide of demonic beasts behind him. Bang! With each resounding crash, the blade energies wreaked havoc among the demonic beasts, reducing 99% of them to dust in an instant, while a veil of black mist surrounded the black-robed man, resisting the onslaught. Do you recognize me? I recall you. You madman, still lingering here. Where is your companion? How does my demonic energy taste? Bloodhand Demon Lord sneered. Upon hearing this, Wang Sandao's eyes blazed crimson. He cast a protective barrier over the entire Qingfeng village and charged directly at Bloodhand. Bang! In the next moment, Wang Sandao clashed with Bloodhand. The blade energies and black mist colliding violently. Within the protective barrier, the onlookers marveled at the earth-shattering battle, exchanging glances of disbelief. So, with the tide of demonic beasts gone, do we still need to assist? Don't you think that in such a high-stakes battle, our interference might be more of a hindrance? I can't shake the feeling that aside from Dongfeng, we seem to have made no impact at all. It's not just a feeling, it's the truth. It's a pity for Dongfeng, Had he delayed his charge, he might have avoided death. Although he seemingly dropped no equipment, his spiritual energy must have suffered significant losses. Look at the plains. There's hardly any equipment left. It appears that those who perished in the tide of demonic beasts only incurred losses in spiritual energy. Meanwhile, at the resurrection point in Qingfeng village, countless players congregated, including Dongfeng. However, in stark contrast to the expressions of terror on the faces of other players, Dongfeng was beaming with joy. Thankfully, he died just in time. Had he waited for Wang Sandao's arrival, dying would not have been so easy. Ding! Infinite Resurrection activated. Third death today. Chapter 44. The Essence of Demonic Tao. The Fortuitous Encounter of Shangguanyu. Ding! The Infinite Resurrection has been activated. This marks the third demise today, with the cause being the lethal strike from the Bloodhand Demon Lord. A reward has been issued. A permanent increase of 2,000 points to the maximum reserve of spiritual energy. A permanent enhancement of 1,000 points to vitality. A permanent elevation of 1,000 points to poison resistance. An advancement of 5,000 points in cultivation. A sacred passive skill manual, Essence of the Demon Path, and a treasure map from the Bloodhand Demon Lord. Breakthrough successful. Congratulations on advancing to the 6th layer of body refinement. With a 200-point increase in maximum spiritual energy reserve, 6 free attribute points acquired, and an additional enhancement of 4 points to bone quality. The effect of the Dominance of Thunder has activated, increasing thunder damage by 10 points. Accompanied by the system's notification, Dongfeng chuckled softly, preparing to examine the reward from this recent demise, only to notice the peculiar gazes of surrounding players upon him. Was I seeing things? Did Dongfeng just achieve a breakthrough? It seems so. That radiant light, symbolizing his advancement, pierced my heart deeply. Why do we lose spiritual energy upon death, while Dongfengzi levels up effortlessly? Why is Dongfeng at the resurrection point? Did he perish in the beast tide as well? Listening to the murmurs of players around him, Dongfeng cleared his throat and said, well, since everyone has given me the chance to speak, let me condense my thoughts into one single statement. I hope you all listen carefully. What I wish to convey is, Grasshopper, change my name. Thank you. With this declaration, before the surrounding players could react, Dongfeng executed a heavy step and left the resurrection point, hastening towards the village entrance. On his way, Dongfeng glanced at the 2 items in his backpack. The passive skill manual, Essence of the Demon Path, is a sacred skill, an enigmatic technique mastered by the Bloodhand Demon Lord. It is through this skill that the Demon Lord earned his notorious reputation in the realm of demonic cultivation, which is often met with disdain by cultivators. Upon learning this skill, each attack received will accumulate 2 points of Demon Path energy. Once this energy reaches 100 points, the user will automatically enter a state of Demon Awakening for 1 minute, during which attack power, defense, skill potency, and attack speed are all enhanced by 50. The cultivation requirement is the 5th layer of body refinement and Qi cultivation. As for the treasure map of the Bloodhand Demon Lord, it is a hand-drawn chart that catalogs the treasures he has plundered over the years, concealing his deepest secrets. Ding! The effect of the Dominance of Thunder has activated, modifying the effects of the Demon Path energy. During the Demon Awakening state, attack power, defense, skill potency, and attack speed are increased by 500. The duration has been extended to 10 minutes. After mastering the skill, Dongfeng focused intently on the Bloodhand Demon Lord's treasure map. The map contained little information. Yet the most notable feature was the depiction of the sun and moon shining together, with the words Flowing Cloud Prefecture inscribed on the left side. Flowing Cloud Prefecture seems to be a location for monster hunting during the Golden Core stage. It is surprising to acquire such an item. In my previous life, no player was able to defeat the Bloodhand Demon Lord, nor did anyone obtain this treasure. Dongfeng murmured to himself, and subsequently arrived at the entrance of Qingfeng village. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Dongfeng glanced around and was taken aback to find a luminous barrier before him. At that moment, Shang Wanyu, Liu Wei, and a multitude of players stood at the barrier's threshold, yet Wang Sandao and Bloodhand Demon King had seemingly vanished. The East Wind Break has arrived. The East Wind Break. Your death was utterly unwarranted. Had you delayed even a moment longer, you would not have incurred such a loss of spirit energy. Listening to the clamorous cries of the crowd, Dongfeng feigned ignorance and inquired, what transpired just now? In the next instant, the players began to recount the events in a cacophony of voices. The figure resembling a butcher had chased after the man in black. The two engaged in a fray while hurling insults at each other, particularly the butcher, who had thoroughly cursed every ancestor inscribed on the black-clad S-tablet. Dongfeng nodded slightly. This mirrored the events of his previous life, and indeed, someone had compiled a collection of Wang Sandao's vitriolic remarks for posterity on the forum. After a brief exchange, the players, sensing the absence of danger, dispersed, many rushing to the clear breeze plain in hopes of discovering equipment dropped by the recent wave of beasts or fallen players. Liu Wei also departed with the villagers, while Dongfeng approached Shang Wanyu. Benefactor, please follow me, Shang Wanyu smiled. Did you witness the Grand Sorcerer? Astounding. With a single fireball, he obliterated all the monsters. And that Demon Lord, it's regrettable they both vanished. Otherwise, it would have been even more exhilarating than watching a film. I believe I saw Hog Dawson trailing behind with members of the Hog Guild. Could they keep up? The Demon Lord and the Grand Sorcerer were battling while soaring through the air. Dawson employed a spell to enhance his speed and utilized several magical scrolls, barely managing to keep pace. He was inspired by that Eastern Windbreak from Huaxia, and now he is exhausting every means to augment his strength. The Demon Lord and Grand Sorcerer have ignited a flicker of hope within him. Perhaps in the end, he might attain something extraordinary. In my opinion, he needn't go to such lengths. That East Windbreak must be employing some dubious methods. Within the blacksmith shop of Clear Breeze Village, Shang Wanyu emerged from the inner room bearing a purple wooden box, which she presented to Dongfeng. Benefactor, this is the opportunity one promised you. I hesitated at first about entrusting it to you, but having heard your earlier words, I feel confident in handing it over, she remarked, her tone imbued with nostalgia. Dongfeng accepted the box and glanced inside. Purple Dragon wooden box, crafted from the wood of the Purple Dragon. This box ensures that items placed within remain impervious to rust, decay, and the dissipation of spirit energy. Upon opening the box, Dongfeng discovered a token radiating a blue luminescence. The token felt icy to the touch, with the character for Artifact inscribed at its center. Artifact Sect Invitation Token, a credential from the foremost refining sect in the realm of cultivation, the Artifact Sect. Possession of this token grants one the status of an esteemed guest of the Artifact Sect, and when stored in one's inventory, it enhances the success rate of forging and strengthening weapons and equipment by 10. Upon glimpsing the guiding token, Dongfeng's countenance brightened with delight. His prior choice to reward himself with a hammer in Shang Wanyu's possession was partly motivated by a desire to establish a connection with the Forgemaster sect. Little did he expect that Shang Wanyu would possess such an artifact. My benefactor, she said, you may find it hard to believe, but although I currently possess no cultivation or exceptional abilities, I was once a direct disciple of the foremost forging sect in the immortal realm, the Forgemaster sect. Chapter 45. A willing companion to the gentle breeze and serene clouds. The realm of cultivation is divided into 9 provinces, each housing formidable sects, whose activities are primarily confined within their provincial boundaries. Beyond a few ancient hidden sects, only 3 sects command influence across all 9 provinces, establishing their presence even in the most clandestine locales, the Apothecary sect, the Wanfuge, and the Forgemaster sect. From a young age, I was discovered by my master and brought to the Forgemaster sect's branch in Jifeng province. Thanks to my innate talent for forging, I swiftly ascended the ranks and was ultimately sent to the sect's main headquarters, becoming the direct disciple of the sect leader at the tender age of 8. Unlike other cultivation sects, the Forgemaster sect does not emphasize cultivation. However, no one dares to provoke it. It was not until I turned 16 that the demonic forces descended from the nine heavens, launching a massive invasion of the immortal realm. The Forge Master sect rallied to aid various sects, and I led a team to the Shangyun sect. Along the way, we encountered a group of rogue cultivators fleeing from the demonic forces. I used a magical artifact to rescue them, and they requested to accompany us for protection. Ignoring my fellow disciples' objections, I unilaterally consented, partly out of compassion for their plight and partly due to my confidence in my formidable artifact, coupled with a touch of youthful arrogance, as it was my first solo mission as a direct disciple. Your junior brother, Dongfeng, inquired cautiously. There was once a cultivator in Qingfeng village named Qingfeng Daoist, but he has not been heard from in a long time, leaving Qingyun as the sole cultivator in the village, necessitating his emergence. At this juncture, Shang Guanyu's eyes glistened with tears, and Dongfeng recalled tales recounted by Wang Sandao. Do you know someone named Wang Sandao? Wang Sandao? I do not, but I'm acquainted with one Wang Yidao, who frequently visits the village to purchase wine and often commissions me to forge various weapons, offering generous remuneration. He is quite the eccentric. When I refused his excessive payment, he brandished a knife against his own neck, loudly proclaiming that he would cut himself should I decline. Hearing this, Dongfeng's lips twitched slightly, recognizing the unmistakable temperament of Wang Sandao. Please continue, he urged, stowing away the wooden box and token. In this life, I have no intention of pursuing cultivation. I wish to accompany the gentle breeze and serene clouds. After exchanging a few words, Dongfeng departed from the blacksmith shop, striding toward the wild wolf forest. According to memories from his previous life, Wang Sandao should have concluded his battle with Bloodhand by now, but he first needed to locate the head shopkeeper. As he approached the village entrance, the head shopkeeper eagerly approached him. Boss, I finally found you. You were looking for me? By the way, where were you during the recent beast tide? I was in the novice village, acquiring the passive skills you requested, and I must thank you, boss. Had you not urged me to gather those skills, I might very well have perished amidst the beast tide. The esteemed shopkeeper chuckled, simultaneously producing a tome of passive skills. Upon witnessing this, Dongfeng's heart stirred, and he took the book into his possession. The passive skill manual, Life Growth, states, what is the most paramount aspect in the path of cultivation? Is it opportunity? Is it technique? No, it is life. Once life is lost, everything perishes. Upon utilization, each breakthrough in cultivation will augment life by an additional 10 points. This skill appears rather commendable. From whom did you acquire it? Dongfeng inquired. By sheer coincidence, it was that foolish lad named Shichiang from last time. He seemed desperate for spirit stones and parted with it for merely 1,000 spirit stones. The shopkeeper replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Dongfeng felt a surge of inspiration and promptly activated the skill. Ding! The effect of the dominance of thunder was triggered, transforming the life growth effect to an increase of 100 points with each breakthrough in cultivation. I have some surplus equipment and skills. By the way, please transact the spirit stones with me first, Dongfeng stated. No problem, the shopkeeper replied, refraining from prying into Dongfeng's urgency for the spirit stones. After the transaction, Dongfeng glanced at the quantity of spirit stones in his backpack. 51,870. What the heck? Are you certain you wish to sell these two skills? The shopkeeper's countenance shifted as he gazed at the equipment and skills Dongfeng had traded, unable to contain his astonishment. Indeed, the equipment remains for sale exclusively for spirit stones. Yet for the flowing flame finger and the myriad poison mist, I require a bank transfer. How you choose to sell them is of no concern to me. The higher the price, the better. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement. No problem, boss. I knew that seeking you out was the wisest decision of my life. Boss, these two skills cannot be sold to the Annihilation Guild, can they? After a moment of contemplation, Dongfeng's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. Goodness, I'm all too familiar with that smile. Boss, whom are you planning to deceive? The shopkeeper remarked. Ahem, the flowing flame finger cannot be sold to them, but the myriad poison mist can. By the way, you might want to inquire with the Wushuang Guild regarding the flowing flame finger. Rest assured, leave it to me. After a brief exchange, the shopkeeper departed, his face alight with enthusiasm, while Dongfeng continued his journey towards the wolf wilderness. Meanwhile, Yami Yueying led the Annihilation Guild towards the Nether Tree, preparing to enter the dungeon. Captain, should we wait for the last hour? Our strength can still be enhanced further. Wait for what? The equipment we painstakingly acquired has already been looted by that female specter. The gathered spiritual energy was just obliterated by the beast tide. We might not even clear it in an hour. If this dungeon closes, even if we're still inside, we will be forcibly ejected and unable to clear it. It is better to enter early, proceed cautiously, and ensure we clear it at least once. The president is counting each captain's completion rate. I absolutely cannot be at the bottom, Yami Yueying declared with a grim expression. Upon reaching the nether tree, as Yami Yueying prepared to enter, Shi Qiang arrived from a distance with the beautiful Yang Yang. I have gathered 5,000 spirit stones, as you instructed too. 500 spirit stones each will allow us to join the Annihilation Guild, Shi Qiang solemnly stated. Upon hearing this, Yami Yueying impatiently retorted, the price has increased. Now it is 5,000 each. Keep gathering and do not obstruct my path. Upon hearing this, the exuberant Shi Qiang was about to interrogate, when the beautiful Yang Yang hurriedly approached Yami Yueying. Brother of the Yami Guild, I have the spirit stones right here, 5,000 spirit stones. I will trade them to you immediately, but let me join first. Seeing this, Shi Qiang's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily exclaimed, Sister May. What Sister May? Once I could change my name, I'll be Yami May. You should address me more politely, Shi Zi. Why are you still dawdling? Quickly gather the spirit stones. Chapter 46, The Spirit Gathering Array. Reward Upgrade. Wu Mengyu was an ordinary player in the Wushuang Guild, while most other guild members focused on gold farming. She primarily gathered game intelligence. Since the launch of the Epoch, she had been meticulously monitoring forums from around the globe. Her greatest regret being that she did not share a novice village with Dongfeng, thereby missing out on many explosive pieces of information. As Wu Mengyu casually browsed the forums while training, a newly emerged post caught her attention. Dongfeng Po's designated merchant association, the Chantian Association, is hosting a premium auction. If you miss this, you'll only grow more frustrated to the point of pounding your pillow in anger at night. Wu Mengyu scoffed, not overly concerned. With Dongfeng Po's name echoing throughout the Epoch, too many had begun to flaunt his reputation. However, upon reading the content of the post, she was initially taken aback, only to be overtaken by elation. Treasure Skill. Flowing Flame Finger. ISNT, this the fire elemental skill that our president specifically sought? Wu Mengyu exclaimed excitedly. And as she prepared to report to the person in charge, she hesitated for a moment. After a brief contemplation, she resolutely decided to bypass the intermediary and contacted the vice president of the Wushuang Guild directly. Within merely 2 or 3 minutes, all senior members of the Wushuang Guild received a notification to secure the Flowing Flame Finger Manual at any cost, with the task of contacting the poster assigned to Wu Mengyu. At the same time, as Wu Mengyu frantically tried to reach the head merchant, Ji Dongfeng returned to Wang Sandao's wooden cabin. Senior, Ji Dongfeng called out, glancing around and noticing that the soul of Qing Feng Daoist had vanished without a trace. Upon entering the cabin, Ji Dongfeng's gaze fell upon Wang Sandao, who was seated cross-legged on the wooden bed, his complexion pale and a faint trace of blood visible at the corner of his mouth. Senior, what has happened? Ji Dongfeng inquired. That person is the Bloodhand Demon Lord. Senior, your injury. This time it may be troublesome. My spiritual energy is only sufficient to stabilize the injury. To achieve complete healing, I still lack considerably. I fear my cultivation will decline, making progress exceedingly difficult. However, that Bloodhand Demon Lord is not faring well either. I have crippled one of his arms. When we meet again, I shall self-destruct my nascent soul, ensuring his demise. Ha ha ha. Cough cough cough. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng couldn't help but internally marvel. Few in the entire Epoch could laugh while speaking of self-destructing their nascent soul, and even players were no exception. Reaching the nascent soul realm entails severe penalties upon death, and self-detonating the nascent soul would result in an inability to cultivate further. Even resurrection would not mend the damage. One would have to seek the most precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Senior, is there any way to replenish your spiritual energy? I possess a spirit gathering array. Yet it necessitates 30,000 spirit stones for my spiritual energy to be completely restored. Alas, I have long lived in seclusion, and my supply of spirit stones has dwindled. Young one, do not concern yourself this time. Your assistance is futile. Even if my cultivation diminishes, what are you doing? Wang Sandao shook his head. Yet before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Ji Dongfeng retrieving spirit stones. The younger generation still has some savings. I just happen to have exactly 30,000 spirit stones. Ji Dongfeng proclaimed with a smile as he produced the stones. Wang Sandao blinked in surprise, staring at the scattered spirit stones for a moment. Whose wealthy master are you in the realm of cultivation? I have no master. What your parents? I have no parents either. What I mean to convey is that all these stones are my own accumulation. Senior, the spirit stones are in hand. What should we do next? Ji Dongfeng inquired with eager anticipation. In a previous life, players had discovered Wang Sandao's requirement of 30,000 spirit stones. Yet they were unaware of the opportunities that would arise from offering such a sum. After all, new players could hardly gather that amount unless they had specifically sought it out. Wang Sandao's healing state would only last for 1 hour, leaving no time to gather information and collect the necessary stones afterward. Upon hearing Ji Dongfeng's words, Wang Sandao sighed. You truly are my destined companion. I, Wang Sandao, do not relish taking advantage of others. Thus, today I shall exchange my improved spirit gathering array for your 30,000 spirit stones. As he spoke, Wang Sandao produced a weathered parchment from his robe and handed it to Ji Dongfeng. Upon seeing it, Ji Dongfeng felt a surge of excitement and accepted the parchment. Improved Spirit Gathering Array Blueprint. Celestial grade. This enhanced version, modified by Wang Sandao, boasts an efficacy increased by 3 to 4 times compared to the original. Once employed, one can master the Improved Spirit Gathering Array, which may be activated during cultivation. Upon activation, it consumes a certain quantity of spirit stones to elevate the absorption and conversion efficiency of spiritual energy by 100. For the refining chi and body realm, a consumption of 300 spirit stones per hour is required. Gazing at the information on the blueprint, Ji Dongfeng hesitated not for a moment and chose to utilize it. The value of this parchment far exceeded 30,000 spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the Improved Spirit Gathering Array. With the system's notification, Ji Dongfeng felt a wealth of knowledge flood his mind, completely grasping the arrangement of the Spirit Gathering Array. Very well, I shall commence my healing. By the way, I have already encountered the Blood Hand today and have left my mark upon him. There is no need for you to keep watch for his news any longer. Come to find me tomorrow morning, and I shall bestow upon you some valuable items, including the storage ring I promised. Please close the door for me, Wang Sandao instructed. As his words fell, Wang Sandao flipped his palm, causing a shimmering blue array to materialize beneath him. The array began to circulate slowly, drawing the 30,000 spirit stones towards it, placing them in 3 designated positions. Ding! Wang Sandao's lethal intent reward has been upgraded to the inheritance of Wang Sandao, true unique, with a contribution of 10 points to Qingfeng Village and a sword belonging to Wang Sandao. Hearing the system's notification, Ji Dongfeng felt a shift within him. He exited the wooden cabin and gradually closed the door behind him. Bang! As the moment arrived when Ji Dongfeng closed the wooden door, the azure light of the Spirit Gathering Array surged skyward, and a tempestuous wind erupted from the center where Wang Sandao stood, instantly collapsing the entire wooden hut. Observing the frantically swirling Spirit Gathering Array and the serene Wang Sandao with his eyes tightly shut, Ji Dongfeng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The significance of whether this door remains closed or not seems rather trivial. Simultaneously, within a pitch-black forest, a grand sorcerer beamed with delight as he regarded Hog Dawson before him. Young man, you have done remarkably well. Although you ultimately could not thwart that demon king, you have nonetheless demonstrated your courage. What reward do you seek? The grand sorcerer inquired with a smile. Suppressing his excitement, Hog Dawson replied, I wish to learn magic from you and become an exceptional sorcerer. The grand sorcerer regarded him with approval and responded, You are indeed talented, but becoming my pupil is not a simple endeavor. Here, I shall bestow upon you some valuable items to enhance your strength. With that, the grand sorcerer lightly tapped his staff, and 5 radiant orbs of light floated around Hog Dawson's form. Prove yourself with these. Should you perform commendably, I shall consider accepting you as my disciple. He then retrieved a scroll from his robe. Hog Dawson took the scroll, and his expression shifted dramatically upon reading it. Special Dual Scroll. Holy, will you bully the weak or prove your courage and strength? Upon use, you may challenge any player worldwide. Once the opponent consents, both parties will enter the arena. Please note that this dual scroll is special. The duel will be broadcast globally. Go forth, young man. I shall be watching. The Grand Sorcerer chuckled. Chapter 47. Have I gained abs? Upon returning to Qingfeng Village, Ji Dongfeng swiftly organized his backpack and prepared to enjoy a meal. However, before he could log off, the chief shopkeeper rushed over from a distance, a broad smile adorning his face. Seeing this expression, Ji Dongfeng couldn't help but smirk. That smile reeks of commercial cunning. Hey boss, tonight at midnight, I will host an auction for those 2 skill books on the forum. You might want to keep an eye on it. I've already spread the word. Are there many interested parties? Ji Dongfeng asked. Need you even ask? In this era, the odds of equipment dropping rare treasures are already low, and the chances for skill books are even slimmer. Most players are still using common skills, with some lacking any skills at all. While only a select few have acquired spiritual skills, and precious skills are exceedingly rare. Just wait and see, boss. I plan to remain in Qingfeng village for a while. Many will be watching me, as skill books can drop as well. If you have anything valuable to sell, just come find me in the novice village. Upon glancing at the forum, Dongfeng indeed found discussions buzzing about the auction. Bro, 50,000 for friendship. My cowardly guild will offer 200,000, provided you're willing to sell to us. I am even prepared to grant you the position of vice president. What kind of shabby guild is that? Moreover, regarding that 50,000, let us not jest any longer. It is imperative to recognize that this is an auction. When the time comes, do not be surprised if the starting bid is not merely 50,000, but rather 200,000. Upon glancing at the forum's information, Dongfeng promptly opted to go offline. Indeed, the 10-star helmet is commendable. It does not burden the mind at all. It is undeniable that my stomach is rather famished. Dongfeng removed the helmet and exhaled deeply, instinctively placing a hand upon his abdomen, only to be taken aback by a sudden change in expression. Approaching the mirror, he revealed his midsection and was astonished to discover that he had developed a six-pack of abdominal muscles. At this moment, Dongfeng's pupils constricted. He could ascertain that while he previously harbored little excess flesh, the notion of having abdominal muscles, something that seemed almost mystical, was still far beyond his reach. Have I truly sculpted muscle through hunger? Wait a moment. Dongfeng, feeling his abs, suddenly recalled the cultivation insights of the Qingfeng cultivator. The concept of reality merging with the game is indeed extraordinary. The physiques of body refining cultivators in the game are quite exaggerated. Could the Epoch truly achieve this fusion of game and reality? How could that be possible? Merely through a helmet? Dongfeng abruptly turned his gaze to the virtual helmet upon the table, feeling as though everything before him was utterly surreal. In the next instant, he pinched himself fiercely, and the sensation of pain confirmed the authenticity of this experience. If that is indeed the case, Dongfeng murmured, then he proceeded to the spacious living room, pushing aside the sofa and coffee table to reveal an open area. I recall there being a marker around here. After rummaging through his belongings, Dongfeng retrieved a marker and began to sketch an intricate formation upon the floor. The Gathering Spirit Array. This was another realization that had dawned upon Dongfeng. He discovered that the method for arranging the Gathering Spirit Array was indeed imprinted in his mind, and even when away from the game, this knowledge would remain with him. 3 minutes later, Dongfeng completed the final symbol, and an exceedingly complex Gathering Spirit Array emerged upon the living room floor. Buzz! In the next moment, as Dongfeng looked on in astonishment, the array emitted a blue glow before vanishing without a trace. The floor reverted to its original state, as if the array had never existed. The Gathering Spirit Array was the first piece of knowledge that had seamlessly integrated into my mind. Prior to this, all the techniques seemed akin to items from the game. Once utilized, they simply disappeared, transforming only into attributes within the game. I had perused the descriptions of the techniques, yet the specific details remained elusive, rendering me incapable of cultivating them in reality. As for the skills, Dongfeng murmured, and then he exited his home, making his way to the rooftop. Stepping upon the verdant pine, I step again. I step. I shall step once more. Alas, I am weary of stepping. Dongfeng endeavored to execute the skills from the game, only to find that all skills had become ineffective. At best, his physical prowess had improved slightly, enhancing his jumping abilities. Returning once more to the helmet, Dongfeng first sent the time and location of tomorrow's banquet to Wu Shengku, then casually ordered takeout, specifically noting to leave it at the door. After completing these two tasks, Dongfeng donned his helmet once more and entered the game. He retrieved a skill from his inventory, Qingfeng Jin, and attempted to peruse its contents. Previously, Dongfeng had simply equipped the skill without exploring its intricacies. Although he could discern the profound characters within the skill, he found it impossible to commit them to memory. The same applied to the myriad techniques of the Body Refinement Immortal Codex. 10 minutes later, his food delivery arrived. Dongfeng absent-mindedly took a bite before re-entering the game. Ding! A mild toxin detected in the player's system. Toxin resistance activated, toxin neutralized. Upon hearing this, Dongfeng felt a wave of shock. Poisoned? How could I be poisoned just after logging in? The game can affect reality. Reality can be gamified with a change in expression. Dongfeng chose to log off again. Back in reality, he opened his phone to examine the delivery service's ratings. In his haste to understand the situation, he had overlooked the reviews. One bite and you'll be hooked. An overnight sensation. You deserve it. For those who want to lose weight, come take a look. This place offers exceptional value. If this shop doesn't go out of business, it's everyone's responsibility. Oh yeah, transform into a jet warrior. Reading these reviews, Dongfeng felt no discomfort in his stomach. Has my toxin resistance carried over to reality? He murmured, first reporting the vendor and then positioning his phone to capture his entire body, activating the recording function. Dongfeng was determined to uncover how his body was undergoing these changes. Chapter 48, Breakthrough. Equipment Update. Ding. Consuming the Spirit Elevation Pill. Spiritual energy conversion efficiency increased by 10 points for 10 minutes. Ding. Entering cultivation state. Remaining spiritual energy, 5960. Detecting improved spirit gathering array. Capable of converting 2,572 spiritual energy per minute. Ding. Cultivation level increased by 857, absorbing 220 points of spiritual energy. Remaining spiritual energy, 59228. Ding. Wolf Spirit Ring activated. Cultivation level increased by 1714. Ding. Cultivation level increased. In an open area, Dongfeng sat cross-legged. The Spirit Gathering Array and Star River Array beneath him swirling gently. Although not as extravagant as Wang Sandao, a faint blue glow enveloped Dongfeng's entire being. While cultivating, he opened the forum to check on the auction status. Everyone, please prepare. The auction will commence promptly at midnight. Although the Epoch game has yet to open auction features, the Epoch forum possesses notarization capabilities. I have reported this auction in the forum's notarization section. It is genuine and valid. Master Merchant, everyone is currently in various novice villages. Even if someone buys this skill, how will you deliver it to them? Rest assured, I have my methods. It will be a straightforward exchange of cash for goods. Observing the active Master Merchant on the forum, Dongfeng chuckled softly. In his previous life, all players knew that the Master Merchant's talents or skills were all related to wealth, making him one of the most unique cultivators in the Epoch. In the blink of an eye, 40 minutes passed. Although he did not trigger an epiphany, Dongfeng had accumulated sufficient cultivation. Breakthrough successful. Congratulations on reaching the 7th level of body refinement, marking your advancement into the later stages of cultivation. As a reward for your breakthrough, your maximum spiritual energy reserve has increased by 300, and you have gained 7 free attribute points, with an additional enhancement of 6 points to your bone quality. The power of thunder has now taken effect, augmenting your lightning damage by 10 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Dongfeng chose to continue his training, consuming all remaining spiritual stones. Seizing this opportunity, he proceeded to upgrade his equipment. The guardian boots of the Golden Wolf King, the Blood Demon armor-piercing gauntlets, and the Helm of Fury Infusion were finally ready to be equipped. After donning the gauntlets, he also began to learn the previously unattainable Gale 7-star fist technique. Ding! You have mastered the Gale 7-star fist technique. The talent Thunderous Dominance has activated, allowing the Gale 7-star fist technique to be unleashed at the cost of 150 points of spiritual energy. This skill enables you to unleash 3 consecutive punches on a targeted enemy, each reducing their defense, attack, and movement speed by 14. Should only one of the 3 strikes hit, it deals 70 attack damage. If 2 strikes connect, the damage escalates to 175. If all 3 strikes land, it inflicts 280 damage and additionally stuns the enemy for 12 seconds. After mastering the skill, Dongfeng glanced at his personal information. Name, Dongfeng Title. Hunting Vanguard. Unique title. Increases drop rate by 10. Cultivation level. Body refinement stage 7. 18,000. Spiritual root. Thunder maximum spiritual energy reserve. 44,726. 260 spiritual energy absorption efficiency. 160 spiritual energy conversion efficiency. 168, 610. Effective spirit enhancing pill. Life. 4, 640 attack. 512, 100. Normal attacks include 100 lightning damage. Defense. 1. 164 bone quality. 234 wisdom. 86 strength. 182 agility. 167 free attribute points. 55 resistances. Thunder 20. Poison 1, 050. Earth 155. Water 150. Metal 155. Wood 150. Fire 180. Comprehension rate. 115. Currently in a cultivation state, the comprehension rate in the Star River formation is enhanced by 5 skills: Twin Head Attack, passive, Heavy Step, Swift Shadow, passive, Poison Fong, passive, Soul of Forging, passive, Acumen, passive, Step on the Green Pine, Movement Technique, 5 Elements Body, passive, Path of Body Refinement, Ancient passive, Shadow Fist Overload, passive, Demonic Aura, passive, Life Growth passive, Gale 7-star Fist Technique, Cultivation Technique. Universal Body Refinement Immortal Record. Comprehension Progress 35. Talent. Thunderous Dominance, 10 stars. Infinite Resurrection, 10 stars. I must quickly devise a method to complete the comprehension of the Universal Body Refinement Immortal Record. Relying solely on sudden enlightenment is not a sustainable strategy, and allowing my attribute points to remain unused would be a grave waste, Dongfeng murmured. In the blink of an eye, the 300 spiritual stones were depleted, and Dongfeng logged off. Upon returning to reality, he first felt his abdomen, noticing that his muscles had become somewhat firmer, though the change was not markedly significant. The next moment, Dongfeng sat before his phone to review the recently recorded video. This moment aligns closely with the time of my breakthrough. Upon realizing this, Dongfeng furrowed his brow and meticulously examined his helmet. After an extended inspection, he ultimately could not discern the source of the blue light. After a moment of contemplation, Dongfeng once again donned his helmet, eager to hasten his journey to the town. In this era, once a player enters the town, a brief update occurs, subsequently unlocking features such as friendships, auctions, and alliances. However, to gain access to the town, one must not only obtain a pass, but also achieve a cultivation level of at least the 9th layer of Qi refinement or body refinement. Dongfeng planned to enter the town swiftly and attempt to contact Sherpa Tian. Just as he prepared to immerse himself in the game, a thought struck him. He opened his phone once more and ordered a set of fitness equipment. If physical changes in reality are reflected within the game, then exercising in the real world should enhance his attributes in the game as well. The gap he currently had was still insufficient. He could not yet defeat opponents with a single blow. He must seize every opportunity to improve himself. At the same time that Dongfeng was physically engaged in combat with the monkey, players from the Hog Guild surrounded Hog Dawson with expressions of exhilaration. At that moment, Hog Dawson had donned a brand new flame robe, and the staff he held crackled with lightning. President, are those 2 pieces divine equipment? That's splendid. It seems our sacrifices were not in vain. Moreover, I've mastered 2 forbidden level spells, but I need to level up once more to use them. There are also some precious items. With these, no one could possibly stand against our Hog Guild, Hog Dawson replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd was initially taken aback, then erupted in cheers. The president is invincible. President, what about that dual scroll? The words of that great mage were rather profound. Were they suggesting you find any opponent? In response, Hog Dawson spoke solemnly. Certainly not just any opponent. My master meant for me to seek the strongest player. East Wind Break. The surrounding players echoed in unison. Indeed, if I must find an adversary, I will certainly strive to defeat the strongest one. This endeavor is no longer solely my own. It pertains to which of our Western magical world or Eastern cultivation world can assert dominance over the other. Henceforth, I need your full cooperation for my leveling. Once I level up, I will immediately challenge East Windbreak. He is a formidable opponent, and I cannot afford to grant him too much time to enhance himself. Understood. With that, Hog Dawson lifted his gaze towards the east. East Windbreak, you shall become the stepping stone on my path to becoming the strongest in this era. This journey will be arduous. I hope you can provide a firm foundation. Chapter 49, The Merchant Leader. That one throwing stones. I warn you for the last time. We are merely sparring. No sneak attacks allowed. In the wild wolf forest, Dongfeng wielded the monkey intense staff, simultaneously sparring with a clear wind monkey while calling out to a distant monkey clutching a pile of stones. Bang! Seizing the moment when Dongfeng shouted, the clear wind monkey suddenly leapt forward, landing directly in front of Dongfeng and slapping him on the head. 1. Like Dongfeng, the clear wind monkey could only inflict 1 point of damage, the former due to the monkey intense staff, the latter due to Dongfeng's high defense. Squeak! As the numbers sprang forth from Dongfeng's body, the Qingfeng monkeys expressed their discontent with raucous cries. Observing this, several nearby monkeys promptly seized stones and hurled them at Dongfeng. In response, he raised his middle finger and spun it around, then began to deftly evade the onslaught of the surrounding monkeys. Under the relentless barrage of stones, Dongfeng could only dodge incessantly. After all, even if the stones lacked lethal intent, their impact was still painful. Moreover, having realized that the effects within the game could intertwine with reality, he was acutely concerned about sustaining any lasting damage to his appearance. Good heavens, could you throw a bit slower? My esteemed title as the most handsome man in the coastal area of Binhai City cannot be tarnished, Dongfeng shouted while evading, inciting the nearby monkeys to intensify their efforts, even jumping up and down as they threw. Just as Dongfeng prepared to don his boxing gloves and give the monkeys a proper lesson, a sudden notification from the system rang out. Ding! Agility permanently increased by 1 point. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. It seemed this was the true purpose of the monkey's playful antics. Come on, throw faster. Have you not eaten today? Wait, you there. Put down that stone as tall as a person. We agreed on tossing only small stones. For goodness sake, can you throw in a time? Is this some sort of celestial flower scattering? Boom, ding. Agility permanently increased by 1 point. After half an hour, Ji Dongfeng, through his sparring with the Qingfeng monkeys, had increased his agility by 4 points. Although he originally planned to continue practicing, the Qingfeng monkeys ceased their attacks and ignored him thereafter. It appeared that even this sparring had its time constraints. Dear monkey friends, thank you for your earlier contributions. Now it is my turn to reciprocate. Ji Dongfeng chuckled, then donned his boxing gloves. Come on, let me see who threw the most accurately just now. Was it you? The one from the Qingfeng basketball team? Boom. Notably, of the equipment he had previously worn, Ji Dongfeng had only traded the Furious Ape War Hammer, the Blazing Blade, and the Gale Longsword, choosing to retain the Wolf Spirit Boots. After exchanging a few words with the shopkeeper, Ji Dongfeng was preparing to seek a quieter spot for training when Shi Qiyang approached him cheerfully. Dongfeng Puh, I wish to conduct a transaction with you, Shi Qiyang declared. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng felt intrigued, glancing around but not spotting the lovely Yang Yang's figure. A transaction? You should approach the shopkeeper. All the items I do not use are with him, Ji Dongfeng replied. No, he is a thorough rogue, Shi Qiyang stated earnestly. Hey, I'm still right here. What do you mean by rogue? All my dealings are fair and just. The shopkeeper exclaimed, displeased. After a brief commotion, Ji Dongfeng led Shi Qiyang to a nearby location. Speak. What is the trade? I will show you my backpack, and you may select any 2 items from it, but you must pay me 5,000 spirit stones. Ji Dongfeng, taken aback by this, inquired with curiosity, are you in dire need of spirit stones? Indeed. Why not set up a stall? It's too slow, and for some items, I'm unsure of their value. Why approach me? Our relationship doesn't seem particularly close. First, you possess spirit stones. Second, my intuition tells me that you are the only one who will not deceive me. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng chuckled, his smile growing ever more radiant. Your intuition is remarkably accurate. Come, let me see what treasures you have. But let me make it clear, if there are no valuable items, I shall not engage in trade. In the distance, the chief steward observed the smile on Ji Dongfeng's face, curling his lip and murmuring, as expected of the boss. With a grin like that, he is undoubtedly a cunning merchant. In the next moment, the cheerful merchant eagerly chose to display his backpack, allowing Ji Dongfeng a clear view of all its contents. Ji Dongfeng glanced into the backpack, noting that it mostly contained discarded weapons and trivial items. 3 particular objects were prominently displayed in the center, which the cheerful merchant was keen to showcase. Just focus on these 3 items. I am uncertain of their worth, but I have a feeling they should be valued at some spirit stones, he whispered, his tone somewhat evasive. He had approached Ji Dongfeng purely by chance, presenting items whose descriptions were rather obscure. Even the most discerning players might struggle to ascertain their true value. However, upon seeing one of the items, Ji Dongfeng's pupils quivered slightly before he quickly regained his composure. Soil of the Bone Grave. Soil from solitary grave. Once buried with the bones of mortals and the remains of immortals. Bloodstained glass lamp. A glass lamp tainted by blood, having lost its former brilliance. Shattered sect token. A broken sect token, with the word medicine discernible, but nothing else. Did you engage in grave robbing? Ye Dongfeng inquired. I discovered an open solitary grave at the mass burial site and found these items inside. My intuition tells me they should be of great use, the cheerful merchant replied, lacking confidence. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng was initially taken aback, then inwardly chastised himself for his carelessness. These items likely originated from the grave where the spirit of Qingfeng Taoist resided. If not for my thunderous spiritual root triggering subsequent events, these items might have been rewards from that fortuitous encounter. Damn it, I was far too negligent. In the future, I must thoroughly examine everything encountered during such serendipitous events. With this thought, Ji Dongfeng smirked and remarked, the greatest value of these items lies in selling them at the general store in Qingfeng Village. You might want to consult someone else. 3,000 spirit stones. For these 3 items, you can take them all, and you may choose 1 piece of equipment as well. The cheerful merchant hastily asserted, 500 spirit stones. I shall take 2 of your items, and I will also acquire these 3, Ji Dongfeng stated. 2,000 spirit stones. 50. Why does your offer keep decreasing? Isn't this disparity rather significant? 5. The chief steward, who had been closely monitoring Ji Dongfeng from afar, nearly stumbled upon hearing the bid. Once he regained his balance, his gaze towards Ji Dongfeng was filled with admiration. The cheerful merchant's expression changed upon hearing this, and he quickly exclaimed, 500. Just 500 spirit stones. Brother Shi, I am offering you 500 spirit stones out of our shared affinity. You see, I am being quite generous. Shouldn't you also make some concession? Ji Dongfeng replied with a smile. In a state of joyful surprise, Shi Qiyongyang paused momentarily before exclaiming, Are you suggesting that you're gifting me another piece of equipment? Then I shall not hold back. You truly are a splendid brother. With a grin, Ji Dongfeng initiated the trade, presenting 500 spirit stones. After the exchange, Shi Qiyongyang left Qingfeng village in a daze, while Ji Dongfeng promptly turned and transferred the 3 pieces of equipment to the chief steward, each merely a common item of little worth. Boss, you're my idol. That expression you just had, ahem, is absolutely suited for business. Not to mention, these 3 pieces of equipment are nearly worth 500 spirit stones. The chief steward chuckled. Off with you, and focus on preparing for your auction, Ji Dongfeng replied, rolling his eyes before making his way towards the Qingfeng tavern. Steward, a drink, please. By the way, I have sent over that barrel of wine. Young sir, you have my gratitude. Feel free to take any wine you desire at half price. The steward proclaimed generously. A minute or two later, Ji Dongfeng exited the tavern, a broad smile adorning his face as he cradled a barrel of wine. Purifying wine, common and ordinary strong liquor, seemingly possessing some form of purifying effect. It is said that a cultivator once scattered it on a battlefield to cleanse the bloodstains. Consuming it grants immunity to bleeding and reduces the effects of slowing for 10 minutes. Chapter 50, The Glazed Lamp. The Duel. Within Qingfeng village, Ji Dongfeng found a secluded corner and retrieved the blood-stained glazed lamp. Among the myriad of items in the era of Ji Yuan, there existed a category of items that was immensely popular, known in the past as blind box items, including those stained with blood or encrusted with dirt. Such items could be purified through special methods, often resulting in significantly enhanced versions. Ji Dongfeng gently placed the blood-stained glazed lamp into the barrel of wine. Buzz! In the next moment, accompanied by a resonant hum, the blood-stained glazed lamp began to tremble, the bloodstains gradually dissipating, and the color of the purifying wine transformed from transparent to a pale red. After 2 or 3 minutes, the trembling ceased, and all bloodstains were absorbed into the liquid, which now appeared a deep crimson. Ji Dongfeng retrieved the glazed lamp, and its description had changed. Glazed lamp, divine item, a rare treasure in the world of cultivation, rumored to be possessed only by the 6 foremost sections. This item can awaken divine consciousness in cultivators, allowing them to master the elements of the universe. Upon use, it permanently increases the number of magical artifact slots, with each player allowed to utilize a maximum of 2 divine glazed lamps. Upon reading the description, Ji Dongfeng burst into laughter, realizing the immense value of the glazed lamp, far exceeding his expectations. Not merely 1,000 spirit stones, even 100,000 spirit stones could not purchase such a divine item. While lesser items could also expand artifact slots, they were bound by time constraints. Only divine and supreme items could provide a permanent increase. It was noteworthy that even in the past, a supreme glazed lamp had never been encountered. After basking in his exhilaration, Ji Dongfeng promptly utilized the glazed lamp, fully prepared to enter the illusory realm. The timing of the lamp's arrival was impeccable. Ding! Usage successful. The number of magical artifact slots has increased to 2. The Land of White Bones remains an enigma, its purpose unclear. However, the sect token is likely affiliated with the Medicine Saints sect, and thus warrants further observation. In the next moment, Ji Dongfeng made his way towards the village entrance, eager to reach the 9th level of body refinement and subsequently journey to the town. Just as he arrived at the entrance of Qingfeng village, a system notification echoed in the air. Epic special announcement. Player Hog Dawson from the Megwa has initiated a duel challenge against Huaxiao player Dongfeng Pe using an item. Please, Dongfeng Pe, decide whether to accept. If no choice is made within 3 minutes, it will be regarded as a refusal. If accepted, both parties will be immediately transported to the Epoch arena, where the event will be broadcast live globally. Upon hearing this notification, Ji Dongfeng paused, a perplexed expression crossing his face. What is this? A duel? He furrowed his brow, momentarily baffled. In his previous life, duels were commonplace within the Epoch. Unlike the random assaults encountered in the wild, participants in a duel would be transported to an arena for a fair contest, with predetermined rewards and penalties for defeat, along with the option to broadcast the event. In addition to face-to-face duel invitations, players could utilize rare, special items to initiate challenges from distance. In his previous life, Duels primarily served to resolve personal grievances or as competitive events. The Grand Merchant's Minor Coin Society had hosted numerous duel competitions in which Ji Dongfeng had once participated, only to be eliminated in the first round by a practitioner of the Fire Spirit route. Simultaneously, players worldwide received the same notification, igniting a frenzy on global forums. The excitement surpassing that of the Grand Merchant's auction. Did I hear correctly? A duel. Has Hog Dawson lost his mind? To challenge Dongfeng, and with a global broadcast? This is not only foolish, but also embarrassing. Perhaps the incident in the dungeon has driven him to this. This promises to be quite the spectacle. After all, he is the Grasshopper Slayer. Huaxiao players, have you grown overly confident? Do you truly comprehend the formidable strength of Hog Dawson? Do you believe that the president of the esteemed Hog Guild would engage in a duel without absolute certainty of victory? I can assure you, Hog Dawson would never act without a solid assurance of triumph. Dongfeng Pe is destined to lose. Why bother explaining all this to them? When Dongfeng Pe is defeated, they will naturally fall silent. Friends from Huaxia, I eagerly await your comments after Dongfeng Pe's demise. I hope to still see your names here at that time. However, if you find it too shameful to show your faces, I can understand. The absence of evidence does not imply Dongfeng Pe's innocence. Furthermore, if he is defeated this time, it would serve as irrefutable proof. What a farce. Let's make it this way. If Hog Dawson ultimately loses, every single one of you must apologize to us and to Dongfeng Pe right here. The forum erupted with fury as players from Huaxia and Megwa swiftly took opposing sides. More accurately, the players from Huaxia found themselves at odds with those from Megwa, Nichoku, Hongua, and other nations. Amidst the cacophony of dissent, a post from a Huaxia player ignited the collective ire of the community. As soon as the post appeared, the forum transformed, mirroring the player's name. As their wrath surged like thunder, rolling forth. I will remember you. Thunderous wrath, is it? Just wait. Do not post using your forum nickname. Instead, utilize your in-game name. Keep your identity concealed from me. Otherwise, I shall take your life each time we meet. I regard you with utmost seriousness. Who among you can reveal the name of this thunderous character within the game? I shall reward you with a piece of equipment. The forum is ablaze with conflict, and the game itself is in turmoil as countless players engage in discussions about this impending duel. Meanwhile, Ji Dongfeng gazes at the two options presented before him. Agree. Refuse. What a momentous decision. With the final rankings of the dungeon about to be refreshed, the divine blessings and exclusive rewards will soon be unveiled, significantly enhancing my prowess. Ji Dongfeng remarked with a cold smirk. However, Hog Dawson, even without these advantages, do you truly believe you can prevail over me? In the next instant, Ji Dongfeng decisively chose to agree. Epic special announcement. Dongfeng Pe consents to the duel. Both parties enter the arena, accompanied by the system's notification. All players were astounded to witness a colossal luminous screen manifesting in the sky, revealing a blood-red arena suspended in midair, where two figures stood facing each other. On the left, Hog Dawson donned a fiery robe, gripping a thunderous staff. On the right, Dongfeng Pe, adorned with gauntlets and defiantly raising his middle finger. Chapter 51, 12 Fists. Break Hog Dawson. Within the Epoch, aside from those still engaged in the dungeon's battles, all remaining players ceased their activities and collectively gazed upward at the live broadcast of the duel. Not only was the duel being streamed live within the game, but the Epoch forum also synchronized the broadcast, with numerous players sharing the forum's streaming link, igniting trending topics across various nations. Even those who were not players of the Epoch found themselves irresistibly drawn to this confrontation. In the arena, Hog Dawson regarded Ji Dongfeng with a faint smile, remarking, "You appear even more ordinary than I anticipated." The arena possessed an innate translation feature, catering not only to the duel participants, but also to all viewers of the live stream. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng curled his lip and replied, "That is to be expected. Someone as grotesque as you, resembling a culinary abomination, part pig, part specter, devoid of familial bonds, ignorant of the grains of life, and utterly unproductive, clearly possesses a rather unconventional sense of aesthetics." As his words settled, Hog Dawson and players from various nations, including Ogwa and Megwa, were momentarily taken aback. Even the most formidable translation could only take a moment to convey Ji Dongfeng's expressions, while the players from Huaxia erupted into laughter. After a considerable pause, Hog Dawson glared at Ji Dongfeng, his expression darkening. Although the translation could not entirely encapsulate the essence of Ji Dongfeng's idiomatic expressions, he understood that they were far from flattering. "Why do you say I resemble a particular dish?" Hog Dawson inquired. That was a compliment suggesting you bear resemblance to the primary ingredients of that culinary creation. Now, let us proceed. I do not wish to squander time, Dongfeng replied. Upon hearing this, Hog Dawson let out a cold laugh and said, "Fear not. Our duel shall conclude swiftly. Let us first agree upon the rewards for the victor and the penalties for the vanquished. The arena will automatically record our accord, binding us both. I propose that the loser relinquishes their most powerful piece of equipment, which shall be claimed by the winner. Furthermore, the defeated shall forfeit their eligibility for the next system reward." As his words fell, players from the Huaxia Nation erupted in vehement curses against Hog Dawson, for it was widely known that Dongfeng was certain to receive the exclusive reward for the monster invasion. How shameless to even conceive of such a proposal. This must not be accepted. If the exclusive reward is lost, it would be a tremendous loss. While I may not hold a particular fondness for Dongfeng, I too do not wish for him to acquiesce to this proposal. Within the arena, Dongfeng raised an eyebrow and retorted with a cold smile. "I am willing to accept your proposal, but I must append an additional condition." "What?" Hog Dawson's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he inquired, having initially believed that Dongfeng would never agree to such terms, merely leaving room for negotiation. "Firstly, the winner may freely take one item from the loser's inventory. Secondly, the loser must acknowledge that the players of their nation are inferior to their opponent," Dongfeng declared with a smile. As his words resonated, a wave of astonishment swept through players worldwide. The first condition was understandable, yet the second was audacious beyond measure. Is Dongfeng out of his mind? Why must he drag us into his duel? Some speculated that he must have unwavering confidence in his victory. But what if he loses? Goodness, why are you all so timid? Dongfeng fears nothing. What do we have to fear? Consider this. If Dongfeng triumphs, we shall gain a significant psychological advantage over the Megwan nation. With the impending global battlefield opening, such an intangible morale boost is invaluable. Observing Hog Dawson's hesitance, Dongfeng sneered. "What's the matter? I have accepted your proposal. Are you afraid to reciprocate?" Hog Dawson, gritting his teeth, replied, "Very well, I accept." Ding. The pact is established, and the duel commences. The minimum life value is locked at 1 point. The first to reach a life value of 1 point shall be deemed the loser. In the next moment, the system's announcement echoed sharply, and Hog Dawson's staff began to dance vigorously. Forbidden spell. Toxic eruption. Absolute defense. Forbidden spell. Fire Dragon Barrage. With a fierce roar, Hog Dawson unleashed 3 skills in rapid succession, summoning 3 shields glowing with blue light that swirled around him, automatically absorbing damage. Meanwhile, a purple skull formed from venom and a fiery dragon surged menacingly towards Dongfeng. The purple skull loomed at 3 meters tall, while the fiery dragon exceeded 4 meters in length. Both colossal entities enveloped Dongfeng in a tempest of toxic fumes and flames. Witnessing this, players across the globe gasped in astonishment. Megwa Forum. My God, it's the forbidden spell. Such abilities were thought to exist only in legends. How does Hog Dawson wield 2 of them? Go Dawson. That's the spirit. Annihilate him in one fell swoop. I wish to witness how Eastern Windbreak was mercilessly criticized by the Huaxia players. Indeed, Hog Dawson seems only capable of engaging in endeavors assured of victory. Such a level of skill is beyond the resilience of Eastern Windbreak. What sort of skills are these? Are the abilities from the magical realm truly so bizarre? These are forbidden spells. If they were to be introduced here, they would undoubtedly be classified as supreme secret techniques with astonishing effects. Eastern Windbreak cannot possibly succumb so easily. If defeat is inevitable, it should not be so catastrophic. Within the arena, Hog Dawson wore a mocking smile as he gazed at his opponent. In his perspective, as long as he unleashed these 2 forbidden spells that would forcibly seek out enemies, Dongfeng stood no chance whatsoever. Starting from today, Hog Dawson murmured, prepared to embrace victory, only to be astounded the next moment as Dongfeng adeptly evaded the fire dragon's assault by colliding with the skull, subsequently bursting forth and charging directly towards him. Fool, it appears you are oblivious to the terror of forbidden spells. The most dreadful aspect of toxic bursts is the sustained damage per second. You have already lost. Hog Dawson sneered, his thoughts devoid of any notion of evasion, convinced that in 2 or 3 seconds, Dongfeng will be poisoned to death. 50. However, upon witnessing the damage numbers floating above Dongfeng, Hog Dawson's expression drastically shifted, momentarily leaving him frozen in place. How can this be possible? Why is the damage so minimal? Am I employing a false forbidden spell? Hog Dawson's face contorted in fear as he observed the fierce determination in Dongfeng's eyes, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Heavy tread. Ji Dongfeng disregarded Hog Dawson and executed heavy tread to evade the fire dragon's pursuit. He then leaped twice in succession, instantly closing the distance to Hog Dawson. Even as the fire dragon's speed could not prevent Ji Dongfeng from establishing a gap. You scoundrel! Flame barrage. Hog Dawson, witnessing Ji Dongfeng's rapid approach, turned pale and hastily unleashed a skill to strike back. Heavy tread. Ji Dongfeng continued to utilize heavy tread, skillfully dodging all fireballs with his agile leaps. Flame you. Hog Dawson, seeing the unfolding scenario, attempted to launch another skill attack, only to be horrified as Ji Dongfeng suddenly flashed in front of him, his blood-red fist raised high. Behind him, the fire dragon roared in fury, yet its actions remained a step too slow. You were only correct in one statement. This duel will soon come to an end. Ji Dongfeng sneered, in the midst of Hog Dawson's terrified gaze. He unleashed a powerful punch, Gale 7-star fist. As Ji Dongfeng's attack approached, the shield surrounding Hog Dawson reacted swiftly, transforming into 3 layers of defense to intercept Ji Dongfeng's fist. Bang! In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of players worldwide, a purple glow shimmered upon Ji Dongfeng's fist. Illuminated by this radiance, he unleashed 3 punches in an instant, each punch accompanied by a trio of shadowy fists due to the sheer force of his strikes. Gale 7-star fist combined with the shadowy fists. In the blink of an eye, 12 strikes of martial arts descended upon the shield like thunderous phantoms, each blow following the last. The initial 3 strikes of the Gale 7-star's fist shattered the shield entirely, while the remaining 6 strikes, along with 3 additional Gale 7-star's fists, landed solidly upon Hog Dawson. 212. Strike damage. 424. Strike damage. Critical hit. 212. Strike damage. 212. Strike damage. 424. Strike damage. Critical hit. 212. Strike damage. 613. Gale 7-star's fist. 1226. Gale 7-star's fist. Critical hit. 613. Gale 7-star's fist. 20. Poison. 40. Poison accumulation. 20. Lightning. Though these were not ordinary attacks, thus failing to trigger the dual hit effect or the might of lightning. Ji Dongfeng's single punch still unleashed a torrent of damage. With his health locked at 1, the damage numbers surrounding Hog Dawson continued to fluctuate until the system declared the duel's conclusion, leaving him enveloped in a haze of damage figures. Chapter 52. Breach of Contract Punishment. Harry Flynn's Hourglass. Ding. Duel concluded. Victor, player Dongfeng Pe from the Huaxiao Nation. Defeated, player Hog Dawson from the Mei Nation. Both parties are to fulfill their pre-duel agreements in order. As the system notification echoed through the live broadcast, players worldwide were left astir. Mei Nation Forum. Could someone please explain what just transpired? Didn't Dawson use 2 formidable forbidden spells? How could he be instantly defeated with a single punch? My god, look! Damage numbers are still bouncing around Dawson's body. Had it not been for the system's health lock, who knows how many times he would have perished. Dongfeng seemingly struck just once, yet why are there so many afterimages? Is he cheating? Damn Hog Dawson. Wasn't he supposed to be confident of victory before initiating the duel? As the president of the Hog Guild, he couldn't even triumph over a Huaxiao player. He has let us down. Huaxiao Forum. A single punch. Instant defeat. Dongfeng Pe. My hero. Truly, Dongfeng Pe's martial arts are dazzling, leaving me in awe. If he dares pursue the ghostly maiden, even she wouldn't withstand such damage. Is it over? What the heck? It ended in the blink of an eye. Across global forums, Huaxiao players dominated, while Mei Nation players were few and far between. Japanese players stood bewildered, and the momentum of Huaxiao players peaked after Ji Dongfeng unleashed that fateful punch. In the real world, videos capturing Dongfeng Pe's decisive blow against Hog Dawson rapidly spread across major platforms, establishing his reputation as the one-punch practitioner worldwide. While Hog Dawson was derisively dubbed the inferior sandbag, the former drew astonishment and admiration, while the latter attracted a barrage of criticism. As Mei Nation players directed their ire towards Hog Dawson and the Hog Guild, Ji Dongfeng's punch obliterated the hard-earned reputation of the Hog Guild built over many years. My apologies, I possess a certain knack for overwhelming strength. Upon seeing you, I couldn't help but strike hard. I shall be more cautious next time and aim to hit even harder. Upon hearing Ji Dongfeng's words, Hog Dawson's complexion turned pale, and he stared blankly at Dongfeng. His eyes filled with rage and resentment. You! Hog Dawson gritted his teeth and exclaimed. What do you mean you? Quickly present your equipment and showcase your backpack. Oh. And feel free to speak your mind as well. At this, Hog Dawson trembled, his expression growing increasingly grave. Ding. Warning. Please fulfill the agreement immediately. Seeing Hog Dawson's reluctance to act, the system's warning blared forth. Hog Dawson inhaled deeply, choosing to display his backpack while carelessly tossing a bracer. This is my strongest equipment, Hog Dawson declared coldly. Ding. Second warning. This equipment is not the strongest. The strongest equipment will be forcibly extracted. Before Dongfeng could utter a word, the system's prompt sounded. Accompanying the notification, Hog Dawson's robe fell to the ground in an instant, feeling the chill against his skin. Hog Dawson's countenance changed dramatically as he prepared to retrieve his robe. However, Dongfeng Po was quicker, directly seizing both the magical artifact and the bracer. Hog Dawson, witnessing this, abruptly raised his head to look at Dongfeng, ready to speak, but Dongfeng spoke first. In my previous life, I heard some rumors. Hog Dawson encountered certain fortuitous events upon entering the game and obtained something remarkable. Dongfeng murmured to himself, soon fixating on an hourglass in the backpack. Hogwarts Hourglass, an hourglass crafted by Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. When the countdown ends, extraordinary events may transpire. Current countdown, 12 hours, 23 minutes, and 20 seconds. I shall take this hourglass, Dongfeng declared with a smile. Upon hearing this, Hog Dawson's expression darkened. This was a precious item he had acquired right after entering the game. With his years of gaming experience, he was certain it was valuable. Just as Hog Dawson prepared to refuse, the system forcibly extracted the Hogwarts Hourglass, and once again, Dongfeng exhibited remarkable speed. Dongfeng Pa, do not go too far. Hog Dawson's hand trembled violently around his staff, his inner fury threatening to erupt. Too far? Have I committed any egregious acts? This was all part of our prior agreement. Do you not, as citizens of the Megwa, pride yourselves on the spirit of contracts? Or is it that your notion of contract only holds validity when it benefits you? You still have one last agreement to fulfill. Please expedite this process. I previously stated that I do not wish to waste excessive time here. Dongfeng retorted with a cold smile. Hog Dawson's pupils constricted at this, his teeth clenched tightly. Ding. Third warning. Please fulfill the agreement within 10 seconds. Otherwise, a penalty for breach of contract will be imposed. 10, 9. Listening to the system's countdown, Hog Dawson trembled uncontrollably, yet he resolutely clenched his jaw, unwilling to utter a single word. He understood that by speaking, he would only incur a loss of some items. However, if he did speak, the entire Hog Guild would collapse. 3, 2, 1. Until the countdown concluded, Hog Dawson remained silent, which brought a sigh of relief to the players from the Charm Nation. Ding. Engaging in breach of contract penalties. Hog Dawson from Charm Nation. Level forcibly reduced to 0. All earned skills forcibly forgotten. The penalties for the next 3 deaths will be doubled. Upon death, all equipment will be dropped. No mana can be acquired within 24 hours. No equipment or items will drop from monsters killed within 24 hours. Listening to the system's stern voice, an expression of disbelief instantly surfaced on Hog Dawson's face. He was aware that the breach of contract penalties could be severe, yet he had not anticipated such a drastic consequence. This punishment had effectively transformed him from the top player of the Charm Nation to its most abysmal player. No, I dare to withstand the breach of contract penalties. TSK, Dongfeng murmured, preparing to leave, only to suddenly realize he was still broadcasting live to the world. Hello, everyone. Allow me to briefly say, if anyone is interested in that robe that just dropped from Hog, what was it called again? You can find a way to contact me, and the highest bidder wins. Contact me now. I'll even throw in a wristband for free. And for anyone else who wishes to duel with me, please ensure you are well equipped. Or else do not waste your time. Thank you. Oh, and one more thing at 62, Kaoyang Street, Binhai City, is Lepung, and the Annihilation Guild. Great. Goodbye. In the astonished gaze of players worldwide, Dongfeng stepped into the teleportation array, concluding the global broadcast, yet his last 2 remarks had already spread across the globe. After briefly thanking the crowd, Dongfeng turned his attention to the robe that Hog Dawson had dropped. Elven Protective Robe, Magic Apprentice 1-star Sacred Equipment, the Light Elves once imparted light spells to the earth. And the Grand Sorcerer Fred attached one of these spells to this robe, which has been passed down to this day. Wearing it increases defense by 100 points, life points by 800, mana points by 500, magic by 50, all magical attacks final damage by 20, and reduces all skill mana consumption by 20. When using skills, there is a 10 chance to cast again without consuming mana. Upon hitting an enemy, the wearer's defense will increase by 10 of the skill's damage for 1 minute. Minimum equipment requirement. Level 3 Magic Apprentice or Master. Chapter 53. Dungeon concluded. Final rankings announced. In a serene corner of the clear wind plains, Ji Dongfeng activated the Spirit Gathering Array, directly entering a state of cultivation. Although his spirit elevation pills had been exhausted due to the update of his equipment, Ji Dongfeng's cultivation speed was astonishing at this moment. Ding! Cultivation level increased by 1124, absorbed 320 points of spiritual energy, remaining spiritual energy 62,428 ding. Cultivation level increased meanwhile. As Ji Dongfeng was cultivating, Chu Xueqing from the Annihilation Guild exited the game with a grim expression, summoning all the high-ranking members of the guild together. Shortly after entering the game, she had witnessed the duel between Ji Dongfeng and Hog Dawson in its entirety, and naturally, she had also heard Ji Dongfeng's final words. President, Zhao Ying is still in the dungeon and cannot exit for the time being. The vice president spoke cautiously. Once he emerges, ensure he sees me at the earliest opportunity, said Chu Xueqing coldly, casting a glance at Ray Peng beside her. Noticing her gaze, Ray Peng shivered and hastily replied, Vice President, I have arranged everything. I assure you. Tomorrow I will provide you with an explanation. I guarantee that he will not be able to access the game for at least a month. Ray Peng, I place my trust in you. Yet what I require extends beyond merely preventing Ji Dongfeng from entering the game. Since the establishment of the Annihilation Guild, we have never endured such humiliation. Should your plan succeed tomorrow, bring Ji Dongfeng here, Chu Xueqing stated, her voice soft yet laced with an increasingly chilling tone. Yes, I guarantee I'll bring him here. Go prepare, she commanded. In the next moment, Ray Peng left, trembling, while Chu Xueqing turned to the vice president beside her. Have you not yet uncovered Ji Dongfeng's residence? No, there are only two possibilities. Either he is currently not in Binhai City, or he has secured an exceedingly discreet private rental. There are countless private landlords in Binhai, making it too cumbersome to investigate, the vice president responded. Tomorrow, dispatch our personnel as well. If Ray Peng's plan fails, we shall take action ourselves. Tomorrow, I must see Ji Dongfeng, no matter what. Remember, I said no matter what. With that, Chu Xueqing slammed her hand on the table and abruptly left the conference room, leaving the vice president and others with troubled expressions. What shall we do now? Vice president? One inquired. What else can we do? Did you not hear the vice president's previous instructions? Contact Zhao Hu and have him keep watch tomorrow. Understood. The upper echelons of the Annihilation Guild were troubled, while the leaders of the Hog Guild convened an emergency meeting. However, unlike the Annihilation Guild, the leadership of the Hog Guild consisted of investors, and even Hog Dawson had little opportunity to speak. I have but one demand. Immediately replace the president and strive to minimize the fallout from the duel incident. What about Hog Dawson? I will arrange that promptly. As for the candidate for the new president, let it be Lisa. She is far more capable than Dawson, and to my knowledge, her talents sum to 18 stars. With a single punch, Hog Dawson murmured, only to glance up and discover the Grand Sorcerer had appeared beside him unbeknownst to him. Upon noticing, Hog Dawson's eyes brightened, and he scrambled to his feet. Master, please help me. The Grand Sorcerer sighed and shook his head. Do not address me as such. I am not your master. Not now, nor will I ever be. Why? Is it simply because I lost the duel? Grant me another chance. I beseech you. Just one more opportunity. You still do not comprehend. My purpose in sending you to seek a duel was never to see if you could win. You made 3 critical errors. First, you failed to recognize the disparity between your abilities and those of others, challenging someone far beyond your strength. Second, during the duel, you lacked composure, fixated solely on a swift resolution instead of observing your opponent, exhausting all your trump cards from the outset. Thirdly, those who have lost, yet remain unwilling to uphold their agreements. I return to you solely to impart that aspiring to be a competent magician entails a profound contemplation of the significance behind the 3 points I have articulated. With that, the Grand Magician prepared to turn and depart. What a vast chasm separates me from Dongfeng Pa, exclaimed Hog Dawson suddenly. Upon hearing this, the Grand Magician paused, stating, a flicker and a roaring inferno. With that utterance, the Grand Magician murmured to himself, indeed, it warrants a reminder for those old codgers to heed this young man. He poses a potential threat. Please tell me your name. One day, I shall become a Grand Magician and stand before you, Hog Dawson declared, straightening his posture with a solemn tone. Fred, ding, the wolf spirit ring activated, enhancing his cultivation by 2248. Ding, as Ji Dongfeng practiced. He perused the messages on the forums. At that moment, both the Huaxia and global forums were abuzz with discussions regarding the duel that had just transpired. Notably, the figure of the Grand Proprietor was particularly prominent among them. Do you wish to emulate Dongfeng Pa and obliterate your adversary with a single blow? Tonight's auction is an event you must not miss. Friends, do you aspire to be the second Dongfeng Pe? The Dongfeng Pe designated commerce, little money commerce. You can trust us. Attend the auction and receive a tutorial on how to curse like Dongfeng Pe. Ye Dongfeng? As he scrolled halfway through, just as G Dongfeng was about to check the global forum updates, a system notification resounded. Attention, all players. The leaderboard for the Monster Invasion instance has undergone its 6th refresh. This instance has officially concluded. Players still within the instance will be forcefully teleported out in 10 seconds. At this, G Dongfeng felt a stir within him. He did not cease his cultivation, well aware of his final ranking, and felt no need to inspect further. However, while G Dongfeng refrained from checking, other players flocked eagerly to the vicinity of the leaderboard. 10th place. Call me Link's team. Japanese players. This is a new entry. Score, 56 minutes and 01 seconds. 9th place. The team of Annihilation into Wind. Huaxia. Time, 54 minutes and 18 seconds. 8th place. The team of Slime Holy Light. May Country. Time, 52 minutes and 8 seconds. 7th place. The team of Ganges Warriors. India. Time, 49 minutes and 3 seconds. 6th place. The team of Dream Creation Inc. C. Huaxia. Time, 47 minutes and 12 seconds. 5th place. Hog Dawson's team. May Country. Time, 43 minutes and 56 seconds. Upon reaching this point, all players' expressions shifted dramatically. Only 5th place? Moreover, the time remained unchanged. It appeared that Hog Dawson had solely focused on preparing for the duel with Dongfeng Pe, even forfeiting the instance for this confrontation. Hog Dawson's situation could only be described as a complete debacle. This is what one might call losing both the wife and the soldiers. 4th place. The team of the First Magician. May Country. Time, 39 minutes and 23 seconds. The First Magician, after several rounds of silence. It was unexpected to see them reappear in the final round. 3rd place. The team of Dream Illusion Knights. European Country. Time, 30 minutes and 12 seconds. 2nd place. The team of Annihilation Haoyan. Huaxia. Time, 28 minutes and 31 seconds. Upon reaching this juncture, many players expressed their astonishment. It is not the annihilation of effort that leads to failure, but rather the overwhelming excellence of first place. The gap in timing is no longer something that can be bridged solely by the collective efforts of the team. 1st place. The team of Dongfeng Pe. Huaxia. Time taken, 23 minutes and 01 seconds. The top 10 rankings have been revealed, and the final standings are now displayed before the players. 1st place. Huaxia. Points 100. 2nd place. European Nation. Points 30. 3rd place. Meihua Nation. Points 14. Upon seeing the final rankings, players from Meihua and European nations fell into a profound silence, while the players from Huaxia awaited the system announcement with eager anticipation. Epoch global announcement. Based on the final results of the instance, the players from Huaxia will receive divine rewards. Chapter 54. Surge in Power. The world awaits my command. The divine wheel of Huaxia has been activated. The moment the system notification rang out, all players beheld a colossal wheel appearing in the sky, adorned with dozens of shimmering and enticing rewards. As the red pointer of fate began to spin rapidly, what an extraordinary format. What splendid treasures await. It's unclear, yet surely they're all remarkable. Spin for the best. Spin for the best. Meanwhile, the players from other nations could only echo a singular thought. The worst. The worst. After a brief span of over 10 seconds, under the watchful gaze of players worldwide, the pointer gradually came to a halt, finally resting upon a sphere glowing with a brilliant blue light. Divine rewards announced. All players from Huaxia will experience a doubling of their cultivation value gained during training. This effect lasts for 1 hour, and should a breakthrough occur within that hour, the reward for the breakthrough will also be doubled. All players will receive random enhancements to their innate abilities permanently. Ding! Based on performance in the instance rankings, Dongfeng Pe, the player from Huaxia, will receive an exclusive reward. Following the system's announcement, the wheel slowly faded from view, and nearly all Huaxia players instantly sought out tranquil locations to enter a state of cultivation. Those lacking sufficient spiritual energy began fervently accumulating it or resorted to using large quantities of spirit stones. Everyone understood that this 1 hour must not be squandered. Many were curious about the exclusive reward for Dongfeng Pe. However, the system provided no details. Some were relieved that the system had withheld information, for otherwise their hearts might have shattered once more. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the divine reward, the enhancement of the infinite resurrection effect for your talent. increasing the guaranteed number of rewards from deaths to 4 per day. Ding. Exclusive reward issued. Congratulations on receiving 1 talent star upgrade stone, 1 random skill quality enhancement scroll, 1 random prestige equipment chest, second realm, and 1 void divine thought pill. Upon hearing the system notifications, Dongfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The divine rewards had not changed significantly compared to his previous life, but he did not anticipate the exclusivity of the rewards to be so bountiful. In his past life, the exclusive reward had been claimed by the Annihilation Hao Yin, after which he had become one of the strongest players in the Epoch. Also one of the first to break through to the nascent soul stage. In the next moment, Dongfeng opened his backpack. Random skill quality enhancement scroll, divine quality, a scroll pinned by celestial beings, holding immense value for ordinary cultivators. Upon use, it can elevate the quality of a random skill by 1 level, applicable only to skills below divine quality. Random Supreme Equipment Chest, second realm supreme indeed. You read that correctly. It is truly supreme. Upon usage, one randomly acquires a piece of supreme equipment suitable for the current realm, exclusively available for cultivators at the Foundation Establishment stage, level 9 and below. Void Divine Mind Pill, divine grade. The essence of divine thought is profoundly intricate, with the void as the source of enlightenment, only attainable in the present moment. Upon usage, it allows for the fusion of 2 randomly selected skills of the same type. Active and passive skills cannot be fused. The effects of the fused skill will be preserved and enhanced, with the quality of the resultant skill not falling below the divine grade. And the fused skills will be unique. The Epoch does not explicitly state whether there is a limit to the number of skills players can learn. Upon entering the Foundation Establishment or 100 Veins realm, divine thought is awakened, and the upper limit of skills is determined by the extent of 1's divine thought. If the divine thought cannot support additional skills, one faces 3 choices: to break through, to utilize rare materials to enhance divine thought, to forget a skill, or to fuse skills. Among these, skill fusion is the most challenging, achievable solely through the Void Divine Mind Pill, which, aside from system event rewards, seems to have no other means of acquisition. Dongfeng produced a purple Void Divine Mind Pill and chose to use it without hesitation. Ding. Using the Void Divine Mind Pill, merging step reversal with green pine step. Fusion complete. The skill Heaven and Earth, I Traverse, has been created. Heaven and Earth, I Traverse. Divine grade, unique in essence. It encapsulates a singular notion. Go wherever you desire, and no one can obstruct your path. Upon learning, one can expend 200 spirit energy to gain 5 leaps, unrestricted in any direction, including upward and downward, with a leap distance or height of 14 meters. If there are hostile targets within 56 meters during the leap, one may use Blink, with 3 uses available during the leap. After using Blink, 1's attack power increases by 50 points for 1 minute, capable of stacking up to 6 times, and can be executed alongside a flying sword. After a significant realm breakthrough, the skill's effectiveness is enhanced. Effect of Thunderous Dominance activated. Leap effectiveness reduced by 30. Upon examining the skill description, Dongfeng was momentarily taken aback, then smirked, saying, "Is this truly akin to a flying grasshopper? No matter, from now on, if anyone utters the word grasshopper, I shall blink over and deliver a grand retort." In the next instant, Dongfeng consecutively utilized the Talent Star Stone and the Random Skill Upgrade Scroll, while the Supreme Equipment Chest would be addressed at the Foundation Establishment stage. Ding! Using the Talent Star Stone, the star level for the Talent Thunderous Dominance is now full, enhancing the Talent S effect, reducing all active skill effect from 30 to 20. Ding! Using the Random Skill Upgrade Scroll, the quality of the skill Life Growth has been elevated to Spirit Grade. Life Growth, Spirit Grade, each time one breaks through in cultivation, life is additionally enhanced by 50 points, with random resistance increased by 2 points. Ding! Thunderous Dominance activated. The effect of Life Growth now becomes an additional 500 points of life and an increase of 20 points in random resistance upon breaking through cultivation. This is far too unworthy. A divine grade item elevating a mundane skill. System. Is this what it feels like to experience the life of a misfortunate soul? Dongfeng couldn't help but exclaim. Ding! Congratulations on entering a state of sudden enlightenment. In the next moment, the system's notification chimed again, and the resentment on Dongfeng's face instantaneously transformed into a radiant smile. Dear system, you are too gracious. I merely expressed a slight complaint. Occasionally experiencing the life of a misfortunate one is rather delightful. Ding! Cultivation level increased by 8992. Comprehension of the myriad techniques of body refinement has enhanced by 1. Ding! Cultivation level increased. With the enlightenment, the gathering spirit formation, and the bountiful rewards from the heavens, Ji Dongfeng effortlessly broke through to the 8th level of body refinement within a mere 10 minutes. Breakthrough successful. Congratulations on your ascension to the 8th level of body refinement. The heavenly rewards have taken effect, doubling your breakthrough rewards. Maximum spirit energy capacity increased by 600, awarded 14 free attribute points, and an additional enhancement of 12 points to your root bone. The dominance of thunder has activated, increasing thunder damage by 20 points. Life growth effect activated, raising maximum health points by 500 and boosting gold resistance by 20 points. After the breakthrough, Ji Dongfeng retrieved an ascension pill and chose to use it immediately. Breakthrough successful. Congratulations on your ascension to the 9th level of body refinement. The heavenly rewards have taken effect, doubling your breakthrough rewards. Maximum spirit energy capacity increased by 600, awarded 14 free attribute points, and an additional enhancement of 12 points to your root bone. The dominance of thunder has activated, increasing thunder damage by 20 points. Life growth effect activated, raising maximum health points by 500 and boosting fire resistance by 20 points. Congratulations on reaching the bottleneck of the body refinement stage. After reaching the breakthrough requirements for the 9th level, you must undergo tribulation to enter the 2nd realm. Please prepare yourself. Accompanied by a series of notifications, Ji Dongfeng exhaled a sigh of relief, not hastily concluding his cultivation state, as he still had ample time remaining for the heavenly rewards, which he could not afford to squander. Once the heavenly rewards concluded, he estimated that he could break through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and his lackluster cultivation should suffice to open the illusory void realm. However, before that, where might he perish once? Ye Dongfeng murmuret. Gradually, Ji Dongfeng became aware that the questions of how to die the quickest, and how to die most valuably would become a lingering dilemma for him. Chapter 55. You put down your sword. Ding. Cultivation level increased by 2248. Ding. Heavenly blessing has concluded. Cultivation value has returned to normal. Listening to the system's notification, Ji Dongfeng slowly rose to his feet and cast a glance at his current information. Name, Dongfeng Pa. Title, Hunting Vanguard. Unique title. Increases drop rate by 10. Cultivation, 9th level of body refinement, 931-921-0000. Spiritual root, thunder. Spirit energy reservoir, maximum capacity, 651-47460. Spirit energy absorption efficiency, 160. Spirit energy conversion efficiency, 1686. Health, 5780. Attack, 512,140. Ordinary attacks carry an additional 140 thunder damage. Defense, 1188. Root bone, 258. Wisdom, 86. Strength, 182. Agility, 171. Free attribute points, 83. Resistances, thunder 20, poison 1050, earth 155, water 150, gold 175, wood 150, fire 200. Enlightenment probability, 11. Skills, twin head attack, passive, swift shadow, passive, venomous fong, passive, soul of forging, passive, wisdom root, passive, body of the 5 elements, passive, path of body refinement, ancient passive, shadow of fist, passive, aura of the demon path, passive, life growth, passive, 7-star fist of the gale, heaven and earth at my command. Techniques, universal body refinement, immortal tome, comprehension progress 40. Talents, overlord of thunder, 10 stars, infinite resurrection, 10 stars. The distance breakthrough has also accelerated. The tribulation for refining the body to the 100 meridians is not particularly arduous. It is now around 9:30 in the evening, and I shall first venture into the illusory abyss, after which it will be almost time for the grand auction hosted by the chief steward. Ji Dongfeng glanced at the real-time clock before heading toward Qingfeng village. As he journeyed, Ji Dongfeng noticed a considerable number of players had concluded their training and ventured deep into the forest to hunt monkeys. Thanks to the recent heavenly blessings, the overall strength of players from Huaxia had significantly improved. Many players were aware that this was all attributable to Ji Dongfeng. Thus, upon spotting him, they greeted him with fervor. East Wind Break. From now on, you are my idol. If you need any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Grandfather. Father. Stop calling me grandfather and father. Don't you want to avoid embarrassing Brother Eastwind? Ji Dongfeng. Listening to the enthusiastic calls from the surrounding players, Ji Dongfeng paused, looked around, and ultimately chose the player who appeared to be the most well-equipped. You. Strike me if you dare. The player, taken aback, responded with a bewildered expression. WH what? Hit me with all your might. Skills are permissible as well. Brother, are you joking? I'm quite serious. And you all can join in the attack. I merely wish to conduct an experiment, and your assistance is invaluable. Ye Dongfeng replied somewhat helplessly. Are you truly serious? Indeed. Consider this. To strike me without retaliation is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon hearing this, the surrounding players exchanged glances, their expressions transforming into eager anticipation. And we shall not hold back. This will surely be a tale worth sharing. In the next moment, several daring players launched their attacks on Ji Dongfeng, with others quickly following suit, though most opted to cast their skills from a distance, wary of Ji Dongfeng's sudden movements. Initially, the crowd was filled with excitement. But upon witnessing the meager numbers appearing above Ji Dongfeng's head, their expressions shifted to one of complexity. One, two. Hey, who possesses such skills? The damage has barely breached one. Observing the player's damage outputs, Ji Dongfeng scratched his head in resignation. Goodness, I truly cannot be defeated. The rate of comprehension is sluggish, yet the demon aura is accumulating rapidly. I suspect that even if I removed all my equipment, efficiency would not improve significantly. How can I die quickly, yet meaningfully? Thank you all, Ji Dongfeng murmured before continuing his journey toward Qingfeng village. As the players watched Ji Dongfeng's retreating figure, they stood frozen in place. How boastful! I suspect this is nothing short of blatant boasting. Did you hear what the elder brother just said? He seems to be courting disaster. Back in Qingfeng village, Ji Dongfeng was preparing to search for the elusive Mo Ran when Lin Ku approached him, his face alight with excitement. Boss, I finally found you. I've discovered another passive skill. Ji Dongfeng, intrigued by his words, accepted the skill. Passive skill manual, using offense as defense, a common grade skill. The best defense is indeed a strong offense. Upon learning this skill, after successfully hitting an enemy with a regular or skill attack, a protective shield will manifest around the user, capable of absorbing damage equal to 5 times the damage inflicted by the attack. This shield can stack and will automatically dissipate once the combat state concludes. Not bad. What level are you at? Ji Dongfeng inquired while utilizing the skill. The effect of the overbearing thunder activated, transforming the using offense as defense effect too. The shield can now absorb damage equal to 50 times the damage inflicted. I'm at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. The 4th level is just around the corner. Thanks to you securing the first place, Lin Ku replied with a grin. Just as Ji Dongfeng was about to respond, a sudden gust of wind whipped past his ear. Looking up, he was horrified to see a figure soaring through the clouds on a radiant golden sword, descending directly above him. The individual bore an expression of cold indifference. His complexion pale, with a hint of purple starlight on his forehead. Clad in a purple robe and carrying a massive blue sword that towered over him, a shimmering, iridescent shield surrounded him. Upon his arrival at Qingfeng Plain, the blue sword flickered with lethal energy, exterminating all nearby beasts within a radius of several hundred meters. The surrounding players gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide as they witnessed a cultivator soaring through the sky on a sword for the first time. Many drew closer, yet dared not approach too closely, preferring to observe from a distance. Are you the cultivator who vanquished the demonic forces from another realm? The figure in purple asked, looking down at Ji Dongfeng with a chilling demeanor. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng's heart stirred as he instantly recognized that the purple-robed figure was referring to the recent duel. Could it be that, aside from players, other entities within this game could also witness such live events? Ji Dongfeng pondered. Indeed, and you are? Ji Dongfeng replied, glancing toward the wild wolf forest, where Wang Sandao was diligently recovering from his injuries, oblivious to the presence of this figure. The purple-clad individual's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, You, who are devoid of decorum, do you not understand the hierarchy of cultivation? Is my name one you are worthy to inquire about? With that, he casually tossed a talisman at Ji Dongfeng's feet, anticipating that Ji Dongfeng would readily accept. At this moment, the surrounding players' expressions shifted dramatically. Xuantan sect. It seems to be one of the hardest sects to join in the entire era, second only to a few hidden sects. Goodness. What luck for Dongfeng Pa to potentially join the Xintian sect directly. He hasn't even reached the town yet. I recall the official website stating that one must enter the town before participating in the entrance assessments for the major sects. Given the current pace, it would likely take another 3 days for others to gradually enter the town, meaning Dongfeng Pa could take a significant lead in entering the sect. And it's the most difficult one to join, the Xintian sect. This is an enormous advantage. However, the tone of this purple-robed cultivator was exceedingly irksome. but annoyance must be swallowed. I dare wager that Dongfeng will undoubtedly agree. Or else, what will you consume next? Look, Dongfeng. Under the watchful gaze of numerous players, Dongfeng smiled faintly before stepping upon the talisman. The figure clad in purple momentarily froze, his eyes igniting with a chilling glimmer as he prepared to speak, only to see Dongfeng beckoning him with a casual gesture. What a delightful surprise. Someone has come to offer a pillow while I was napping. Come, regardless of what you wish to say, descend and converse with me. Dongfeng remarked with a cold sneer. At his words, the surrounding players gazed at him in astonishment. What did he just say? Truly, he is my idol. How audacious. What did you say? The figure in purple replied icily, his murderous intent radiating outward, causing the nearby players to fall silent, paralyzed by fear. I said, draw your sword, Dongfeng declared, locking eyes with the purple-clad figure, unflinching. Although Dongfeng had never encountered such a situation in his previous life, he had no regard for the Xiantian sect. His aspirations soared far beyond. Even if the purple-clad figure had adopted a gentler demeanor, Dongfeng would have chosen to reject him, let alone in light of the current hostility. Very well, you are quite impressive. It appears that defeating a foreign demon has bestowed upon you an unwarranted confidence. Ignorant wretch, I am Wan Xuanji, the personal disciple of the Xiantian sect's young master. You treat me thus today. In the future, I shall ensure you are forever barred from the celestial gates. In this ninefold realm, with the Xiantian sect present, I shall see which sect dares to accept you. Remember, your future tribulations will be a direct consequence of your disrespect towards me today. Wan Xuanji bellowed, his hair and beard rising as though moved by an unseen wind, his murderous aura intensifying. Oh, Dongfeng replied. What? He merely uttered no. Incredible. I am utterly amazed. The first tyrant of this era, without a doubt, is Dongfeng. Amidst the players' gasps of astonishment, Wan Xuanji's face flushed crimson with rage, and the enormous blue sword behind him shimmered ominously, its cold light flashing as it descended upon Dongfeng in an instant. 11,342. That damage seems rather low. As the light transformed into a brilliant white, Dongfeng's voice resonated, sending Wan Xuanji into a tremor, nearly causing him to tumble from his flying sword. Ignorant wretch, your path of cultivation is utterly doomed. Wan Xuanji roared before soaring away on his sword, his murderous intent reverberating, while the beasts lamented. Simultaneously, Dongfeng appeared at the resurrection point, a broad smile on his face. The damage was not significant. As long as he could die, it sufficed. Chapter 56, The Xiantian Secret Art. My mind cannot comprehend. Ding. Infinite Resurrection activated. This marks the fourth death today, caused by Wan Xuanji's sword light. Rewards issued. Permanent increase of 200 points to defense. Permanent increase of 300 points to water resistance. Permanent increase of 300 points to gold resistance. 1 volume of Xiantian Secret Art. 1 ledger of Wan Xuanji. 1 key to the Xiantian treasure vault. Is this inviting me to plunder the Xiantian sect's stronghold? Dongfeng chuckled, opening his backpack. Ledger of Wan Xuanji. The personal disciple of the Xiantian sect's young master, Wan Xuanji, has secretly sold the sect's treasure materials for personal gain, with all transactions recorded within this ledger. Oh, delightful. An unexpected bounty. Soon, I shall show you what the righteous path of the immortal realm truly is. Key to the Xiantian treasure vault. The Xiantian sect's hidden repository. Protected by a formation of 72 sword immortals and containing a labyrinth of 108 sword shadows. Only those possessing this key may enter safely. The mysterious method of Xiantian, 9-star sacred grade, a foundational practice for those in a mortal realm. Exclusively available for the direct disciples of the Xiantian sect's Lord and the Grandmaster. While the path of the Tao is manifold, countless techniques are subtly interwoven within. Those who cultivate this secret method will find their journey toward enlightenment remarkably smoother, far surpassing the ease experienced by others. It is an essential precursor to the cultivation of the Xiantian divine art. Total levels, 7. Effects upon reaching level 1. The efficiency of spiritual energy absorption and transformation is permanently enhanced by 20 points. Spiritual energy is eternally converted into Xiantian spiritual energy, with every 2 points of spiritual energy transmuted into 1 point of cultivation. Each breakthrough in realm results in a permanent increase of 1 point across all attributes. Attached effects of the method. 1. All enhancement effects from the technique are permanent. Even if one changes their method, the enhanced attributes will be retained. 2. Upon comprehending this technique, the required cultivation for breaking through to the Qi refinement realm is reduced by 30. 3. One cannot advance to the Qi refinement realm until fully comprehending the first level. 4. Advancing to higher levels will unlock additional attached effects. Requirements for cultivation, mortal realm. Current comprehension progress. Level 0, 0. Method of increasing comprehension through study and understanding, leading to entry into the Qi refinement realm. Upon reading the introduction to the mysterious method of Xiantian, Ji Dongfeng furrowed his brow. He had never encountered such a technique before. Alas, it was only usable in the mortal realm and required comprehension. How could one learn it? Suddenly, Ji Dongfeng's expression shifted as he retrieved the hefty tome of the mysterious method of Xiantian and opened the first page. The path of Xiantian is not in the primordial chaos. Can I truly retain this knowledge? As he perused the first page, he attempted to memorize the content and was astonished to find that, while the information was challenging to recall, it differed from the Qingfeng art and the myriad of body-refining texts. He could indeed commit it to memory. After a flurry of recollection, Ji Dongfeng logged off. Goodness, my abs have transformed into an 8-pack? Back in reality, Ji Dongfeng instinctively touched his abdomen and was immediately struck by a wave of surprise. He felt an undeniable surge of power coursing through his body, even noticing a slight increase in height. The previous changes had primarily affected his physique. Could it be that the Lioli lamp and the Void Spirit pill had heightened my spiritual awareness? Does a true spiritual awareness exist? Ji Dongfeng murmured, swiftly deducing the cause of these transformations. In the next moment, he quelled his delight and began to practice reciting the mysterious method of Xiantian. To ensure accuracy, Ji Dongfeng would log off every minute to transcribe what he had just memorized. After 20 minutes, he managed to transcribe all the content from the first level of the mysterious method. However, when he attempted to continue to the second level, he found the content was akin to the myriad of body-refining texts. No matter how hard he tried, he could not commit it to memory. While he recognized the characters, they simply would not penetrate his mind. It appeared one must fully grasp the content of the first level to proceed. If my conjecture is correct, while I may be unable to equip this method in the game, in the real world, I am undoubtedly in the mortal realm. Ji Dongfeng contemplated, just as he prepared to log off again. Upon looking up, he noticed several players around him casting curious glances in his direction. That great God, I just saw that cultivator casually mention it. Do take care not to be overwhelmed by it. With all this frantic logging on and off, what if your helmet overheats? Indeed, with your formidable prowess, it is certain that upon your arrival in the town, numerous sects will vie for your allegiance. The Dominator reigns. Shall we create new glories? Away with the commotion. Upon hearing the ruckus, Link hastened over with a band of followers. Dominator, cough, cough. Are you all right? Link inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Hearing this, Ji Dongfeng chuckled softly, offering no explanation. I am well. Please help me locate someone named Mo Ran, the individual you once seized, along with Wu Shengxiu. Have them wait at the entrance of Qingfeng village. Understood. I shall attend to it at once. After a brief exchange, Link dispatched individuals to find Mo Ran and Wu Shengxiu, while Ji Dongfeng logged off once more. Back in reality, Ji Dongfeng picked up the recorded Xiantian secret technique, beginning the process of memorization. A minute later, he concentrated all his attention on the technique, and gradually, faint blue starlight began to shimmer around him. In that moment, Ji Dongfeng entered a profoundly esoteric state. Although the characters of the first layer of the Xiantian secret technique were intricate at this juncture, they seemed to actively penetrate Ji Dongfeng's mind, allowing him to grasp the meaning of each phrase. Is it that my mental capacity is insufficient, having only retained about 10 phrases? In other words, is my brain not equipped to handle this? Ji Dongfeng murmured, sensing he had reached his limit, realizing that even forced memorization would prove futile. Yet, he could not ascertain whether his brain was fatigued or if his mental capacity was lacking. Ultimately, he opted to temporarily set aside the Xiantian secret technique, planning to revisit it after allowing his mind to rejuvenate by the next day. Upon returning to the game, Ji Dongfeng instinctively glanced at the Xiantian secret technique. Current comprehension progress, 0 layers 10. Upon seeing this, Ji Dongfeng's expression shifted, and he instinctively clenched his fist. Now convinced that his earlier suspicions were correct. The master is online again. Surely, he is not planning to unleash his wrath upon someone. Cough, cough, it is possible. We should maintain our distance for now. The master requires a moment of tranquility. What are you afraid of? This is merely a novice village, yet I understand. This is the Dominator, a wild card capable of anything. After casting a stern glance at the player who uttered wildcard, Dongfeng departed from the resurrection point and approached the village entrance, where he found Mo Ran already waiting, with Link nearby, wearing an apologetic smile. Ah, little brother. I admit my faults from before. I was yet to turn over a new leaf. From now on, the boss will protect me. I will guard you. Who is your brother? Brother, you're my second brother. You could be anything. Link responded with a look of exasperation. Call me father. Link. Upon seeing Dongfeng, Mo Ran's eyes brightened, and he swiftly brushed Link aside, moving closer to Dongfeng. Boss, someone saw Wu Xingqiu log off, and he has yet to return. As soon as he finished speaking, Link's expression suddenly changed. Boss, I must take a call from my brother. In the next moment, Link dashed aside, leaving Dongfeng to converse with Mo Ran. Have you reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement? Mo Ran replied with a smile. Just attained the 3rd level. Can I now enter the illusory cave? I also desire a treasure like your gourd, boss. As Dongfeng listened, he raised an eyebrow, perceiving a sense of indifference that suggested a facade of adulthood belied by a mentality akin to that of a primary school student. Boss, my brother has encountered some troubles. I need to log off for a while. Also, you might want to check the forum, Link said, his tone grave and expression serious. With that, Link logged off, and Dongfeng opened the forum. The first strongman of the era is finished. The path of immortal cultivation is completely severed. Dongfeng Pe is rendered inept. Upon entering the forum, Dongfeng's gaze was immediately drawn to a prominent post that had been elevated to the top position. Chapter 57, The Tyrant Ascends, Boundless Magical Power. Dongfeng glanced at the author, whose forum name was Qianle. Within the era, in-game names and forum aliases differed. However, coincidentally, as a former member of the Annihilation Guild in his past life, Dongfeng recognized many forum nicknames as he occasionally handled promotional tasks. Qianle was none other than the moonshadow of Annihilation. I heard it clearly. I was present. To put it simply, Dongfeng became arrogant and disrespected the immortals, resulting in punishment. Not only was he slain by a single sword strike, but he is now unable to join any sect. In any case, Dongfeng has effectively been rendered useless. Regardless of how formidable the novice village may be, without the ability to join a sect, he will gradually become irrelevant. From my understanding, joining a sect signifies the true beginning of the game. He has also offended the Annihilation Guild. Though they may not have a means to deal with him now, just wait until all the members join a sect. Dongfeng Po's future may be quite grim. I predict he will be driven to abandon the game. If I were a friend of Dongfeng, I would distance myself from him now to avoid attracting the attention of the Annihilation Guild later. Glancing at the most heated comment below the video, Dongfeng chuckled softly, recognizing familiar names from his previous life. Mingran, wait for me here. I need to stretch my legs, Dongfeng remarked with a smile. Boss, who are you planning to hunt? Mingran blinked and inquired. Do not speak so bluntly. It lacks elegance, Dongfeng retorted, surveying the surrounding players. Hey over there, have you seen where that scoundrel Annihilation Guild is? I like to reminisce with them. How refined. I saw them near the nether tree. They seem to be heading towards the mass grave. Thank you. Acquainted with their general location, Dongfeng promptly utilized his ability, Heaven and Earth, let me roam, and leaped towards the direction of the mass grave. As the crowd observed Dongfeng's retreating figure, their expressions shifted. He appeared to be accelerating with remarkable vigor. Could it be that his talent was not merely that of a grasshopper? As he leaped onward, Dongfeng quickly approached the vicinity of the mass grave and soon spotted over 20 individuals gathered, occupying a location for the spawning of vicious dogs. Indeed, it was the Annihilation Guild, with a lovely Yang Yang among them. Hurry up, everyone. No sleeping tonight. We must catch up to the progress of the leading players. Moonshadow of Annihilation stated with a grim expression, visibly displeased. They were so close to resolving the situation, yet time had run out. Just a little more. If not for the damages inflicted by Dongfeng Pe, they could have undoubtedly cleared it. Ying grew increasingly infuriated, especially when he considered how his standing in Chu Xueqing's heart had plummeted due to Dongfeng Pe. He felt an overwhelming surge of rage with no outlet for release. Dongfeng Pe, unable to contain his fury, Ying let out a thunderous roar toward the heavens. Are you looking for me? As he prepared to refocus on defeating monsters, a chilling laugh echoed in his ear. Upon hearing that voice, the members of the Ying Guild shuddered in unison before timidly turning to see Dongfeng Po approaching, adjusting his gauntlets. Dongfeng Po, what was he doing here? He should be in Qingfeng Village. Link also began to feel a sense of unease. Wasn't he supposed to be preparing to enter the illusory realm? Captain, what should we do? In an instant, everyone exclaimed, clustering together, some casting reproachful glances at Ying. What business do you have calling out the name of this killer? Oh, it seems you are well acquainted with the players from Qingfeng Village, Ji Dongfeng remarked with a cold smile. As he spoke, the gourd behind him spun wildly, siphoning the energy from Yu Ying and the others, forcibly dragging them into a combat state. Seeing this, Yu Ying spoke solemnly. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to kill indiscriminately? Dongfeng Pe, I warn you, I have seen that video. Once we reach the town, your fate will be sealed by the players from our guild. If you have any sense, you might want to consider a more favorable outcome. Ji Dongfeng approached step by step, and with each stride, the members of the Emiya Guild retreated in unison. I do not kill indiscriminately. First, you owe me several team wipes, which you can confirm with Emiya Zhangge. Secondly, that video on the forum was posted by you, right? The comments below were also left by your guild, which has irritated me. For that, you deserve to be wiped out 7 or 8 times. I'll be generous and grant you a discount. Combining these two matters, you still owe me 9 team wipes. Ji Dongfeng chuckled. You slanderous fiend. What evidence do you have to prove that I posted the video? Yu Ying bellowed. I certainly have evidence. What evidence? Yu Ying's expression shifted as he hastily inquired. My suspicion serves as evidence. Boom. Before Yu Ying and the others could react, Ji Dongfeng leaped forward, instantly materializing before Yu Ying. Scoundrel, attack. Use all your skills. Yu Ying shouted, gazing at Ji Dongfeng's raised fist. Boom. 1,340. Critical hit. 280. 20. Just as Yu Ying's command left his lips, Ji Dongfeng's fist struck him. To enhance efficiency, Ji Dongfeng refrained from utilizing skills, delivering a single devastating blow that felled Yu Ying. Following that, Ji Dongfeng alternated between leaps and flashes, moving like a specter through the ranks of the Emiya Guild, landing a punch after every jump or flash. The movement was akin to a butterfly flitting through flowers, accompanied by the thunderous shadows of his fists. The members of the Emiya Guild were unable to land a hit on Ji Dongfeng, with only a few force lock skills managing to inflict a meager amount of damage. Where is he? How'd he vanish so suddenly? He's right here. No, he has gone again. Where have all our people gone? It is impossible to see clearly. How can we fight? The lovely Yang stood frozen, her complexion pale, helplessly witnessing the members of the Annihilation Guild being dispatched one by Ji Dongfeng with mere punches. I'm not a member of the Annihilation Guild. Yang's face turned ashen as she instinctively sought refuge behind Shi Qiyang, only to realize that Shi Qiyang was no longer by her side. Remember, my intent to kill you is unrelated to your affiliation with the Annihilation Guild. It is purely a matter of personal displeasure, Ji Dongfeng stated coldly. Upon finishing his words, Ji Dongfeng swiftly eliminated the unsuspecting Yang with a single punch. To Ji Dongfeng's surprise, Yang dropped a solid essence pill. A notification chimed. Upon consuming the solid essence pill, your earth resistance increases by 5 points. Those in the body refinement realm may consume up to 7 solid essence pills. To Ji Dongfeng's dismay, the highest quality equipment dropped was merely a 6-star common artifact, which you would have to leave to the head manager for processing. I am but a little bird, yearning to soar, yet I cannot fly high. The next moment, Ji Dongfeng hummed a tune as he made his way towards Qingfeng Village, prompting the onlooking players to internally scoff. Oh no. This grasshopper aspires to ascend. Chapter 58. No different from being naked. Brother Dongfeng, I heard you are collecting passive skill manuals. I just acquired one and would like to gift it to you, the quirky sprite said. Somewhat bashfully handing a manual to you Dongfeng. Taken aback at first, Ji Dongfeng smiled and replied, You need not be so courteous. I am well aware of the debt of gratitude I owe you. These manuals are of little consequence. Moreover, my talent is somewhat unique, and I cannot learn passive manuals, so keeping them would serve no purpose. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng chuckled. How about this? From now on, any passive manuals you find will be given to me. And in return, I shall gift you this equipment as a token of advance payment. In the next moment, Ji Dongfeng traded the previously acquired talisman robe to the quirky sprite. Just as she was about to refuse, Ji Dongfeng forcibly placed the equipment into her arms. I dislike being indebted to others. Thus, any passive skills you discover will belong to me. But you cannot decline what I give you, Ji Dongfeng said firmly. His expression serious, though internally he was elated. In his previous life, upon entering the town, the quirky sprite swiftly acquired a premium passive skill for foundational cultivation. The Annihilation Guild, upon learning of this, attempted to force a trade, yet the quirky sprite skillfully evaded their relentless pursuit with her peculiar talisman abilities, even defeating a vice president of the Annihilation Guild. It was not until she joined the 10,000 Talismans Pavilion that she finally escaped their siege, earning the title of Talisman Sorceress and achieving fame throughout the era. The quirky sprite nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing the information regarding the talisman robe, her face lit up with surprise and delight, and she promptly chose to equip it. Have you reached the 4th level of Qi refinement? Dongfeng inquired, recalling that this garment required such a level for wear. Yes, I am close to breaking through to the 5th level, the quirky sprite replied softly. Perfect. Shortly, you shall accompany us into the illusory realm. Your talisman abilities should prove quite beneficial, Ji Dongfeng stated. In the next moment, Ji Dongfeng cast his gaze upon the passive skill in his hand. The passive skill manual, Spear of Power, a common grade skill. When confronted with an enemy adept at defense, there exists but one method. Transform into a spear and pierce the heavens. Upon striking the target, ignore 20 points of their defense and resistance. When the Might of Thunder is in effect, the power of the spear escalates, allowing the attacker to disregard 200 points of defense and resistance upon a successful hit. When excellent skill. Now, with the Dream Creation Guild and the quirky sprite gathering passive skills for me, as long as my mental strength suffices, my prowess shall continue to ascend, Ji Dongfeng murmured. Boss, do we need to prepare anything? Mo Ran inquired indifferently. Not at all. Each trial in the Void Illusion realm is distinct. Once we enter, simply stay close behind me, Ji Dongfeng replied. As his words fell, he summoned the two behind him and promptly activated the Void Illusion Stone from his backpack. In the instant, the stone vanished. Ji Dongfeng and his two companions felt a fleeting blur before they found themselves standing upon a white jade plaza suspended in midair. Before them loomed a 100-meter-high, floating golden sword, surrounded by towering mountains shrouded in clouds. Observing these mountains, Ji Dongfeng felt a vague resemblance to the divine peaks he had encountered before. Welcome to the Void Illusion Realm. Here, you three must unite to vanquish the demons emerging from the surrounding mountains. Strive to endure, for your rewards will be determined by your time of perseverance and the number of demons slain, intone the system. Level 1. 3-layer demons of Qi, refinement, and body refinement. Listening to the system's announcement, Ji Dongfeng swiftly led Mo Ran and the quirky sprite to the very center of the plaza. Release your defensive skills. For now, prioritize your own protection and only engage the enemy if you have the strength, Ji Dongfeng instructed solemnly. Understood. As his words resonated, the floating golden sword trembled violently, and a multitude of golden rays surged into the surrounding mountains. In an instant, deafening roars echoed throughout the peaks. The next moment, hundreds of demons burst forth, encircling Ji Dongfeng and his companions, launching an immediate assault. These demons, with their blood-red forms and grotesque visages, bore various shapes, some with the heads of pigs on human bodies, others resembling two-headed wolves. The only commonality among them was the overwhelming aura of menace they radiated. Upon witnessing these fiends, the quirky sprite and Mo Ran initially trembled, their eyes flashing with fear. However, upon catching sight of Ji Dongfeng, they forcibly steadied themselves and swiftly unleashed their skills. The quirky sprite immediately cast a flurry of talismans. Ding! Acquire the Break Army buff, increasing attack power by 15 and critical hit chance by 5 for 10 minutes. Ding! Acquire the Resilience buff, raising defense by 15, with a 10 chance to stun the attacker for 0. 5 seconds when struck, lasting 10 minutes. With every talisman cast, the quirky sprite finally summoned a talisman shimmering with 7 colors, which ascended above her head, releasing 2 golden beams that connected Ji Dongfeng and Mo Ran. Ding! With the protection of the spirit talisman, the damage sustained by the protector will be borne partially by the spirit, up to a maximum of 10,000 points. Meanwhile, Mo Ran unleashed 2 consecutive skills, enveloping his long blade in a layer of flame and a layer of poison. Upon witnessing this, Ji Dongfeng's heart stirred, and he chuckled. Charge! As his words fell, Ji Dongfeng and Mo Ran surged forward, while the peculiar spirit engaged in ranged combat with talismans. Although its attack power was not particularly high, it consistently assisted Mo Ran in overcoming various challenges. As for Ji Dongfeng, the peculiar spirit felt no need to concern itself with someone capable of dispatching demons with a single punch. Ha ha! Come on, don't run. I shall roam freely in this world. Bang! 1850. Critical hit. 280. Bang! Mo Ran cleaved the third demon in twain, and, just as he prepared to strike another target, he looked up to find that all the surrounding demons had been obliterated by Ji Dongfeng. Not only had Ji Dongfeng sustained no injuries, but he was also surrounded by a thick layer of shields. What should have been a nearly translucent barrier had stacked into a milky white form. making Ji Dongfeng appear as a radiant source of light. Phew, I've warmed up enough. It's time to get serious, Ji Dongfeng remarked, flexing his fingers with a smile. Who truly is the monster? The peculiar spirit could not help but comment. Ding. The second round will commence in 30 seconds. The demon level is at the 4th stage of chi refinement and body refinement. Boss, these demons are tough-skinned and hardy. How can you defeat them with a single punch? Mo Ran exclaimed. Ji Dongfeng chuckled softly at this, saying nothing further. He understood that his ability to dispatch foes so effortlessly stemmed from the blood demon armor-piercing gauntlets and the spear's might, both of which possessed the power to bypass defenses. Especially with the blood demon armor-piercing gauntlets, each strike against a new target could ignore 80 of their defenses, rendering these demons almost defenseless before him. Ding! The second round begins. After a brief respite, over 100 demons charged forth from the mountains, slightly larger than those encountered previously. This time, give it your all. Ye Dongfeng instructed. As his words echoed, before the demons could reach them, Ji Dongfeng charged into their ranks. With a roar, mid-leap, Ji Dongfeng unleashed a thunderous battle cry, which resonated like a tiger's roar, sending shockwaves through the horde of demons. Howl! The multitude of demons responded in unison with a furious roar, surging towards Ji Dongfeng, encircling him in layers upon layers. The peculiar spirit and Mo Ran were momentarily taken aback, before hastily launching their attacks. With a peculiar spirit keeping a vigilant eye on Ji Dongfeng, fearful of any potential mishap. Yet, merely 2 or 3 seconds later, the peculiar spirit realized that its concerns were entirely unwarranted. If the current swarm of demons resembled a thick blanket of ice and snow, then Ji Dongfeng stood as a blazing sun amidst them. Ha ha ha! Little demons, can you keep up? Ji Dongfeng's exuberant laughter, strikingly out of place, resonated across the White Jade Plaza. Chapter 59, Continuous Challenges. Only one remains. Sister, how old are you? Me? I am 26. How about you? I am 18. Only appearing somewhat mature on the surface. I fail to see it. I merely wonder if it is truly acceptable for us to sit here like this. At the Bayou Square, the quirky spirit and indifference sat on the ground, engaging in a whimsical conversation, occasionally interrupted by the furious roars of monsters and the hearty laughter of Ji Dongfeng. Ha ha ha! Come chase me. Can't catch up, can you? If you can't, then it's my turn to pursue you. It is not that we wish to remain seated. We are simply unable to assist in any meaningful way. Sister, look at this. It hardly resembles a challenge, more like the monsters undergoing tribulations. This is already the 5th level, and our leader can still take down a monster with a single punch. Indifference remarked helplessly. Meanwhile, Ji Dongfeng was in high spirits, swiftly dispatching one monster after another. Initially, he was cautious with his defenses, but once his shield had reached a level that left the monsters in despair, he shifted all his focus to offense, significantly increasing his efficiency in slaying the beasts. Ding! The 6th level will commence in 30 seconds. Monster level, Chi Refinement and Body Refinement, level 8. The number of monsters has doubled. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ji Dongfeng chuckled and said, the more, the merrier. The more I kill, the higher the quality of the magical treasures. You two nearly forgot. I should leave some monsters for you as well. Cough, cough. Leader, I believe it is unnecessary. We are quite content sitting here. You can leave some for us. It is not that we are hunting monsters, but rather, we are being tormented by them. I have come to realize that the two of us are like the keys to your entry into this illusion, responsible for helping you in, but unable to contribute much more, Indifference replied with a smile. Having obtained a magical treasure is already quite fortunate. The quirky spirit nodded in agreement. Ding! The 6th level has begun. You two, protect yourselves and try to endure for as long as possible. Ji Dongfeng nodded, then once again used his roar to attract the ire of all the monsters. If I recall correctly, within the illusory realm of Dongxiu, if one person slays over 90 monsters, there is a possibility of obtaining a superior magical treasure, Ji Dongfeng murmured, as he charged into the fray against the doubled number of monsters. Bang! 495. 280. The 6th level's monsters had significantly increased in both defense and health. Without triggering a critical hit, Ji Dongfeng required 2 punches to take down one. However, with his heightened agility, his striking speed remained rapid, and his efficiency in slaying monsters did not decline significantly. Seeing this, the quirky spirit let out a slight sigh of relief and turned to Indifference. At your age, shouldn't you be in school? I have cancer, in its late stages. I probably won't live much longer, and my family has abandoned me. Indifference replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, the quirky spirit's expression changed, looking at the smiling Indifference, momentarily at a loss for words. Why does everyone react the same way upon hearing this? I'm perfectly fine. My family is wealthy. I needn't attend school, nor worry about exams or homework. Although I am curious about what the college entrance examination feels like. Haha, being free is quite pleasant, Indifference remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the quirky spirit managed a faint smile in return. You are right. Freedom is indeed nice, but I have heard that cancer can now be treated. Haha, sister, thank you. Indifference responded with a grin. Observing with indifference. The peculiar sprite moved its lips, initially prepared with a plethora of comforting words, yet at this moment, found itself rendered speechless. Indifferently, it turned to gaze into the distance, vociferously cheering for Ji Dongfeng. 10 minutes later, Ji Dongfeng unleashed a powerful punch, swiftly vanquishing the last of the demons. A notification chimed. The 7th level will commence in 30 seconds. The demon level is Chi Refinement and Body Refinement. Layer 9. Please be advised, from this level onward, certain demons will possess special abilities. As the system's alert echoed, Ji Dongfeng took a deep breath, poised to retrieve spirit stones from his backpack to replenish his spiritual energy. When Indifference proactively extracted 2 pills from his bag and handed them to Ji Dongfeng, while the peculiar sprite produced 2 talismans. Another notification chimed. Gained strong spirit enhancement. Spiritual energy absorption efficiency increased by 20 points for 10 minutes. Spirit pill. Common and essential elixir for cultivators. Upon consumption, instantly restores 500 spiritual energy. Boss, we might not hold out for long. These items are for you. Indifference remarked with a smile. Ji Dongfeng nodded in acknowledgement, accepting without reservation. Ding! The 7th level has commenced. A thunderous roar erupted as a horde of demons surged forth, enveloped by a sinister miasma that descended upon the white jade square. The toxic fog arrived with alarming swiftness, leaving Indifference and the peculiar sprite no time to react before being engulfed. 50, 100. In an instant, damage figures rapidly flickered above them, their health plummeting at a visible rate. Spirit Guardian. Second seal. The peculiar sprite, witnessing the dire situation, gestured with one hand while pointing towards Dongfeng, unleashing its final skill. In the next moment, a multicolored talisman that had been hovering above them descended onto Dongfeng, forming a shield capable of absorbing 10,000 damage points. Seeding Bladoha. Indifference bellowed angrily, unleashing a sweeping arc of blade energy before their health was fully depleted. The blade energy struck dozens of demons, but merely reduced their health by around 5 points. Boss, I can only use this skill once every hour. This is all I can do to assist you. Go, boss. Indifference shouted. Go for it. The peculiar sprite joined in, shouting in rare unison. As their health was completely depleted by the toxic fog, Ji Dongfeng found himself surrounded by a multitude of demons. Listening to their cries, Ji Dongfeng smirked. Damn it, dying here incurs no penalties whatsoever. It feels somewhat tragic. However, the Void Illusion realm truly lives up to its reputation for being the most unpredictable trial. Some levels seem designed to thwart players entirely, resembling not so much a system setup, but rather a clandestine manipulation. Ji Dongfeng murmured, lifting his gaze to a towering mountain in the distance, reminiscent of a divine peak. Come on, it's the perfect opportunity to test my limits. Ji Dongfeng roared, then once more charged into the fray, fists flying towards the countless demons. 380, 280. As Ji Dongfeng's figure darted about, he quickly discerned that some demons were spewing toxic mist. Had it not been for his high poison resistance, he would have been forced to evade while fighting. With a high poison resistance, it was indeed a challenge, but I am resistant. Come fort. Let us see whose poison is more formidable. Is it your venom or my fist that strike harder? Swift Wind 7-star Fist. Ji Dongfeng let out a cold laugh, beginning to unleash the 7-star fist amidst the toxic mist. 30, 58. Due to the significant increase in the density of the demons, coupled with their enhanced strength, even when Ji Dongfeng executed the technique Heaven and Earth at my command, he could not avoid taking a few hits. However, against Ji Dongfeng's formidable defenses, these attacks barely scratched the surface of his shield. Ding! Damage taken. Demonic energy increased by 2 points. Ding! Although the demon's assaults could not breach his shield, they did not hinder Ji Dongfeng from accumulating demonic energy. Yet, Ji Dongfeng refrained from seeking out confrontation to boost his demonic energy. He continued to evade attacks diligently. In this era, numerous hidden attributes could only be enhanced through rigorous training, such as reaction time and combat awareness, especially after realizing the interconnection between the game and reality. Ji Dongfeng constantly reminded himself to seize every opportunity to refine his abilities in all aspects, whether in the game or in real life. I shall evade. I shall evade. You just hit me, didn't you? Don't you dare run away. Chapter 60. The Conception Realm? I've got this. Ding. The 8th level will commence in 30 seconds. The demons will be of the Qi refining and body refining stages. Please be aware that the number of demons will double once more. All demons will receive significant enhancements. On the White Jade Plaza, Ji Dongfeng listened to the system's notification, tightening his fists. If it were a cultivator, they would have reached the pinnacle of Qi or body refinement. While their health, attack, and defense might not change drastically, their combat experience and skills would see substantial improvement. This was going to be a direct confrontation. Ding! The 8th level has begun. Accompanied by the system's announcement, nearly 500 demons, each nearly 3 meters tall, charged forward with ferocious roars. Although this time there was no toxic mist, the aura and murderous intent of these demons were even more formidable. Many began to unleash various skills, some with ranged attacks, while others provided status boosts to their allies. A blood-red, three-tailed fox screeched amid the horde, enveloping all demons in a crimson glow. Their eyes instantly turned a deep red, plunging them into a frenzied state as they clawed and lunged at Ji Dongfeng. This felt akin to entering the realm of giants. Ji Dongfeng chuckled coldly, roaring, "Heaven and earth at my command." In the next moment, Ji Dongfeng released a flurry of skills, not charging into the throng of demons, but instead, he made a beeline for the three-tailed fox. The other demons, noticing this, rushed to block his path. Ji Dongfeng evaded with agility, and when he could not dodge, he unleashed the 7-star fist, forcefully clearing a path. 300, 300, 960, 960, 960. With every punch he threw, a series of numbers erupted above the demons, and under the combined effects of the blood demon armor-piercing gauntlets, the spear's might, and the 7-star fist's defense reduction, even the strongest of demons could not withstand the onslaught. Ji Dongfeng surged forward with unwavering determination, rapidly closing in on the three-tailed fox. Upon witnessing the scene, the three-tailed fox spirit felt its mocking gaze gradually dissipate. It began to weave through the throngs of demons, its cries echoing as it distanced itself from Ji Dongfeng, simultaneously orchestrating an assault from the other demons. Indeed, you must be dealt with first. As Ji Dongfeng observed this, a cold smile crept across his face, and he once again executed his agility technique. However, this time, instead of advancing forward, he leapt high into the air, instantly landing atop the heads of the gathered demons. The sight of Ji Dongfeng suspended in the air momentarily stunned all the demons, who clearly could not fathom why a body-refining practitioner exhibited such an aerial prowess. With a resounding thud, Ji Dongfeng descended upon a colossal pig demon, following it up with a powerful stomp on its head, propelling himself further into the air, swiftly closing in on the three-tailed fox spirit concealed behind the horde of demons. The assembled demons, witnessing the situation, unleashed a barrage of attacks in an attempt to drag Ji Dongfeng back down. A particularly brazen bull demon even hurled its horns into the fray. "I will evade." "Huh, you cannot reach me." Ji Dongfeng chuckled, alternating between leaps and swift dodges, deftly avoiding all assaults. After a few breaths, he finally landed near the three-tailed fox spirit. As it prepared to evade once more, Ji Dongfeng utilized his teleportation skill, appearing directly before her. "D!" he roared, unleashing the Gale 7-star fist. Boom! 420, 420, 1,344. Even the bull demon, with its formidable defenses, could not withstand the onslaught of the Gale 7-star fist, let alone the three-tailed fox spirit with its inferior resilience. With a mournful wail, the three-tailed fox spirit transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing into the ether. The moment it perished, the remaining demons trembled, instantaneously shedding their frenzied state. Though the abruptness of this change left them momentarily dazed, Ji Dongfeng, of course, seized this opportunity, targeting the remaining demons capable of ranged attacks. 3 minutes later, he dispatched a butterfly demon with a single punch, then turned his gaze toward the remaining foes. The rest are all melee-type demons. Come forth, true brothers and true demon offspring. Come to face me, he bellowed. After more than 10 minutes, Ji Dongfeng vanquished all the demons, though he felt a sense of frustration creeping in. Despite the enhancements from talismans and medicinal pills, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Were it not for the efficient absorption of spiritual energy, he might have faltered midway through the battle. Nevertheless, his protective shield remained intact, and it seemed that a direct confrontation was imminent. Ji Dongfeng murmured, a hint of fatigue flickering in his eyes. Ding. The ninth challenge will commence in 30 seconds, with demons classified at the first layer of the spirit nurturing stage. This time, the system did not indicate any enhancements among the demons. The first layer of spirit nurturing is akin to the Foundation Establishment or 100 Meridian stage, where the disparities between realms are vast, and even within the same realm, there is potential for surpassing 1S level. Yet to cross realms, never mind, I must prevail. If I cannot even achieve such a feat, what would be the point of my rebirth? Dongfeng chuckled coldly, then extracted spirit stones from his bag, swiftly crushing them to replenish his energy. Merely shattering the spirit stones requires a certain amount of time, until the ninth stage officially commences. Dongfeng has only replenished less than 400 units of spiritual energy. Bang! Dongfeng roused himself and looked up, only to discover a 10-meter-tall purple bull demon slowly ascending the white jade plaza, with no other monsters in sight. The purple bull demon wielded a heavy bone hammer, gazing at Dongfeng without launching an immediate attack. You have managed to reach this point in the body refinement realm. I must concede you possess some ability. Today, I am in a good mood and have no desire to engage in combat. Depart now, and you may receive a spirit-grade artifact, the bull demon coldly stated. Upon hearing this, Dongfeng was not taken aback. Demons at the spirit-nurturing realm possessed the ability to speak. Even the lesser beasts summoned for equipment grinding were no exception. In his previous life, he had witnessed countless scenes of minor demons exchanging insults with players. What a coincidence! I, too, am in good spirits. However, when I feel this way, I seek a worthy opponent. Dongfeng retorted with a cold smirk. The bull demon's eyes flashed with a glint of coldness, revealing his displeasure. You are truly ungrateful. Begone! The bull demon roared, the sound waves crashing into Dongfeng like a tidal wave. Bang! At the moment of impact, the shield surrounding Dongfeng vanished, leaving only the skeletal shield provided by his bone armor, and he fell into a brief state of dizziness. The bull demon strode forth with great strides, the heavy bone hammer piercing through the skeletal shield and sending Dongfeng flying. 1,382. An astonishing number suddenly appeared. Bang! In the next moment, Dongfeng crashed to the ground, while the bull demon displayed a look of surprise. You can take a hit, but it ultimately serves no purpose. The gap between the body refinement and spirit nurturing realms is far greater than you realize. You should understand now that you stand no chance against me. Leave at once. The bull demon sneered. Having uttered those words, the bull demon prepared to turn away, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Dongfeng slowly rising once more, emanating waves of purple demonic energy. At this sight, the bull demon's expression shifted. He instinctively sensed a hint of danger. I apologize, I almost forgot to mention, I am on the verge of accumulating sufficient demonic energy, Dongfeng coldly remarked. Bang! In the next instant, Dongfeng stood fully upright, his eyes shimmering with a purple glow, while tendrils of surging demonic energy enveloped him, forming a blurred silhouette of a demon god behind him. Simultaneously, intricate purple patterns began to spread across Dongfeng's body, shimmering with a golden-purple radiance, dramatically elevating his aura. Ding! Entering the demon god awakening state. Attack power, defense, skill potency, and attack speed increased by 500. Duration, 10 minutes. Old bull demon, are you ready to take a beating? What does the spirit nurturing realm matter? Today, I have set my sights on you. Chapter 61. The official declaration of Annihilation Guild. On the white jade plaza, as he beheld Dongfeng enveloped in purple demonic energy, the bull demon stood frozen in place. What are you? How can you be even more purple than I am? Are you even human? The bull demon stammered in bewilderment. Bang! Spirit nurturing realm? I shall strike down the spirit nurturing realm. 7-star fist of a gale. With a thunderous roar, Dongfeng descended from above, unleashing a rapid succession of 3 punches upon the bull-headed demon. His speed, akin to that of Tempest, rendered the demon unable to react until the final blow was struck. 1,230. 1,230. 1,230. 19,680. 19,680. 19,680. All 3 strikes of the Gale's 7-star fist found their mark, inflicting a total of 320 damage. The power of the demon god awakening skill surged by 500. In that moment, Dongfeng's punch was amplified a staggering 16-fold. A cascade of damage numbers erupted, even with the bull demon's formidable defenses. Its health bar dwindled to a mere sliver under the onslaught of the demon god-enhanced Gale 7-star fist, leaving Ji Dongfeng astonished at the creature's astonishing resilience. You! What manner of beast are you? The bull demon stammered, retreating hastily while swinging its heavy bone hammer in a sweeping motion. The stunning effect of the Gale's 7-star fist did not trigger. It seems you're immune to stuns, Ji Dongfeng observed, choosing not to evade as he sought to further test the limits of the demon god state. Boom! In the next moment, the heavy hammer struck Ji Dongfeng, and an astonishing number floated above him. 1. Upon seeing this figure, the bull demon was instantly petrified, its eyes wide with shock and terror. What are you? The bull demon cried out in despair. With a cold smirk, Ji Dongfeng leaped forward once more. Do not come any closer. I have an 8-year-old calf above me and an 80-year-old one below. The bull demon lamented. You got it wrong, Ji Dongfeng bellowed, launching into the air and delivering another punch. Boom! Accompanied by a wail, the massive form of the bull demon collapsed, dissipating into a radiant red light. Yi Dongfeng, witnessing this, clenched his fist and remarked, this bull demon should have been comparable to the more formidable elite monsters of the fetal spirit realm. Yet its health and defenses have been disproportionately enhanced. It seems that the demons in this realm are indeed peculiar, differing greatly from those outside. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the body refinement and chi refinement realm within the illusory void. The system chimed, its message resonating in Ji Dongfeng's mind as he looked up to find the words Dongfeng gradually materializing on the floating golden sword, accompanied by a notification of his accomplishment. Not overly concerned, Ji Dongfeng recognized that this golden sword functioned as a leaderboard. Any future players entering the same illusory void would see his name. He had initially intended to exploit the demon god state to progress further, yet this challenge had concluded unexpectedly. Players may utilize the teleportation array to exit the illusion, and upon departure, a random treasure reward will be automatically placed into their inventory. With the system's announcement, the hovering golden sword ascended slowly before vanishing, while a golden magic circle materialized behind Ji Dongfeng. Ding! Entering cultivation state. Detected presence in the illusory void at the periphery of the divine mountain. Spirit energy absorption and conversion efficiency enhanced by 50. To his surprise, Ji Dongfeng realized he had stumbled upon an unexpected boon. The illusory void at the divine mountain's periphery. Was that distant mountain truly the divine mountain? As he cultivated, his gaze shifted toward the towering peak in the distance. After observing for a while, Ji Dongfeng opened the forum, intending to peruse the comments on the video released by Annihilation Moonshadow, seeking to identify the next target for obliteration. He noted to himself to remember the blacklist. Yi Dongfeng exclaimed, unexpectedly discovering a post on the Huaxiao forum that had garnered more attention than both the video by Annihilation Moonshadow and the auction conducted by the Grand Manager. The post was titled Annihilation Guild Statement. The author, named Shui Haochuking, had something to bark about again. Ji Dongfeng felt intrigued and began to read the post. I am Chu Xueqing, the president of the Annihilation Guild, and I hereby issue an official statement. Dongfeng has repeatedly provoked and insulted the Annihilation Guild, an affront that is intolerable. However, due to Dongfeng Po's contributions to Huaxiao players in the arena and dungeons, the Annihilation Guild is willing to offer Dongfeng Po a chance. Within 12 hours, if Dongfeng Po is willing to sincerely apologize to the Annihilation Guild and immediately transfer all weapons, equipment, and items to the Annihilation Guild players in the Novice Village, the Guild is prepared to reconcile. Should Dongfeng Po choose to join the Annihilation Guild, we will find a way to assist him in resolving his conflicts with the Xuantian Gong to ensure he can join the Immortal Sect. Dongfeng Po, I issue this final warning. Should the 12 hours elapse, the Annihilation Guild will regard you as a lifelong enemy, unless you permanently depart from the Epoch. Your name will remain on the Annihilation Guild's kill list forever. This is your final opportunity. I hope you seize it wisely. Do not let a fleeting advantage cloud your judgment. Any player knows that failing to join the Immortal Sect will inevitably lead you to the lowest echelons of the Epoch. The agony of failure is not daunting. The true horror lies in plummeting from the pinnacle to the abyss. And the consequences of opposing the Annihilation Guild are far graver than you imagine. The countdown of 12 hours begins now. Below this post, a chorus of comments from the Annihilation Guild's supporters flooded in. It was about time. This is how the premier guild in the country ought to behave. How dare a player from nowhere challenge a grand guild? The Annihilation Guild is serious now. Dongfeng Po is merely bullying the ordinary members of the guild in the Novice Village. I am more concerned that he might not dare to enter the town and will remain forever in the Novice Village, dreaming of a better life. Once I join the Immortal Sect, I will certainly seek out Dongfeng Po and make him put on another show. Upon reading the content of the post, Ji Dongfeng raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the number of obliterations was still too few. However, Chu Xueqing was a very cautious individual. Her willingness to issue such a statement suggested one possibility. She was convinced that he would be unable to join the immortal sect. How intriguing. In the next moment, Dongfeng registered a nickname on the forum and posted his first message. Official statement from Dongfeng Pe. Listen well, you ungrateful wretches of the Annihilation Guild. 12 hours is far too long. I shall inform you right now that anyone with Annihilation in their nickname shall forever be placed on my kill list. The members of the Annihilation Guild, heed my words. You must either exit the game now or forever remain hidden in safety, lest you be discovered by me. Everything you have possessed, presently or in the future, does not truly belong to you, for I shall obliterate your existence time and again until you lose everything. Post by Annihilation Ancestor East Windbreak. Though the statement by East Windbreak is brief, its release has ignited the forum, eclipsing the fervor surrounding Chu Xueqing's announcement. Is this truly East Windbreak? It must be. Who else would dare adopt such a moniker? Indeed, the King of Pressure has delivered a spectacle. If East Windbreak truly cannot join the cultivation sect, is this not hastening his demise? Hastening demise? Is there such a benefit? Dongfeng casually glanced at the comments and chuckled. In the next moment, Dongfeng closed the forum and, simultaneously, the system notification chimed. Ding! Your cultivation level is full. Please prepare for the tribulation. The method for the body refinement stage tribulation involves being struck by heavenly lightning. Take heed, should you fail the tribulation. Your cultivation will decrease by 30. Random attributes will permanently diminish by 10 points, and you must accumulate sufficient cultivation once more to attempt the tribulation. Chapter 62, Strutting About and Inviting Lightning. On the clear wind plain, the peculiar and indifferent stood gravely side by side, while Xiaoyu led the members of the Dream Creation Guild to guard their flanks. Surrounding them were 600 to 700 players, comprising members of the Annihilation and 4 Seas guilds, along with other guild players. In the distance, even more spectators had gathered, primarily there for the spectacle. What are your intentions? Xiaoyu demanded angrily. With Link absent, he assumed the role of temporary captain for the Dream Creation Guild. Annihilation Moon's Shadow responded with a cold laugh. Did I not just mention it? To ensure East Windbreak does not check the forum. We are here to wait for him to emerge and announce the president's statement. If he is wise, he will directly apologize to the Annihilation Guild here. These guild members are my witnesses. They will capture every angle of East Windbreak's apology. Such treatment is reserved for stars. Witnesses, you say? They appear to be merely the usual followers of your Annihilation Guild. You must have offered them considerable benefits to gather them here. 4 Seas Yunge, why are you among this assembly? Xiaoyu scoffed. Upon hearing this, 4 Seas Yunji's expression darkened, and he chose silence, while Annihilation Moon's Shadow smirked disdainfully. Link would not dare speak so boldly before me. What are you? How? Do you Dream Creation Guild members think that by clinging to the soon-to-be fallen East Windbreak, you set yourselves apart from us? Consider well, you now stand in opposition to us, which means the Dream Creation Guild and 4 Seas Guild will become enemies of the Annihilation Guild. Can you bear the consequences of this choice? Are you certain you wish to stand against us? Xiaoyu's expression shifted repeatedly, yet in the end, he gritted his teeth and resolutely remained by the sides of the indifferent duo. I tell you, our leader will never bow to you. Mo Ran could not contain a shout. Upon hearing the words, the Shadow of Annihilation scoffed, declaring, what a coincidence. I too hope he remains unyielding. If he does not bow down, my companions shall bear witness, and when we pursue him for retribution, he shall have no words left to utter. Only if he stands firm can I repay him tenfold, 100-fold for what he has done to me. He merely relies on the sheer numbers of his allies. The peculiar sprite remarked. The Shadow of Annihilation's expression darkened at these words, but before he could react, the battle song of Annihilation approached his side. Captain, Eastwind has posted on the forum. Upon hearing this, the Shadow of Annihilation prepared to access the forum, only to find that an enigmatic figure had suddenly appeared beside the indifferent one, none other than Eastwind himself. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the illusory cavern. Based on the levels conquered and the number of foes vanquished, you are rewarded with a 1-star prestigious artifact, the Eternal Dawn Hammer. As the system's notification echoed, Dongfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, before he could inspect the artifact, he became aware of the unusual atmosphere surrounding him. Why are you two still here? What is this? Have you come to welcome me? Shadow, are you here to witness our annihilation? Dongfeng coldly remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the Shadow of Annihilation and the others. Seeing this, Xiaoyu hurriedly approached Dongfeng. Boss, after they learned you entered the illusory cavern, they surrounded the area, These are merely opportunistic guilds. It seems Shadow has offered them some incentives to come here. She began recounting the events. To openly declare the Annihilation Guild's statement in my presence, and to demand an apology from me. Ji Dongfeng raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. He then turned to Xiao Yu, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Take them away first, at least 100 meters back. Xiao Yu's expression shifted. Did I not make myself clear? They only sought me out. You need not remain here. Very well. With that, Xiao Yu and her companions prepared to escort the indifferent duo away. The peculiar sprite cast a worried glance at Ji Dongfeng, but chose not to voice her concerns. While the indifferent one shouted, "Boss, let us annihilate them once more." The players from surrounding guilds, witnessing this, attempted to intervene. However, before they could make a move, Ji Dongfeng's voice rang out. Those who act first shall meet their demise. At these words, the expressions of the crowd changed, although they were emboldened by their numbers. They felt the palpable menace in Ji Dongfeng's tone and hesitated to act. Listen well. I am aware that many of you believe I will never be able to join a sect of immortals, which is why you dare to stand here. I offer you one final opportunity. Retreat to 100 meters away, and I may regard you as mere spectators. In 10 seconds, anyone still within a 100-meter radius will bear the consequences. Do not say I did not warn you, Ji Dongfeng declared. As his words settled in, numerous guild players brandished their weapons. Hearing the furious roar of the Shadow of Annihilation, the onlookers' expressions shifted yet again. Was the Shadow of Annihilation truly unafraid of East Wind annihilating them once more? Enough of this. There are 600 to 700 of us. Even a herd of pigs would take a while to slay, let alone these guild players, who appear well-equipped and likely possess various skills. Each of them, with their individual talents, could easily overpower even those at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The potential of Youngling may indeed offer a resolution. Let's not jest. The crossing of epochs and realms is fundamentally improbable. In the realm of fiction, it is commonplace to witness transdimensional slayings. Today, if Dongfeng bows his head, they will take the spotlight. Should he refuse to yield, they may forcibly strike him down, thus claiming their moment of glory. Ultimately, they are merely a faction that believes they can evade retribution from the king of pretense, having garnered benefits to showcase their presence. Well then, 10 seconds have elapsed. Allow me to impart a phrase. Those endowed with strength who flaunt it are dubbed the kings of pretense, while those lacking such power who engage in ostentation shall invite calamity upon themselves. Ji Dongfeng chuckled and promptly opted to undergo tribulation. Boom! At the very instant Ji Dongfeng made his choice, the skies above Qingfeng Plain roiled with tumultuous winds and ominous thunderclaps. Chapter 63. The King of Pretense. Embraced the divine powers. Boom! As the thunder rumbled overhead, Yami Yuing trembled, glancing upward to discover that the sky had darkened ominously, the stars and moon vanishing from sight, while thunder boomed incessantly and glimpses of violet lightning danced amidst the clouds. The captain felt an unsettling shift. How could Dongfeng utter a warning of thunder only to have it manifest moments later? Zuomi Zhang cautiously remarked. Upon hearing this, Yami Yuing furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the grinning Ji Dongfeng, an uneasy premonition stirring within her. Yet at this juncture, they were poised to strike, with no option for retreat. As the words left her lips, the guild members simultaneously drew their weapons. However, no one dared advance, all eyes darting left and right, waiting for another to take the lead. Onlookers from a distance could not suppress their laughter. Goodness, what impeccable moonwalks! Such cowards! How embarrassing! 600 or 700 of them, and not a single one dares to move forward. They recognized that, although they might surpass Dongfeng Po in the future, in this moment, he could still deliver a decisive blow to anyone who approached him. Seeing this, Yami Yuing's expression darkened considerably. You scoundrels! Everyone, charge at once! Otherwise, do not expect to remain affiliated with the Yami Guild. She bellowed. With her command, several players steeled themselves and surged forward, emboldened by those leading the charge. The remaining members followed suit and initiated their assault. Just tie my shoelaces. Don't misconstrue. Blast it. My legs were numb just now, but now I'm ready. Step aside. Let me go first. I just suddenly recalled my late grandmother. Grandmother, grant me strength. Observing this, Ji Dongfeng let out a cold laugh and declared, the Dongfeng Academy is now in session. Allow me to share a vital piece of knowledge. If one wishes to undergo tribulation in this epoch, it is advisable to seek a tranquil location, for the process is highly susceptible to interruption. Yet, most individuals would not dare approach a player in the midst of tribulation. As these words left his lips, Ji Dongfeng lifted his gaze to the tempestuous sky, instantly entering a combat state, and the shield of bones materialized before him. For those undergoing tribulation are enveloped by the very essence of thunder. Come forth, body refinement thunder, heavenly fire thunder. Ye Dongfeng roared. Boom! After a furious shout, a red bolt of lightning, as thick as a finger, struck down with resounding force, piercing through the shield of bones and landing upon Ji Dongfeng. Simultaneously, within a radius of 100 meters around him, numerous thinner bolts of lightning descended in relentless succession. Bang! Bang! In the astonished gaze of the onlooking players, the dense lightning enveloped everything before them, creating deep craters upon impact with the ground. Should it strike a player, it would obliterate their health entirely. The formidable lightning, which could only be contended with by cultivators at the 9th level of body refinement, was far beyond the reach of these players, whose average level barely grazed the 3rd level of body or chi refinement. In an instant, the Qingfeng plain became a canvas of flashing lightning and the white lights of players' souls departing after death, resembling a fireworks display. Yet, this spectacle did not evoke wonder. It was instead accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. No! Help! Let me out! Dongfeng! Tyrant! No! Dongfeng Bo! Brother Dongfeng! Let me out! I won't dare again! I swear I won't! Why am I being struck by lightning? Great God! It was all Zhu and me, Yueying, who caused me to trouble you. Tyrant! Quickly retract your divine powers. Some fortunate guild players were struck down instantly by a single bolt, leaving them bewildered as they resurrected at the spawn point, unable to comprehend the calamity that had befallen them. Many others found themselves ensnared amidst the tumultuous storm of lightning, unable to advance or retreat as bolts exploded around them, ultimately culminating in the despairing depletion of their health. Listening to the harrowing screams that mingled with the thunderous roars, Zuanmi Yueying's face turned pale, her mind a blank slate. Observing Ji Dongfeng, who had withstood 3 bolts yet lost merely a fraction of his health, her eyes reddened with fury, her expression twisted into one of madness. Dongfeng Ball, I shall slay you, she bellowed, recklessly charging towards him. Boom! Just 3 meters into her reckless sprint, a bolt of lightning descended from above, striking her squarely atop her head. With a piercing scream, Zuanmi Yueying was obliterated into dust, and concurrently, the number of guild players dwindled to less than 100. These individuals, trapped within the tempest of lightning, resembled sinners awaiting their final judgment, and among them was Sihai Yunch. Witnessing Ji Dongfeng withstand the 4th bolt of lightning, Sihai Yunch's expression grew complex, a myriad of emotions coalescing into a profound sigh. Boom! At that moment, the 5th bolt of lightning struck Ji Dongfeng. Hiss! As the lightning struck, Ji Dongfeng trembled in pain. Despite his resistance to lightning, he felt his health plummet by nearly 10 points. The heavenly fire lightning of the body refinement stage consisted of 6 bolts, each progressively more powerful. Aside from enduring the physical damage to his health, he also had to mentally withstand the agony inflicted by the lightning. Whether his health was reduced to 0 or he fainted from the pain, both would signify a failure in his tribulation. As one ascended to the 100 Meridians realm or beyond, the trials faced during tribulation would be numerous and perilous. No matter how many times I endure this, the lightning still hurts so much, Ji Dongfeng muttered through gritted teeth. At this moment, within a radius of 100 meters around Ji Dongfeng, there was not a soul in sight. Only in the distance were more players arriving to witness the spectacle. I hereby declare, the Dominator has fully evolved into the Thunder Dominator. Is there no justice left in this world? Is he unafraid, even of lightning? Is this what transcending tribulations looks like? Goodness, why is the commotion so immense? Are you not astonished that Dongfeng Pa has already reached the level of transcending tribulations? Even the most elite players have yet to ascend to the 5th tier. The plight of Annihilation Moonshadow is truly dire, as far as I know. He gathered so many people and expended considerable resources, only for things to turn out this way. The president of the Annihilation Guild will surely not let him off lightly. Boom! Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the 6th bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down. As the 6th lightning bolt dissipated, Ji Dongfeng, who had felt excruciating pain just a moment before, suddenly experienced a profound sense of relief. It was as if every cell in his body had been cleansed of impurities and viruses by the thunder, leaving him feeling rejuvenated from head to toe. Ding! Congratulations, player, for breaking through to the 100 Meridians realm. You have transcended to a higher realm. Maximum spiritual energy reserves increased by 3,000 points. Life increased by 3,000 points. Spiritual energy absorption and conversion efficiency increased by 60 points. Attack and defense capabilities enhanced by 100 points. All attributes boosted by 100 points. Bone quality additionally enhanced by 50 points. The dominance of thunder effect is activated, increasing lightning damage by 30 points. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Life growth effect activated. Maximum life value increased by 500 points. Fire resistance increased by 20 points. Upon breaking through to a higher realm, the effect of heaven and earth at my command is enhanced, increasing leap distance or height by 16 meters. The effective distance of the blink skill is increased by 0.8 meters. The player has reached the 100 meridians realm. Spiritual energy has transformed into thunder spiritual energy. Attributes now enhance mental power and spiritual energy potency. Functionality increased to allow for meridian inspection. Ding! Congratulations! You are the first player in the world to break through to the second realm. A global announcement will follow. Chapter 64, Global Announcement. Halua. Epoch Global Announcement. Players from the Huaxia region, Dongfeng has become the world's first player to break through to the second realm. Rewards include the unique title Genius Cultivator. Awarded 50 free attribute points. Awarded a random talent treasure chest. Awarded 1 Sacred Mind Pill. Genius Cultivator. A unique title that can be displayed, increases comprehension chance by 5 when worn, and grants a 10 chance to gain an additional 30 points of cultivation upon leveling up. Random talent treasure chest, respect grade upon use. Permanently grants a random talent from 1 star to 9 star. Mind Pill, sacred grade, a vital elixir for major sects in the ancient cultivation world. As time has passed, ancient sects have gradually vanished, and the formulas have been lost, leaving only the finished elixirs, which are exceedingly rare. Upon use, mental power is increased by 100 points, with an additional 10 points gained for breakthroughs. Each player may consume a maximum of 3 pills. The instant the system notification rang out, players around the globe erupted in disbelief, some even questioning whether their ears were deceiving them. Global Forum. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The system must have made an error. System, I give you 1 chance. Announce it again. Do not jest with me at this late hour. Such frivolity impedes my slumber. I have labored to attain the 4th level of Qi refinement, yet the so-called king of braggarts has managed to ascend to his 2nd major realm. It feels as though I am engaged in an entirely different game. What? There are players from the cold nation who have reached this stage? In that case, the notion of east wind breaking seems rather reasonable. He can only bask in the limelight for now. What significance does it hold to be the first to break through if he cannot join a cultivation sect? Accelerated advancement now bears no meaning. Indeed, I dare assert that he will soon be surpassed by others in the second realm, ultimately crushed by the Guild of Oblivion. At that moment, countless players began to discuss this announcement, while the prominent guilds, such as Oblivion and Dreaming Haze, convened an urgent meeting once more. On the clear wind plain, Dongfeng stretched his limbs, feeling the surging power within him, eager to log out and see how his body had transformed. Dongfeng did not hasten to utilize any items. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, and as he gazed across the plain, he beheld a multitude of gleaming equipment. To perish under the tribulation lightning is deemed a normal death. At this moment, there were at least 600 or 700 pieces of equipment on the clear wind plain. Although most of them were common items shimmering with white light, there were also spiritual and precious artifacts, and even a glimpse of a purple celestial instrument. Today, we common folk are truly elated. Dongfeng strolled across the plain, joyfully collecting equipment. The players around him looked on with envy, unable to approach for fear of misunderstanding Dongfeng's intentions as he gathered item after item. Goodness, it appears as though we have stumbled upon a bustling market, with so much equipment to collect. Nearly 700 pieces. This is utterly astonishing. The Oblivion Guild has truly suffered a significant loss this time. Look, the king of braggarts is practically beaming with joy. In the next moment, a figure darted forward, rushing to Dongfeng's side. Boss, let me assist you. Just look at the hassle of you picking everything up yourself. Allow me to handle it. The exuberant shopkeeper's face was nearly contorted with excitement as he spoke. Dongfeng smirked and picked up the precious and celestial artifacts. You could take care of the rest. Just ensure you collect spirit stones. And if you find any equipment with beneficial effects, set it aside for me. I may have use for it. Don't worry, boss. Leave it to me. The shopkeeper grinned, weaving through the scattered equipment with agility nearly matching that of Dongfeng. Just then, Dongfeng prepared to open his backpack when a peculiar spirit approached with an expression of delight. Boss, you look so dashing after being struck by lightning. I have a favor to ask. The peculiar spirit exclaimed. A favor? What is it? Ji Dongfeng inquired, perplexed. I wish to exchange magical treasures with you. The peculiar spirit declared, producing a long sword radiating red light, which immediately floated behind him, while a blue crescent-shaped lute followed closely beside. Exchange magical treasures? Why? Ji Dongfeng questioned with intrigue. This is a spirit treasure known as the Heavenly Spirit Fire Sword. I wish to exchange it for your gourd. Mo Ran said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng grew even more perplexed. Exchange for a gourd? I must inform you that my gourd is merely a one-star mundane treasure. I simply want that gourd. I desire to be the seventh child from the Calabash brothers. At this, Ji Dongfeng was momentarily struck dumb, his mind struggling to comprehend how an 18-year-old adult could utter such words. Noticing this, the quirky spirit pulled Ji Dongfeng aside. Brother, Mo Ran is in the advanced stages of cancer. His family has ceased to care for him aside from providing a monthly allowance. Only an elderly steward who has cared for him since childhood remains by his side, though the steward has recently shown signs of dementia, regressing mentally to that of a child, thus becoming Mo Ran's caretaker. After the era of the game commenced, it was this steward who insisted on entering the game, prompting Mo Ran to follow. His desire to be a Calabash brother stems from the steward's incessant chatter about him being the first child and wanting to meet the other Calabash brothers. In this realm of cultivation, it is manageable to find the second through sixth children, but the seventh requires a gourd. The steward is in another novice village? Precisely. Mo Ran's exact words were that he is having a splendid time in another novice village, and he has likely become a renowned player, second only to you. Ji Dongfeng responded gravely. So, he still needs to find 5 individuals to impersonate the second through sixth children? To be precise, 4 as one is cloaked in invisibility. Heavenly Spirit Fire Sword. 3-star spirit treasure, a long sword tempered by heavenly flames, bestowing upon its wielder the power of fire. When entering a cultivation state, the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption and transformation increases by 30 points. In battle, attacks inflict an additional 30 points of fire damage. It possesses the Heavenly Fire Sword formation, capable of summoning this formation to strike adversaries during combat. Minimum equipment requirement, Chi Refinement and Body Refinement Level 3. Gazing at the description of the Heavenly Spirit Fire Sword, Ji Dongfeng remarked, the gourd is yours. What is your steward's name in the game? The Calabash brother, first child. Thank you, boss, Mo Ran exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement as he accepted the cherished gourd. Ji Dongfeng felt a stirring in his heart. Indeed, it is that notorious old madman. Chapter 65. Who drove the Mad King insane? Ian's breaking sun hammer. 1-star noble treasure. It is said that during the primordial era, a giant wielded a heavy hammer to forge the sun, laboring through eons until the sun was shattered into 10 fragments. The blazing sun we see today is one of those fragments, and the giant's hammer has transformed into countless essences that have been passed down through the ages. The most significant essence was refined by immortals into a hammer-shaped treasure, aptly named the Ian's breaking sun hammer. Upon entering battle, all fire attribute damage effects are enhanced by 100, with each instance of damage increasing attack power by 10 points and fire resistance by 5 points, capable of stacking indefinitely until the battle concludes. Upon vanquishing an adversary, there's a 10 chance to obtain a ray of sun essence, which would be consumed to unleash a single Ian's hammer strike, forcibly stunning the target. The duration of the stun is determined by the quantity of consumed sun essence and the disparity in realms between the two parties. Attacking an enemy in a stun state increases critical hit rate by 20. In a non-combat state, when successfully forging and enhancing weaponry or artifacts, a critical strike is guaranteed, resulting in multiple enhancements or a significant improvement in forging quality. The exclusive effect of a prestigious artifact. Upon entering combat, the wielder gains the radiance of the breaking dawn, transforming all attacks into area of effect strikes. Upon reading the description of the Dawnbreaker hammer, Ji Dongfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, prestigious artifacts possess unique effects, and this artifact is perfectly complementary to the soul of forging. As Ji Dongfeng made his way toward the wolf forest, he examined his recent gains. Ding! Upon using a random talent treasure chest, congratulations! You have obtained a 1-star growth talent, Soul Chip. Soul Chip. 1-star growth talent. What is the purpose of the soul? As long as I can grow stronger, I would trade anything, even if the deal is unfair. Death penalties are increased tenfold, and each breakthrough doubles the rewards. This talent is a special growth talent that enhances by 1 star for every 10 deaths, with amplified effects and increased rewards upon star elevation. A 10-fold increase in death penalties, 100-fold, 1,000-fold is inconsequential. Ji Dongfeng chuckled heartily upon reading the talent description. Nearby players, hearing his laughter, exchanged apprehensive glances and cautiously distanced themselves. One player uploaded a video of Ji Dongfeng's tribulation to the forum, leading to speculation that he might unleash thunder upon others when overly excited, a notion that garnered considerable acceptance. As word spread, Ji Dongfeng acquired the title of the first generator of the era. Ding! Upon consuming a spirit-nurturing pill, spirit points increased by 100, with an additional 10 points upon breakthroughs, and he could consume 2 more spirit-nurturing pills. After using the items, Ji Dongfeng opened his attribute interface. Name, Dongfeng Title, Hunting Vanguard. Talented Cultivator Realm. First layer of the 100 meridians, 0 meridians. Every 10 meridians opened grants a minor realm elevation. Cultivation, 2. Upon entering the 100 meridians realm, cultivation must be acquired to open meridians, with varying requirements for each, influenced by the effects of the bone cleansing pill, which reduces the total cultivation needed to open all meridians by 10. Root, Thunder. Spiritual Energy. Thunder's spiritual energy. When utilizing spiritual energy to release skills, damage from attack-type skills will automatically spread to nearby hostile targets. Spiritual Energy Power, 15. Affect skill efficacy and meridian opening efficiency. Maximum spiritual energy storage in Dantian, 7460111460. Spiritual energy absorption efficiency, 220. Spiritual energy conversion efficiency, 2386. Spirit points, 240, affects the number of learnable skills. Life, 10780. Attack, 712,170. Normal attacks inflict an additional 170 thunder damage. Defense, 1638. Bone quality, 408. Wisdom, 186. Strength, 282. Agility, 271. Free attribute points, 143. Resistances, Thunder 20, Poison 1050. Earth 160, Water 450, Metal 475, Wood 150, Fire 220. Comprehension probability, 16. Skills, Double Strike, passive. Swift Shadow, passive. Venomous Bite, passive. Soul of Forging, passive. Wisdom Root, passive. 5-element body, passive. Path of Body Refinement, ancient passive. Shadow of Fists, passive. Demonic Aura, passive. Life Growth, passive. 7-star Fist of Gale. Heaven and Earth at my command. Attack as Shield, passive. Spear's Might, passive. Techniques, 10,000 methods of body refinement. Understanding progress 54. Talents, Dominance of Thunder, 10 stars. Infinite Resurrection, 10 stars. Soul Chips, 1 star. Compared to the body refinement realm, the attributes in the 100 Meridians realm have undergone significant changes, with Ji Dongfeng particularly focused on the meridians. In the next moment, Ji Dongfeng opened his meridians, revealing a detailed diagram of human meridians before him, allowing him to review the information of each meridian. Rin Meridian. Full opening requires 27,000 cultivation. Upon opening, spirit energy absorption efficiency increases by 200 points. Each breakthrough additionally enhances bone strength by 20 points and defense by 50 points. Du Meridian. Full opening requires 27,000 cultivation upon opening. Spirit energy conversion efficiency increases by 200 points. Each breakthrough additionally enhances strength by 20 points and attack power by 50 points. Chong Meridian, the 12 regular meridians, and the 8 extraordinary meridians are the primary meridians, while the others are considered branches. Based on experience from a previous life, the main meridians should be prioritized for opening, followed by the associated branch meridians. In a last life, body refinement cultivators in the 100 Meridians realm utilized a unique cultivation method, initially opening the branch meridians requiring the least cultivation, thus quickly advancing in minor realms. While this method is efficient, it incurs a significant loss in attributes, such as the additional enhancements from the Run and Du meridians. In similar realms, cultivators who prioritize the main meridians generally have the upper hand over those who do not. With the existence of marrow cleansing pills, I can swiftly open the main meridians that offer breakthrough rewards. After thorough analysis, Ji Dongfeng promptly determined the path for his upcoming breakthroughs. Delving deeper, Ji Dongfeng soon reached the cliff where he had previously discovered the cloud-soaring spirit deer. At this moment, standing by the cliff, the divine mountain was no longer visible, and looking down revealed only darkness. Taking a deep breath, Ji Dongfeng stepped forward and leapt off the cliff. By the heavens! Even in a game, this is frightening. Bang. What? So this works too. Ji Dongfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he activated Heaven and Earth at my command, racing towards the cliff once more. Players near the resurrection point trembled in shock. Who in a novice village could slay the Thunder King? Why does the Thunder Grasshopper still manage to smile, even in death? Is this the self-cultivation of the king? This is a lesson worth learning. Even in death, one must face it with a smile. 5 minutes later, amidst the curious gazes of many players, Dongfeng's figure reappeared at the resurrection point. Ding! Infinite resurrection activated. 6th death today, cause of death, falling. Defense permanently increased by 10 points. Earth resistance permanently increased by 5 points, and damage from high falls permanently reduced by 5. The common folk, today is truly a joyous day. Friends at the resurrection point, we shall meet again shortly. Listening to the cheerful shouts of Dongfeng, a question arose in the minds of all present. Who could have slain the Bizarre King? Who drove the Bizarre King to madness? Chapter 66, Talent Ascension. The auction commences. Alive again? How many times has it been? This seems to be the 5th occasion, and each time, his smile has been radiant, particularly this time, resembling a blooming flower. Who could be? Who has managed to kill the Bizarre King so many times? Or does the Bizarre King possess some peculiar penchant? Within the resurrection point of Qingfeng village, the crowd observed Dongfeng, standing there with a silly grin, engaging in hushed discussions. Meanwhile, Dongfeng focused entirely on the system's notification. Ding! The comprehension of the first layer of the 10,000 Methods Body Refinement Immortal Tome has reached 100. The effects of the first layer are now activated. Spiritual energy absorption and conversion efficiency increased by 50 points. Permanent life increase of 500 points. Permanent defense increase of 100 points. And for every 2 points of strength gained, the Bone Foundation automatically increases by 1 point, without consuming free attribute points. After the system notification, Dongfeng glanced at the information of the 10,000 Methods Body Refinement Immortal Tome. 10,000 Methods Body Refinement Immortal Tome. 1-star Divine Quality, Unique. Total levels, 9. Current level, 1. Effects upon cultivating to level 2. Permanent fire resistance increase of 1,000 points. Permanent life increase of 1,000 points. Permanent defense increase of 200 points. Additional effects of the technique. 1. All enhancement effects of the technique are permanent, meaning even if the technique is changed, the improved attributes will be retained. 2. For every 2 points of strength gained, the Bone Foundation automatically increases by 1 point without consuming free attribute points. 3. Upon completing comprehension of the second layer, other additional effects will be unlocked. Equipment requirements for the technique, Body Refinement Realm. Current comprehension progress of the technique. Level 1. The comprehension method for each layer of this technique differs. The method for the second layer requires enduring 100,000 points of fire attribute damage. Every 1,000 points of fire attribute damage can enhance the comprehension by 1 point. Fire attribute damage seems a bit troublesome. However, I recall a dungeon filled with magma. Damn, just thinking about it is exhilarating, Dongfeng murmured. In the next moment, Dongfeng began to frantically allocate his free attribute points. With the 10,000 Methods Body Refinement Immortal Tome and the Path of Body Refinement, Dongfeng did not need to deliberate. He directly allocated all 143 free attribute points to strength. Ding! The 10,000 Methods Body Refinement Immortal Tome takes effect, increasing Bone Foundation by 71 points. Ding! The Path of Body Refinement takes effect, increasing Bone Foundation by 715 points. Just as I imagined. The combination of the technique and ancient skills yields a Bone Foundation increase nearly equivalent to strength. One could interpret this as my acquired free attribute points from breakthroughs being double that of others, Dongfeng mused, then whistled as he walked towards a cliff. 5 more deaths are needed for the soul chip to ascend. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of many players, Dongfeng reappeared at the resurrection point 5 more times. Though to his dismay, none of these instances triggered the infinite resurrection. Ding! The star rating of the soul chip has been elevated to 2 stars, with effects transforming into a 10-fold increase in punishment after death, a doubling of breakthrough rewards during each breakthrough, and a doubling of pill production during alchemy. As he gazed at the increasingly radiant smile of Dongfeng, a courageous player finally mustered the audacity to approach him. Might I inquire which esteemed figure from the Gold Core or nascent soul realm you are sparring with? Great Master, is there a looming crisis that you are single-handedly thwarting? If so, you must confide in us. Do not bear this burden alone. Upon hearing these words, Dongfeng was momentarily taken aback, but soon, with utmost seriousness, he replied, "No, it is merely a trivial inconvenience. Rest assured, continue your cultivation in peace. I shall shoulder all the troubles myself. With that declaration, Dongfeng resolutely stepped away from the resurrection point, under the admiring gazes of the other players. At that moment, the grand auction hosted by the esteemed shopkeeper was on the verge of commencing. Dongfeng casually sought a tranquil spot to set up a spirit-gathering array, simultaneously practicing and monitoring the auction's progress on the forum. Ding! Entering cultivation mode. The Celestial Fire Sword has activated, increasing spiritual energy absorption and transformation efficiency by 30 points. Current transformation efficiency, 3186. Ding! Cultivation level has increased by 2124. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper announced on the forum that the auction was about to begin. The Bounty King skill auction is about to start. Please prepare yourselves. The first item up for bid is the all-encompassing poisonous mist. Interested parties, you may leave your bids in the comments below after 1 minute. Bids must consist solely of monetary offers. All bids will undergo official verification by the Epoch authorities. The highest bid will be prominently displayed in real time. Should no higher bid be placed within 1 minute of the display, the auction will be deemed successful. Once again, only bank transfers will be accepted for this auction. As midnight approached, an ever-growing throng of players flooded the forum. Despite its peculiar format, this event marked the inaugural auction of the Epoch, destined to be etched in its annals. Spirit Grade Skill. The all-encompassing Poisonous Mist auction is now underway. Skill details have been presented and certified by the authorities. Esteemed players, possessing this skill will grant you the pleasure of witnessing swathes of monsters perish slowly before you. In the future, you shall sip tea, hum melodies, and poison wild beasts, leading a leisurely life of cultivation. What bliss it shall be! Observing the shopkeeper's introduction, Dongfeng chuckled softly, increasingly impressed by the shopkeeper's adeptness at persuasion. 100,000. Anyone offering 100,000 can leave. This is a spirit grade skill, and a rare area damage skill, perfect for monster farming. I bid 100, 500, 200, 000, 200, 100. Dongfeng was acutely aware that while the drop rate for skill books was exceedingly low as players advanced in cultivation, the value of spirit grade and even treasure grade skills would rapidly diminish. This urgency was one of the reasons he sought the shopkeeper to expedite the sale of these two skill books. The auction for the all-encompassing Poisonous Mist persisted for 10 minutes, ultimately concluding at a price of 650,000. Although the buyer used a forum nickname, Dongfeng instantly recognized them as a member of the elite team from the Annihilation Guild. Next, the auction for the second skill book commenced. I know many of you are here for this one. Indeed, it is the treasure grade skill, Flowing Flame Finger. No need for further elaboration. The starting bid is set at 500,000. Each subsequent bid must exceed the previous by no less than 50,000. Indeed, there is one more thing to note. Players from the Annihilation Guild are prohibited from participating in this auction. Do not inquire about the reason. It is simply because the master is displeased. Annihilation Guild players should not presume that I am unaware of your identities simply because you use forum aliases. I shall disregard all bids from Annihilation Guild players. Listening to the Master's introduction, Dongfeng chuckled softly, fully aware that such measures were of little significance, as the Annihilation Guild could still commission other players to partake in the auction, merely serving to vex Chu Xueqing and her companions. However, Dongfeng relished the thought of causing that irritation. Meanwhile, players from the Annihilation Guild erupted in outrage, a cacophony of invective echoing throughout. Similarly, Chu Xueqing, also present in the forum, wore a grim expression, her teeth grinding in frustration. Yet, the vitriol from the Annihilation Guild did not diminish the fervor of the auction. Rather, it significantly increased the number of players intrigued by the event. 550,000, 700,000. Esteemed participants, our Wushuang Guild wishes to acquire this skill. We implore you to grant us this favor. 1,000,000. Preposterous. What merit does your Wushuang Guild possess? 1,200,000. Foresees Guild. Bidding 1,250,000. July Flowing Fire Guild. Bidding 1,500,000. This tome shall be ours. Must you all artificially inflate the price? This skill book, even if considered a treasure, will lose considerable value once one surpasses the refining chi and body stage. Do not mislead others. You should understand how substantial the value is if one can gain an advantage in the refining body and chi stage. 1,550,000. You, the one hurling insults. Get out. Observing the fervent auction scene, numerous players remarked in awe. Almost all participants were from the top 10 guilds in the country, and compared to individual players, the resources of a guild were unfathomable. The auction hosted by Liu Yin persisted for over 20 minutes, and as the price surged to 3 million, only 3 factions remained in contention: Four Seas Guild, Wushuang Guild, and July Flowing Fire Guild. 3,100,000. July Flowing Fire continued to bid. 3,150,000. Wushuang Guild held firm. 3,200,000. July. Wushuang. Remember, your relationship with the Four Seas Guild has always been amicable. Do not forget, we can engage in numerous collaborations. Following the Four Seas Guild's bid, July Flowing Fire and Wushuang Guild fell into a momentary silence. As the 1-minute bidding window approached its conclusion, an unfamiliar bid unexpectedly emerged. For million, Dream Creation Guild bids. Upon hearing this bid, everyone stood frozen in place, including Dongfeng, who was equally taken aback. Even for a treasure skill, this price exceeded his expectations. In his previous life, the master had also conducted the first auction, where a treasure skill concluded at merely 3 million. What agenda does the Dream Creation Guild have? Dongfeng murmured, feeling a sense of unreality. After Dream Creation Guild placed their bid, the Four Seas Guild fell silent as well, and until the 1-minute bidding period expired, no further bids were made. I hereby declare, the auction is concluded. The final transaction price stands at 4 million. The Liu Yin finger belongs to the Dream Creation Guild. Chapter 67. You have indeed cultivated well. The auction concluded, and the chief merchant promptly transferred 65 million to Dongfeng's account. Boss, the equipment you previously struck with lightning is selling quite well. I estimate that it will all be sold within a day or two, albeit at slightly reduced prices, within the confines of Qingfeng village. The chief merchant approached Dongfeng to discuss the current state of the trading association. Upon hearing this, Dongfeng replied, "Good. Make sure to dedicate more time to your cultivation. Aim to reach at least the 9th level before heading into the town. Rest assured, boss, I'm well aware of what I need to do. By the way, I also picked up some treasured artifacts earlier. I've just inspected them closely. And since I have no use for them, please help me sell them. The treasures only accept transfers." As Dongfeng spoke, he handed over the artifacts he had previously acquired through lightning strikes to the chief merchant. Out of the 600 or 700 pieces of equipment, Dongfeng ultimately retained only one celestial artifact. Thick Earth Qinquan Necklace, 1-star celestial artifact for body refinement and Qi cultivation. The craftsman originally intended to forge the path of Qinquan with the power of the earth. However, impurities accidentally mingled during the refining process, resulting in this item. When equipped, it enhances defensive capabilities by 100 points, roots by 50 points, and strength by 20 points. Upon entering combat, it automatically summons an earth shield that can absorb 3,000 points of damage, while reflecting 10 of the damage taken. Minimum equipment cultivation requirement. Body refinement level 5, Earth Spirit Root. Although this celestial artifact cannot be equipped, Dongfeng has other plans for it. After a brief exchange, the chief merchant turned to leave, while Dongfeng gazed at his account balance, momentarily lost in thought. Is this what it feels like to have money? Dongfeng murmured before choosing to log off. Back in reality, Dongfeng examined his body and was astonished to find that his six-pack abs were increasingly prominent, and his overall musculature was more balanced. While he did not appear as exaggerated as a fitness enthusiast, Dongfeng could distinctly sense the strength coursing through him. However, this power felt too scattered, and he was unsure how to harness it effectively. In the next moment, Dongfeng quickly freshened up and began to search for real estate listings in Binhai City. After a restful night, he rose energetically at 5 a.m. the next morning. It seemed that he now only required 4 hours of sleep each day. Feeling the vitality within, he once again attempted to memorize the contents of the Xiantian secret method. I can continue memorizing. Dongfeng's eyes sparkled. In the next instant, he swiftly absorbed the first layer's 10 or so contents, but a piercing dizziness surged in his mind once more. It appears to be an issue with my consciousness. Only by enhancing my consciousness can I memorize the subsequent contents. Identifying the problem, Dongfeng stepped outside and commenced his morning run. During his run, Dongfeng noticed that the world around him appeared infinitely clearer. This clarity was not merely a matter of seeing better. The chirping of birds, the swaying of flowers, the ebb and flow of people, and their hushed conversations all vividly manifested before him. Dongfeng felt an uncanny sense of mastery over everything around him. After concluding his morning run and having a light breakfast, Dongfeng pondered for a moment before taking a taxi to the Binhai Welfare Institute. Oh, Xiaofeng is here. Why are you up so early? It doesn't seem to be the weekend. Little Feng, you arrived just in time. Let us engage in a game of chess. I shall grant you a set of rooks and knights. Little Feng, go find Sister Lu. She is inside the house. Do hurry. Upon entering the welfare home, Dongfeng greeted everyone along the way, sensing that the elderly residents were in relatively good health. This sensation was quite mystical, yet Dongfeng was able to perceive it. Moments later, he reached the second floor of the welfare home and knocked on Grandma Lu's door. Grandma Lu, it's me, Little Feng. Oh, Little Feng, what brings you here today? Kumin. Hearing her voice, Dongfeng straightened his clothes and opened the door. Inside the room, an elderly woman with snow-white hair was reading a newspaper through her reading glasses. Hearing the door, she lowered her glasses and turned to glance at Dongfeng. Grandma Lu, you look well. Dongfeng remarked with a smile. Little Feng, you seem to have improved in your training, Grandma Lu replied with a chuckle. Dongfeng was momentarily taken aback, his pupils narrowing. Grandma Lu, you noticing his surprise, Grandma Lu smiled gently and said, I meant the game. I presume you have started playing that game, called Epoch. Haven't you? Isn't it about cultivating immortality? I must admit, I don't quite understand the things you young people enjoy. Upon hearing this, Dongfeng relaxed a bit, casting a glance at Grandma Lu. It's going okay. I just happened to pass by and thought I'd come to see you. You appear to be much more robust and spirited, quite the youthful demeanor. Grandma Lu observed with a smile. The two engaged in light conversation, and after half an hour, Dongfeng prepared to leave the welfare home, only to be drawn into another game of chess. 10 minutes later, as Dongfeng exited the welfare home, the reigning chess champion looked perplexed at the board before him. What sorcery is this? When did this brat become such a formidable chess player? It must be because I let him use the rooks and knights. On the balcony of the second floor, Grandma Lu watched Dongfeng's retreating figure for a moment before sighing. What is right and what is wrong? Who can truly discern? Returning to his rented room, Dongfeng logged back into the game. It was only 8 a.m., yet within Epoch, a lively scene unfolded. In Qingfeng village, players were densely packed, diligently training, some having leveled up throughout the night. Dongfeng's breakthrough to the Hundred Veins realm had certainly stirred excitement among many players. He departed the novice village and arrived at the location where the two-headed pig demon was set to respawn in Qingfeng Plains. All monsters in the novice village refreshed after 8 a.m., and Dongfeng was keen not to miss his daily harvest. Upon reaching the area of the two-headed pig demon, he was surprised to find Yimi Yueying leading players from the Yimi Guild and the Sihai Guild in an assault on the demon. The battle had just commenced, as the demon had only recently respawned. Due to the overwhelming numbers, the pig demon's health was swiftly diminishing. Quick, quick, quick! Let us defeat it! Dongfeng hasn't logged on yet. Increase the pace. Yimi Yueying shouted excitedly from a distance while launching ranged attacks. Bang! Captain, be careful! The surrounding players merely cast a glance at Moonshadow before turning their attention elsewhere, for Moonshadow had become a familiar presence at the resurrection point. At the spawn point of the two-headed pig demon, the arrival of East Wind broke the silence, leaving the members of both major guilds momentarily stunned. Uncertain of how to proceed, Dongfeng glanced around, realizing that neither Sihai Yunj nor Sihai Shengping were present. Curse it! Eliminate him first. Ignore everything else. He can only kill one at a time. The rest must seize this opportunity. The first to react was Yami Zhanga, who bellowed and charged at the two-headed pig demon. The players from both guilds quickly gathered their resolve, albeit with palpable trepidation, and pressed closer to the demon to attack. How dare you stand so close? Dongfeng, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh and executed the heaven and earth allow me to traverse skill, leaping beside the two-headed pig demon, and then delivered a powerful punch. Bang! 1,712. 340, 1,608, 340. With a single strike, an astonishing number erupted above the pig demon's head, followed by a horrifying scream as it disintegrated into light. To the shock of the crowd, although Dongfeng's punch had struck the demon, several nearby players also saw damage numbers appear above their heads, their health bars depleting to 0 alongside the demon. With the enhancement of the Qinxiu Breaking Sun Hammer, the attack transformed into an area effect. Simultaneously, a golden light surged into the Qinxiu Breaking Sun Hammer, granting Dongfeng the first essence of the blazing sun. What hope do I have against him? Yami Zhanga thought, his face paling as East Wind approached him. Chapter 68. Instant Kill. Premium Storage Ring. On the Qingfeng Plains, Dongfeng collected the equipment dropped by the two-headed pig demon and the members of the Yami and Sihai guilds, ultimately selecting 4 valuable items, 2 pieces of equipment, 1 Peiyuan Dan, and 1 Spirit Crystal Transformation Talisman. The Pig Demon S Rage Ring, Chi Refinement and Body Refinement Level 1 treasure, a ring engraved with a pig head, allowing the wearer to feel the fury of the Pig Demon. When equipped, it boosts attack power by 50 points, defense by 50 points, and health by 300 points, with Chi absorption and conversion efficiency increased by 20 points. If an attack results in a critical hit, the chance for the next 3 attacks to be critical hits is increased by 10. Minimum equipment cultivation level required, Chi Refinement and Body Refinement Level 4. Pei Yuan Dan, a snack for body refiners from the primordial era. Upon use, it permanently increases bone quality by 10 points. Indeed, not achieving the first kill meant the rewards were significantly diminished. Dongfeng smirked, consuming the Pei Yuan Dan, and replaced his Wolf Spirit Ring and Thunderguard bracers with the 2 new pieces of equipment. However, he decided not to trade the Wolf Spirit Ring for the time being, planning to prepare 2 sets of equipment, one for combat and another for cultivation. Having completed these tasks, Dongfeng leisurely entered the Wild Wolf Forest, where the number of players leveling up was steadily increasing, particularly around the location of the Qingfeng monkeys, which had been monopolized by various major guilds. Yet whether they were solo players or guild members, upon seeing Dongfeng, they all obediently stood aside, bowing and greeting him, only to breathe a sigh of relief once he had passed. Isn't it said that the king of pressure radiates electricity wherever he goes? Whence do you derive these rumors? It is evident that the Wolf King only attracts lightning when in a state of agitation. Indeed, I find myself rather concerned. Should the Wolf King fail to join a sect of cultivation, what if he remains ensconced in the novice village? Would that not render everything his? Moments latte. Dongfeng approached the location of the Golden Wolf King, a broad smile upon his face. Ah, good morning, Wolf Brother. The Golden Wolf King, upon noticing him, gazed silently for a while before quietly positioning himself before an ancient tree, resolutely guarding his rear. With a fierce roar, the Golden Wolf King unleashed his murderous intent, evidently preparing for a full-on confrontation with Dongfeng. Splendid. You exhibit great spirit. Dongfeng chuckled, and in an instant he unleashed his technique, heaven and earth. A walk unfettered, dashing towards the Golden Wolf King. As the Golden Wolf King prepared to release his skill, Dongfeng preempted him with 1,000 autumns. Breaking the Sun Hammer. 1,000 autumns hammer. Dongfeng bellowed, as his words echoed. The hammer enlarged 3 to 4 times its original size and came crashing down upon the Golden Wolf King's head. Although this strike caused no actual damage, it immediately rendered the Golden Wolf King dazed. Despite possessing merely 1 essence of the blazing sun, the suppression of realms ensured that the Golden Wolf King remained incapacitated for approximately 3 seconds. Observing this, Dongfeng chuckled lightly, vaulting onto the Golden Wolf King's head, and then delivered a powerful punch, followed by a flurry of 3 shadowy fists. 885, 885, 885, 3,540, critical hit, 340, 20, poison damage, 60, fire damage. A cascade of 7 damage figures erupted forth. Under the influence of the 1,000 autumns breaking the Sun Hammer, Dongfeng's attack power surged by 70 points. Meanwhile, the Golden Wolf King was still in a dazed state, and Dongfeng did not hold back. With a sudden burst of strength, he unleashed a series of swift-wind 7-star fists in rapid succession, all within 2 seconds. With the effect of the shadowy fists, Dongfeng managed to deliver 12 punches in that brief span. His fists moved with the swiftness of a tempest, creating afterimages in their wake. Damage numbers continued to spring forth from the Golden Wolf King. 1,107, 1,107, 3,544, 3,544. With a resounding crash, the system announced, "Kill the Golden Wolf King," gaining 500 spirit points and acquiring 1,000 spirit stones. In a single flurry of swift-wind 7-star fists, the Golden Wolf King had barely begun to recover from his daze when his health was entirely depleted, his massive form crashing to the ground. In his final moments, he looked at Dongfeng with wide-eyed terror, unable to comprehend how, in just a single night, Dongfeng had transformed from a mere opportunist into a master of wolf hunting. As the system's notification chimed, the Golden Wolf King dropped 4 items. However, Dongfeng felt a pang of disappointment, for although 2 pieces of equipment were of decent quality, one a celestial artifact and the other a treasured item, neither surpassed his current gear. "Wolf Brother, you are both inept and miserly," Dongfeng remarked, casting his gaze upon the remaining 2 items. Wolf Brother's Mark, sacred the insignia of the Golden Wolf clan. Carrying it grants one the status of an esteemed guest among the wolf tribe, though it may require an unknown cost. Placed within a backpack, The wolf tribe beasts below the level of the pregnant spirit realm will not initiate an attack against you and may even assist you in battle with a certain probability. In contrast, the lion and tiger beasts will invariably attack you, with their hatred value doubled. The Wolf Annihilation Pill Formula. Celestial Grade, a master alchemist, once utilized the wolf tribe demon pill to concoct some exceedingly peculiar elixirs. These potions may appear useless at first glance, yet they can sometimes prove to be extraordinarily beneficial. Upon mastering the alchemy skill, one may utilize this formula to acquire the crafting methods for 3 random potions. Stowing away 2 items. Dongfeng continued deeper into the woods and soon arrived at Wang Sandao's wooden cabin, or rather, what remained of it, with only a single wooden door still standing amidst the ruins. At that moment, Wang Sandao was chopping wood, seemingly intending to reconstruct the cabin. "Senior," Dongfeng called out. Wang Sandao turned upon hearing his voice and replied, Well, young lad, have you broken through to the 100 Veins realm? Your cultivation speed is rather astonishing. That hammer of yours seems quite impressive as well. I owe it all to your spirit-gathering array, Senior. Do not thank me. It is your innate talent at play. I have heard that one Xuanji from a Xintian sect has been causing you some trouble." Upon hearing this, Dongfeng felt a stir in his heart and responded, "It hardly qualifies as trouble. He looks down upon me, and I have no regard for him either. Ha, good lad. You certainly have a bold spirit. I admire that. To pursue immortality, one must possess such audacity. What does the Xintian sect amount to? Had I not been preoccupied with my injuries yesterday, I would have surely gone over to give him a few strikes. However, the Xintian sect is indeed a prominent leader among the cultivation sects now, and having offended someone as petty as Wan Xuanji, you may encounter some difficulties in the future. Does Senior have any solutions?" Dongfeng inquired. As he was unconcerned about Wan Xuanji's threats, yet felt that inquiring further might yield unexpected benefits. "I have no solutions, but Qingfeng Daoren does," Wang Sandao chuckled, as he produced a ring radiating a blood-red glow. The ring was entirely crimson, adorned with a carving of a dragon's head that appeared somewhat menacing. "This is the ring I promised you. Take it for now," Wang Sandao instructed. Seeing this, Dongfeng hastily accepted the ring for a closer inspection. The soul-coiling dragon ring, unique supreme grade storage ring evolved from the serpent ring. Its craftsmanship may be rudimentary, yet it seals within it the soul of a powerful cultivator. As for the fate of this soul, while some may care, none truly know. This storage ring can be worn on any finger without occupying equipment space, containing 1,000 cubic units of storage. It allows for the remote absorption of items within a 10-meter radius, including living beings. Once equipped, this ring is permanently bound and will never be lost. Items stored within it will never suffer damage. Heavenly materials, earth treasures, elixirs, or living beings will receive nourishment from the soul within. Heavenly materials, earth treasures, and elixirs will increase in quality by 1 level every 24 hours, while living beings will undergo a random evolution once every 24 hours. Exclusive effect of the Supreme Grade Ring. The soul of Qingfeng Daoren resides within, allowing for conversation and communication. When cultivating with Thunder Spirit Qi, the Qi will automatically purify the demonic energy within Qingfeng Daoren's soul. The purified demonic energy will transform into cultivation or random attributes. Currently, there remains 100 units of demonic energy. The ethereal essence of Qingfeng harbors numerous memories from a previous life. By cultivating a good rapport with her, you may find assistance, for she is acquainted with several friends from the Zhentinggong sect. Engaging with her is quite simple. The Zunpin ring resonates with your intentions, allowing you to communicate merely by contemplating your thoughts. Wang Sandao chuckled. Upon hearing this, Dongfeng felt a stir in his heart and attempted to greet her mentally. "Qingfeng Senior." Scram. No problem. Chapter 69. Obtaining the Inheritance. Entering Xiaoyao Town. Rest assured, Senior, I shall exert my utmost efforts. Very well, very well. The realm of cultivation is brimming with talent. Your future is boundless. Come, allow me to escort you. Wang Sandao replied with a smile. Hearing this, Dongfeng was moved and stepped forward to stand before Wang Sandao. In the next moment, Wang Sandao exerted force with his palm, and a golden radiance gradually coalesced. Remember, you must uphold integrity and honor. Do not tarnish the reputation of Wang Sandao. He admonished, then with a flick of his wrist, the golden light surged directly into Dongfeng's body. In an instant, Dongfeng glimmered with golden light, every cell rejoicing in exuberance. Ding. Mission completed. Wang Sandao's determination. Reward. Wang Sandao's inheritance. True unique. Contribution to Qingfeng village. 10 points. Wang Sandao's blade. 1. Ding. acquired Wang Sandao's inheritance, true unique. Due to the overwhelming power of the inheritance, it must be completed in 10 stages. Each breakthrough to a new minor realm will unlock one portion of the inheritance. First portion unlocked. Permanent enhancement of attack power by 300 points. Permanent enhancement of defense by 300 points. Cultivation level increased by 20,000 points. Efficiency of spiritual energy absorption and conversion permanently enhanced by 100 points. After a span of several breaths, the golden light enveloping Ji Dongfeng gradually faded, while Wang Sandao's complexion turned notably pale. Senior, Ji Dongfeng exclaimed, his expression shifting. I am fine. It is only by your becoming stronger that you can purify Qingfeng's demonic energy more swiftly. Cough, also take this. It is a long knife I once forged. While you favor martial arts, it would not hurt to learn a bit of knife techniques in the future. However, this blade remains a semi-finished product. Once you arrive at Xiaoyao Town, seek out an individual named Old Feng and inform him that Wang Sandao has entrusted him with completing this knife. Then I shall be free of my concerns. I will guard Qingfeng for 1 more year, and then I shall seek that blood hand for a final confrontation. Wang Sandao chuckled lightly, snapping his fingers, causing a weapon resembling a chopping knife to fall into Ji Dongfeng's hands. Ji Dongfeng promptly accepted the weapon. Wang Sandao's blade, unknown a weapon forged in imitation of the 3 close combat long knives. The crafting method is rudimentary, yet it embodies Wang Sandao's lifetime of insights into knife techniques. Possessing this blade is akin to having a master of knife arts at your side for guidance. This blade remains incomplete, and its quality and attributes can only be assessed once fully forged. Senior, allow me to deal with that blood hand. You promised the Qingfeng cultivator that you would never leave Qingfeng village and cannot go back on your word, Ji Dongfeng stated. Wang Sandao chuckled. Seeking that blood hand 3 days before the end of my life does not constitute breaking my promise. Ji Dongfeng's expression changed, and he hurriedly replied, Do you mean your lifespan only has 1 year left? Hasn't your injury healed? With a hearty laugh, Wang Sandao remarked, I never claimed that my injuries would completely heal. What I meant was that utilizing the spirit gathering array can restore my spiritual energy entirely, ensuring my cultivation remains intact. After battling Bloodhand, the demonic energy has already penetrated my 100 channels and even my nascent soul. If I can survive for a year, I shall consider myself fortunate, and I owe this to you for allowing me to maintain my cultivation. This increases my odds of taking Bloodhand down with me when I self-detonate my nascent soul. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng clenched his fists, overwhelmed with sorrow. Do not display such an expression. You are my destined companion, Ji Dongfeng. Focus on purifying the demonic energy from Qingfeng as quickly as possible. Rest assured, Senior, Ji Dongfeng replied, taking a deep breath to suppress the myriad of emotions within him. All right, go attend to your own matters. By the way, if Zhuantiangong continues to pursue you, do not hesitate to retaliate. As cultivators, we must contend with the heavens. We shall not endure any indignities. Do not worry, master, Ji Dongfeng called out, instantly changing his form of address. Wang Sandao was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Call me master? You must be even more audacious than I am, embracing a wild spirit and unrestrained freedom. With those words, Wang Sandao turned away, continuing to chop wood. Ji Dongfeng took his leave, heading towards Qingfeng village, determined to redeem the remaining contribution points before embarking on his journey to the town. As he listened to the receding footsteps, Wang Sandao sighed deeply, glancing at the long knife firmly grasped in his hand. Old friend, I hope this young man truly surpasses us in the future. Upon arriving at Qingfeng village, Ji Dongfeng discovered that the chief steward had returned, and the stalls of the Little Qianqian Trading Association were once again open. Ji Dongfeng organized his backpack, trading away all unnecessary equipment. Wow, boss, what have you been up to this morning? Nothing much, just dealt with 2 individuals and a horde of minions. Are the minions part of the Annihilation Guild? Yes, the same rules apply. Only spirit stones under the treasure level. Treasures must be transferred. Don't worry. I believe I can arrange another equipment auction soon. The chief steward chuckled. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ji Dongfeng approached Li Yuwei to review the exchange list, ultimately converting all his contributions into various essential elixirs. Having completed all this, Ji Dongfeng made a point to bid farewell to Shang Wanyu. He initially intended to leave a few words with the peculiar Wu Shengku and Link, but he could not find them, especially Wu Shengku and Link, who were nowhere to be found. Re-entering the wild wolf forest, Ji Dongfeng advanced deeper until he finally emerged onto a broad path. His actions drew the attention of many players, and as soon as it was confirmed that Ji Dongfeng was heading into the town, Messages began to circulate among the higher echelons of various guilds. Ding! Please enter the town via Tongtian Road. The moment he stepped onto the expansive path, a system notification chimed, and as Dongfeng glanced around, he noticed a mist rising on either side of the road, adorned with intricate patterns. At the end of the path lay a shimmering golden teleportation array. In the last century, Dongfeng hardly paid attention to his surroundings. However, in this life, endowed with the extraordinary talent of infinite resurrection, he dares to embrace every novel experience. The sensation felt akin to a rubber ball, as Dongfeng placed his hand upon the white mist and exerted a gentle force. He ultimately discovered that what appeared to be vapor was, in fact, a solid entity, preventing him from truly penetrating it. After much endeavor, even employing the swift wind 7-star fist, Dongfeng found himself at an impasse with the elusive white mist. Observing his predicament, he redirected his focus to the peculiar patterns above the Great Road. He noted 3 intricate designs, and instinct urged him to commit them to memory, hinting that they might prove useful in the future. Yet, these patterns were exceedingly complex, and upon forcibly memorizing them, he felt a sharp pain radiate through his mind. Damn it, he muttered, realizing that memorizing such intricate details demanded a significant mental effort, though fortunately, his mental capacity was sufficient. After confirming the accuracy of his recollection, he strode towards the teleportation array. The path taken by travelers led to a town with towering walls reaching heights of 30 to 40 meters, Xiaoyao Town. Whoosh! Along the way, pedestrians bustled, while cultivators soared above on their flying swords. Mortals trudged with burdens, and immortals reveled in song, while within the town, a kaleidoscope of colors danced continuously, a testament to the protective array safeguarding the vicinity, illuminating the world in brilliance. Chapter 70, Maintenance. The hidden task of Xiaoyao Town. Senior Qingfeng, have you visited Xiaoyao Town before? Dongfeng pondered inwardly as he walked along the dusty road. There is no need for trivial conversation, came the reply. I merely wish to strengthen our bond, he thought, feeling the chill of the response. If you wish to foster our connection, perhaps offer something worthwhile for the ring. This dreary place is quite tiresome. What treasures does Xiaoyao Town possess? The drunken immortal brew from Tianjing Tavern is delightful. The 4 happiness meatballs from Penglai Restaurant are exquisite. The crispy wolf meat from Xiaoyao Residence is delectable, and the braised bull demon meat from Sifong Inn is a must-try. Each of these, let me have 3 portions. Senior, are you not concerned about them spoiling? Fool, the premium ring ensures the food remains fresh indefinitely. Very well, I shall find time to procure them. As they conversed, Dongfeng arrived at the entrance of Xiaoyao Town, where 2 guards promptly approached to block his path. One was named Li Yuan, and the other Wang Baoping, both cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. For where do you come? Do you possess a pass? Wang Baoping inquired coldly. At this, Dongfeng retrieved the Xiaoyao Town pass from his backpack. Please take a look. I hail from Qingfeng Village and am a cultivator. He replied with a smile. The guards examined the pass, confirming its authenticity before returning it to Dongfeng. Enter, but do not cause any disturbances, otherwise you shall bear the consequences. Hearing this, Dongfeng chuckled, producing 200 spirit stones from his backpack and offering them to the guards. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Your efforts in safeguarding Xiaoyao Town are truly commendable. The guards' eyes brightened at the sight, and with a swift motion, they accepted the spirit stones. Who would have thought you would be quite adept at this? You are quite impressive, and I shall remember you. In the future, when you take on bounty tasks, I can offer you some favorable options, Wang Baoping remarked with a smile, his gaze towards Dongfeng softening significantly. Ding! A hidden reward has been triggered, increasing the probability of encountering tasks of spiritual quality or higher in the bounties of Xiaoyao Town by 10. Listening to the system's notification, Dongfeng chuckled, considering this as the first minor hidden task of Xiaoyao Town, which could only be triggered 10 times. After surpassing that number, any further attempts would not only yield no rewards, but also risk being accused of bribing the guards, leading to the 2 guards claiming credit for the performance. Bounty tasks are a type of mission, refreshed daily with 9 different tasks, each player encountering distinct assignments, all varying in quality. Are you still engaging in such clandestine activities? Qingfeng's voice suddenly interjected. How is this clandestine? It is merely the ways of the world. What is cultivation about? It revolves around human relationships. I forgot to mention, the spiritual quality rice at the Sifong Inn is quite commendable. Senior, what did you say? The wind is too strong. I can't hear you. I must go now. As I'm entering the town, in the next moment, Dongfeng stepped into the town, braving Qingfeng's scolding. Just as he entered, The system's notification chimed once more. Epoch global announcement. Player Dongfeng Pa from Huaxia District becomes the first player globally to enter the town. Rewards: 30 free attribute points, 1 divine skill treasure chest, 1 sacred life skill treasure chest. Ding! Epoch global announcement. Due to a player entering the town, the Epoch will undergo an update and maintenance for 4 hours. After maintenance is complete, features such as friends and the auction house will be made available. All players are advised to prepare. At least let me open a treasure chest. Dongfeng muttered, pouting as he approached the table to meticulously sketch the 3 patterns he had just memorized. However, the moment he completed the drawings, the paper depicting the 3 patterns vanished without a trace. Dongfeng blinked at the empty table, bewildered. Where's my paper? Did I lose my paper? Unwilling to accept defeat, Dongfeng sketched once more, only to face the same outcome. It seems these 3 patterns possess special effects, akin to the spirit gathering array, requiring a unique medium in the real world. Dongfeng murmured. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Dongfeng was about to check the forum, a knocking sound echoed in his ears. Upon opening the door, he discovered the fitness equipment he had ordered had arrived. While Dongfeng plunged into an intense workout session, Chu Xueqing had gathered the high-ranking members of the Annihilation Guild. At this moment, with the Epoch under maintenance, all captains were also in attendance. President, Leipeng has gone to prepare, and Zhao Ying has met up with Zhao Hu. If all goes well, we will soon bring Dongfeng over. Hearing this, Chu Xueqing coldly replied, when did the Annihilation Guild allow the word if to be uttered? We will certainly bring Dongfeng here. Chuck Xueqing spoke in a grave tone. The recent notification from the Epoch has been unequivocal. Both friendships and auctions will be open. I trust you comprehend the implications of this. Apart from a novice village where Dongfeng resides, the overwhelming majority of novice villages still find us in a position of advantage, albeit not overtly so. The Four Seas Guild has temporarily allied with us. However, we must not underestimate Chuangming, especially in light of yesterday's auction. It is evident they're determined to rival us to the end. My singular request of you is this. Once the game resumes, immediately trade any valuable equipment, items, or skills you possess to the guild for redistribution. Only through this method can we ensure maximum profit and swiftly widen the gap between ourselves and other players. Let me reiterate our established goal. The strongest of Epoch 10. 8 members shall return unscathed. As the crowd's cheers rang out, Chuck Xueqing nodded. All captains may disperse now and assess the resource status of your respective teams. Hao Yin, please stay. Once the captains departed, Chuck Xueqing turned her gaze to a silent young man. Hao Yin, how far are you from reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement? She inquired solemnly. Just give me 1 more day, and I shall enter the town, Hao Yin replied. You previously mentioned that Xuan Tiangong has promised to recruit you at the Immortal Ascension Conference in Xiaoyao Town, and they provided you with an opportunity there. Surely this chance cannot be snatched by Dongfeng? Though the likelihood is slim, I still harbor some concerns. Upon hearing this, Hao Yin chuckled lightly, dismissing her worries. Rest assured, President, this opportunity is merely a hidden quest, one that is exceedingly difficult to trigger, and it is solely for me to undertake. Dongfeng will not discover it. That is reassuring. If today's operation to deal with Dongfeng fails, the task will fall to you. Although he cannot join a cultivation sect and poses no future threat, I still prefer to obliterate him completely, Chuck Xueqing stated coldly. Hao Yin responded, I will handle him. How the guild deals with him afterward is not my concern, but I must be the one to deliver the first blow. If memory serves, there are 6 hidden quests in Xiaoyao Town, one of which can only be triggered once and is exceedingly difficult to activate, discovered by a prodigy through serendipity. Chapter 71. The Arrival of Chusheng. A single blow. The intensity of my training must be heightened. I currently feel no pressure at all. In his rented room, Dongfeng took a deep breath, glanced at the time, then changed his clothes and set off toward the restaurant that Shun Feifei had mentioned. Leipeng, our time for resolution has come, Dongfeng sneered, a faint aura of menace emanating from him. At noon, Dongfeng arrived outside a secluded restaurant in the suburbs, where a woman stood anxiously at the entrance, glancing around. She was clad in a flowing yellow gown, her expression sharp, and her eyes glimmering with greed. Upon catching sight of Dongfeng, her eyes brightened, and she hurried toward him. Old classmate, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you. It's been so long since we last met, and you've become quite the figure, the woman exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this, Dongfeng let out a cold laugh and said, Shun Feifei, I am pressed for time. Summon Leipeng. Upon hearing this, Shun Feifei's expression shifted, her face betraying an unnatural demeanor as she replied, Old classmate, what are you saying? Please, step inside. We have been waiting for you. Ji Dongfeng glanced around, disregarding Shun Feifei's words, and strode directly into the restaurant. Shun Feifei shuddered, a flicker of doubt flashing in her eyes. She felt an unmistakable pressure beside Ji Dongfeng that rendered her breathless. As Ji Dongfeng entered the establishment, Shun Feifei hastily shut the door behind him. In the next moment, Ji Dongfeng surveyed the surroundings, only to discover that the restaurant was utterly devoid of patrons, enveloped in silence. Despite it being mealtime, there was not even a single waiter to be seen. Lei Peng, come forth, Ji Dongfeng said with evident impatience. My dear childhood friend, it appears you have indeed changed to the point where I scarcely recognize you. How could you move without informing me? Why do you feel the need to guard against me? Such actions truly sadden me. Accompanied by a mocking laugh, Lei Peng emerged from the kitchen, flanked by over a dozen individuals who exuded a ruffian demeanor. Their gazes were laden with malice as they regarded Ji Dongfeng, and Lei Peng's face was twisted with envy, his expression a mask of hostility. As Lei Peng assessed Ji Dongfeng, he noted the transformation in his aura. What baffled him most was the change in Ji Dongfeng's physique within such a short span of day. Yet, Lei Peng did not dwell on it. Fengzi, considering our shared history, I shall grant you an opportunity. Join me at the Annihilation Guild. As long as you become a member, we can remain good friends, and you shall lead a better life. Ji Dongfeng, with a mocking grin, replied, First, we are no longer childhood friends. Second, it is not you who will lead a better life. It is me. Third, do you know why I would come here, fully aware that this is a trap? Why? Lei Peng asked coldly, tapping his fingers on the table, prompting his henchman to step forward menacingly. Because I intend to shatter all past grievances with my own hands. In other words, you shall be dealt with today. Ji Dongfeng smiled faintly before suddenly stomping his foot and charging towards Lei Peng. Lei Peng's countenance changed, taken aback that Ji Dongfeng would dare to approach him. Attack! Lei Peng retreated a step, and his henchman surged forward immediately. Bang! In the next moment, Ji Dongfeng reached the front of the henchmen, their faces twisted in wicked grins as they brandished their clubs. Yet, to Ji Dongfeng, their every move seemed to unfold in slow motion, as if time itself had decelerated. Too slow, Ji Dongfeng scoffed, his figure deftly maneuvering to evade all their attacks. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful punch to one of the henchmen. Bang! With a scream, the henchman was sent flying by the force of Ji Dongfeng's blow, crashing to the ground, utterly incapacitated and unable to rise. Bang! In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of Lei Peng and Shun Feifei, Ji Dongfeng unleashed a flurry of punches, swiftly sending all the assailants hurtling through the air. The restaurant hall was instantly transformed into a scene of chaos, filled with anguished cries and lamentations. Observing the trembling Lei Peng, Ji Dongfeng advanced towards him step by step. Who are you? You cannot be Ji Dongfeng. Who on earth are you? Lei Peng stammered, retreating in terror. Ji Dongfeng, upon hearing this, remained silent, poised to deliver 3 decisive blows. When suddenly the restaurant's door was kicked open with force. Lei Peng, you truly are a master of turning success into failure. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng turned to see a man accompanied by 2 or 3 dozen robustly built individuals entering from outside, while Shun Feifei, petrified, had retreated into a corner. Yuing? No, or rather, Zhao Ying. I suspected that leaving a worthless person like Lei Peng here would make you uneasy, Ji Dongfeng remarked with a smirk. Zhao Ying, taken aback momentarily, then darkened his expression and coldly inquired, How do you know my name? That is a question for Lei Peng. A person who is easily swayed by money has often betrayed the information of the Annihilation Guild, Ji Dongfeng replied earnestly. Hearing this, Lei Peng's expression shifted dramatically as he scrambled over to Zhao Ying, pleading, Brother Ying, I didn't it's all his nonsense. I am fiercely loyal to Annihilation. Get lost. Zhao Ying, filled with disgust, kicked Lei Peng aside. Lei Peng collapsed to the ground, pale and dazed, his mind a blank slate. As the words faded, a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, stepped forward, his gaze towards Ji Dongfeng devoid of any contempt. As a seasoned fighter, he could discern that Ji Dongfeng was no ordinary opponent. Even when faced with those ruffians, it would have been challenging for him to handle them with such deftness. If you walk away now, you might spare yourself some pain, Zhao Hu suggested. Ji Dongfeng, noticing this, smirked and was about to respond when a chilling voice echoed from outside the restaurant. Zhao Hu, come here. Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Hu's expression changed drastically, his towering frame shuddering involuntarily. Before Zhao Ying could react, Zhao Hu turned and dashed outside, a flattering smile instantly plastered on his face. Ji Dongfeng, intrigued, peered through the gaps in the crowd, and was shocked to see a young man approaching slowly, followed by over 100 individuals clad in black. These figures moved with such silence that not a sound was emitted, yet their presence exuded an overwhelming aura. Is it him? Has he come in person? Dongfeng instantly recognized the leading figure as the notorious Liao Wusheng Chu. Brother Sheng, why have you come to Binhai personally? You should have informed the brothers. We would have come to welcome you. Zhao Hu exclaimed with a beaming smile, while the group of thugs beside Zhao Ying nervously followed suit, greeting him with fervent respect. Zhao Ying, initially taken aback, soon shifted his expression, stating, Brother Hu, who is this? Are you his friend? I would consider myself his superior, Liao Wusheng Chu replied. What superior? You are my revered ancestor, Zhao Hu declared earnestly. Upon hearing Zhao Ying's words, his demeanor faltered as he hastily approached and declared, my friend. I am Zhao Ying from the Annihilation Group. Zhao Hu is here assisting me with a matter. You see, it's nothing. Zhao Hu, you carry on with your business, and I shall tend to mine, Liao Wusheng quipped indifferently. All right then. By the way, Shengge, what brings you here? Zhao Hu inquired while rolling up his sleeves. To keep an eye on you. If you make a move, I shall render you incapacitated, Liao Wusheng replied with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu froze momentarily and quickly responded, Shengge, please don't frighten me. I'm not trying to scare you. If you lay a hand on my friend, merely incapacitating one of your legs would be showing mercy, Liao Wusheng retorted. At this revelation, both Zhao Hu and Zhao Ying's expressions shifted dramatically, while Dongfeng leaned against the entrance of the restaurant, nonchalantly producing a handful of sunflower seeds to munch on as he observed the unfolding scene. He's your friend. Shengge, I was unaware. Annihilation sought me out. I am not well acquainted with him. Despite our shared surname, we are hardly familiar, Zhao Hu shouted, his face turning ashen. Zhao Ying's expression darkened as he regarded the impassive Liao Wusheng and queried, Who exactly are you? And why do you oppose the Annihilation Group? My apologies. I neglected to introduce myself. I am Chu Shang from the Anshin Group, Liao Wusheng stated. Dongfeng's interest piqued. He recognized that Liao Wusheng was no ordinary individual and was taken aback to discover he was affiliated with the foremost security group in Huaxia. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Zhao Ying said through gritted teeth, his face etched with reluctance. Is it appropriate to turn your back on my friend after exchanging such harsh words? Zhu Sheng Vima? Before Zhao Ying could react, Zhao Hu swiftly seized him and hoisted him away. Release me, Zhao Hu. I can apologize, Zhao Ying implored urgently. Upon hearing this, Liao Wusheng glanced at Dongfeng. I am magnanimous. No apology is necessary. You may handle this as you see fit, Dongfeng chuckled. Dongfeng, you, Fengge, I sincerely apologize. I truly regret my actions. In the next moment, Zhao Hu whisked Zhao Ying away, while Dongfeng turned his gaze towards the pallid Lei Peng nearby. Fengxi, no, Fengge, I realize my mistakes. I have been misguided. Grant me another chance, and I shall join you in dealing with the Annihilation Guild. Lei Peng cried out, trembling. Observing this, Chu Sheng expressed his distaste. Do you require assistance in resolving this? Certainly, but before that, Dongfeng began, gripping Lei Peng's collar and lifting him. His other fist clenched. Lei Peng, this punch is for you. Do not forget what I previously conveyed. Dongfeng sneered, and then delivered a powerful blow to Lei Peng. With a resounding thud, that strike sent Lei Peng hurtling backward, rendering him unconscious upon impact. Witnessing this, Chu Sheng and the cadre of black-clad individuals behind him exchanged glances, their expressions now tinged with gravity. What formidable strength, one of the black-clad men murmured. By the way, Shun Fei Fei is here. She is an accomplice of Lei Peng. Do not overlook her. Yi Dongfeng. You. Chapter 72. Slaying in the Magical Realm. Did you specifically rush from launching to Binhai? In a bar located in the coastal suburbs, Dongfeng gazed at Chu Sheng, who sat across from him, and inquired, indeed. I rushed here overnight. I was wondering why I couldn't find you in the Epoch. Are you not concerned about being surpassed by other players? Not at all, Chu Sheng replied, swirling his drink with an expressionless face. I have mentioned before that I only engage in pursuits that pique my interest. For me last night, the opportunity to meet you in person was far more compelling than the game itself. What do you envision me to be like? Dongfeng asked. A typical recluse, or perhaps a somewhat brooding professional player. I have undergone considerable strength training since childhood. Even amidst a crowd of seasoned fighters, I would feel no pressure. Yet, before you, I sensed a weight of pressure that I have not experienced in many years. Upon hearing this, Dongfeng downed the last half of his lemonade and then rose. Then we shall meet in the game. I must thank you once again today. There's no need for gratitude, Chu Sheng replied. I know that even without my assistance, you could handle it easily. How would you like me to deal with Leiping and Shinfeifei? Let them tremble at the mere mention of my name. Dongfeng chuckled. Ding. Permanent increase of 1 point in bone strength. Permanent increase of 1 point in agility. Hearing the system notification, Dongfeng paused for a moment before realizing that these improvements were the result of his physical training. It seemed he would need to procure a more advanced set of fitness equipment in the future. With a grin, Dongfeng opened the function interface and was pleasantly surprised to find that options for fellow Taoists and auction house had appeared. The auction house allowed for bidding, consigning items, and posting bounties, while the fellow Taoist interface enabled location sharing, remote trading, and real-time voice communication. The features of Epoch were gradually being unlocked. The more that became available, the greater the advantages for large guilds, and he felt that their current lead was insufficient. Murmuring to himself, Dongfeng prepared to access his backpack when a series of notifications suddenly rang in his ears. Ding. Mo Ran has sent a friend request. Ding. Ni Baba has sent a friend request. Ding. Quirky Sprite has sent a friend request. Ding. Lifeless has sent a friend request. Overwhelmed by the cacophony of notifications, Dongfeng quickly silenced the system alerts, accepted the request from Mo Ran and the others, and ignored the rest, unless they were players with extraordinary potential or significant fortunes from his previous life. Ding. Quirky Sprite requests a remote trade. Boss, I found another book of passive skills. You can take it for now, and if you come across any foundational gear that I can use, please set it aside for me. Noticing this, Dongfeng's interest was piqued. He suspected that Quirky Sprite likely possessed some unique talent, as the speed at which they discovered skill books was even quicker than some of the larger guilds. After completing the trade, Dongfeng glanced at the skill book. Passive Skills Secret Manual, Way of Spiritual Stones, a common skill. One cannot live without money, and cultivators cannot exist without spiritual stones. It is not uncommon for a single spiritual stone to confound even a nascent soul cultivator. Become a collector of spiritual stones. It is beneficial and harmless. Upon learning, one can gain an additional 10 when acquiring spiritual stones. Ding. The effect of the dominance of thunder has activated, altering the path of spirit stones to grant an additional 100 upon acquisition. This individual, Dongfeng, was on the verge of closing the friend interface when suddenly, a friend request from a player piqued his interest. Upon seeing this, Dongfeng felt a stir in his heart and accepted the request from Stormy Gale. Great one. A foreign acquaintance of mine from the Hog Guild has asked me to inquire about the price you intend to sell that robe for. Stormy Gale asked with excitement. Let them make an offer, or I could pay a visit myself. Great one. You plan to travel abroad? At that moment, Dongfeng chose to ignore Stormy Gale and instead focused on the hourglass of time in his backpack. The countdown had concluded, and the effects of the hourglass were fully revealed. Almost forgot about this item. The scum of the magical world, your esteemed cultivator, is here. Dongfeng chuckled mischievously before directly using the hourglass of time, intending to teleport to none other than Hog Dawson, simultaneously, in a secret cave within the dark forest. Hog Dawson gazed at the treasure chest before him with palpable excitement. The location indicated by the treasure map was indeed here. Hog Guild. Expelling me will be the gravest error of your lives. Hog Dawson sneered, preparing to open the chest when he suddenly felt a wave of energy behind him. Who? Hog Dawson spun around and was horrified to see a teleportation array materializing, for which a figure slowly emerged. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Hog Dawson was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. What are you doing here? He stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Dongfeng, who frowned slightly. They were not in the arena. Thus there was no real-time translation. Boom! 1,185. 1,185. In an instant, a flurry of damage numbers erupted from Hog Dawson. He managed to exclaim only a single word before vanishing in a flash of white light, his accompanying staff bursting forth as well. Flame Spirit's Impact Staff, 1-star holy equipment. 4 magic apprentices, the Fire Spirit, once imparted fire spells to the earth, and the Grand Sorcerer Fred inscribed one of those spells onto this staff, which has been passed down through the ages. When equipped, it increases attack power by 100 points, enhances skill effectiveness by 20, boosts mana by 300 points, and magic by 30 points, while all magical attacks receive a final damage increase of 10. When using fire-based skills, the damage dealt by flames increases by 50. The duration of flame burns extends by 50, and the number of burn damage stacks rises from 2 to 4. Minimum equipment requirement. Level 2 Magic Apprentice Spellblade. This appears to be a treasure point. I never anticipated such an unexpected gain. Dongfeng chuckled, proceeding to approach the treasure chest. Meanwhile, Hog Dawson, bewildered, reappeared at the resurrection point, remaining dazed for 2 to 3 minutes. The next moment, filled with fury, he shouted out. But the surrounding players regarded him with the gaze one would reserve for a madman. In their eyes, Hog Dawson bore a psychological shadow from the eastern windbreak. Chapter 73, Bring in a Pot. Ding! A 3-star magical treasure chest has been unlocked. Congratulations, you have acquired a magic skill scroll, Holy Purification. Kane's magical hat, 1-star Holy Magic Apprentice, and 1 3-tailed lion beast egg. Magic skill scroll, Holy Purification, a divine skill, a long-lost ability in the magical realm. It is said that those who attain this skill will possess the power to purify the world. Upon learning, one can expend 300 mana points to cast a purification skill within a 500-meter radius, clearing all abnormal states from friendly targets and restoring 10 health points. The skill has a cooldown time of 30 minutes. Minimum learning requirement. Level 3 Magic Apprentice or Master. Kane's magical hat. 1-star Holy Magic Apprentice, the hat worn by the great mage Kanes in his youth. Though it appears somewhat worn, it has been imbued with extraordinary powers through countless magical experiences. When worn, it increases defense by 200 points, mana by 500 points, and magic by 100 points. When casting magical skills, the cooldown period is automatically reduced by 30 seconds. If mana is depleted, it grants 500 temporary mana points for 30 seconds. Upon hitting a target, it can absorb 3 mana points from that target. Minimum equipment requirement. Level 3 Magic Apprentice. As he perused the item descriptions, Dongfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these items automatically translated into Chinese descriptions. However, it seemed he wouldn't be able to utilize them. He decided to keep them for now, as it was certainly better than letting players from the Charm Nation acquire them. Dongfeng murmured, then proceeded toward the cave's entrance. Upon exiting the cave, Dongfeng glanced around and found himself deep within a foreboding forest, the furious roars of magical beasts echoing in his ears. Time was of the essence. He had less than an hour to gather everything before making his escape. In the next moment, Dongfeng retrieved the spirit guiding stone from his backpack. Indeed, it proved useful here. His eyes sparkled as he observed the gently quivering stone. Then he dashed in the direction indicated by it, in a clearing deep within the forest. Over 20 players from the Hog Guild surrounded a fiery red serpent, their expressions grave. Behind the serpent, a pair of wings could be discerned, and as they fluttered, the serpent continually exhaled flames. Quickly step aside. It's using that move again. Priest, immediately employ the purification skill. Healing skills on standby. Hogbitch shouted while retreating. After being expelled from the guild, he had assumed the role of captain of this novice village's Hog Guild, with health down to 30. The second form is likely to appear any moment now. Everyone prepare yourselves. Magic Sword Masters, get ready to advance. As commands were issued one after another, the health bar of the twin-winged fire serpent dwindled, its scales turning an increasingly blood-red hue. Roar. In the next instant, the twin-winged fire serpent let out a furious roar, its body swelling 3 to 4 times in size, and hundreds of scales transformed into sharp blades, launching toward the surroundings. Magic Sword Masters, Hogbitch bellowed. As his words fell, a multitude of Magic Sword Masters promptly positioned themselves in front of the Magic Apprentices, unleashing various defensive skills to staunchly block the serpent's assault. Well done. Focus fire. Let us take it down swiftly. Kill it, and we... Hogbitch's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted, but before he could finish his sentence, a searing pain struck the top of his head, nearly causing him to faint. Bang! Captain! Simultaneously, the other players turned at the sound of a scream, only to be horrified to see a figure standing atop Hogbitch's head, using him as a springboard to leap into the air above the winged fire serpent. Who is that scoundrel? Is that Chinese? That attire? Not a player from the magical realm. I speak Chinese. That name, Dongfeng Sheepy, seems incorrect. It's Dongfeng Pa. In an instant, gasps erupted from the crowd, and Hogbitch stood frozen in terror, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Why is Dongfeng Pa here? Accompanied by Hogbitch's shriek, Dongfeng descended from the skies, delivering a rapid series of windstorm 7-star fists directly upon the winged fire serpent's head. 1,185. 2,370. Critical hit. A succession of 12 fists rained down, each damage number skyrocketing, instantly overshadowing the entire output of the Hogbitch Guild. Bang! In the next moment, as the members of the Hogbitch Guild watched in horror, the winged fire serpent's health bar plummeted to 0, its massive form crashing to the ground, dissipating into white light after releasing 5 spheres of light. Upon seeing the 5 spheres, Hogbitch quickly regained his composure, ready to rush forward and claim them. only to be stunned to see Dongfeng casually wave his hand, causing the scattered spheres to vanish into the ring he wore. You scoundrel! Hand over that loot. Dongfeng Ball. Why are you here? Hogbeach's face flushed with anger, and the other members of the Hogbeach Guild hurriedly encircled Dongfeng, observing the gathering crowd. Dongfeng smirked and remarked, "The number of total annihilations is still too low, Heavenly Fire Sword Array." As he spoke, the Heavenly Fire Sword behind him soared into the air, a colossal magical formation materializing around it. Subsequently, over 10 swords engulfed in flames shot forth from the formation, hurtling toward the players of the Hogbeach Guild. What is this? Damn it! This is akin to our magical enhancement artifacts from the magical realm. Look, besides that sword, there's also a hammer behind him. Be careful. The sword itself may not deal high damage, but inflicts additional fire damage. Priests, quickly cleanse them. The flaming swords wreaked havoc, instantly disrupting the formation of the Hogbeach Guild, with many players urgently calling for the priests, yet the purification skill never arrived. Hogbeach, witnessing this, suddenly turned and was aghast to find Dongfeng had somehow flashed into the midst of the priests' ranks. With the priests clustered together, Dongfeng unleashed a punch, executing an area attack that wiped out the health of 7 or 8 priests. What the hell? Is it a fist or a cannonball? Forget about those fire swords. Everyone, focus all fire on Dongfeng Pa. This is the magical realm. We absolutely cannot allow a Huaxiao person to be so arrogant. Hogbeach bellowed. As his voice faded, all players of the Hogbeach Guild began unleashing various magical skills, while a flurry of numbers danced around Dongfeng. Upon witnessing these figures, Hogbeach and his companions were engulfed in despair. 20, 0, 9, 32. After a relentless barrage, they realized their onslaught had failed to breach even the shield of East Windbreak. The incessantly spinning skeletal shield seemed to mock them. What is the difference? There is a distinction. It is indeed harder to contend with. This is akin to Western scraping therapy, but allow me to introduce you to the Eastern Iron Fist. Dongfeng smiled faintly. In merely a minute, the entire Hog Guild was reduced to Hogbeach standing alone, frozen in disbelief, gazing at Dongfeng, his eyes brimming with hopelessness. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the caliber of opponent he faced in the arena. Hogbeach was momentarily taken aback as he prepared to inquire why such actions were taken, but Dongfeng's fist descended directly upon him. After dispatching Hogbeach, Dongfeng waved his hand, collecting all the equipment dropped by the Hog Guild into his storage ring. Not having food is one thing, but must you throw worthless items in here? Qingfeng's discontented voice suddenly rang out. Dongfeng was momentarily stunned and promptly examined his storage ring, only to discover Qingfeng seated cross-legged in a void, surrounded by various magical world equipment. At that moment, Qingfeng was both consuming elixirs and examining a staff, lightly tapping it. Instantly, the staff became enveloped in a magical aura, and when the aura dissipated, only a crimson crystal remained. Dongfeng's eyes brightened at the sight. Elder, you possess such remarkable skills. Huh, this is nothing. I taught Wang Sandao his forging techniques. Impressive. However, Elder, I would like to discuss 2 matters with you. First, those elixirs were placed in the ring for upgrading, not to be consumed as snacks. Second, please reserve any equipment of epic quality or higher for me. These items are mere scraps, devoid of significance. Do you not have only an hour? Shouldn't you be pursuing more meaningful endeavors? Amidst Qingfeng's scolding, Dongfeng reluctantly made his way to another location, silently reminding himself to allow Qingfeng to refine non-valuable items while keeping the precious ones directly in his backpack. By the way, Elder, I have something for you to play with. In the next moment, Dongfeng placed a 3-tailed lion beast egg into the storage ring. Perhaps send down a pot and some water, too. Elder, this is not for you to eat. Chapter 74, Forbidden Spell. 1 against 1,000. At the resurrection point in Holmo's Novice Village, a multitude of players gazed in astonishment as one by one, members of the Hog Guild emerged from the resurrection point. Their expressions remarkably consistent, all bearing a look of sheer horror. It seemed they had attempted to secure the first kill of the winged fire serpent, but evidently, they had failed. No wonder, for that creature is among the apex of magical apprentices. Everyone listen. It is East Windbreak. East Windbreak has somehow arrived here. He stole our kill. He remains in the dark forest. We must unite at once. Hogbeach bellowed. Upon hearing his words, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. What? Dongfeng Pa? How could he possibly be here? Stop joking. This is the magical realm. The 2 gaming worlds can only intersect in global instances or future battlefields, right? It's true. Dongfeng Pa has truly arrived. It is time for us to unite in our magical world. Since he dares to come here, let him perish once more. Just a mere Huaxiao person. How dare he be so arrogant? Bring a few people. Join me in confronting him. I will upload the video of his defeat to the global forum, silencing that group of Huaxiao players. The news of Dongfeng Po's arrival in the magical realm spread rapidly throughout the novice village of Holmos, and players also posted this information on the global forum. In an instant, players from various nations took notice, causing the forum to explode once again. What a showman. He hasn't traversed worlds in just a few hours. Although it remains a mystery how he accomplished this, his actions were commendable. Let those sorcerers witness the might of an Eastern cultivator. A bunch of fools, unaware of the provocations they are stirring. This is clearly instigating conflict. What will the players from Megwa think of us now? Upstairs, a fool was identified. Huaxia people, you have gone too far. Do you truly believe we are easy to bully? Just wait. I will upload the video of Dongfeng Po's defeat. Let us see how you respond then. Stop it. If you're feeling drowsy in the middle of the day, go take a nap. People from Megwa, it would be wise for you to have Hog Dawson admit your lack of strength sooner rather than later. Within the dark forest, Dongfeng struck again, defeating 2 elite monsters while simultaneously dispatching all Megwa players in sight, whether they were magical apprentices or magic swordsmen. All fell before his single blow. In no time, the entire dark forest was thrown into chaos, with trepidation gripping the hearts of all who heard tales of Dongfeng Po lurking within, like a specter, his movements unpredictable, becoming the Grim Reaper in the minds of numerous Megwa players. Many players promptly exited the dark forest upon hearing the news. Damn it! Why can't I find a single special monster nearby? Is this wretched place so barren? Where is everyone? Come out! Dongfeng scoffed, calling out while examining his recent spoils. Regardless of whether they were drops from wild monsters or items from players, Dongfeng first stored the equipment in his backpack, setting aside the ordinary and rare items to entrust to Qingfeng for refinement. Half an hour passed, and Dongfeng's backpack now contained 8 items, among which were 3 epic pieces of equipment, 2 divine items, and 3 epic-level artifacts. Epic Magic Amplification Trial Stone, a wondrous stone created by the Grand Sorcerer Hoford, enabling the future progeny of the magical realm to discover useful magical artifacts within. Upon use, it unlocks the Magic Amplification Trial for magical apprentices and swordsmen. Epic Forbidden Spell Scroll, Meteoric Fall, a one-time use scroll recording the forbidden spell of Meteor Falls, extremely precious. It can be torn open for instant use without consuming mana. Magic Replication Feather, Epic, a wondrous artifact capable of duplicating magic. This small black feather was linked to 2 successive calamities in the magical realm. Upon its use, your next magical skill will be unleashed twice in succession. In the next moment, Dongfeng departed from the path leading out of the dark forest. Unfamiliar with the route, he intended to wander aimlessly, but upon exiting the forest, he unexpectedly found himself in the plains outside the novice village. To his astonishment, a formidable group of over 1,000 players from the Charm Nation, led by Hog Baiki, was charging towards him. As the 2 sides confronted each other, Hog Baiki raised his hand abruptly, causing the densely packed players behind him to come to an immediate halt. On the vast plain, Dongfeng stood alone, facing the multitude. I wondered where everyone had gone. It seems they were all preparing to welcome me. How very enthusiastic. Dongfeng chuckled. As his words settled, a player leaned in to whisper a few phrases into Hog Baiki's ear, seemingly translating. How did you come be here? Hog Baiki bellowed, the translator echoing his demand. I accepted a quest to clean up some garbage, and thus I arrived here. It's as simple as that, Dongfeng replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Hog Baiki and his companions were overtaken by fury. A cacophony of expletives in English erupted, with the phrase F ringing out incessantly. Your manners could certainly use some improvement. Can you not exhibit a modicum of civility? Are you compelling me to address your ancestors? Dongfeng remarked with a smirk. Hog Baiki's expression darkened as he coldly retorted. Dongfeng Po, do not presume this realm resembles your primitive cultivation world. The power of the magic realm is beyond your comprehension. You must approach this place with reverence. Immediately present everything you possess. After over half an hour of experience, the strength of your magical world is indeed beyond what I could have imagined. Dongfeng replied with a smile. Arrogant fool, attack. Eliminate him. Hog Baiki sneered, leading his entourage towards Dongfeng with lethal intent. So, you resort to overwhelming numbers, do you? Very well. Allow me to demonstrate a forbidden spell. Dongfeng scoffed, invoking the Magic Replication Feather and the Forbidden Spell Scroll. Players fluent in Huaxiao language could not contain their laughter relaying Ji Dongfeng's declaration to others. In an instant, the Charm Nation players charged forward, their raucous laughter resonating through the air. Haha, what did I just hear? Dongfeng proclaims he will use a forbidden spell. A Huaxiao player dares to assert such a thing. He must be insane. No wonder they say his nickname is Madman. It certainly appears to be true. Kill him. Wait, what is that in the sky? Amidst the uproar, a colossal red magic circle began to materialize above Ji Dongfeng's head. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Hogbaiki and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically, their advance instinctively slowing. A moment later, the red magic circle began to spin rapidly, causing a significant portion of the players to pale and falter in their steps. 2 seconds later, a cascade of meteors began to emerge from the magic circle, causing the faces of 70% of the players to turn pale as they froze in place. 3 seconds later, a second magic circle slowly materialized, leaving all players in a state of shock, their expressions a mixture of horror and disbelief. 4 seconds later, a multitude of meteors erupted from the 2 magic circles, prompting some players to decisively turn and flee. In an instant, the sky was filled with the roar of meteors, while chaos reigned on the ground. The once formidable charge formation shattered into disarray. How could they possibly contend with this? He could invoke forbidden spells, and not just one, but 2 at a time. How could anyone compete against that? This defied logic. Instead of focusing on cultivation, this practitioner had turned to magic. Don't run, just charge forward, and you could take down Dongfeng. It's merely 2 forbidden skills. How can you project such formidable words while retreating? Bang! In the next moment, meteors came crashing down, and Ji Dongfeng surged forward. Today, I shall stand against all odds. Chapter 75, World Merit. Kill. Bang! On the plains, outside the dark forest, meteors fell with a thunderous roar, leaving thousands of players with no escape. Even those who turned to flee found themselves within the strike range of the meteors. Damn it. Everyone attack. This forbidden spell won't last long. Hogbiki bellowed. Captain, Dongfeng is charging in. Hogbiki was momentarily stunned, then whirled around in horror to see Dongfeng had already penetrated the crowd. Swift Wind, 7-star fist. Yi Dongfeng roared, delivering a punch to a heavily armored magic swordsman. Bang! 1002. 2004. Critical hit. In the terrified gazes of the onlookers, the magic swordsman's health bar plummeted to 0. Even more astonishing to the players from the Charm Nation was that at the moment of impact, Ji Dongfeng unleashed a shockwave of explosive energy, sending a fierce fist wind radiating from his fist. Nearby players, though not directly struck, suffered the same damage. 1 punch, 10 lives lost. Alongside the fist wind, purple lightning crackled, swiftly spreading and ensnaring nearby players, with damage numbers cascading in succession. 312. 405. Thunder Spirit Effect. Damage propagation. Though the lightning damage was insufficient to instantly eliminate the Charm Nation players, it was enough to incapacitate them, drastically reducing their movement and attack speeds. Is this not akin to cheating? Even if he is at the second realm, this is outrageous. That is a Hope Knight, renowned for being a tank. How could he be eliminated with a single punch? God, how can he absorb the equipment that explodes from a distance? Something's amiss. Why is there lightning? Get away. This rogue can generate electricity. Ah, damn it. 100,000 volts? And he moves so swiftly. Is he not akin to an electric rat? As the cries of the players echoed, Dongfeng's figure flickered rapidly, each leap targeting players paralyzed by the lightning. With each leap, he unleashed the Swift Wind 7-star fist, generating a new wave of fist wind and lightning. Thunder like the wind, forever at my side. In an instant, the plains erupted in a dazzling display of sparks and lightning. To his astonishment, Ji Dongfeng discovered that the damage inflicted by the force of his fists and the spreading lightning, under the principle of offense as defense, could also augment his protective shield. This resulted in a paradoxical situation where, despite the persistent attempts of Hogbich and his companions to launch an attack, Ji Dongfeng's shield only grew stronger. Until the 2 forbidden magic arrays vanished, Ji Dongfeng's health remained untouched, while the number of players from the Charm Nation plummeted to below 500. Vines entwined, meteors, flames scorched. As the forbidden spells dissipated, the remaining players from the Charm Nation unleashed their skills with reckless abandon, only to be met with despair as Ji Dongfeng moved with astonishing speed, utilizing leaps and blinks to strike and immediately shift locations. Except for a few forcibly locked spells, the rest of their magic misfired, often landing on their own comrades. East Windbreak. If you have the ability, don't run. Nonsense. Am I a fool to stand still? Ji Dongfeng retorted with a cold smirk. He could withstand these spells that couldn't even break his shield. Yet he preferred not to reveal his awakened demonic state here. Spread out. Everyone scatter, then attack from a distance. Hogbitch bellowed, quickly realizing the most terrifying aspect of Dongfeng's combat style. As his words echoed, the players from the Charm Nation hastily dispersed, but even so, it merely slightly slowed their demise. Abominable creature from the east, you shall be slain by my hand. Your blood will honor this great land. As the number of remaining players teetered on the brink of falling below 400, a furious roar reverberated in everyone's ears. Hearing this, Hogbitch and his companion's eyes lit up, and they looked up to see a knight clad in silver armor striding towards them, radiating a faint white glow and exuding an aura of lethal intent. It was the Guardian Knight of Holmos. He had emerged. East Windbreak is done for. Guardian Knight, Lord Armin, a mid-level magic swordsman. Like East Windbreak, he belongs to the second realm. However, Lord Armin seems to be a level 5 mid-level swordsman. Even he has come forth. East Windbreak, let us see how arrogant you remain. As Armin approached step by step, Hogbitch and his companions erupted in cheers. Their gazes towards Dongfeng now filled with mockery. In their eyes, it was simply a matter of time before Armin would cleave Dongfeng to death with a few swift strikes. Dongfeng, upon hearing this, glanced at Armin and then chuckled. As long as there's health, we can negotiate. With that, Dongfeng unleashed the technique Heaven and Earth allow me to walk, and leaped towards Armin. Witnessing this, Hogbitch and his companion sneered. He dares to charge forward. Such arrogance stems from a habit of victory, leading one to believe they can surpass anyone. Yet, such individuals, when faced with failure, are destined to fall into despair. Armin, sensing the challenge, felt a surge of murderous intent in his eyes and prepared to raise his longsword. Yet, before he could act, Dongfeng blinked right before him. Millennia Hammer Strike. Dongfeng roared. Having fought thus far, the Millennia Sun-destroying hammer has accumulated 32 essences of the blazing sun. As the words left his lips, the Millennia Sun-destroying hammer soared into the air and then came crashing down upon Armin's head. Bang! With a resounding strike, Armin fell into a state of dizziness. Despite the disparity in their realms, the infusion of 32 rays of solar essence extended Armin's disorientation to a staggering 5 seconds. Let me drench this filthy land, blooming with wretched flowers, in your blood. Gale 7-star fist. In the next moment, Dongfeng's fist trembled as he unleashed a relentless barrage of the Gale 7-star fist. 1038, 1038, 1038, 3321, 6642. Critical hit. 60. Though Armin's health and defense were formidable, Dongfeng had remained in combat since casting the forbidden spell, and the Celestial Breaker Hammer had bestowed upon him a tremendous boost in attack power, coupled with the armor-piercing effects of his skills and equipment. Dongfeng's fists rained down with unbridled ferocity, causing Armin's health to plummet alarmingly. Despair gripped Hogbitch and others as Armin remained incapacitated, helpless against Dongfeng's onslaught. He could not even retaliate. Who possesses a purification skill? Quickly use it on Armin. Hogbitch bellowed. Too late. Dongfeng retorted with a cold laugh, unleashing yet another series of Gale 7-star fists. Bang! In the 4th second of Armin's disorientation, his health was utterly depleted, frozen in a pose as if drawing a sword, resembling a lifeless statue. Ding! Kill the Guardian of the Magical World. World merit points increased by 1. Global announcement. Chinese player Dongfeng becomes the first player to slay an opponent in the rival game world. Rewards. 60 free attribute points. Unique title, Conqueror. 1 insight pill. 1 random flying sword. As the system notification echoed, players around the globe stood in stunned silence. What on earth? The king of the realm truly entered the magical world? Has he discovered the secrets of this game, moving as he pleases? Not only did he enter, but he also managed to kill someone. I can only commend the kill. How embarrassing. Just a moment ago, weren't you all clamoring to defeat the king? Now you've been annihilated in an instant. How shameful. On the forum, Chinese players erupted in jubilation, while players from the Charm Nation fell into silence, only to be countered by a few from the Sun Nation and Coal Nation. He must have killed an unarmed civilian. What is there to boast about? This is a farce. You truly amuse me. As the players from the Sun Nation and Coal Nation attempted to continue their argument, an anonymous player from the Charm Nation swiftly uploaded a video, capturing the entirety of Dongfeng Po's exploits following the casting of the forbidden spell, concluding with the moment Dongfeng's fist obliterated Armin. Upon the video's release, the forum erupted in chaos. Who is it? Which traitor from the Charm Nation recorded this? If you have the guts, don't post anonymously. Damn it. Immediately contact the forum administrators to delete this video. Don't let me discover who posted it. Good heavens. All I can say now is good heavens. I can comprehend the sparks and flashes. I understand why Dongfeng could wield such magic. Those massive stones cascading down surely aren't the abilities of mere cultivators. 1 against 1,000. Truly 1 against 1,000. Did that pack of dogs just realize the truth? The one they call the King of Invincibility does not slay ordinary beings. He is a guardian. And a formidable one at that. How does the East Wind Breaker wield his fist to produce explosive effects? Though all are cultivators, how can the disparity be so vast? It appears we are playing entirely different games. He seems to be leaping further away, and those hammers and swords, are they the legendary artifacts? While players from various nations were thrown into chaos, the video swiftly reached the upper echelons of numerous guilds. After thorough analysis, one conclusion emerged. The East Wind Breaker is unlike any human. On the vast plain, silence reigned. Hogbitch and his companions stared in shock at Ji Dongfeng, rendered speechless. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ji Dongfeng picked up a luminous orb that had erupted from Armin. Although it was but a single item, this orb radiated an orange glow, an item of legendary status. The Sword of Guardian Holmos, special legendary equipment, a sword passed down through generations in Holmos village. Only the most exceptional individuals of each generation may wield it. This equipment can only reveal its specific attributes and be equipped after undergoing trials in Holmos. It can also be used as a summoning tool, calling forth the spirit of the Holmos sword to assist in battle. The spirit S-level matches that of the wielder and lasts for 10 minutes, summonable 3 times. Once all 3 uses are exhausted, the item degrades into a random epic weapon. To think this weapon would appear in my previous life, I had also investigated the hidden quests of the magical world. And this item seems to be linked to a unique hidden quest within that realm. In other words, if I keep this item, I effectively nullify a hidden quest in the magical world. How marvelous! Ji Dongfeng chuckled, placing the Sword of Guardian Holmos into his backpack. Come on, let us keep fighting. Ji Dongfeng glanced at the time. He had 3 to 4 more minutes to linger here. Upon hearing his words, Hogbitch and the others exchanged anxious glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Boom! Just as Ji Dongfeng prepared to take the initiative, a tremendous explosion resounded from the horizon. The group looked up to see an enraged archmage clad in a purple robe soaring out from a teleportation array, rapidly closing in on Ji Dongfeng. An archmage? He can fly. An archmage? Surely, the East Wind Breaker's actions against Armin have drawn the ire of this powerful sorcerer. He is doomed. Hogbitch and his companions erupted in excited cheers, while Ji Dongfeng remained calm, gazing at the archmage who had landed before him. This is the aftermath of a skirmish. Having struck down the weak, now the strong has arrived. You are the audacious one who dares to slay in the magical world, the archmage declared coldly. To Ji Dongfeng's surprise, although the archmage spoke in English, the word transformed into his native tongue, as if the archmage possessed some innate linguistic talent. Mind your phrasing. It is not slaying, but rather honing these inept beings. And who might you be? Ji Dongfeng responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, the archmage summoned a frenzied, spinning magic circle beneath him, fierce winds swirling outward from his core. I am a master of gales. Archmage Mori, an anomaly. You shall pay dearly for your ignorance and arrogance, thundered the grand sorcerer. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng was about to respond when a voice, like a gentle breeze, suddenly interrupted him. As he processed the words, Ji Dongfeng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly refrained from questioning the rationale, for he harbored similar thoughts. I am the father of all sorcerers. The father of sorcerers. The father of sorcerers. The great ascetic. East Windbreak. A sly smile crept across Ji Dongfeng's face. The players from the Demon Nation exclaimed, You scoundrel! Why repeat it thrice? It must be of great significance. Ji Dongfeng sneered and instantly teleported before Mori, his fist poised to strike. Mori, witnessing this, displayed a look of disdain, preparing to cast a spell to ensnare Ji Dongfeng before tormenting him slowly. Yet, in the next moment, he was horrified to see a spectral figure of a woman in white emerge suddenly from Ji Dongfeng's ring. What in the world? What the? Both Mori and Ji Dongfeng gasped in unison, the latter astonished by Qingfeng's unexpected appearance. Slap! Away with you! In an instant, amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Qingfeng bellowed and delivered a resounding slap to Mori. The force propelled Mori backward, causing his health bar to plummet by nearly 30 points. Bang! It wasn't until he crashed into a massive tree that Mori landed in a disheveled heap. Dazed, he felt a throbbing in his head his eyes wide with confusion, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired while sensing a swelling on one side of his face. Witnessing this, Hogbai and the others stood petrified, their eyes bulging in disbelief at the recent turn of events. Did our Grand Sorcerer just get slapped away? It seems so. That was a female demon lord. Damn it. East Windbreak came prepared. Impossible. That is the Grand Sorcerer. How could he be struck like that? And with such a resounding smack. Honestly, it resembled the way my ex-girlfriend slapped me. Monsters, you are all abominations. You shall perish. Mori roared to the heavens, ready to unleash his fury, only to discover a spatial magic array materializing behind Dongfeng, which began to draw him in. No, you bastard. I will purify you. Where's my necklace? Dongfeng observed Qing Feng, beaming as she toyed with a necklace radiating a blue glow. He instantly recognized it as the very item Mori had just donned. Senior, did you emerge just for this trinket? What else? Who would be fond of something so gleaming? When I capture the Golden Wolf King, you two will surely have much to discuss. However, Senior, can you emerge from the ring at will? Well then, perhaps you should wait until I encounter trouble next time? Why should I assist you? You must learn to resolve your own issues in times of trouble. That is the mark of a true cultivator. Dongfeng, hearing this, curled his lip in disdain, ultimately casting a glance at the necklace's description. Chain of the Tempest, special mythical equipment once. 3,000 Grand Sorcerers united to combat the Tempest Beast, ultimately sacrificing 1,000 of their lives to refine the beast into 5 mythical treasures, one of which is the Chain of the Tempest. Special equipment, which occupies no space in the equipment slots, doubles the attributes and effects of any existing necklace in the inventory. All necklace-type equipment dropped by wild monsters will automatically have their star rating increased by 1. This equipment is guaranteed to drop upon death and requires 1,000 magical energy to activate, and it is subject to modification. Upon seeing the information about the Chain of the Gale, Dongfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Senior, may I propose a matter? Could you possibly give me this necklace? Get lost. I'll buy all the delicacies in Xiaoyao Town for you. 10 portions of each. All right then. In the next moment, Dongfeng walked towards the gates of Xiaoyao Town while checking the rewards from the 2 system notifications in his backpack. Chapter 77. The Concerns of the Nascent Soul Master. Conqueror, a unique title that, when equipped, increases damage dealt to opposing world players by 10 and reduces damage taken by 10. Ding! You have opened a Celestial Skill treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained the Active Skill Manual, Bone Shattering Nail. Active Skill Manual, Bone Shattering Nail, a Celestial Skill. Renowned as the signature technique of the Bone Shattering Master, regarded as one of the most spine-chilling skills in the realm of cultivation. Once unleashed, it can fell thousands. After learning this skill, one can expend 200 spiritual energy to conjure an automatically targeting Bone Shattering Nail, with a targeting range of 100 meters. The Bone Shattering Nail ignores enemy defenses and resistances, inflicting 200 damage upon hit along with random poison damage. If the Bone Shattering Nail directly kills its target, it will continue to pursue and attack other hostile targets within range without additional expenditure of spiritual energy. Minimum Equipment Cultivation Requirement. Foundation Establishment. First layer, due to the influence of Thunder's dominance, damage becomes 160. Ding! You have opened a Sacred Life Skill treasure chest. Congratulations! You have obtained the Passive Life Skill Manual, 1 Furnace, 100 Pills. Passive Life Skill Manual, 1 Furnace, 100 Pills, a Sacred Skill. Who says pills cannot be produced in bulk? Upon learning, every successful pill refinement increases the number of pills produced by 30. Learning requirement. Mastery of the alchemy skill. Due to the influence of Thunder's dominance, the number of pills produced is increased to 300. Insight pill, noble grade, a precious pill containing the laws of heaven and earth, personally refined by the master of the Pill Sage sect, with a limit of only 9 being refined each year. Upon use, the next cultivation session will guarantee insight, lasting for 10 minutes. Each player can only use 1 per major realm. Thunder Flying Sword. Treasure grade, a flying sword forged with the power of thunder, possessing rare combat capabilities. Once the sword control ability is activated, it can be equipped, allowing for sword flight at a speed of 320, base flight speed 200, skill and equipment bonuses of 60. During flight, it automatically releases thunder attacks on hostile targets within a 300-meter range, dealing a fixed 100 damage. Damage doubles for Thunder Root. The next attack after deactivating sword control will include an additional 500 thunder damage. Damage doubles for Thunder Root. Minimum Equipment Requirement. Foundation Establishment, 3rd layer. Lu Shorin once said, in cultivation, one must have both distant and close goals. As for the Insight Pill, Dongfeng stowed it away in his storage ring, while repeatedly advising Qingfeng. You can eat any other pills without concern, but this one must be kept. After issuing his instructions, Dongfeng allocated all 90 of his free attribute points to strength, simultaneously enhancing his constitution by an equivalent amount. Oh, my friends, we meet again. Your efforts are commendable. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Dongfeng said as he approached the city gate, cheerfully presenting 200 spirit stones to Li Yuan and Wang Baoping. The two men's eyes sparkled with delight, their gazes towards Dongfeng growing increasingly warm. What a remarkable lad. I shall certainly look after you in the future. Wang Baoping exclaimed. Ding. A hidden reward has been triggered, increasing the chances of encountering tasks of spiritual quality or higher in the bounty mission of Xiaoyao Town by 10. My dear friends, it pains me to see you enduring the elements like this. Here, please accept this offering. Dongfeng's singular aim was to consecutively trigger the hidden mission in Xiaoyao Town 9 times, claiming all the hidden rewards for himself. My good brothers, should you ever find yourselves in need, do not hesitate to seek me out. Ding. A hidden reward has been triggered in Xiaoyao Town, marking the 4th instance. My esteemed brothers, I cannot help but worry for you. Dongfeng continued. Do you have an abundance of spirit stones with nowhere to spend them? Ding. A hidden reward has been triggered again. Dear brothers, how about I keep you company while standing here? If you insist on standing, at least accept this. Dongfeng suggested. Or shall we become sworn brothers? By the 10th instance, he urged, come, accept this. Do not stand on ceremony with a brother. This truly is the last time. Dear friends, you are the most genuine and sincere cultivators I have ever encountered. But truly, this is the final offering. We are becoming a bit apprehensive. Ding. A hidden reward has been triggered, ensuring that the bounty mission quality in Xiaoyao Town is guaranteed to be at least of treasure grade. Upon hearing the system's notification, Dongfeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had anticipated that the minimum would only elevate to spiritual grade, yet it had ascended a level higher. In the next moment, he bid farewell to his newfound elder brothers, not rushing to accept the bounty mission, but instead embarking on a leisurely exploration of Xiaoyao Town. Xiaoyao Town sprawls across a vast area, with 2 long streets forming a cross that divides the town into 4 sections. Along the streets, commoners and low-level cultivators set up stalls, creating a bustling scene filled with both civilians and cultivators, occasionally concealing powerful figures above the nascent soul stage among them. To the northwest lies the town chief's residence, surrounded by the abodes of the town's elite, all of whom are cultivators, with the town chief being a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, unrivaled in strength. The northeastern area serves as the quarters for disciples of various cultivation sects, which are typically not open to the public, allowing entry only during the Ascension Conference, when sects gather to recruit disciples. Otherwise, only the town chief may enter freely. To the southeast resides a cluster of inns, tea houses, and entertainment venues. Notably, cultivating within an inn can significantly enhance the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption and conversion, though it requires a considerable expenditure of spirit stones. The southwestern area is home to blacksmith shops, pharmacies, and alchemy rooms, where players can learn various life skills. However, many peculiar and temperamental cultivators reside here, making it necessary for even the town chief to tread carefully when visiting. In addition, hidden opportunities may lurk in every corner of Xiaoyao Town. In a previous life, there was even a player who remained in Xiaoyao Town until the late Golden Core stage, solely in pursuit of various concealed fortunes. I recall that the most elusive hidden quest was indeed found in this vicinity. Dongfeng strolled along the long street, and soon discovered a stall set up by a chi refinement practitioner by the roadside, adorned with an array of books, most of which held little value. Do not pass by without a glance. These are rare novels in the world of cultivation. Why are the Demon Lord and the Celestial Maiden entangled? The loves and grudges of the nascent Soul Master and the Chi Refinement Little Demoness. The stall owner, named Chu Yangchun, was passionately hawking his wares. Observing this, Dongfeng approached the stall, casually perused the offerings, and then directly picked up an ancient tome titled The Troubles of the Nascent Soul Master. My dear friend, you have an eye for quality. This book is extraordinary. By reading it, you shall draw closer to the nascent Soul Master. Chu Yangchun exclaimed eagerly. Upon hearing this, Dongfeng flipped through the pages nonchalantly and inquired, "What's the price?" The original price is 200 spirit stones. However, you seem quite amiable. I shall offer it to you for merely 100 spirit stones. 10. My friend, you cannot bargain like that. 9. 10. Deal. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Chu Yangchun quickly agreed. With a light chuckle, Ji Dongfeng accepted the ancient text and turned to head southwest toward Xiaoyao town. In the previous life, no one could have anticipated that there was indeed a deeply hidden nascent soul master who had a fondness for this very book. Chapter 78, The Old Wine Drunkard and the Wine Madman, a series of hidden quests. Bang! At the headquarters of the Annihilation Guild, Chu Shiweqing slammed her fist on the table with a dark expression, while the bruised Zhao Ying crumpled to the ground, his legs giving way. President, this time, it truly isn't my fault. Zhao, who is merely a fence-sitter. I never expected Ji Dongfeng to have ties to the Anshin group. Zhao Ying stammered. Upon hearing this, Chu Shiweqing's expression grew even more severe, her once exquisite makeup now appearing somewhat monstrous. Where's Lei Peng? I don't know. He might still be with the Anshin group. You need to pack your things immediately and get out. Do not let me see you in the Epoch again. President, I leave. In the next moment, two bodyguards entered and dragged the despairing Zhao Ying away. Shanghai, President. The vice president hastily approached upon hearing the commotion. Have all team leaders trade their equipment and resources to me within the hour. With the Anshin group involved, we may not be able to act against Ji Dongfeng outside the game. We must devise a strategy within. Chu Shiweqing spoke in a low voice. Understood. And what about Zhao Hu? Do not concern yourself with him. Though he has consistently collaborated with us, Chu Sheng is the future heir of the Anshin group. He will not dare to offend Chu Sheng. Let us refrain from seeking him out for now. However, President, is there still a need to specifically target Ji Dongfeng since he cannot join any cultivation sect? I harbor a profound aversion to uncertainty. The individual known as Ji Dongfeng emanates an aura of danger. I now regard the prospect of him joining the immortal sect as plausible. Subsequently, I shall devote my efforts to nurturing Hao Yin and the elite team. It is time for all players to witness the formidable power of the Annihilation Guild. Furthermore, there is a matter of significance. Chengfeng has acquired a rather unique item, rumored to be called the Spirit Pearl, and I shall instruct him to trade it to Hao Yin. As for the president, Chengfeng has begun to express discontent regarding our excessive focus on Hao Yin. This pertains to Hao Yin's hidden quest. Despite his dissatisfaction, he must endure it. I will allocate some resources to him as well. Let us proceed accordingly. In the next moment, the Annihilation Guild mobilized its resources with fervor, the majority of which flowed towards the elite team led by Annihilation Hao Yin. Concurrently, Ji Dongfeng found himself in a narrow alleyway situated in the southwestern corner of Xiaoyao town. At the alley's end stood a solitary residence. Its doors flung open. From within emanated a cacophony of furious shouts. You old fool! Dare you steal my wine? Do you believe I will not end your life? Upon hearing this commotion, Ji Dongfeng was intrigued and peered into the scene. To his astonishment, he witnessed a group of servants mercilessly pummeling an elderly man clad in a long crimson robe, while a young man, adorned in the attire of a wealthy scion, sat nearby, cursing vehemently. The elderly man curled up on the ground, cradling his head, and let out a foolish giggle. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Hidden quest discovered. The heartbreaking tale of the old drunkard. Would you like to accept? The quest details unfolded. In Xiaoyao town, the immortal Xiaoyao must ascend to the celestial realm. Rescue the old drunkard from the clutches of the thugs at the Tianjing Tavern. The rewards included a 10-point increase in the old drunkard's favorability, 20 free attribute points, and one of the old drunkard's collectibles. Listening to the system's prompt, Ji Dongfeng promptly chose to decline. In his previous life, a whimsical genius had opted for refusal, which subsequently led to even more extraordinary quests. After declining, Ji Dongfeng charged into the fray, not allowing the patrons of the Tianjing Tavern a moment to react before delivering a few kicks to the old drunkard. I despise those who steal and cheat. He bellowed. Brothers, allow me to vent my frustrations. Ding. Please note, the old drunkard's favorability has decreased by 10 points, while Li Dongtian's favorability has increased by 10 points. Ha ha ha. Good brother. Well done. What a coincidence. I too cannot abide thieves. The young man exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. This is what we call a meeting of like minds. Ji Dongfeng declared, halting his assault. I am Li Dongtian, the young master of the Tianjing Tavern. Judging by your demeanor, you are indeed a cultivator? Indeed, I am Dongfeng Pa. Li brother, I shudder to think of how much wine this old drunkard has pilfered from you. In total, it amounts to 300 spirit stones. You see, brother, he is a habitual offender. Li Dongtian raplia sulamli. Ji Dongfeng's expression darkened as he retorted, that is truly detestable. Li brother, here, I have 300 spirit stones for you. Let the brothers take a breather. I do not seek to repay this old drunkard's debts, but rather to purchase the opportunity to beat him myself. At this, Li Dongtian's eyes brightened as he accepted the spirit stones, exclaiming, "You are clearly destined for greatness, brother. Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. From now on, mention my name at the Tianjing Tavern and enjoy a 20% discount on all beverages." Ding. Hidden reward triggered. All drinks at the Tianjing Tavern are now discounted by 20. As the words fell, Li Dongtian departed with a group of henchmen, while Ji Dongfeng hurriedly assisted the elderly man to his feet. "Senior, I apologize for the ruse. It was merely a temporary measure," Ji Dongfeng stated. The old drunkard, upon hearing this, merely chuckled foolishly, disregarding Ji Dongfeng's words. "Senior, I am feigning friendship with him on the surface, which will allow me to draw closer and assist you in procuring wine," Ji Dongfeng explained. A chime resonated, indicating an increase of 10 points in the old drunkard's favorability. Upon hearing this, the old drunkard's eyes sparkled and his grin widened. Good. Wine. I desire new wine. And books. New wine paired with wretched tomes," he mumbled in a daze. Another chime echoed, revealing a hidden sequential quest. The Old Drunkard's Journey, Part 1. The Old Drunkard's Journey, Part 1 with wine and books, devoid of flowers and tea. Assist the old drunkard in locating new wine and shabby books. Reward: 20 points of favorability and a bestowal of cultivation for the old drunkard. Please note, this task is the sole sequential hidden quest in Xiaoyao Town and cannot be abandoned midway. "No problem. Please await my return, senior," Ji Dongfeng replied with a smile, promptly making his way towards the Tianjing Tavern in the southeast. Simultaneously, within the novice village, Yin Miehao received a message from Yin Miechingfeng. "I completed the trade. Dividing Spirit Pearl, Divine Grade, a cultivator possesses spirit, which divides into 3 parts. Upon use, it grants a doppelganger that can be summoned to any location. The doppelganger's cultivation is equivalent to the original's and lasts for 30 minutes. During this time, the original cannot move, and any rewards obtained by the doppelganger will automatically transfer to the original upon dismissal." Upon reviewing the item details, Yin Miaoyan's eyes lit up. As a professional player, he understood the value of such an item. "Hao Yin, have you received the item?" Chu Shiweqing inquired. "I have, but President, this item holds greater potential for future use." "I am aware, but you must quickly acquire the item to unlock the hidden quest. This quest is imperative for you to secure. Ji Dongfeng is already in Xiaoyao Town, and I feel uneasy." "Understood. I am currently cultivating and am on the verge of a breakthrough. Once I succeed, I will immediately use the doppelganger to enter Xiaoyao Town." Within Xiaoyao Town, Ji Dongfeng arrived at the Tianjing Tavern and, upon mentioning Li Dongtian's name, all beverage prices were automatically reduced by 20. Compared to the tavern in Qingfeng Village, this establishment offered a more extensive selection, boasting no less than 100 varieties, yet lacking any new wine. Indeed, the old drunkard would not directly specify his desires, requiring players to decipher his needs. If I am not mistaken, the new wine likely refers to this. Ji Dongfeng surveyed the drinks before his gaze settled on the Chunxiao wine. Chunxiao wine, common grade, with a flavor that is robust yet tinged with bitterness. Upon consumption, it enhances movement speed by 10 and restores 20 health per second for 3 minutes. After purchasing the Chunxiao wine for 160 spirit stones, he then acquired 2 portions of the Drunken Immortal Brew, favored by Qingfeng, for 480 spirit stones. Having completed these transactions, Ji Dongfeng did not rush to depart the tavern, but turned his attention to a corner of the establishment. In that corner, a middle-aged man with a full beard sat alone, consuming his drink, starkly out of place amidst the lively atmosphere of the tavern. Any player with gaming experience would immediately recognize that this is undoubtedly a character imbued with stories and quests. Now is not the time to approach the drunken fool, Ji Dongfeng remarked. In a previous life, a multitude of players rushed to curry favor with the burly man, desperate to trigger quests. Yet each one met their demise at his blade, until ultimately, no one dared to approach him. Though death at his hands did not result in the loss of equipment or spiritual energy, no one wished to perish without cause. To complete the task, one had to be slain by him 10 times. Had it not been for a masochist in the last life, this quest might have remained untriggered. Chapter 79. Do you have any peculiar inclinations? Returning to the old drunkard's abode, Ji Dongfeng retrieved the troubles of the nascent soul Great One and a jar of Chunxiao wine from his backpack. "Elder, is this what you sought?" Upon hearing this, the old drunkard, in a daze, glanced at Ji Dongfeng, and his eyes brightened as he eagerly took the book and wine. In just 3 or 4 minutes, he finished the entire jar of wine, while he perused the tattered book with unrestrained delight. The author of this book, Qiu Tianshi, wrote it in a spring season. I'm likely the first and possibly the last reader of this work. The old drunkard chuckled softly, then gently closed the worn book with his bony fingers. Ding! Hidden quest: The Inner Journey of the Old Drunkard. I completed. Rewards: 20 points of favorability from the old drunkard and a cultivation boon from him. Young man, come here. The old drunkard beckoned Ji Dongfeng with a wave of his hand. Seeing this, Ji Dongfeng promptly approached, and the old drunkard, with his trembling fingers, casually tapped Ji Dongfeng twice. Ding! Meridian pathways unblocked. Spiritual energy absorption efficiency permanently increased by 200 points, with an additional 20 points to bone structure upon each breakthrough, and an extra 50 points to defense. After the 2 taps, Ji Dongfeng felt a series of creaking sounds emanating from within, followed by a surge of mental energy rushing to his crown. The lightning spiritual energy burst through a meridian, akin to a torrent breaking through a dam that had been obstructed for years, leaving Ji Dongfeng with an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Thank you, esteemed elder, Ye Dongfeng exclaimed. I want more. More foul wine. More tattered paintings. The old drunkard ignored Ji Dongfeng and continued to shout to himself. Ding! Accepted the continuous hidden quest: The Inner Journey of the Old Drunkard 2. The Inner Journey of the Old Drunkard 2. Stinking wine, tattered paintings, and human sorrow scattered across the ground. Find the foul wine and the tattered painting to earn 20 points of favorability from the old drunkard, guidance on his cultivation, and 1 void spirit pill. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall return shortly, Ji Dongfeng declared. In the next moment, Ji Dongfeng arrived at a 3-story building named Shihua Pavilion in the southeastern area of Shaoyao Town, a place where various poetry and paintings could be purchased. These artworks were not merely for aesthetic appreciation. They concealed numerous opportunities. In a previous life, someone had stared at a landscape painting for an extended period, becoming so engrossed that they experienced a series of epiphanies, breaking through 4 minor realms in a single day. However, the probability of discovering such opportunities was exceedingly low, and the same painting could yield different effects for different individuals, signifying that each person had their own fate. Upon entering the poetry and painting pavilion, a graceful woman approached with a radiant smile. She was none other than Yun Kaifeng, the proprietor of the establishment. At that moment, the pavilion was already bustling with elegantly dressed patrons, including quite a few cultivators. However, Ji Dongfeng was well aware that most of these individuals had come specifically for Yun Kaifeng. Esteemed guests, I wonder if you seek poetry or exquisite artworks. Yun Kaifeng inquired with a smile. What is the oldest painting you possess? Ji Dongfeng asked. Yun Kaifeng, upon hearing this, responded with a smile. Please follow me. These paintings here boast a history of 300 to 400 years. Not old enough, Ji Dongfeng replied. And what about these? They date back over 400 years. She suggested. Still not old enough. Yun Kaifeng was momentarily taken aback, then said, in that case, you must view our 10 masterpieces. These are the treasures of the pavilion. And you must present 100,000 spirit stones to even catch a glimpse. Not old enough. Do you think I am old enough? Old enough? Ahem. What I meant was, you appear quite youthful. Upon hearing this, Yun Kaifeng furrowed her brow and casually gestured towards a disheveled pile of scrolls in the corner. Then there are these, with uncertain ages, consisting of fragmented calligraphy and paintings, she remarked with a hint of impatience. Seeing this, Ji Dongfeng's eyes brightened, and he hurried over, while Yun Kaifeng dismissed him as just another inconsequential cultivator. Just as Ji Dongfeng rummaged through the scattered artworks, a figure materialized at the very heart of Shaoyao Town. It was none other than the avatar of Yami Haoyan. According to the hints from Zendiangong, he needed to locate the cherished book of an elderly predecessor, which was said to be at a nearby stall. He must search swiftly. In the next moment, Yami Haoyan began to move with haste. The long street had few stalls selling books, making his search relatively effortless. However, after one round, he had yet to find the ancient tome he sought. How could this be? That book should be here, Yami Haoyan murmured, scanning the bustling crowd and taking a deep breath. Who has the troubles of a nascent soul expert? Upon hearing this exclamation, Chu Yangshun, nearby, was momentarily startled, then replied, I once had a copy, but it was purchased by a fellow cultivator. Purchased? By whom? Do you have another? Yami Haoyan inquired urgently. I believe it was called East Wine Breaks. There was only one, which I acquired from an ancient residence. He trailed off, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Upon hearing this, Yami Haoyan's expression darkened, becoming somewhat menacing. How could this be? East Wind Breaks. Why did you buy this book? Do you have some peculiar obsession? In the next moment, Yami Haoyan chose to add Ji Dongfeng as a friend, as his avatar possessed this capability as well. Meanwhile, Ji Dongfeng selected 3 paintings from the chaotic assortment, one depicting mountainous landscapes, another a peculiar piece of half black and half white with a red dot in the center, and the last illustrating a multitude of demons and monsters. Yami Haoyan wishes to add me as a friend? Ji Dongfeng pondered, his brow furrowing at the system notification. After a moment of contemplation, he accepted the friend request, but as soon as he did, Yami Haoyan's furious shout echoed. East wind breaks. Why would you wish to purchase the book The Worries of the Yuan Ing Master? Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng felt a stir of curiosity and responded. I fail to comprehend your words. Do you genuinely enjoy such literature? I never anticipated you possessed such a peculiar penchant. Young man, indulge in more enriching reads. With that, Ji Dongfeng swiftly blocked the individual, pondering how Yami Haoyan had come to know of this book. Was it possible that his previous life had triggered some hidden task? Or was it the result of a butterfly effect? Ji Dongfeng mused, subsequently scrutinizing the 3 paintings before him. Meanwhile, Yami Haoyan's expression darkened as he continued to press for answers. Ding! The other party has severed the friendship. Wind! Break! The second painting featured merely 3 hues. White signifying the sky, black representing the earth, and red resembling a blazing sun that, in truth, symbolized a gaping rift, embodying the broken painting the old drunkard had mentioned. The third piece was the 1,000 Demon Map, Ji Dongfeng murmured, and then directly approached Yun Kai Feng. I wish to acquire these 3,000 spirit stones, Yun Kai Feng stated without a glance. These 3 paintings? You demand 3,000 spirit stones? Ye Dongfeng scoffed. If you cannot afford it, you may leave it be. It occupies no space. The true worth of artwork is often indefinable. In my opinion, these 3 pieces are worth that sum. Take it or leave it, Yun Kai Feng retorted, her eyes glinting with mischief. Hearing this, Ji Dongfeng let out a cold laugh, choosing not to argue further, instead producing the 3,000 spirit stones to hand over to Yun Kai Feng. Yun Kai Feng was momentarily taken aback, then hastily collected the spirit stones, secretly rejoicing at her fortuitous encounter with a naive cultivator. These 3 paintings are yours. All sales are final in this establishment, Yun Kai Feng proclaimed, her face alight with joy. Rest assured, even if you wish to return them, it would be futile. Ji Dongfeng remarked as he slowly began to tear the 1,000 Demon Map. Seeing this, Yun Kai Feng froze, ready to speak, but was suddenly struck with astonishment as golden light flickered from the torn 1,000 Demon Map, accompanied by the ferocious roar of a tiger emanating from the artwork. At the sound, the expressions of everyone in the poetry and painting pavilion shifted dramatically, and those who genuinely appreciated art hurried closer. Paint within a painting is a soul painting. Only the foremost painter in the cultivation world, Emperor Chaozi, could create such a piece. Undoubtedly, the golden light is blinding. The sound is captivating. Only Emperor Chaozi could produce this kind of artwork. Listen, the roar of that tiger, truly worthy of the title king of beasts. Amidst the gasps of awe, Ji Dongfeng slowly extracted a delicate, gossamer thin golden painting from the 1,000 Demon Map. The artwork depicted a tiger with its mouth agape, poised to pounce, the golden light swirling around it, and the roar resonating as if the tiger were alive. In the upper left corner of the painting were its title and the artist's signature, Tiger Roar, created by Emperor Chaozi on the Divine Mountain. Indeed, it is the work of Emperor Chaozi. Furthermore, it was crafted on the Divine Mountain. There are likely fewer than 5 such pieces in existence. My young brother, I offer 200,000 spirit stones for this painting. I bid 300,000. I am an elder of the Medicine Saint sect. If my spirit stones fall short, I can offer you elixirs. I am a disciple of the weapon forging sect. I shall exchange a divine artifact along with 250,000 spirit stones. Young brother, I have made the purchase. Upon hearing the clamorous shouts of the crowd, Yun Kai Feng stood frozen in place. Her eyes reddened, and her exquisite visage now bore a somewhat ferocious expression. Chapter 80. I am a student. 400,000 spirit stones. I shall take it. To possess such an item is an affront. Repeat that once more. Do you think someone like you is worthy of the Emperor Chaozi's treasures? I've already stated, what can you do to me? Young brother, in addition to 400,000 spirit stones, I shall offer you a treasure from the 100 Meridians realm. Within the Shihua Pavilion, an increasing number of individuals gathered, their voices rising in a cacophony of excitement, while Ji Dongfeng stood at the center, holding the shimmering Tiger Howl painting. The news of the Tiger Howl's discovery spread rapidly throughout the entire Xiaoyao town. Yun Kai Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. She knew full well that compared to the tiger howl of Emperor Chao Ci, even the top 10 renowned paintings of the Shihua Pavilion paled in comparison. How could I have missed such a treasure? I foolishly sold it for 3,000 spirit stones. Yin Kai Feng clenched her fists tightly, then gritted her teeth and pushed her way to Ji Dongfeng's side. Strange, it should be arriving soon, Ji Dongfeng murmured. In the next moment, under Ji Dongfeng's gaze, an elderly man with hair as white as snow trembled his way into the crowd. He bore no aura of a practitioner, appearing rather like an ordinary commoner. Yet, the surrounding crowd instinctively parted to make way for him. Ji Dongfeng's eyes brightened at this sight. I have heard that there exists the painting spirit of Emperor Chao Ci here. Might this old man have the honor to behold it? The elder spoke, his voice slightly trembling. It turned out to be He Yin, the esteemed principal of the Xiaoyao Academy, who had personally instructed the town mayor's descendants. I have met Principal He, Ji Dongfeng exclaimed, without hesitation placing the tiger howl into the elder's hands. Please feel free to observe, senior. Look as long as you wish. Yi Dongfeng smiled. Ding. He Yin's favorability increased by 20 points. He Yin, taken aback, then excitedly accepted the tiger howl. Indeed, it is a masterpiece by Emperor Chao Ci, a remarkable work that ranks among the top 10 of all his creations. Alas, this old man can only admire it once. He Yin said, his face filled with regret. In the next moment, He Yin prepared to return the painting to Ji Dongfeng. Observing this, Ji Dongfeng did not accept it but smiled and said, I wish to gift this painting to you, esteemed elder. What? He Yin's expression changed, his face a picture of astonishment as he looked at Ji Dongfeng, while those around them gasped in disbelief. What is this? Am I hearing incorrectly? Young brother, have you lost your senses? A gift for free. Young brother, do you see any opportunity for me here? I will offer 50,000 spirit stones. Please reconsider. In an instant, waves of exclamations arose, while Ji Dongfeng led He Yin to the side. Young friend, I possess few spirit stones. As a mere mortal, I have no need for such things, He Yin remarked. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng let out a light chuckle. He was acutely aware of He Yin's circumstances. Although he held the esteemed position of the head of the Free and Easy Academy, his teachings revolved solely around the rudiments of reading, writing, and the principles of life. He possessed no cultivation prowess whatsoever and led a life devoid of desires, with an affinity only for calligraphy and painting. The poetry and painting pavilion was a frequent haunt of his, yet he was also one of Yin Saifeng's most detested individuals. For He Yin would peruse the artworks without ever purchasing, often gazing at a single piece for hours on end. As I mentioned, it is complimentary, because I believe that such artistry can only reach its full potential in the hands of someone who truly cherishes it. Poetry and painting should not be measured by spirit stones, Ji Dongfeng asserted with righteous conviction. Ding! He Yin's affinity increased by 30 points. Well said, young brother. However, to take such a precious item without merit would be unworthy of a gentleman. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng quickly proposed, how about this? I have heard that you can accept honorary disciples into the Free and Easy Academy. I would like to exchange this painting for the status of an honorary disciple. Not for any other reason, but to have the opportunity to learn from you in the future. He Yin hesitated at this, his gaze drifting over the tiger roaring painting. He Yin swiftly tucked the painting away and produced a wooden token from his bosom. Honorary disciple token of the Free and Easy Academy. Countless talents and masters reside within the academy, including formidable cultivators. To become a disciple is to reap boundless benefits. Holders of this token enjoy the privileges of an honorary disciple in Free and Easy Town, regarded as the future of the town. All commodities within the town are discounted by 60. Bounty rewards are increased by 30. Efficiency in acquiring life skills is boosted by 30. And one can be exempted from level 3 crimes and below, along with gaining entry rights to the Free and Easy Academy. I see you are young and eager to learn, which is commendable. I shall entrust this token to you. It is the last one I possess. I hope you do not tarnish the reputation of the Free and Easy Academy, He Yin remarked. With those words, He Yin noticed the envious expressions of the crowd behind him. In a swift motion, he clutched the tiger-roaring painting and dashed away, completely shedding the frail demeanor he had moments ago. Headmaster, the cane. The cane was left behind. Ji Dongfeng observed this and glanced at the token in his hand, feeling quite pleased as he made his way towards the Tianjing Tavern. Upon arriving at the tavern, Ji Dongfeng approached the counter to peruse the selection of beverages, ultimately settling on a drink known as the 100 Refinements wine. Innkeeper, a jar of 100 Refinements wine, please. Certainly. The original price is 200 spirit stones. But since you know our young master, it will only be 160. The innkeeper cheerfully replied. Ji Dongfeng chuckled, producing the honorary disciple token of the Free and Easy Academy. I'm a student. The innkeeper was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, "My apologies. That would be the original price of 80. And with the discount from the young master, you only need to pay 64 spirit stones." In the next moment, Dongfeng purchased the wine and hurried towards the residence of the old wine merchant. Meanwhile, members of elite guild teams were diligently training, leveraging their guild advantages, especially within the Annihilation Guild and the Four Seas Guild, where the top players had already reached the 7th level of chi refinement and body refinement. In the realm of players from the Enchanting Nation, the elite guilds find themselves in a similar predicament. However, in contrast to their counterparts from the land of Huaxia, the spirits of the players from the Enchanting Nation have significantly waned, primarily due to the widespread dissemination of videos showcasing the formidable prowess of Dongfeng and the grand sorcery of Qingfeng. The players from the Enchanting Nation are so disheartened that they scarcely dare to venture into the forums. A thought crosses my mind. Since Dongfeng has found a way to traverse here, is it not possible for us to embark on a journey there as well? I surmise that Dongfeng must have utilized some sort of artifact, and we too could procure such a tool. Chapter 81. Ironworker Phone. A Promise Made. The scent. Quite foul. The painting. Utterly wretched. Exquisite indeed. The old drunkard gazed at the tattered painting in his hand, downing a mouthful of the 100 Refinements liquor. As an unpleasant aroma swiftly permeated the air, Dongfeng, suppressing the acrid scent, stood beside the old drunkard. Ding. Hidden task: The Inner Journey of the Old Drunkard. Part 2, completed. Rewards: 20 points of affinity with the Old Drunkard, 1 Void Divine Essence Pill, and guidance on the Old Drunkard's cultivation. The artist of this painting is named Wang Shaod. He created it one summer, and I was the first to admire it. Seemingly also the last. The old drunkard chuckled, his face flushed, swaying unsteadily as if on the verge of collapsing from inebriation. "Youngster, come here. Squat down. I'm coming." Dongfeng approached the old drunkard, who placed his hand atop Dongfeng's head and gave it 3 firm pats. The first pat sent a jolt of sharp pain through Dongfeng's skull. The second transformed that pain into a tingling sensation. By the third pat, Dongfeng felt as though enlightenment had washed over him, his mind becoming crystal clear. Ding. Insight probability permanently increased by 2. After delivering the 3 pats, the old drunkard promptly collapsed onto the ground, falling into a deep slumber. Observing this, Dongfeng silently bowed and then exited, closing the door behind him. The remaining series of hidden tasks would have to await the old drunkard's awakening for completion. The Void Divine Essence Pill is a celestial treasure. I shall stow it away for now. Senior Qingfeng, this pill must not be touched. Begone, do not delay my drinking. After numerous admonitions, Dongfeng departed from the old drunkard's abode and journeyed forth to the blacksmith shop located in the southwestern district. A conspicuous sign hung overhead, desiring to learn forging? Tuition, 300,000. This is Old Feng's blacksmith shop, Dongfeng proclaimed as he drew forth the hammer belonging to Shang Wanyu. Upon entering the blacksmith shop, his gaze swept across the walls adorned with an array of weapons and equipment, each gleaming in a spectrum of colors. Dongfeng even spotted a celestial-grade long sword carelessly placed in a corner. In his previous life, this place was a renowned attraction in Xiaoyao Town, where numerous players congregated, all pondering the same question: how could one successfully forge a few pieces of equipment? Yet, despite the lack of enthusiasm, no one succeeded. Hearing this, Dongfeng hastily declared, "At the behest of an old friend, I have come to request a favor from you, esteemed elder." Upon hearing these words, Ironworker Feng turned his head, immediately noticing the hammer in Dongfeng's grasp. His expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly leaped to stand before Dongfeng. "Where did you acquire this hammer?" "It was given me by a blacksmith named Shang Wanyu." "Where is she now?" "In Qingfeng village." "Is she faring well?" "At least she is stable." Ding. The favorability of Master Feng has increased by 30 points. When you mentioned being entrusted by an old acquaintance, were you referring to her? Master Feng inquired, his eyes filled with nostalgia. "It is another old friend named Wang Sandao. He suggested that this item be entrusted to a senior for refinement. To be precise, it should be given to old Monster Feng, whom I suspect is you," Dongfeng replied as he produced Wang Sandao's blade. Ding. The favorability of Master Feng has increased by 20 points. Upon seeing this, Master Feng was momentarily taken aback, then gazed deeply at Dongfeng. "You know Wang Dasha? This shabby blade could only be forged by him, wasting the craftsmanship of Qingfeng." Master Feng took Wang Sandao's blade, a hint of disdain crossing his face. "Ahem, esteemed senior. How do you know Shang Wanyu?" Wang Sandao, and the cultivator Qingfeng. Ji Dongfeng asked, "You are acquainted with Qingfeng as well?" "That makes sense, since you know Wang Dasha. It is no surprise that you have heard of Qingfeng. Given your connections with both Shang Wanyu and Wang Dasha, it seems we share a bond. So it is worth sharing this with you. Many years ago, I was an inner disciple of the forging sect responsible for managing forging resources. Shang Wanyu had just entered the sect, her extraordinary talent leading her to be taken as the master's disciple. She frequently visited the treasure vault to retrieve various rare materials, and we became familiar with each other over time. However, an invaluable piece of heavenly soul iron went missing from the vault, and I bore the blame as the thief could not be identified. Only Shang Wanyu was willing to believe in my innocence and spoke on my behalf. But ultimately, it was of no avail. I was expelled from the forging sect and even had one of my meridians severed. Later, I learned that Shang Wanyu had incurred the elders and the sect leaders' wrath for defending me. Coincidentally, amidst the war between immortals and demons, the sect leader sent her out for training in anger, only for her to fall into an ambush, losing her cultivation and disappearing without a trace. Had it not been for my situation, she would have likely been nurtured within the sect at that age. Now that I know her whereabouts, I shall visit her to offer my apologies. I must bear the burdens of her current plight." Hearing this, Ji Dongfeng furrowed his brow. A nagging intuition suggesting deeper secrets lay beneath the surface. In his previous life, during the great dungeon of the forging sect, one of the master's disciples had presented a piece of heavenly soul iron as a mission reward. Ji Dongfeng mused quietly. As for the cultivator Qingfeng, I met her during my time at the forging sect. Though she is not a disciple of the sect, her forging skills are exceptional. Some elders had invited her to join the sect, but she declined each time, remaining a guest. Occasionally, she would discuss the art of forging with the elders, and I would listen. Not merely strong, she is extraordinarily skilled. Is she affiliated with the forging sect? Her voice suddenly echoed in Ji Dongfeng's mind, intoxicated and familiar. Regarding Wang Sandao, after I arrived at Xiaya Town, he sought me out upon hearing I was a former disciple of the forging sect. He had visited me once or twice to inquire about Qingfeng. It was then I learned that Qingfeng had imparted some techniques to him. However, I do not think highly of him, nor does he of me. If not for the fact that I cannot defeat him, he once knelt and begged. Listen carefully. He pleaded with me to exchange some forging experiences so he could be considered a joint disciple of Qingfeng and myself. Just remember this between us. There is no need to relay it to him, as I fear he might find it shameful. The blacksmith Feng, with a face full of pride, spoke. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongfeng curled his lips, convinced that if Wang Sandao were to catch wind of these words, he would come charging with his blade in hand. "Young brother, it seems that fate has intertwined our paths. I shall forge this blade for you, though it will require some time. Do return tomorrow." "Thank you, esteemed elder. I have another item here. I wonder if you could assist in its creation as well." Ji Dongfeng produced a crafting order for exclusive equipment from his backpack. Upon seeing this, the blacksmith's expression changed, and he inquired, "Who exactly are you? To know Su Guanyu and Wang Sandao, and possess such an item, is merely a matter of chance," Ji Dongfeng replied with a smile. The blacksmith regarded Ji Dongfeng intently and said, "I can assist you in crafting this item as well, but its hidden intricacies render its final form uncertain. Please, esteemed elder, do give it a try." "Very well. Which part of the exclusive equipment do you wish to forge?" "The weapon type is brass knuckles. I shall return in 2 days." "Esteemed elder, I wish to learn from you the art of forging." The blacksmith pointed to a sign at the door and said, "That is permissible, but the spirit stones are non-negotiable. However, in light of our fateful connection, I shall waive 100,000 spirit stones." "Esteemed elder, I am but a student. Might there be a way for me to learn for free?" Ji Dongfeng produced the token of the Carefree Academy once more. "You may receive a discount of 60%. But free is out of the question. Such is the rule of life, unless you are a genius in forging." "And how does one qualify as a genius in forging?" The blacksmith chuckled lightly, casting a glance at Ji Dongfeng. "Do not underestimate the art of forging. Here is a challenge. With this ordinary iron sword, if you can successfully enhance it 5 times within 10 attempts, I shall consider you a genius. Should you succeed 7 times, I will personally take you to the forging sect, even if it means begging on my knees for their acceptance of you. What if I succeed all 10 times? Do not jest. Even the elders of the forging sect would not dare to make such claims. I speak hypothetically." The blacksmith furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze at Ji Dongfeng revealing his discontent. He perceived Ji Dongfeng's aspirations as overly ambitious and somewhat miserly. "If you succeed in all, I shall take you as my disciple. It is a promise."